pushing in. He's trying to turn this around. He knows his time is running out. He knows he's about to be eliminated if he doesn't make a play right here, right now. But the Cocoon just gets chopped through. Spike goes down! And so does Flappers, a cross kill! Cassidy's in trouble. He's in bear form. He's pulling back.
Big Mix is in trouble though, full cheap on the board.
With the silence into the cheap shot, and they knock him down. Gators back are absolutely back, proving everyone wrong.
He gets blink counterspell by Calvin. On match point, I cannot believe it. Calvin blinks in. Everybody dogpiling on top of WizK, landing those lockouts, and he's completely shut down. Pen and paper, the dark horse of the tournament. They said they were going to do their best. Trill's in trouble. Stun no trinket. Cedar, the smoke bomb. Is he in the bomb with him? He has to cancel it. He's dead anyway.
Oh my God!
And that's the dogs do it. 3-0.
This is true shot aura, however. They gotta be careful. Trill is so
He has to fake counterspell. He has to fake counterspell. He can't. He's just dead. He gets counterspell and Gators back, close it out. Freezing trap again. He triggers it into a fear and fades the fear. He still gets feared. Borg is MVP. Garcia's in trouble.
He's trying to get the cross skip. Can he get one more? Rump the trinkets up.
One more Shadow. One more.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first championship Sunday of midnight. My name is Aya. I am here with Chan, Vinruki, and Zico, and of course, we'll be joined by Supatese just a little bit later. But we have the top four for North America and for Europe, and we'll find out who is the champion for both regions by the end of today. Cannot wait to get started. But first, let's talk about the journey that these players have already started on. It is the road to BlizzCon. It is well on its way. These teams only have 3 cups to try and get as many points as possible to get into high enough standings to make it to BlizzCon. But if they don't, it might be a little bit of a tough journey for them. The top 2 teams from EU and NA finals automatically qualify to BlizzCon. 3rd place from EU and NA finals play in a cross-region playoff. Very, very excited for that, for the final spot. And then 1 team from China will also be joining us for BlizzCon, so definitely be looking forward to that. But also to catch you guys up even more, if you guys missed yesterday's games, of course, then we were in the North American region. And if viewers from home, Ben, missed that, what did we miss?
You missed some amazing games, quite honestly. I mean, there's a couple things to focus on. I feel like we're seeing some of the, the reigning champs in North America look extremely good. Gators back. They're almost looking unbeatable. Like, this team, I don't think they've dropped almost a single map in this tournament so far. And they're definitely looking like the team to beat. However, Welcome to the Jung has set themselves up on a collision course to kind of get a revenge match. I expected Welcome to the Jung to play some different cleave setups, but they brought in the Outlaw Rogue Mage. They looked extremely good, but they had a close series against F tier, showing that they can bleed. Whereas Gators back, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening, but I think for, that upper bracket series, Welcome to the Jung versus Gators back, it's going to be an amazing series, and Welcome to the Jung is definitely looking to kind of reclaim their throne, and we'll have to wait and see if they can do it. In addition to that, it was really, really nice to see Trill come back. I feel like he was almost like a highlight player for me yesterday, bringing in the Outlaw specialization. He's fresh off the Race to World First, and he really came in clutch for his team, not only playing the Outlaw at such a high level against F tier here, but having to bring in the Windwalker Monk, and then in Game 5 actually swap over and once again play the Subtlety Rogue. So really just showing the flexibility as a melee player. So really impressive to see, and they ended up getting a win as a result of that, as you can see here in this final game, by taking down Dallas in a smoke bomb. So Trill's definitely going to be one to look out for, and the Direwolves. And then Z-rated as well. We've been talking about this team playing kind of the off-meta compositions, right? It's a sea of Rogue Mage right now. They've been playing the Ret Hunter, and Zagorn, he kind of succumbed to the... Or he ended up having to bring in the Mistweaver Monk. Prez wasn't working, even though he was playing incredibly well on it. I'm really happy to see that Z-Rated was actually, and Zagorn in particular, was able to show that flexibility. So I'm curious to see how much depth this roster really does have and what they can do later today.
A lot of skill there for yesterday in North America, but let's move forward to today. Of course, we are starting off in the EU region, NA in the second half of the day, Zico, but I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier today. We've only got 3 cups, and I'm sure these players are very well aware of their ticking time, Zico, here.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the standings, there's only, like you mentioned, 3 cups to get points. So each one of these cups is extremely important. And of course, we have Echo and Burger King right now shared in that top spot. And any team that has that asterisk next to it, you can see it on Echo, Burger King, Stop, NERF, Mistweaver, and DOBOB. That is a team that's still in the tournament that can still gain points. Last Dance, Streamer Zone, and further down are all eliminated. So this is a really good opportunity for DOBOB and Stop, NERF, Mistweaver, for example, to try to get some points to pull ahead of Last Dance and Streamer Zone, because those two are very, very strong teams. But then also Echo and Burger King, this is a rivalry that goes back several years. This is a team that, these are 2 teams that has gone head-to-head all the way to Game 7 at BlizzCon against each other. So who is going to kind of get the first punch? Who's going to win the first round? Who is going to take the first lap here in what I expect to be the race for dominance in Europe?
Yeah, and what a race it's going to be for sure, you know. Let's look at the bracket for today, Chan, for the EU region. Of course, like I said, we've got 4 teams left competing. We've got some in the upper, we've got some in the lower, also facing elimination. Chan, talk to me about what we're going to be seeing today here in EU.
Absolutely. First up, we have Echo versus BORGIR King. Echo, of course, very dominant, 3-0, 3-0, and BORGIR King looking extremely good as well. You know, to Zico's point earlier, Echo vs BORGIR King, this is essentially the European El Clasico, right? Maro, Zipai, Blizzo against Waz and Raikou. This rivalry has been going back for years now at this point, and now they're joined by Lontar healing them instead of Looney. Very, very excited to see that happen. 2 best teams, in my opinion, in Europe. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, in the elimination matches, we have DOBOB against Stop, NERF, Mistweaver. And this is a pretty interesting matchup as well, because, you know, DOBOB, they have their moments where they shine very brightly, but also with some inconsistencies. It's going to be interesting to see how Cassidy's going to match up against Flappers on that Feral Druid down there. DOBOB having a very, very close game against Stream Zone GG last time.
All right, very, very exciting stuff. And let's talk about the matchup of the day, Ven. We've been doing this every morning before we get started. What is your matchup of the day for today?
It's got to be Echo versus BORGIR King. Chan highlighted it. This is actually the finals of BlizzCon 2019. Maro has returned and joined his former roster of Zipai and Blizzo. They're going to be bringing in Lontar instead of Looney, but then going up against Raikou, Waz, JT, and Mercy. It's just going to be a phenomenal game, and I feel like with how strong these 2 teams are, you know, this could potentially be the finals of BlizzCon this year as well. Not to count anyone else out, of course, but that's how good they are, and I feel like picking up that early momentum in Cup number 1 for both of these rosters could be really important. So I'm curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, I also feel like the only thing that they need now on the side of Burger King is a more intimidating name, like Burger King.
It's a little scary, you know?
It's
It's intimidating to say as a caster, you know, I'm not a big fan of that, but...
I feel like every time I hear you guys say it, I'm like trying to hold back a giggle, but would love to hear the story behind that one. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that matchup for sure. Something else I'm looking forward to is seeing where we are now. Yeah, go ahead.
I actually know the story behind that one.
Do you? Ooh, do tell.
Yes, after every tournament, Lontar likes to go and get himself a Burger King.
Oh, okay, I've heard this.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
All right, maybe we should let them have that one though. That's got some value to it for sure. But let's look at the predictions at leaderboard. We've been doing predictions, of course, before heading into every series. No surprise, Zico is at the top. Chat almost dethroning him, but I think the rest of us, especially me and you, Ben, are not doing so.
I'm perfectly happy with where I take bold predictions. You know, it's like it's easy to go for the team that you know the high percentage pick, but for me, it's like I like to go with my heart, you know? And as a result, I'm always at the bottom of these leaderboards, but I can still sleep at night. How about you, Zico?
You still have your
values. Oh, I sleep like a baby at night. I woke up like a couple of hours ago. Sun's setting here, and the predictions are looking fantastic. You know, 91% accuracy, 6 perfect. I had a dream, you know, not now when I was sleeping, but I had a dream that I wanted to go for the perfect weekend, for the 100% weekend. Didn't happen this weekend. Unfortunately, Hansel let me down. Naj, you guys let me down.
Not me.
Hope you guys feel bad about that. But but next weekend.
Okay. All right, we'll see about that. All right, well, let's get into predicting this first up series. Looks like chat has already started their process of doing that. Echo versus Burger King is the first series of the day. It's one that we are all looking forward to so much. Zico, you seem to be kind of, in the know in terms of how these series are going to go based on the predictions leaderboard. I'm going to head to you first. What is your prediction for the series?
Can I request that Ven maybe goes at the same time? No? Okay.
I'll go first. I don't care. I don't want to hear your prediction.
Ben, stand up for yourself, man. Zico's going first. Go first, Zico.
All right, fine. I'll go first. I think Echo is going to win it with a 3-1 score, largely because of the fact that they have an Outlaw Rogue. I don't think Windwalker is going to be better than the Outlaw Rogue.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I'm going 3-1 for Echo.
Okay, Ben, you want to go now?
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, I feel like at this point, the biggest differences between... Zico, don't try to pretend that this is some amazing pick by you. I don't want to... Actually, I'm going to go 3-0. So not 3-1, I'm going to go 3-0. And I think the main reason over anything else is exactly what Zico said. Is just the Waz factor and the Rogue. The fact that Blizzo isn't practicing Rogue really scares me. But, I mean, we'll see. Maybe they'll bust out some, elemental shaman, fire mage. We've seen these guys do crazy things in the past. Who knows?
So you think that the difference is just that outlaw rogue adaptation?
I think the fact that Waz is arguably the best rogue in the game, and the other team doesn't have a rogue, it's a tough spot to be in right now in this meta.
Yeah. All right, Chan, what do you got?
I'm going 3-0 for Echo. I love that Maro has returned to competitive. I remember the first time I faced this guy back in 2018, I said, this guy's going to be one of the best players in the world. And look at how far he's come now, right? But I hate to say it, I think Waz is the best rogue in the world. I think Outlaw looks completely busted. I think they're just going to stomp them. I don't know how they're going to win.
Ugh. All right. I hate to do this, but I also feel like it's going to be 3-1 Echo. I'm so sorry.
I'm not going first anymore.
I'm so sorry. Hey.
Okay, you're so brave with your predictions, Zico. It's amazing.
Right. Should I just start making Zico go last? Is that
that's
the
why I wanted to go first, because I don't want to hear this. Like,
you're right. I apologize, Ben. You're right. I was trying to make him a little nervous by making him go first, but we'll make sure you go last. No worries next time, Zico. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of with you guys. I feel like every time I go against Echo in these predictions, I end up missing out on the predictions leaderboard points. I'm with you though, Chan. I love Maro. I'm excited that he's back, but I just don't know if they're ready yet to take on Echo. Ben?
I want to be wrong. Like, to be honest with you, I
too.
want to be wrong. I want Blizzo to be on the Windwalker or the
Me
Warrior
too.
and win. I would love that. If I'm wrong here, it'll actually make my day.
That's why like a second. Go ahead.
It sounds like your heart wants to vote for BurgerKing, then. It's not too late.
Don't listen,
okay,
don't listen
you know
to
what?
him, Ben. Don't.
I'm going with Burger King. 3-2 series for Burger King. Change my prediction. I'm going with it. Yeah.
Ben, what are you doing?
I don't care. I am. I want them to win.
Yes.
Your leaderboard standings, man.
I'll be last, but at least I'll sleep at night, like I said. I'll change.
All right.
Sleep at night.
That's fair. Yeah, you've got integrity and morals, and I respect you for that, Ben.
Also, every single season I message Morrow and I tell him, when are you going to return? When are you going to return? And he finally did, so I can't be betraying him at this point.
That's actually true. He probably appreciates that. Like, this guy, it begged me to come back to AWC, and this is how he repays me. So, all right, I appreciate the flip in your prediction. All right, we're getting into game number 1 here. It is arguably the biggest one that we're going to be seeing all day. It is Echo versus Burger King. Game number 1 on the Grand Arena.
Mage Lock.
Okay. You're kind of an expert at this
Warlock.
one.
I was actually talking to Raikou a little bit, and he, a little bit of intel. I think they are pretty confident in the Mage Lock into the Windwalker Mage. It's a bit of a skill matchup. Things can get hard, but the Demo Lock, of course, with the Axe Toss, a lot of peels for every time that Blizzo is trying to do a setup. Plus the Howl of Terror is going to be massive. Lands onto Lonta right now, but Raikou is the one under fire because of the combustion. Raikou, notably, is playing Frost Mage in this matchup. Instantly cancels the Ray, gets pre-cog, but we'll see what they can do.
You know what? I kind of feel like this is a matchup that Maro would be really good into. Like, being able to play Fire Mage in a matchup like this, like, they just have really good timing. Like, in the past, something like Windwalker Fire Mage would be good into Mage Lock. I will say, Windwalker Monks, they're relatively squishy right now. They're a bit of a glass cannon specialization, so I think the name of the game here is just going to be control Maro with polymorphs and fear and just drag Blizzo and try to kill him. But Blizzo, if he connects, you know, some big rising sun kicks on Raikou, he can get taken down quite fast.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a little bit of a longer game, though. Blizzard right now might have to use his Karma. Gets put into a coil, does have his Trinket, but is able to pre-Karma that. So nice play from Blizzo, reading the situation correctly. This might end up becoming a mana game because, you know, Blizzard's already used both Zenith's charges, hasn't really forced anything from Raikou. No Life Cocoons coming out yet. Looks like, you know, offensively, it's going to be hard for them to develop anything with this demo lock trying to peel Blizzard the whole time.
Yeah, ooh, Ray of Frost channeling here onto Blizzo. He gets feared up at the same time. Mercy doing a good job peeling here. If you look at mana, JT's actually a little bit behind right now, but not too far behind, so it's relatively even. Maro getting counterspelled right now, but the good thing about the Fire Mage is your combustion, you don't have to cast any spells, so later on in dampening, that damage is really sticky, and it's really hard to avoid. So if we do go deep into damp, combustion is going to be a real threat here for the side of Burger King.
Absolutely, and the fact that it's a 1 minute cooldown in this expansion compared to 2 minutes with the cooldown reduction from previous expansions means that, you know, Maro, he's going to be able to pull the trigger quite often. But Blizzard right now put into the full leg sweep, chooses to sit, gets a Life Cocoon from Lontar. That is Lontar's Trinket though, and Blizzard is getting feared up by Mercy. Nice plays by him, knows exactly what to do, pressuring Maro and just rotating his fear DRs expertly every single time to give Raikou that space to find the Glacials, the Ray of Frosts. And Blizzard right now, he has his Karma coming back in 15 seconds. He's going to be okay, but he's the main target for Echo.
I think I like them going after Mercy a little bit more. Like, it is really difficult to chase down a Frost Mage. I think they realize we're not getting any ice blocks. Maybe we need to make some adaptations. Raikou, his positioning is great. So all he's trying to do is just cross the map, run through the middle. It's basically like it's almost like a tower defense game where Mercy is, you know, a photon cannon, just throwing out fears and damage, and Raikou just wants to bait Blizzo in that line of sight. But finally, a little bit of pressure here. Song of Chi-Ji, Raikou's getting low. Beautiful setup here from Burger King, and they might net that first ice block. Raikou will greet it. Nice Dragon's Breath.
Life Cocoon.
Life Cocoon, and that's a totally fair trade by Echo.
Yeah, I wonder if Raikou is the right target. You know, you mentioned earlier that Mercy, you kind of liked when BORGIR King was attacking him. You know, the Demo Warlock is kind of tanky with the Soul Link, but he's not able to kite as much as the Frost Mage is able to. Blizzo has the Karma though. Nice coil into Howl from Mercy onto Lontar. Lontar does have his Trinket available, does have Life Cocoon, but Blizzo has to hide right now. But that's okay because Maro's Combustion coming up in 5 seconds. I think if BORGIR King do these, you know, hit and run tactics, I think that they can force some cooldowns, especially as dampening starts to ramp up, and maybe they can secure a kill that way.
Yeah, and the Rising Sun Kicks onto Raikou, they can be very lethal. So Raikou might look healthy, but at any moment could just absolutely explode. Beautiful Song of Chi-Ji there. Leg sweep as well onto JT. Good crowd control. Combustion ripped out here from Maro, but he's getting spam polymorphed. Pyroblast after Pyroblast. This could easily be an ice block. Raikou has been greedy in the past. Blizzo getting low, but that will be a Life Cocoon, which should be enough to survive. And that's the thing for Burger King. They can play defensive if they need to. If they have no defensive cooldowns, no Karma, no Fortifying Brew, I actually want to see them just run and hide. Maro will just go into the ice block, not even wait for the Cauterize, just making the fair trade as they continue this push onto Raikou.
Yeah, but this is looking really good for Echo, right? They forced the Karma, they forced the block from Maro, and Dampening hasn't even really started to ramp up that high just yet. Raikou still has both blocks available to him. Gets a Life Cocoon from JT right now, is going to be okay, but BORGIR King has to retreat. Combustion in 15 seconds, and something that is so hard for them to develop pressure on Echo is because I think Mercy is playing that Grimoire Imp talent, which means that he can dispel his healer out of CC. And Blizzard right now, under a lot of fire, Lontar put into the fear, chooses to sit for now, doesn't really have anything to save Blizzard. He does have Karma available, rotating backwards now, but BORGIR King, man, they just can't get anything going.
Yeah, it's really difficult, but that's the thing about this particular matchup. Echo's going to have full control until Dampening gets a little bit higher, and then there could be a bit of a panic situation. As Dampening does ramp up, I think nice Mercy does become a better target as well. Yeah, nice Halotera there by Mercy, and I think this is actually the first Warlock we're seeing on broadcast. Mercy using, you know, the double Gateway charge there. That's some of the new tech that Warlocks have this expansion, is you can actually use Gateway twice, making them kind of extra slippery in situations like this. Maro getting low as they're putting their attention onto him. Lontar's going to trade out the Life Cocoon, but I really like the fact that Echo is just putting their damage on Maro now, forcing him defensive and forcing Lontar to not get maximum value out of that Life Cocoon.
And that's the strength of Mage Lock, right? Every time you force a cooldown from some guy, sheep poly them and switch onto another DPS and just make it a 3v2, 3v1 situation the whole time, abusing the fact that you do have spammable Fear, spammable Polymorph, rotating their DRs as well as they can. Mara put into the coil right now. He is a good target, doesn't have the Ice Block available since Blizzard does have Karma, and the Tyrant's going to come out as Lontar gets put into the Fear.
Yeah, beautifully done. Blizzo, oh, I'm just so afraid for him right now. He does portal away. He holds onto the Karma, though, which I do like. Lontar still maintaining his mana. And it looks like Maro's getting low at the same time. Raikou getting hit. This is the combustion here for Maro. It's just a race in the middle of the map. And it looks like Life Cocoon will trade onto Raikou, who still has not had to use one Ice Block in this game. It looks like Cauterize might proc here for Maro, but somehow, some way, he does manage to survive. At the same time, Mercy getting absolutely owned by Blizzo. And this is a very back-and-forth game. I think it's far from over, even though they haven't had much pressure on Raikou here. JT's mana is not looking good. Burger King is still in this.
Yeah, Blizzard does trade out the Karma now, overlapped with Life Cocoon, so pretty big mistake for BORGIR King. Maro doesn't have, actually does have the Ice Block rotating back, so they should be okay for now. Procs the court, instantly goes into the block. BORGIR King doesn't have any defensive cooldowns left. Lontar, 30% mana, slightly behind JT, but this Mage Lock in the open right now, I feel like Mercy has to be the target as dampening ramps up. Raikou with the Ice Block immunity, it's just going to be too hard to force that and then, you know, stall it out.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of cooldowns you have to get through here.
Mercy!
But Mercy almost getting completely one-shot by Maro and Blizzo, and they have overwhelming pressure right now. The combustion is really just ripping in. JT taking pressure. At the same time, Blizzo is caught in the middle of the map. Raikou just destroying him on that Frost Mage. Mercy is low. He still has the Unending Resolve, but there is no Life Cocoon left. He might have to trade it. Blizzo is all over him. A Windwalker Monk is incredibly scary to be on top of you, and beautiful Fears and Sheeps coming in, trying to slow down the damage, but I am a bit afraid for Mercy here.
Yeah, the next time they are able to connect with him, 27 seconds for Maro's combustion. BORGIR King, of course, realizing that Blizzo has his Karma in 15. He needs to play safe right now because Life Cocoon isn't available for Lontar just yet. Runs out, tanks a bit of damage. Feel like that was a bit of a mistake. But the next time that Maro has combustion in 15 seconds, Mercy can be in trouble. He does have the Unending Resolve to answer it, though. But, you know, at this point in dampening, 41%, they can honestly just cut through it.
Yeah, there's the Life Cocoon. Here they go. The final potential push here. Dampening is ramping up, and that's exactly what the Mage Lock wants. Yeah, Mercy knows exactly what's going on right now, realizing he can get all in, and Blizzo's just getting feared up across the map, really struggling to connect. Maro creating all of this pressure by himself with the combustion. Mercy's going to pour it in line of sight. Maro was there. Mercy gates away once again, and this mobility from the Warlock is substantial. Mercy drops a new portal, which you love to see. I kind of want to see Blizzo match that portal so he can stay on target. Mercy just getting one shot. They're going to shredding through the Life Cocoon, and he might just die through Unending Resolve, through Life Cocoon. Maro does not have an Ice Block. He doesn't have Cauterize. He's in a lot of trouble. Maro falls. Lontar goes out of mana. A great final push there by BORGIR King, but Echo, I mean, they had a lot of control of this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is... When you play Mage Lock into melee Mage, right? If you're able to force cooldowns early before dampening starts ramping up, you can kind of feel that it's a good matchup. And you saw in this Naga and Arena game, Echo was forcing Karma. Echo was forced to block on Maro very, very early on. And why that's significant is because when dampening does ramp up, BORGIR King have already used some cooldowns, right? They've used the blocks, they've used the Karma. When they do have to go out to commit with the combustion, with the Zenith pops, they're vulnerable as well. And it makes it really hard for them to do that final all-in. You saw, in dampening when Blizzo charged across the map at Mercy, it was just so easy for them to turn it around. Mercy does a beautiful Howl onto Blizzo, beautiful Sheep onto Lontar to cover that Dispel, and they immediately counter pressure Maro, who's trying to combustion on Mercy and just make it unplayable for him. This was excellent play from Echo. I think this comp is great answer, great first blind pick by them. I think the Imp is coming in clutch for Echo as well to protect JT from any CCs from landing.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to counterspell, I guess, either. This is looking like a nightmare, honestly. Like, Windwalker Monks do shred Warlocks and Mages if they can stay on target, but man, fighting Raikou and Mercy, just getting spam feared, poly'd, like, when you try to run back into the fight, you're getting Ice Nova'd, you're getting Pet Nova'd, like, just every little CC is on you as Blizzo. Kind of a nightmare matchup, but I do wonder, like, is this something Echo can reliably play into, like, an Elemental Shaman? Because I feel like historically, Elemental Shamans have been exceptionally good into Mage Lock. Like, is there any possibility you could see, like, a Thundercleave into what Echo
I
is
don't
running?
think we'd see. I don't think we'd see Warrior. I do think Warrior is quite decent. But if anything, it might be the Windwalker Ellie. Historically, like you said, there has been a good matchup into Mage Lock. But the question is, man, can the Ellie Shaman, can the Windwalker survive the Mage Lock? The issue is, Frost Mage does so much damage with every single ray of Frost, right? It does what, 200k damage, plus it gives you the Fingers of Frost for instant Ice Lances afterwards. In the past, Frost Mage has to sit there and cast Frostbolt. With how it's designed in Midnight, that's not really the case anymore. If Raiku's able to actually put out pressure against the Elemental Shaman, I don't know if it's going to be as good as it used to be.
Yeah. I wonder, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe like a Wizard showdown. Like maybe Burger King plays the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman. Then you don't have that melee that you can kind of exploit. Because I swear Windwalker Monk into this matchup is actually such a nightmare. Especially with JT playing Ring of Peace. There's so much crowd control that they have available. And I think the fact that they locked in Tolvaron Arena makes me feel like they're not going to be playing Windwalker. It's like an obvious tell here for Burger King.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not too convinced because there is that lack of Mortal Strike, which of course is that healing reduction effect that the Demolock brings. Ellie Shaman doesn't have that. That is going to make it a lot harder to generate offensive pressure, but I don't know. I think that it's going to... RMP comes in, actually, instead of the Mage Lock. So obviously Echo is afraid of something from BORGIR King. I wonder what that might be. But what do you think of the matchup between RMP and Windwalker Mage Ven?
I ask Waz about this often. And Waz always tells me...
I already know what he's going to say.
Yeah, Waz always tells me that the matchup between Windwalker, Monk, and Rogue is really, really close. And... but Waz is always playing, like, Waz is always telling me how good Windwalkers are, but I only ever see him play Rogue in the tournament, so I don't know. I haven't seen Outlaw versus Windwalker Monk very much. Outlaw Rogue really impressed me when I saw it, on both Friday and Saturday, but Windwalker Monks are still Windwalker Monks, and Blizzo's obviously really good at it, so this is going to give us a lot of data, right? Well, like, what do you think?
I mean... before this tournament, I was thinking it was Sub-Rogue and Windwalker Monk being the meta melee. Of course, with the Outlaw 4% buff that came through last reset, I feel like Outlaw was kind of flying under the radar because, the buff was good, but it looks insane when I was watching Trill play it.
I think it got
4%
in PvE and I think 11% in PvP. So it's like almost a 15% buff, I think.
Yeah.
And the thing is, here's the thing about Outlaw too is, I really think just nobody was even playing it. I think nobody had even tried it. Nobody even played it. We mentioned it. Like, Subtlety was so good, and everyone's building their character for, Subtlety Rogue with Mastery, that no one had been able to try, like, a full-on versatility, a little bit of haste, because it's completely different secondary stats. For Outlaw Rogue, Mastery is really bad. It's, like, a terrible stat. Yeah. So, being on the tournament realm and being able to play like this, like, the damage is sky high, and I mentioned it works especially well, I think, with a Mistweaver Monk because you get the Mystic Touch buff, and then, of course, the Zen Spheres, which everyone's going to benefit from that, but it does so much physical damage that physical damage buff Mistweavers bring is really important. Yeah.
Tricks of the Trade as well for Raikou on every combustion. 30-second cooldowns, so every second Tricks is going to buff the combustion by 15%. Synergizes really well if you're able to get any cover CC onto Lontar and connect onto Blizzo or Maro. And even, the Mistweaver, I've seen Mistweaver Monks die this season. Typically, the healer is not really the kill target. It's usually quite hard to kill the healer. But this season, with how fast-paced everything is, we'll see what they can do. Echo opens on tomorrow.
Oh, he's a gnome. The main enemy of the Outlaw Rogue is the Roots. So he's actually going to go gnome, which you love to see. Blizzo and Waz is going to be sticking to the enemy mage basically the entire matchup. Raikou taking quite a bit of pressure here in the early stages. At the same time, Maro getting bursted down. And Waz is just so incredibly good at that Outlaw Rogue. I think Maro is going to be under a lot of pressure this game.
Absolutely. Lontar choosing to trade out his Life Cocoon for the combustion, just scripting it. I kind of like that. JT, though, choosing to hold instead. We'll see if that bites him in the backside next time combustion rolls around, or if they're able to force the Life Cocoon off script. Maro right now, though, being chased by Waz, gets CS on the polymorph cast. Raikou, though, takes a lot of damage, uses the barrier. Should be okay for now, but Maro needs to do something here. Raikou, oh my god, the Life Cocoon comes through, and that's the problem. Combustion in 20 seconds for Maro. Let's see what they can do. Can they get some CC on JT and connect onto Raikou there?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and
Maro?
see. It feels like, I mean, Waz is doing more damage than Blizzo, but Blizzo has that one-shot factor where Raiku's health just explodes out of nowhere. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a more of a slow burn. Waz gets caught into a leg sweep. This is not the combustion. It's the combustion for Raikou. Maro opting to hold on to it for the time being. Still has a lot of damage available. They are going to get the life cocoon out of the way. Raikou just getting one shot here by Blizzo, taking huge hits of damage. This is also the combustion here from Maro, trying to connect damage. Raikou blinking away. Maro in hot pursuit, just does not care, blinking on top of Raikou, trying to get his damage sky high at this moment, but might
Maro,
actually proc the Cauterize. Massive Invis comes in, and Greater Invis to just drop his target frame. Maybe that's enough to hold on to the Ice Block, but his health is still just rotting down lower and lower.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic job by Echo to survive that. Raikou doing some excellent kiting. Ultra time comes through from Maro here. I think he's going to be okay, but Raiku's combustion rolling back in 8 seconds. Kidney shot onto Lontar now. Let's see who can follow that up. Lontar porting away should be okay. Waz in hot pursuit. Gets leg swept full. Song of Chi-Chi comes through. Lands onto JT, but Maro is the one under fire. Lontar doesn't have Cocoon ready just yet. Cauterize might get popped here. Does pop, instantly ice blocked. And Echo right now going to the leg sweep, but BORGIR King don't really have anything going for them. Sheep breaks, Cocoon lands onto Raikou, and Echo perfectly answered this offensive push.
Yeah, Maro blinks away. Blizzo now in trouble. He is just caught with Raikou and JT. Trades out the Karma. Now Blizzo could actually be a little bit of a vulnerable target here. He's got no Fort Brew. He's got no Karma. I actually love that Raikou did that too. Just tab target onto the melee DPS. Waz just going to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Both melee kind of struggling to stay on their opposing fire mages, but I would say Echo's in a much better position with Maro having no Ice Block, no Cauterize. Raikou basically still has everything. This is a beautiful push here by Echo. They're looking to go up 2-0 against BORGIR King. Maro blinks away in desperation, finally there with his healer, but his health is just really struggling to survive. Raikou almost has combustion as well, rotating up here in just a few short seconds, Jen.
Waz really wants to force the Life Cocoon right now from Lontar. If he can get that, if he can force it, he has to use it. Surely Lontar, big Shaylins comes through, I think, but he has the Life Cocoon. Gets put into an incap right now, doesn't have the trinket. He needs to be so careful right now. Full kidney lands. Maro, is he going to go down? Oh my god. BORGIR King just not able to get that Life Cocoon off. Waz coming through the 6cc.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely insane. Echo showing domination. And I like the fact, I do wonder if they were afraid of anything, or if Echo had just wanted to keep BORGIR King on their toes, like just showcasing, like, hey, we can beat you with anything. We could play Mage Lock. Or if Echo had just wanted to keep BORGIR King on their toes, like just showcasing, like, hey, we can beat you with anything. We could play Mage Lock. We could play the Rogue Mage. You don't really have an answer for either. Or if BORGIR King does have something that would be good into the Rogue Mage, or sorry, the Mage Lock, we'll have to see how the rest of these games go. I feel like I don't like the fact that BORGIR King picked a large map. Like, that's semi-confusing to me.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is a melee mage mirror, and Waz is going to have full uptime on Maro. But Maro really struggled to attack Raikou this game, and you saw with 2 of those combustions, one of them Raikou just kited away around this big pillar here, and then the second combustion, Raikou blinked away to that big pillar and just hid behind on Maro's combust. He's not able to get anything going offensively, and the whole time Waz is just sticking to him like a mosquito, making it so hard for him to play.
So annoying.
And the beauty of this Mistweaver monk from JT, right? At the end of this, he came in with an incap onto Lontar. Look at this. And then Waz, after, trinkets the sweep into a full kidney. And what can Maro do here? Lontar has the Life Cocoon, but he just can't get it off. The instant incap, the sweeps, the Song of Chi-G's, all that comes together to really complement this Rogue Mage setup, right? And on top of that, you have good damage as a Mistweaver Monk to contribute as well. It's just such a complete healer that complements Rogue Mage.
You know, one thing that's a little bit interesting to me about these games is the Mistweaver talent picks. Like, on the one hand, you have Lontar playing Song of Chi-Chi, and for JT, he's actually playing the Ring of Peace. And Ring of Peace seems very effective into these melee. I mean, of course, Song of Chi-Chi is really nice because you can set up crowd control, but being able to just drop the Ring of Peace and completely avoid Blizzo on that Windwalker Monk seems really beneficial for Raikou when they get into like these kind of 2 versus 1 situations, right? Where Blizzo's chasing down Raikou's kiting to JT, then JT can kind of just back him up with the Ring of Peace and they can attack him, and there's not too much Blizzo can do. So I wonder if we do see Lontar mix it up and bring in that talent choice as well, because I do feel like right now the Ring of Peace is a little bit slept on for a lot of Mistweaver monks, just because of, you know, how nice Song of Chi-Chi is for crowd control, but Ring of Peace is still a very powerful spell.
with the Rogue Mage, it does lose a little bit of value because Dragon's Breath and Blind, of course, does DL the sleep. But I actually am... I'm leaning more towards Sonic GG. I just like it as like a playmaking ability. You know, you solo go for CC and just, you know, solo take the healer yourself if you're JT, right? Let your Rogue Mage do the setup on the DPS instead. But I mean, this was a complete stomp in my opinion. BORGIR King couldn't get anything going, right? It was like the combustion, the Zenith came through from Blizzard, from Maro, but Raikou just blinked away. He just played so safe. He wasn't really under any trouble the whole game.
I feel like as a mage, I would much rather fight a Windwalker monk than I would fight an outlaw rogue. Like a good outlaw rogue like Waz is probably one of the most obnoxious things you can fight. Like he's vanishing your roots, he's escape artisting your roots. Like the amount of mobility they have, and not only that, if they get good procs with Between the Eyes or they have pistol shot procs, they actually do range damage too. So even if you are kiting, he's still just kind of running, gunning you down. Becomes really difficult. So I do feel for Maro in this game because, yeah, I think this is a little bit difficult. One thing I do like that Maro is running is the improved spell steal. I haven't seen a lot of mages run it, but I feel like if you're playing Fire or you're playing Frost, it's a really cool talent that was added this expansion where when you use spell steal, it puts up a debuff that will spell steal a second time after 4 seconds. Puts your spell steal on a little bit of a cooldown, but it makes it really nice to just kind of use spell steal rotationally to just remove things like renewing miss and enveloping miss. And I think it's something we are going to see more mages use because it is really strong.
Yeah. A lot of different options that you can take, and one thing that I love about new expansion Ven is all the redesigns, you know, of specs, of classes, and seeing how the players adapt to them, figuring out what is in the meta, what is good, and what's, you know, sort of a bait, right?
Yep. It's one of my favorites, and that's the thing. If you guys want to check out all the gearing of these players, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. You can see what talents they're running, what their gear looks like, because they have access to literally every single item. Well, I think almost every single item in the game, all the raid gear, all the PvP gear. They can craft items. So this is like what these players have come up with as the absolute best. And one of the trends I'm noticing is everyone's just going versatility. Like on the live servers, I feel like players are a little bit more, they're more open to having more damaged, you know, secondary stats, like a little bit more haste, a little bit more mastery, but on the tournament realm, everyone just wants to live. And versatility is actually surprisingly good damage stat too, so it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it's the Swapsy EU tech. Yeah, tournaments, you always go for the high verse, you always go for resilience. Back in the days is what it was called. You want to be a brick wall because when you're in tournament play, things get dicey, you start to panic. You want to make sure that you're not under pressure. And of course, the more versatility you're stacking, the more damage reduction you do have, and you're able to play a slower game and panic less. And of course, to complement that, they've chosen to go with this Voidstone Barrier embellishment as an extra defensive cooldown. What do you think of that?
Do damage, don't die.
I'm starting.
You know?
Yeah.
That's the key. Having that extra shield is nice. Your healer gets crowd control. It's just another thing that you can rotate through. Very powerful. I think, is that a raid embellishment? Because I don't even know how you get that on the live servers. I'm going to have to look into that, of course. But it looks like Waz will have an early start here onto Maro, who just immediately blinks behind the pillar. But immediately Waz is just all on top of him.
There's a commas.
Catches him in a beautiful Ring of Frost. Unfortunately, he's not going to get dispelled, so he's going to sit out. Maro's going to be able to attack here onto Raikou. Beautiful setup there by BORGIR King, but what does it net? Just an alter time from Raikou. They need a little bit more damage. They could force a cauterize or block. That would be massive.
Yep, neither team really getting anything with the combustion. Raikou though, oh my god. Procs the court. Life Cocoon comes through from
That's
JT.
what we wanted,
lining a little bit too much. The classic Raikou, but a little bit of a defensive blunder, but I think they can turn this around. Big setup onto Maro now with the blind onto Lonta, who does have the Trinket and Cocoon ready. Voidstone Barrier is committed and Life Cocoon is used as well. But the issue is combustion in 12 seconds. The next time he comes off the yard, they're going to do a setup. But Raikou right now being popped on by Blizzard. The Zenith is used and Maro's combustion's coming up in 15. Raikou actually goes into the block.
Yeah, I mean, this is a way better situation for BORGIR King here. They've already gotten cauterized. They've already gotten ice block. And the thing is, when you're fighting a Windwalker monk, having that cauterize in the back of your mind allows you to play so greedy. But now Raikou really has to question if he can actually survive because a Windwalker Monk can do 50% of your health in just one global, you know? So if he's
sheep.
not careful, it's going to be deadly. Full sheep here onto Lone Star. This is an opportunity to strike back, and they do get the ice block. Nicely done there by the side of Echo. This is a really back and forth game. JT's under half mana, and this game's been less than 2 minutes.
Yep, JT getting put into the in-cap right now. Cheap shot onto Lonta, see if they can follow that up with anything. Maro in a lot of trouble, doesn't have the ice block available to him. Uses his combustion, but really not able to do too much with it. Uses half of it onto Waz, who does have the Cloak of Shadows available. Lonta put into the sheep, doesn't have Trinket ready either. And Blizzard does have his combo rotating back. And I love this Life Cocoon from JT onto Raiki. Just matching the combustion, scripting it, making it easy. But Maro under a lot of trouble. Waz sticking to him like glue.
Yeah, I mean, it's so annoying. Both these melee doing an excellent job shutting down the enemy mage. Maro's health is low. Lone Star just trades the Life Cocoon on the kidney shot. Something you do like to see. Raikou, of course, keep in mind, no Cauterize, no Ice Block, and no Trinket.
Zenith.
He's all over him right now with the Zenith. Blizzo gets cheap shot. Beautiful peels there by Waz. He's trying to keep his team alive. JT throwing in some rushing wind kicks here on Amaro, helping out on the damage. Raikou's still low on health. It's a race between these two mages, and I'm a little bit afraid for Raikou. Waz doing what he can to help peel, getting a gouge on Blizzo. He's been doing an excellent job helping out Raikou. Big damage here from Maro. The leg sweep comes in. They're making a swap potentially onto Blizzo. And this doesn't look like he has Trinket. He's just going to trade out the Karma and make a push here onto Raikou. Might just close it out.
No Cocoon! No Cocoon!
No Cocoon. He gets dropped. Nice push there by Burger King. They do manage to win with the Windwalker Fire Mage, putting a point on the board.
I mean, this was an absolute brutal game. Good punish from BORGIR King, but I cannot help but feel like Raikou made such a bad decision early in the game. I think he line of sighted JT, who was playing in mid. He was trying to hide behind that pillar on Maro's combustion, not peeking, and then ending up getting his court procced early, which means that, you know, if you go to 15% health, you get Touch of Death by Blizzard, right? You have to play so safe, like you were saying. It just makes it so sketchy for you. And so, good punish from BORGIR King. I like their setups. Blizzo able to connect onto Raikou with the Zenith and do so much damage, and the combustion from Mara in the end as well.
Yeah, really good final push. Unfortunately, JT just really didn't have much left. Blizzo was able to get there, get the Touch of Death, and secure the win. But I do feel like it came down to that early overlap. Like you said, it's just a little bit of positional error, which is kind of the opposite of what we saw in the last game. I feel like Raikou and JT, they had a positional masterclass on Tol'Vir, but for this one, just getting caught in different directions behind the pillar was a bit unfortunate, but Burger King was able to capitalize on that. And now the question is, like, where do we go from here? Like, what do you think Echo's going to do on their map in comp pick?
Crucible. Enigma Crucible. Windwalker Mage gets locked in from BORGIR King into the instant Mage lock. Big map.
What do you think they're afraid of, though? Like, why isn't Echo just always playing Mage lock?
I don't know. I don't know, but game 2 was kind of a stump, right? So maybe they thought, you know, we'll just do this again. We'll play the Rogue Mage again into the Windwalker Mage. It was good. We played well, and it really was a stomp. This game 3, offensively, it's so bloody. This Fire Mage combustion is so brutal to deal with. The Outlaw damage is so brutal, and so is the Windwalker Monk Zenith pop. I think Mage Lock is just a safer pick if you can get the matchup, but I don't know what BORGIR King have up their sleeves to answer that.
Me neither. I want to know. I really want to know.
I wonder if it's just the Windwalker Ellie. I wonder if they've played that and
Empyrean
it's just
Domain.
too hard to...
The Chan Prophecy.
Empyrean Domain, okay. Yep. The
Yeah.
Toothpick Pillars,
Yeah.
the Mage Lock.
I love that. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Something that I think is really good about Mage Lock is that, you know, Mistweaver is in the meta right now, and Mistweaver does have to come in, go for those sweeps, those in-caps, as well as those kicks. And what that means is that he's also exposed to Poly, to Howl of Terror from Mercy and Raikou, and that makes it so much harder and more like scary for Blizzard to play the game. He's the Windwalker Monk, he's trying to chase in the entire game, but then his healer's getting CC'd as well, not able to back him up. So Mage Lock in this specific matchup, there it is. There it is. All right, we'll see how Blizzard can handle this one.
There was moments, though, like, even on the Grand Arena, even though Echo won that, there was moments where it's like, Burger King can randomly win here, right? Like, Mercy can die. Like, I don't think this is a completely one-sided matchup. Burger King, super explosive with the Windwalker as well as the Fire Mage. So as long as Blizzo... I think for Blizzo, it's going to be a lot about having insane port positioning, like, being able to make sure you're... like trading maybe your portal before your karma sometimes. I just feel like defensively he's gonna have to play really remarkably if he wants to end up winning this matchup. See Waz's outlaw rogue, he's gonna be tagged out for this one, but yeah, playing quite a bit of defense here. And yeah, I feel like outlaw is just one of those things recently getting popularity here this weekend, and I do think it's something we'll see a lot more of.
Yeah, Waz, of course, got the sick mog, the double wall glaze of Azzinoth with tier 3. It's a classic with the cursed vision from TVC.
Yeah.
Looking fly as he sticks to Maro, but...
Waz told me his inspiration for that gnome was PS Hero, so shout out to PS Hero.
Ah, the brick wall.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he said. So... All right, here we go. Echo versus Burger King. Burger King puts a point on the board, but this is definitely going to be a difficult one for them. The smallest maps in the pool, one of the largest maps as well. So the pillars are incredibly difficult to navigate here. They're basically a perfect size for Raikou to drop a Blizzard and a Frozen Orb, and there's really nowhere you can line of sight. It's really, really difficult, so Burger King's going to have to pick their moment to push. They're going to try to have to free Blizzo from crowd control, and I think Maro's going to have to do a really good job backing him up.
Yeah, and I like that Mercy's playing that long gate talent. Makes it a shorter cooldown as well. Starts off with the Tyrant behind the pillar, just taking advantage. And Blizzard right now put into leg sweep, has the Trinket and Karma immediately, and Maro is the one who's under fire immediately next. Lontar instantly topping them up. Zenith popped by Blizzard onto Raikou, but not really able to get too much going with the Ring of Peace. Life Cocoon has to come through as well. Echo getting so much done on Blizzard early in this game.
Yeah, they basically got every cooldown just in the opener there. That was one charge of Ray of Frost. Raikou's still on the run. Looks like they will be focusing him, but Raikou defensively is always so solid. He has really good positioning, the way he kites, especially just kiting the enemies through Mercy. It becomes really, really difficult, but big combustion onto Raikou. Maro's just trying to go for a solo mission, trying to create some pressure for his team, a little bit of chaos as Blizzo is just really struggling to connect. But the thing is that Windwalker Monk, they don't need much uptime. If they can connect with a full Zenith, they can drop you really fast.
Yeah, Full Fear lands onto Lontar. Blizzard doesn't have the Karma available, trades out his wall, should be okay. Lontar has revival for him, but 30 seconds left on Life Cocoon. Raikou gets the Life Cocoon himself. 30 seconds on Maro's combustion, so there is a little bit of a window right here, but Lontar put into the full poly, and Blizzard, you have to run. You don't have Karma for 25 seconds. He realizes that, instantly ducks behind the pillar. Lontar is able to top him up and save Maro as well.
Yep, Blizzo on target, getting feared up once again, dispelled into a refear. Raikou shattering him with a big glacial spike, sitting on top of the gateway, will just gate across the entire map, and I do not envy Blizzo in this situation on the Monk. He's just caught in the middle of the map, forced to portal away. We'll use the Transcendence, gets a Paralyze here onto Mercy, and I want to see him actually maybe do some damage to Mercy. No, he's just going to go for the Song of Chi-Ji. I think he gets interrupted there, not able to find it. In the meantime, Maro, once again, just trying to solo Raikou. He doesn't even care if Blizzo's there. He's just going to maximize his damage, try to burn through some of the mana that JT has, and try to create some pressure.
Yeah, Maro actually pops the combustion onto Raikou there, and Mercy the target by Blizzard, so they're kind of doing a split DPS tactic right now, but JT, I think he should be able to catch them back up. Life Cocoon rotating back for him as well, but Mercy had the Health Zone there as well as the Dark Pact. I feel like the Warlock is just the better target here. Just make it hard for him to play the game, make it hard for him to land those fears and disrupt you, right?
Yeah. And especially I think his dampening gets higher and higher, he's going to become a more, like a better target. But I do think Raikou, his positioning has been so good so far in this match. They're not getting the ice blocks. But also, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because if you just completely ignore Raikou and he's getting full Ray of Frost, you just kind of lose. So it's a nightmare situation, I swear, for Burger King. And they're really going to have to find just kind of a one-hit KO moment. Fire Mage Windwalker Monk can definitely do it, but the way I see this matchup is it basically is going to look like Burger King is losing the entire game until they maybe win. Like, at any moment they can win, but it's going to look rough for the whole match.
Big kill lands onto Blizzard there. Doesn't have the Karma available. Life Cocoon in 12 for Lontar. It's so brutal, man. Blizzard hasn't hit his target in 30 seconds. Finally connects to Raikou, just blinks away. Ring of Peace comes down now. Counter Ring of Peace. Oh, that he's in the stun. Has the Trinket. Doesn't have Karma available. Lontar has Cocoon ready. Is he going to use it? He ports away. He's out of line of sight of Lontar. Finally comes through. Is able to peek into line, ports back out onto Raikou, but man, BORGIR King just burning through all the defensives, and now Maro.
Yeah, this is match point as well. Echo looking to send Burger King down to the lower bracket. and prove that they are the most dominant team in the region.
run.
Blizzo's so low on health.
Ray of
Mara's
Frost.
so low on health. Here's the Ray of Frost as they line of sight. Mercy pushes
Big Howl.
in, gets the gate. Howl, beautifully done, into a Ring of Frost. Blizzo,
He
there's
caught
no
Karma.
way he's going to live. That was such a good play by Mercy. I'm sure you'd love to see that, Chan. The offensive gate,
Beautiful.
big Howl, not allowing Burger King to recover, and that was just dominance by Echo.
That was a beautiful setup. Gates in, Howls Lonta, Howls Maro, Axe Toss onto Blizzo. He doesn't have Trinket, does have Karma available, and then follows that up with a Coil, prevents him from using the Karma. And then I like that JT actually comes in at the end as well, because he's the one who actually gets the killing blow onto Blizzo. He comes in and Touch of Death's Blizzo, and he was so close to coming out of that Coil and getting that Karma off.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking rough. I mean, it's the first time we see the Warlock on broadcast this weekend in both regions. I know Echoes has been playing this composition. Actually, I think they played this composition mostly in the open bracket, but this is that final setup, the
Look at
double
this.
Ring of Frost to follow it up.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that was just perfect. Nobody could do anything there. Triple Howl, double Ring of Frost on the off targets, Axe Toss Coil on the main target, domination by Echo, and Mage Lock is looking scary. But there is something.
Love to see it.
Like, do you? I mean, yeah.
I love to see it, man.
What does that mean, Ben?
I mean, hey, to be fair, like when I won BlizzCon, it was with Mage Lock as well. So I'm a big fan of the composition, but it's like it sucks the souls out of your opponent fighting Demo Frost Mage, especially like that. It's a brutal matchup. You're just being snared and feared and polyed and rooted, and especially now, I swear with Warlocks having double gateway as well, it makes it even more difficult to go after the Warlock. Like there's just no good target.
Slippery.
Yep.
I mentioned this earlier, but when you're playing Mage Lock into these comps and you're forcing defensive cooldowns before dampening has started to ramp, and the enemy team has to start hiding, you know it's going to feel good in damp, right? Because it's just going to be so much harder for Lonta to recover Blizzo. Every time he peeks his head, he's going to get attacked by Raikou. It's just going to be so brutal. And look at the damage meter.
Wow.
I think Blizzo
Gosh.
barely played the game. You know, he was chasing after Raikou for legit half the game. Just every time he connects, blink, Ring of Peace comes through from JT. And it's so hard as the Windwalker Monk to actually connect.
Definitely. I'm kind of curious, Chan, I'm going to ask you this since you're kind of known for your Mage Lock era. What is it about the addition of Mistweaver that we're seeing now? Is that kind of a new thing that we're seeing with the Mage Lock composition?
I just think Mistweaver is just such a meta healer right now, right? Like
Right.
it has such a good toolkit. The numbers that it's putting out, the throughput is very, very good. And most importantly, man, you don't have to cast as a Mistweaver. Shaylin's Gift, Rotate Cocoon, Revival, you barely have to cast. So you don't have this risk of getting locked out and giving the enemy team an opening to develop pressure. And on top of that, it has the Incap, has a sweep, the Song of Chi-Ji, or the Ring of Peace to complement the Mage Lock. You saw Raikou being attacked by Blizzo. Blinks away. Blizzo rolls after him, and the Ring of Peace comes through halfway to interrupt the roll and just make it so miserable for the monk to do anything.
Yeah. Oh gosh, and then on the side of Burger King, they played that entire comp, the entire series. I feel like was there something they could even have switched to, or because I feel like we might very well see a rematch of this. And if Burger King were to do that, Shane, in your mind, is there a different comp that they should be running?
I don't know. I think Echo just has the preparation. They've got the Mage Lock. They've got the Rogue Mage. Both comps looked good into the Windwalker Mage. I know they lost the game as Rogue Mage into the Windwalker Mage, but I think that came off a defensive blunder. I don't know what BORGIR King can really run. I would have to say something with the Ellie Shaman. I know Ellie Shaman right now is quite strong, perhaps not to the level of Mage, but historically it has been a sort of counter to the Mage. Of course, in Midnight with how Frost Mage doesn't really need to cast anymore, that story might be a little bit different, but we'll have to see it to really know.
Yeah, we definitely will. But now, like these guys said, BORGIR King moving down into the lower bracket. They're going to have to play either DOBOB or stop NERF Mistweaver, depending on how this next up series goes. So they potentially have a pretty long day ahead of them. But then in your mind, which team do you feel like BORGIR King is more prepared to play against?
It's a good question. I feel like they're probably good into both of them. That's another one I'd like to see. It's like there's so many good mages, but if we could see Tessia versus Maro, that's another one I really want to see, just the battle of the mages. But also there's a part of me that's really rooting for a stop nerf MW. Even though Bank is a Mistweaver, and I think Mistweaver is like the most villainous healer right now because it's so popular, he's been with it. You know, if someone is like a Mistweaver main who's been playing it even when it's terrible, you know, my heart still goes out to them in this situation. I want to see the Dev Evoker, so part of me is like secretly rooting for Stop Nerf Mistweaver here.
Okay. All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got that series coming up next. You definitely want to see this one. It is DOBOB versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is DOBOB versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver, and this is a second series of the day, too. And it's kind of a bit of a 180, Zico, potentially, from what we just saw in that last series.
Yeah, I mean, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, the one team still in Europe without a mage. They've gone through the ringer. They've definitely gone through it. But I think that an interesting thing about Stop Nerf Mistweaver has been the Battle of Feralders, because we've talked about the Battle of Mages in Europe. You know, we just had the Maru versus Raikou showdown, which I'm sure we'll see more of this season. But now we are getting the Flappers showdown versus Cassidy, and we just had the showdown versus Tony. So getting to see how this is going to shape up as well for that top druid spot in Europe. I'm looking. That's where I'm keeping my eyes.
Yeah, we need some sound effects of like two cats when they like get in like a brawl.
We need the DOBOB effect.
Yeah. All right, Chan. Well, what's your take on this series, and then we can move into predictions.
I mean, I want DOBOB to win here. I'm rooting for them because Dezia, I'd like to see him in the top 3. I want to see Dezia, Raikou, and Mara all duke it out for World of Magecraft in the AWC. But I do want to say on Stop Nerf MW, Bank is the only main Mistweaver left in the tournament. He's the best Mistweaver in Europe, in my opinion, by far. The rest of them, they're all re-rolling onto Mistweaver. They're frauds to him, right?
Bandwagoners.
I want to see him. Yeah, I want to see him on that main Mistweaver. I want to see him perform and make some plays as he always does. He's very, very good at it, very comfortable on it. And this is a team that has been together for a very long time, right? With Smite, Cassidy, Hidden Stalker.
Right. All right. Well, given that, Chan, what is your prediction for the series?
3-2 for Stop Nerf MW. I want to see Bank in there. I want to see Desi in there. I don't know who's gonna win, but I like that Bank is on his main. Mistweaver is so in the meta at the moment. I think he can make some magic happen.
All right, Zico, what about you?
I am going in the opposite direction. 3-2 for DOBOB. I think that their Feral Mage looked really, really solid. I loved seeing on Friday what Tessia was able to do on the Frost Mage. Their Rogue Mage looked good too. So I feel like I'm feeling pretty confident in that. We saw some big plays coming out of Nala. So yeah, I think DOBOB's got this one, despite the Mistweaver gap, I guess you could say, with Bank being a Mistweaver, main in sickness and health.
Most definitely. All right, we've got Ven and Super T's predictions, hopefully as well. But I promise I'm not copying you, Zico. I'm also gonna go 3-2 with DOBOB, but at least we got Ven also in favor of Nerf Mistweaver. So you're not all alone, Chan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm voting with my heart a little bit here, but
well, we know Ven does that too.
I'm looking forward to it.
I feel like we need 2 brackets. Ooh, sorry. I feel like we need 2 brackets of predictions. Like we need the brain predictions and then we need the heart predictions. Because I feel like what I want to see doesn't always often align with like what I feel like will happen. Like the last series. Like obviously you want to see the kings of Europe get overthrown every once in a while. But yeah, I'm kind of with you, Chan. I would love to see a Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Would love to see some more variety also towards the end here, but we'll definitely have to see. We're split down the middle. I believe chat prediction was also half. I don't know if we could flip back to that. Oh yeah, wow. Okay, so we've got DOBOB 56% versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver 44%. But all right, Zico, I'm gonna have you try and analyze against your prediction. What do you think it's gonna take on your end for a Stop Nerf Mistweaver to win against DOBOB?
I think it's going to take Smite and Cassidy. I feel like their strength is that Smite and Cassidy, they're playing the Dev Evoker Feral, and I think Smite really is the only one who's playing that Dev Evoker, and he's doing a really good job with it. I feel like most of their wins come from that, so I think if they can lock that in and look confident on that, that is probably their best bet. But at the same time, on the side of DOBOB, I think that they have 2 kind of lines of play. They could go for the Rogue Mage, they could go for the Feral Mage, and I feel like if they get the matchup where Stop Nerf Mistweaver plays the Hunter into the Fire Mage, then I could see it going in their favor. But if we get to see the Dev Evoker going up against the Frost Mage, then I can see it going in DOBOB's favor. That's why I voted 3-2. So I think this is going to be a bit of a mind game here. And it is going to be Smite and Cassidy here on the Dev Feral. And DOBOB leading with their FMP. So I feel like this is good for DOBOB.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen here. Smite on the Evoker, of course, can dispel bleeds every minute with the Cauterizing Flames. But Bank moving in already. Going to go for some CC on Relsa. Can he land the Song of Chi-Chi? Gets instantly Blink CS from Thesia. Thesia, of course, playing Bodyguard. Always knows what to do.
Yeah, Tessia also playing the Dark Iron Dwarf and the regular Blink. So he blinks out of the stun.
Smite.
Big setup onto Smite. He is taking a tremendous amount of damage here. Huge pressure coming out from DOBOB. Bank has to trade out the Trinket, Life Cocoon, Obsidian Scales, Bark Skin, the whole spellbook basically from Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
Not a good start for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, but here it is. The Deep Breath comes through onto Thesia, stuns Relza as well. Thesia under a lot of fire right now. Life Cocoon comes through from Relza, is going to be okay. And the full sheep onto Bank. Let's see what they can do onto Smite here. Gets a resheep, Song of Chi-Chi lands, and Smite left alone. Last Obsidian Scales. Bank has to use his Will of Forsaken to get out of that. Still has a revival available, but this is so brutal. It's been 1 minute and they almost have no defensives left.
That was a really nice push. Tessia sniped the Polymorph and then a Dragon's Breath ring on Cassidy. Basically solo CCing the whole team, and then Relza following it up with the double Song of GG. But here comes Bank. Can he get it? Looks like he is going to be able to land that Song of GG on Relza there. But Tessia blinks away from the leg sweep. Just playing defensively here. Smite now could be in trouble. The Frozen Orb is down. Cassidy stunning up Flappers here in our Cat versus Cat showdown. Cassidy soaks up the counterspell. Tessia going for the Dragon's Breath into a Ring of Frost right there. Huge damage onto Smite. They got nothing. Song of GG onto Bank. Can they take Smite down? Time stop. Beautiful interrupt there on the Cyclone from Flappers. They have no more crowd control onto Bank. That was an excellent time stop there by Smite, and then he canceled it at the last second to interrupt the Cyclone. A worse Dev Evoker would have already been dead just there, but now they're trying to turn the pressure back onto Tessia. Gets caught up in a full stun. Tessia blinking away with the Alter Time and manages to get that Life Cocoon, so they do stabilize.
Nice counterplay from Smite there. Gets Sleepwalks onto Relza, but he's under fire right now. Does have the Trinket available, does have 1 Obsidian Scales left to him. Gets the Life Cocoon from Bank. Revival is available. Trinket is rotated back up for Bank. Couldn't use it earlier because he was in that Will of the Forsaken. Leg sweep onto Relza, but this, yeah, he still has block and he's completely fine.
Yeah, I like that mass invis there on Relza as well, stopping that CC chain. Now Dragon's Breath onto Cassidy into a Cyclone, but not able to find any Polymorphs just yet. Bank's doing a good job with his positioning, but meanwhile Tessia is taking a lot of damage here. The Dragon Rage has been popped for Smite. He's got the Deep Breath rotating back up as well. Time stop for Smite, and he potentially a Deep Breath coming out from that one. Let's see if he goes for it. No, he gets caught up with the leg sweep. Big setup here coming out once again. Nice roar to interrupt Tessia there on his Dragon's Breath, or on his Ray of Frost, sorry. And it looks like they will stabilize on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver once again, but there's a full sheep. Here comes the Deep Breath. Tessia also blinking away from that one, not able to find the resheep. And both teams doing a really good job kind of interrupting each other's offensive goals. But look at Smite! He's just dying right now. Huge damage onto Smite. What are they going to do here? One counterspell onto Bank, and Smite almost goes down. Cassidy also feeling the pressure there from DOBOB.
Absolutely brutal damage, but Flappers has Incon coming up in 10 seconds. No Life Cocoon available. If Bank can get put into a CC here, the only thing he has left to save Smite is Revival, right? Smite, though, of course, always realizes this. Beautiful time stop from him earlier. I'm sure he'll be ready for it again the next time Bank gets put into a full sleep. Here it is. Incap into sleep. Can Smite get it off? Time stop? Is he able to do it? Obsidian Scales comes through, is going to be okay, saves the time stop for another day. Leg sweep onto Bank now, and Desi is the one who's actually getting turned on. But Smite, you don't have any walls left.
Yeah, Smite no Trinket as well, so the next time they are in trouble, it might be Bank's turn to try to save the day. But nice damage coming out here onto Tessia, paralyzed there onto Relza. They get the Deep Breath as well, full sheep onto Bank though, and here's the Ring of Frost. Look at that setup from Tessia. No, Cassidy walks out of it in that Dragon's Breath. Very unfortunate pathing there. When you Dragon's Breath someone, they wander around like aimlessly, and he walks like slightly out of that ring, so Tessia doesn't manage to find it, but here comes the stun. Here's the Ray of Frost. Huge damage. Bank, though, saving the day, blocking the kill with the Life Cocoon. Now Tessia once again in trouble as well. Catches a huge heal there from Relza, but here comes the Sleepwalk.
Dragon Rage.
And they find it. Big damage coming out there, and Relza is trading out his Celestial Conduit and his Will of the Forsaken. Both teams feeling the pressure at 20% dampening.
Dezia has to go into the ice block. He's too scared. Bank doing so much work to catch Cassidy and Smite back up, but neither Monk has Life Cocoon available right now. So the next time a CC lands is going to be very brutal. Bank gets put into the in-cap, into the full sleep, and Smite right now, he might just go down. He has a time stop coming out of this. Can he make it? No, rescue time stop!
Oh!
He's able to get it off. Goes for the rescue play instead, and so close for Smite to make it there. But I don't know if Bank could have saved him out of that.
No, Bank got stunned on his Will of the Forsaken, so the bank was closed on Sunday, and Relza kind of making some MVP plays there for DOBOB. We're gonna see it here on the replay. That was really nice. He pushed in for the paralyzed sleep or Song of Chi-Ji, and then as soon as Bank used the Will, we just said nope with the leg sweep.
I mean, this is why Mistweaver Monk is so sick in the meta, right? You're going for the in-caps, the sweeps, the Song of Chi-Jis, and you just solo CC the healer, while your DPS get to just enjoy and attack Smite. It's just so nice to have that on your team. And this is such a hard game for Smite to play. He gets stunned into the full Ray of Frost, Bank, leg swept.
How does he get that leg sweep? Let's rewatch this part here. So this was a really nice time stop. Look at Flappers going for the winning Cyclone. Smite cancels it and stops it. But then here, this was the counterspell on Bank. They just get a counterspell on Bank, and they almost killed the entire team at the back of that. And then we can see right here the last setup. So they get the ring on Cassidy. Then look at that. Look at his leg sweep. How does Relza hit that? How does he even hit that? That's like, that's crazy actually. He like barely like clipped him before he got around the corner. And yeah, that's it. All Relza. That's all Relza right there.
Flappers came in with the in-cap roll at the end as well. Bank, of course, with the Shaylin's gift, might have had big healing for Smite, but no Life Cocoon, no revival at that time. I was going to say FMP, but this Feral Mage is just... Every time you get a full stun onto Smite, right, on that dragon, if you don't have Obsidian scales available, you just take so much damage to the Ray of Frost.
Yep.
Look at Desia's damage.
I mean, this is I love that DOBOB is still sticking to this FMP, and it is looking really good. The way they're playing it also is just so aggressive. I feel like, you know, we praised Tessia a lot last season as well, but he is a playmaker on that mage. He is so good at getting those controlled, isolated situations where one guy is getting CC on the healer. A lot of the time it's Relza, and Tessia is always there with the cross crowd control on Cassidy. He gets a Dragon's Breath, he gets a ring on him. Sometimes Tessia will just block off the entire team with an ice wall, force major defensives that way. Sometimes if Bank is pushing in, he just gets clipped by a sheep, and then at the same time, Dragon's Breath from Cassidy, Ring of Frost, and then he gets those rays out. He gets that damage on an isolated target, and that's what he's so good at.
Yeah, I mean, that's... in my opinion, right, Dezia is the playmaker of EU. Raikou and Mara have different kind of styles. They're more conservative, more consistent and stable mage players, whereas Dezia he throws caution to the wind. He full YOLOs in there. He doesn't care at all, right? He wants to shine brightest, and I love watching him play the Frost Mage because of that. Every time he presses Ice Wall, every time he walks forwards or has damage, it's such a treat to watch, and he showed it that game.
Yeah, I would say I kind of agree with that. I feel like Tessia is more of a playmaker for sure, and Raikou is more like consistent damage, more plays his role better, I would say. He's very reliable, you know, like he's probably the most reliable mage you could have. And Mara is hard to say. I feel like it's. Yeah, I mean, listen, every mage, we've all been there, man. We've all been there. We have all been there.
I like how you're pre-making excuses for yourself.
Yeah, only if I get you in my shuffles, Chan. If I get you in my shuffles, you know there's not going to be any blocks.
I still remember Venruki dying to Beast Cleave back in 2009, one of my favorite clips of all time, in 144p action.
Yeah, this is like the initiation ritual of the desk. You have to die without blocking in a tournament, then you get invited to sit here on the desk. It's your ticket.
Yeah. I will say that, man, playing mage in this current meta, I don't envy these guys. It's very fast paced, especially when people are playing fire mage. against each other. If you don't have to cauterize with how high damage is right now, it's so scary to actually make sure you get the ice block off without using it too early.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's I don't know. I feel like against other mages, it's at least you kind of can tell when the damage is coming. The scariest time to play mage, like when it comes to dying pre-cooldowns, I feel like is when rets are good. Like when rets are really, rets are so scary. Like rets and like sometimes enhanced shaman or Ellie shaman.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden you just get nuked. You know, you have no idea what happened, and you're just dead on the floor. So I feel like at least with mage there is some kind of indicator, but Ellie shaman sometimes they just proc and you're just like, that's it, you know. And
I can see
like
that. Hunters as well. Mark's Hunters.
Yeah, Mark's
Oh,
Hunter.
man.
Mark's
Last
Hunters,
season.
you have an indicator, but you don't, you don't have time to react.
I want to pick up mage this season in some solo shuffles on my mage Chandalf, so I'm sure I'm gonna die pre-block a few times. That's right.
That's
All right,
great.
well,
Did you
what
see
do you
my
think?
warlock? My warlock name was Zan with a Z.
yeah, I saw that.
Zan was kind of high rated actually. Class kind of easy, bro.
Not sure about that. Z, what do you want to see out of Stop Nerf Mistweaver into DOBOB here?
Honestly, I don't think they played it bad. I think that I want to see them run it back. Just do the same, honestly. I don't want to see the BM Hunter tagged in unless I see a Fire Mage on Tessia. So that matchup is not as bad as it used to be for the Fire Mage, but still, I think it's still a strong pick. But yeah, I think it's more about just cleaning up their offense, finding those moments where they can get aggressive. I feel like they did get Tessia's ice block, but they got it kind of late. Maybe look to swap a little bit more on flappers as well, like if he's overextended behind a pillar or anything like that, if they can find like a stun on him. But I think they have a lot of damage on their side, but it is an uphill battle, especially if Bank gets crowd controlled, right? Anytime Bank is in CC, you see how fast the Dev Evoker is dropping. I think it's also momentum based, right? Like in the last game, you kind of had a bad opener on Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Like in the opener, they had to use everything, and then they kind of had to play the rest of the game always lacking a cooldown, because that, like, as soon as you got your cooldown back, you had to immediately trade it again. So I think a better opener also can just allow them to play more confident throughout the game.
Yeah, something interesting is that Bank actually rolled in before the Feral Druids had even opened. Went for the in-cap on Relzar, went for the Song of Chi-Chi. And you know what Thezia did? He instantly blinked CS. And that's one of the disadvantage of opening first and getting your CC off before the enemy team, is that you can get counterplayed on it, right? It's very risky to do that, and that led to Stop Nerf Mistweaver using all those offensive cooldowns early and being behind in terms of momentum.
Yeah. I mean, it's high risk, high reward. That's how Stop Nerf Mistweaver likes to play it, but we'll see if they do that once again. Bank pushing in towards the pillar here. Smite just kind of chilling on his mount there for a second. Tessia gets opened on Cassidy already, looking for the damage. Flappers looking to set up already. Nice time stop coming out there onto Smite.
Nice
Sleepwalk gets stunned. Beautifully done there by Flappers. You get a full leg sweep onto Bank into a disorienting roar. If that roar was just slightly faster, it would have gotten Bank's trinket there in that exchange, but still a lot of pressure here again on Stop Nerf Mistweaver in this opener. This incarnation from Flappers is doing so much work. Tessia as well, free casting so far in the match. Looking for the crowd control, gets interrupted there by the Quell. Drops a Ring of Frost around Cassidy, just defensively there. Just kind of trapping him, but Bank is there with the Dispel. And now they need to get aggressive here towards DOBOB.
Yep. Stop Nerf Mistweaver getting a Sleepwalk onto Relzar, but not really getting anything. Thezia right now, though. Life Cocoon is available. Ice Block comes through, fortunately, for Thezia. So much damage that wasn't even the Dragon Rage.
Yeah, that was just big damage from Smite there. And Tessia might just go down here. Huge pressure coming through. They get the Life Cocoon as well. This is a great opener for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They got away without using any of their trinkets, really, on Bank. And they forced everything. There's a window right now where they could potentially get that second ice block on Tessia, Can they do it? They're getting him very
So much
low.
damage.
Defensive Dragon's Breath coming out. Song of GG and casted by
There's
Relza
ya.
while Tessia
There's
is
ya.
dying. But at the same time, Smite is taking a
Revival.
lot of damage. Huge damage onto Smite. Nice time stop there. He used the time stop during the Ray of Frost, and then as soon as it was over, he just canceled it. That was a really good way to interrupt the Ray when you don't actually have an interrupt. But still, Tessia's not out of the
Tessia?
woods yet. This is a second ice block. He's going to have to use it. Beautiful aggression here from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They got them on the ropes already, and it's only 2 minutes in, Chan.
Yeah, Relza has no life cocoon, no revival available to him anymore. Should be able to use some cooldown reduction to get that life cocoon back shortly. But Thesia, he's in a world of hurt. They need to get some CC onto Relza. But Relza right now pushing onto Bank, who doesn't have Trinket, does have the Will of the Forsaken available, instantly trades it out for momentum to keep Smite nice and healthy. Obsidian Scales traded out as well. Bank gets put into the half sheep. Full sleep onto Relza now. Does have the Trinket available. Can they connect onto Thesia? But the life cocoon comes through with Relza's Trinket. Thesia is going to make it out of the woods for now.
Yeah, but now they got nothing. No trigger on Relza, no ice blocks on Tessia, and Dragon Rage
Relza.
is active. This is it. They're pushing for the win. Can they do it here on Stop Nerf Mistweaver?
Full
Big
stun.
damage on the Tessia. They get a full stun. Can they continue the chain with more CC? It doesn't look like it. Relza comes out of the CC, and he manages to keep Tessia alive, and now they're turning it on to Smite. Big Ray of Frost gets kicked there by Cassidy. Nicely done. Bank in a stun right now. Smite looking for the finisher, but not able to find it. Both teams are going to recover, but still 40 long seconds left on that life cocoon from Relza. They have the opportunity here. They need to try to close it out right now onto Tessia. If they get any CC onto Relza out of this, this is it. Maybe they get a full sleep. Can they actually take him down here? Just 1 second left on that Will of the Forsaken. Tessia is going to explode, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver have done it. They had such an insane pressure here, and they're able to take him down with just seconds remaining on that Will of the Forsaken there for Relza, and they make it count. There was such a short window right there.
This was a sick game, but I do think that Ruins of Lordaeron, very, very small map, barely any line of sight. Everyone just clumped up in the middle. Probably plays heavily to their advantage compared to Nagran Arena, where things are a little bit more spread out. But I love this from them, right? They look so comfortable. Thesia couldn't play his game. He had to play to live rather than playing to kill the enemy team, as we always see him do. And when you put Thesia in the back seat like this, when you put him on the back foot and he's falling behind in terms of momentum, not able to play aggressively, that's when you really see DOBOB start to crumble. So great adaptation from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I loved every single setup, and especially what Cassidy was doing. He was going for those memes onto Relza to set up those sleepwalks, those Song of Chi-Gis, and those incaps so that they could connect onto Thesia. And bankrolling at the end here, you know he was spamming Touch of Death.
Yeah,
he didn't even make it.
He was bankrolling the team there, making sure. you can see it though. Here at the end, Relza, look at Relza's Will of the Forsaken during this final chain. Look right there. 6 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's like it ends right as the CC ends. It's just 1 second. Like they got that sleepwalk at the very, very last possible second. If they got that CC chain just 3 seconds later, Reza would have just been able to will through it and save Tessia. But
the Shayluns into the revival, tops Thesia, he's completely fine. And then of course the life cocoon rotates back up. Stop Nerf Miss, we were finding that tiny little window of opportunity. Very, very nice setup from them, of course, realizing that. But I love how Thesia, he realizes this. The Ring of Frost on himself, preparing for the setup. But Flappers, of course, gets put into the leg sweep. Can't peel for his teammates. And Thesia does go down. Nice play from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Signs of life.
Yeah. I mean, you asked what is it going to take. That's it right there. Just better offense. Cassidy not trying to play so much goalie. Instead, actually playing for the win. Setting up the sleepwalks, getting the stuns on the healer, and just getting big momentum there on Tessia. But I feel like it all also comes down from cooldown mismanagement on DOBOB side, because I feel like you never want to ice block if you have the life cocoon. And that's what happened in the start. They ice blocked, then they got that first life cocoon out of the ice block. And now they get the second ice block because there's no life cocoon there as well. So it's just, it made it an awkward cooldown rotation. And it gave Stop Nerf Mistweaver a really long window where they actually can close out the match. Just get Relza's Will, get his Trinket, and the ice block is still going to be on cooldown after all of that. And you can actually get the kill. So I feel like for Stop Nerf Mistweaver was good offensive pushes, but also a defensive misplay from DOBOB.
Yeah, and of course with Life Cocoon being that 1 minute roughly cooldown ability, you definitely want to get that used as soon as possible because it will rotate back up sooner than the Ice Block, which is much longer than that. But Ashermane's Fall locked in here, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver instantly locking in the Feral, Devoker, Mistweaver Monk. Let's see what DOBOB will answer, and they do have the Rogue Mage in their back pocket. I do believe Stop Nerf Mistweaver actually got 3-0'd by Echo, playing that Rogue Mage Mistweaver comp. Nala has joined DOBOB, so that is an option for them.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if they will bring in Nala. They could bring in Nala. Maybe some Outlaw Frost. Actually, I don't think we saw them do Outlaw Frost. We saw them only play Sub Frost, and Nala looked really good when they tagged them in. But I don't know if it's Despy times yet. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, that was Ruins of Lordaeron. So you know, now we have Ashermane's Fall, home advantage for Flappers. He is a druid. This is the druid map, so I would like to see Flappers one more time for DOBOB.
I'm a big fan of the Rogue Mage. I think we saw it work, you know, from Echo into Stomp Nerf Mistweaver, and it was really kind of a stomp. Nala, of course, can play the Outlaw Rogue. I've seen him play it before. He can play all 3 specs very well. I think, you know, you swallow your pride here, you swallow your ego, you switch in the Rogue, but DOBOB sticking with the Feral Mage instead. They want a round 2, and at the same time, I don't blame them because game 1 was kind of a very good game for DOBOB. Ruins of Lordaeron, the matchup kind of ran away from them, but if they can play a little bit better defensively, you always have the fact that you can bank on the Devoker being so squishy after those Obsidian Scales are gone, right?
Yeah, you could definitely bank on that. But I feel like the Devoker is not as squishy when you have the bank kind of just
paying dividends.
I was gonna say making the investments, but yeah, that works too. Yo, Smite's got the glacial shoulders. Yeah. You know, I have the OG version of those before they re-added them on the auction house.
Desia, I'm not a big fan of Desia's mug here. He's a little bit confused.
What is that?
Yeah, this is a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, this is one of the worst mugs we've seen so far, actually. What is that? Eternal Aspirant? He's just going natty or something? Like, what is this? This is the green.
This is a Shadowlands mug, I think, but
yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
No.
His mug definitely does not match his gameplay. Like, his gameplay is like up here, you know, and then his mug
well, the thing is, when you play really good, you either have a very sick mog or a terrible mog, right? It's never in the middle. So Desia on the other side of the spectrum this time, but gates are gonna open. Let's see what they can do. Let's see how the opener is gonna start off.
Yeah, all right. Tesia immediately casting the Glacial Spike. Big opener here on the Smite, but Bank is just gonna heal through it. Dragon's Breath.
They get the cross CC.
You get the Ring of Frost, but it got dispelled too slow there with the cover. They do get the full sleep though, but look at Smite. Time stop coming out here. Can they get any more follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Flappers get stopped there. Defensive main coming out. Huge
Smite!
Damage onto Smite. Bank is just pushing in for CC, and he has to actually abort that. Actually, no, he traded out the Will. Okay, so he did get the sleep, and he's able to get the cooldown and get out.
Yeah, they get the Cocoon from Relza as well. I like that from Relza, right? You just match the Life Cocoon to the Dragon Rage 0.1, instantly make it very safe with Desia. Of course, once the Cocoon ends, he is going to be in a world of hurt right now. Ice Block comes through. Relza uses the Revival as well. And Relza only has Trinket left right now. Gets put into the Sleepwalk. He will be okay. Should be able to keep Desia up until next DR when his Trinket is available again. But this is a lot of cooldowns committed from DOBOB. In-cap brawl onto Relza. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, that was a big defensive overlap there as well. They overlapped the Restore All with the Ice Block there. So DOBOB again making some defensive misplays. And here comes the setup. Full name onto Relza. Can they get the Sleepwalk? Can they get anything? Doesn't look like they are able to find any follow-up. Good
sleep.
shut down there from DOBOB. But there it is. The sleep does connect, but it's a little bit late. Tessia's already out of the woods here. Big damage with the Ray of Frost, but they trade out the Life Cocoon preemptively there from Bank. Full sheep now onto Bank. Bank is just going to be able to sit through that without having to use his Trinket. Tessia still in a lot of trouble here, but the Life Cocoon is back up of cooldown for Relza. He will trade it. Flappers gets caught up by a clone. Both teams recover.
Yep, and they should be okay for now, slowing it down. But the next time that Bank can go for an in-cap, well, Relza's turn to go onto him. Leg sweep lands. Can he get the Song of Chi-Ji? Smite is put into the main. Should be able to wall out of this. Should be okay if he uses it. Does use the Obsidian Scales. And Dezia is the one dying on his setup. Relza actually getting kicked there. Can they follow it up? Block is forced. In-cap into sleep onto Relza. And that's the last block from DOBOB.
Yeah, they got nothing left here. No life.
Dragon Ray soon.
Here's a full stun onto Relza. He's got Trinket. He's gonna trade it. He's gonna be greedy. Looks like he's gonna be able to sit through it, but Tessia could pay for it if they can reconnect here. And it's not looking too good. Celestial Conduit is gonna come out here for Relza. Smites in a full stun. Dragon's Breath onto Cassidy. Big Ray of Frost. Massive damage there onto Smite. Trinket Life Cocoon will be traded from Bank. And finally, some offense here from DOBOB. They need more offense if they're going to be able to stall until that Ice Block is back off cooldown. 40 seconds left. Relza gets the Life Cocoon there as well onto Tessia. But now they got nothing. Dragon Rage is active. Tessia, what are you going to do? The Ice Barrier comes through. Full sleep onto Relza. This could be it. Relza manages to get out with the Will of Forsaken. He gets kicked, though, into a leg sweep. Huge plays coming out from Smite and Bank. And they are open for business here. Stop Nerf Mistweaver taking the lead on DOBOB's map pick.
Oh man, this was absolutely beautiful. This setup from Bank onto Relza, the sweep on his Will of the Forsaken after he used the Will of the Forsaken, so he couldn't Trinket, able to connect onto Thezia. And I don't even think Bank got touch of death again. This was so much overkill onto Thezia. And this Dev Evoker and Feral Druid combo, when they're able to connect to this mage, does so much damage. This Ice Block early in the game, bit of an overlap on the revival. He would have been okay because it does make you immune to magic damage from the PvP talent, but it's really hard to make these kinds of decisions because Thezia's health is just bouncing from 50 to 20 to 10. If you don't press and you die without blocking, you feel so bad. Look at this setup though. Kick onto Relza, onto the Soothing Mist, leg sweep, can't trinket it because you had to use the Will on the sleep earlier. Such a good setup, and I think this is the difference, right? Bank is on Mistweaver main. I bet he's pre-calling cooldowns. It makes such a difference.
It's just Bank. It's just Bank. Bank is that dude. Even when Mistweaver is not good, even when Mistweaver is not in the meta, we've seen this man go all the way to Championship Sundays. We've seen him get top 3 placements, you know.
I tell
basically seemingly random comps. Didn't you lose to Bank, actually?
I hated facing Bank in any AWC, man. Anytime we could, we would try to, like, avoid Bank if we could. Every time you face him, he's playing some off-meta comp. It's just horrible to face because no one else plays it except for his team, and he is so good at it. You can't get practice against it, and it's just always like, it's difficult to play against. It's high pressure. He's bringing in either Smite or Hidden Stalker with some Hunter, Survival Hunter, or, you know, Dev Evoker comp. It's miserable.
Yeah. He played the, what was it? Prot Warrior.
Oh yeah, we lost his Prot Warrior.
Yeah.
Thomas, man, I think was the warrior's name.
Yeah, wasn't it like Prot Warrior Arms Warrior or something like that?
Prot Warrior DK or something.
Prot Warrior DK. Now Bank is definitely a creative player. Well, even when Mistweaver is not good, he finds a way to make it good, and he finds a way to keep us excited here on the desk. But yeah, he did get the kill also there with the Touch of Death. 1.7 million damage. In the end of that match. Well, it might have been the second kill they got, but he got 1 kill with it. Still, very impressive performance. That was a really nice quell also from Smite, though. To be honest, the leg sweep was also a little bit overkill. Like, I think they would have killed even without the leg sweep. The leg sweep was just like extra insurance, you know. But yeah, that quell also from Smite was really nice.
Yep. And the reason for that is because as a Mistweaver monk, you have this PvP talent, and when you Soothing Mist your teammates, it makes them receive more healing. So you want to channel that and instantly cancel it, but Smite, it's got the quick fingers, instantly quells and interrupts Relza on it before he's able to cancel it, sets that up for the leg sweep, and then Thezia does go down. Beautiful plays from Smite, seeing that opportunity. Empyrean Domain comes out as the map pick. Toothpick Pillars. What do you think about this? I'm sketched out.
I am a little bit sketched out too. I feel like if I'm a Dev Evoker,
I'm Tolvir, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't mind this, honestly. I don't think Smite minds this too much. I think we're seeing DOBOB switch. His target is
Rogue Mage.
Yeah.
Is it time?
Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time to bring Nala off that bench and see what he can do here.
Listen,
I think that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing right now.
If there's anything I've learned over my career in WoW esports is that when your back is against the wall, Rogue Mage is always there to protect you. And Nala comes out with the sub rogue here for DOBOB. First time I'm seeing him on the broadcast, able to watch his gameplay. So very excited to see him play. I think Nala is one of the best rogues in EU. For those of you that don't know him, it's going to be an exciting matchup. And they're going to really be wanting to CC Bank, trying to get a setup going on Smite mainly, I think. Same story as the FMP, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Nala had a really impressive performance earlier, just getting tagged in and doing his thing with the sub rogue, and it was on Empyrean domain also. Actually, he got tagged in and he got a nice sap that ultimately led them to the kill. Now he needs to do the same thing again, but I don't know. I feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver, if they can survive the setups, they have kind of a long game win condition against the sub rogue. They're for sure gonna win on damage, I think. But we have seen just how aggressive they can be on this rogue mage, and it's like you said, you know, if your backs are against the wall, you're running out of options, you don't know what you should play.
Tag in the Rogue Mage.
Tag in the Rogue Mage. When in doubt, Rogue Mage.
That's what I always said to Waz and Raikou, and they would tell me Rogue Mage is not good in this matchup, but then they'd end up playing it. When you're down, your back's against the wall. You can always rely on it. And Sub Rogue, of course, received a lot of reworks in this expansion compared to before. Cheap Shot is on a cooldown now, but you can get a free charge when you vanish or shadow dance. So not as much CC as they used to have, but still, let's see what Nala can do on this Sub Rogue. Very excited to see it.
Yeah, Nala, like you mentioned, a lot of people might not know him in the AWC, but he's been around for a long time in ladder play, and he's definitely a big pickup here for DOBOB. And Tessia is going to get immediately quelled here. Gets a kick onto Smite on the Eternity Search. So both range DPS is using their kick early. Tessia doesn't want to blink in too far. Actually, does immediately blink into the middle of the map. Nala is going to open at the time. Nice time stop there on the opener of Nala. Just shutting it down immediately. Gouge coming out onto Smite. Nala looking for the blind. Gets it onto Bank.
Ooh, he flies the sun.
Nice. Nice. That was a beautiful deep breath there from Smite to avoid the stun, but
pre-cocoon shot from Bank.
And there is the pre-cocoon as well. Stop Nerf Mistweaver has played insane this opener. Insane.
Yeah, so what Nala was waiting for is waiting for Cassidy to open so that he can go for the stun combo, DB on Cassidy, and then go CC Bank. They read the situation perfectly. Cassidy opens, Bank pre-lines, gets blinded, and then Smite flies as soon as he gets blinded, so he can't be stunned by Nala. And then Bank gets a pre-life cocoon. Big damage onto Thesia right now. The Dragon Rage is over. Life cocoon straight out by Relza. Now it's their time to do a setup onto Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Bank Mistweaver going into a leg sweep. Smite should be okay with the scales. Sleep though. He does have the trinket. No life cocoon available. Gets DB'd on his trinket. Smoke bomb comes down. Does have revival available to him, but so close. I love that smoke bomb from Nala. Trying to get the win.
Yeah, big aggressive plays there from DOBOB. Relza sniping that double sleep, and Bank kind of being greedy there for a second, but ultimately had to make the trade. Would have shaken now. Is going to be used. Bank in a full counter spell here. We have seen Tessia gets blasted, but Tessia is the one on the back foot. That was managed to catch a big heal there from Relza using his Will of a Second. There's the Paralyze into a full sleep on the Bank. No, yeah, might have to trinket this. Huge damage there onto Smite. They're trying to sit it, but the sap out of it as well. Can he get one more sap? No, there's a cheap shot. But Smite miraculously recovers here, getting full HP there. And the Restoral was committed there from Bank as well. Big play there coming out from DOBOB, but they don't net themselves too many cooldowns there. They wanted to get at least a trinket, but Tessia in the meantime forced into his ice block.
Yep, nice main from Cassidy to secure the ice block. Finally getting something going for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. But now Relza's pushing onto Bank, and Bank is pre-lining it. Pre-life cocoon onto Smite on the in-cap sleep. Looks like they're going to go through it anyway. Ray of Frost, cheap shot lands onto Smite. Doesn't have the wall available to him. Goes into the kidney shot, but the life cocoon just absorbs everything. Time stops himself as soon as that breaks, and they'll live this onslaught for now. Bank put into the half sheep, but should be able to heal Smite up after this. Unless...
Whoa! Smite almost going down there. That's very close still. Still too close for comfort there, but nicely. Yeah, big recovery there. Smite actually rescued Bank into an orb, but Tessia in a lot of trouble right here. They get the full sleepwalk there, but they don't have the damage. It looks like Relza out of crowd control. There's the blind into a cheap shot onto Bank. Into a cheap on the trinket. Huge play coming out there. Can they take him down though?
He has
nice
one wall.
defensive. Nice defensive play there from Smite, using the defensive wall there as well. And that was a big play. So Nala got the blind on Bank into a cheap shot, and then Bank trinketed the cheap shot into a full sheep on his trinket, but Smite stalled with the deep rep there defensively to stay alive. But now, no trinket on Smite, no trinket on Bank. Big trouble ahead here for Stop Nerf.
He needs to make a sick time stop play here. Pre-life cocoons, just buying time until he has something back. But Dezia right now, full sleep on the Relza, instantly trinkets that, puts a life cocoon on Dezia, and now it's their turn to do something. Dezia looking for the sheep, isn't able to get it. Incap does land. Can anyone follow up? Leg sweep comes through. Song of Chi coming through now. Smite, can he do anything?
Nice.
Bank has no cooldowns. Bank has no cooldowns. He has revival in 8 seconds. Looks like Smite might be okay. Time stop comes through. Cassidy, though, also taking a lot of damage. Bank does have the revival in a few seconds here.
That was a really nice rescue there from Smite. He actually rescued Bank before that.
Nala!
Song of Shiji hit him, but Nala getting swapped to here for a second. Does get stack clone actually. I said he's still a little bit low as well. There's a double Song of Shiji hitting both. Huge damage
man, here it is.
Big setup coming through. Bank blocks the kill
fly.
though with his Will of the Forsaken and the revival. Smite still not out of the woods yet though, still taking a lot of damage. Bank with no direct healing. Can he take him down with just a raw pressure? Tessia is looking hungry, but the Obsidian Scale should be enough here to block it for now. But still, where's the offense? Full sheep now onto Bank. Full stun onto Smite. There's the smoke bomb. Can they go for it here on the side of DOBOB? They get the gouge there onto Smite as well, trying to pause him in that smoke bomb for a second, but does manage to recover. Cassidy throwing out a couple of regrowth, and here comes the Dragon Rage.
Yeah, but Dezia has 2 blocks again. It's rotated back up. Stop Nerf Mystery were really not able to get anything going offensively onto Dezia. Getting the early block, but it does come back up off cooldown. And Smite right now, he's in a lot of trouble. Full kidney shot, no trinket. Full sheep onto Bank, who does have the trinket life cocoon. Surely he has to use it here. Cheap shot lands, does pull the trigger. Trinket from Bank, life cocoon onto Smite. Is going to survive, but they could also go through this.
Yeah, and they have Shadow Blades coming up in 8 seconds here for Nala. They have a blind available. If they set this up properly, Smite has no trinket, no Obsidian Scales. Bank has no trinket. There should be nothing they can do on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They could just win the game with that blind. So right now, DOBOB is setting it up. Can they do it? Bank still not out of the woods yet. Full ice block actually coming out from Tessia, but he's going to have another one. There's the full blind. Here comes the setup. Can they get the sheep? Nice defensive roar from Cassidy to save the day. Is it going to be enough though? Can they get the sheep? Tessia's looking for it. Doesn't find it. The quell is beautiful from Smite, but still the damage is unrelenting here from DOBOB, but it looks like they have survived that KO situation thanks to the defensive play from Cassidy.
Relza has
and
no
now Cassidy with big damage coming out with the Incarnation. Relza is going to trade out the conduit there to keep Tessia nice and healthy. Smite still not out of the woods yet, taking a lot of damage, but Bank also trading out his conduit, and that scary moment has been lived on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Now they get the second ice block from Tessia, and all of a sudden it's looking like Stop Nerf Mistweaver might be knocking DOBOB out of the tournament.
Yeah, and Bank has rotated back his Life Cocoon and Revival, as well as Smite's Trinket. A setup is coming through here onto Bank, who doesn't have Trinket. Revival comes through. Looks like he might be okay with this. Leg sweep should be okay. Shaylin's gift comes through. He should be okay with this. Bank survives this setup from DOBOB. But Dezia now, no ice block. Relza uses the Life Cocoon nice and early. Does have his Trinket as well. Looks like both teams going to be okay for now, but really good spot for Stop Nerf Mistweaver right now.
Yeah, DOBOB with nothing left now, and here comes Smite with the deep breath to get a full stun onto Relza. Song of GG from Bank. They're going for the kill. Can they take him down? But a sheep comes through onto Bank, but he pre-life cocoons it. No, Smite is going to be completely fine. Getting aggressive here once again. Sleepwalk onto Relza. It's going to be full. Here comes the laser beams from the Dragon. Can they take him down?
Dragon Rage.
Next sweep is going to connect. The Dragon Rage has been popped, and Smite is looking hungry here. He wants to go advancing in this tournament and knock DOBOB out. Can he do it? So much damage coming through, but Relza not in any crowd control. Can he keep Tessia alive?
Life
he has no
Cocoon
ice
in
block. They have no life cocoon. They have it back off cooldown.
He has
Can
Life
they
Cocoon.
access it though? They have it, but they're not using it. They're being so greedy right now on the side of DOBOB. Full sheep connected to the back. They're turning it down onto Smite. He's on 1% HP all of a sudden. Huge damage coming through all from both sides, but Smite's not feeling too healthy. The blind connects onto Bank.
Full sleep on Relza.
They break the blind actually, and Relza manages to connect the life cocoon on 1% HP. Smite still not out of the woods yet. Celestial Conduit from Bank. How are these teams still alive? Smite is so low. Deep breaths for the win. Looking for the finisher. 10 seconds on that ice block from Tessia. Can they stay alive for just 10 more seconds? Relza is in a leg sweep. This might just be it right now. Tessia so low. Can they finish him? They can't. He's got ice block again, Chan.
Oh my goodness, Stop Nerf Mistweaver doing absolute work. We're back full cheap shot right now. Can he get restunned? Kidney shot lands. Can he survive this time stop from Smite for a split second? Life Cocoon is available. Uses his wall. Bank is going to survive for now. Nala has no trinket. Relza has no trinket. Dezia has no trinket. Can they follow up with any CC off this incap? Dezia is in so much trouble. Bank pushing in for the touch of death. Can he get it? Overpowered barrier comes through from Dezia. Is going to be okay for now, but this is the final setup. Half ring onto Bank, but Smite, what can you do? Life Cocoon available for Bank. Does he have enough mana to use it? He's so scared, but Dezia also gets the Life Cocoon.
Double Life Cocoon right now. Who is going to fall? Smite gets sheeped on his sleepwalk. Relza still with a little bit of mana left, but Tessia with nothing left here. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. Cassidy and Bank is there to finish the job. Stop Nerf Mistweaver is victorious. They knock DOBOB out.
This was a disgusting game, and this is the story of Bank Mistweaver in every single tournament. He's playing some off-meta comp. He is making things work. They almost never overlap. I don't know if you noticed this, but Stop Nerf Mistweaver, so good with their defensives, and I give credit to Bank for that. I bet he's calling every Life Cocoon, every revival when he's safe, when his teammates need to press cooldowns, and it makes such a big difference because they should have lost this game so many times. There were so many opportunities where, you know, Bank had no trinket, Smite had no trinket. If they could just get, if DOBOB could find that window and actually execute properly, Stop Nerf Mistweaver might have lost. But in-cap roars coming through Cassidy, such sick plays to stall it out and rotate everything back up.
What actually broke that blind right there on Bank? I feel like that was the win right there. They did such a good job, like you mentioned, you know, with Smite especially, doing the rescues, doing the defensive time stops, and just stalling whenever they didn't have cooldowns. Bank also pre-life cocooning before he gets CC chained. But how did they actually live? What actually ended up breaking that blind? So I think it was right here. So Bank has no trinket. Actually, I think it was on the next setup. No, they got a blind from Nala here. Yeah, they had a blind right there. So here, they rescue Bank to the middle of the map, and then Nala gets a blind onto Bank there, but it breaks from something, like right there. Here, what breaks that? Something broke that, and I feel like if it didn't, I feel like if Nala just blinded out of that sheep when he was on the corner, they actually would have just killed him without being able to do anything about it. But I don't know, maybe he got stopped by something I didn't see.
I think he was slightly around the corner, but maybe he got a pre-move there.
Yeah, I feel like it's easy, just run there, behind the pillar. But maybe they wouldn't have enough damage then? I don't know. Like here, this...
Yeah, he's right around the corner. If he steps to him...
Yeah. I think that he even gets the resheep, so... I think here, you can just blind him out. Yeah, that's an easy blind, bro.
So close, but... I mean, Stop Nerf Mistweaver leveling up throughout the entire series, right? I think game one didn't look too hot, to be honest with you, but the way that Bank and Smite played the opener on this game, I really want to rewatch that because it was just such a textbook perfect execution of how to handle a rogue opener. Again, what happened was Nala was waiting for Cassidy to open, the Feral Druid. Dezia wants to DB the Feral Druid, Dragon's Breath the Feral Druid, and then Nala goes for a blind on the healer and the cheap shot onto Smite, right? But Smite just, as soon as the blind hits onto Bank, he flies, makes himself immune to the cheap shot, and then after that Bank is pre-lining, realizing Relz is coming in for CC on him, and then goes for the Life Cocoon right before the incap lands, and just preventing these RM setups over and over and over again. And it's just so good to watch.
It's really nice. I agree. Also the deep breaths, because when the healer gets blinded, popping that deep breath to stall during the blind, because you can't get stunned when you're in that deep breath animation. Then by the time you land, your healer's out of the blind, and then now that you can get stunned, but your healer can also heal you. So it's just really, really textbook how they played that.
Oh, DOBOB switching to Rogue Mage in the final hour. Still not able to make it happen. I am excited for this team. They're going to be playing against Burger King as well, Zika. What do we feel like about that series?
Oof. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I voted for DOBOB here. Maybe I'm running out of steam.
As did I. Oh, yeah. You're down
maybe
bad,
I'm running out
of...
Okay. Yeah, I guess. I'm down bad, but I think it's going to be a really, really great showdown. I think one thing that we've been highlighting this entire week has been how good the mages are in Europe, and Burger King, Stop Nerf Mistweaver has knocked down Tessia. He's one of the three musketeers, you know. Now they have to knock down Maro, and then they go up against final boss Raikou. And imagine all this talk about how good mages are, and then all of a sudden it's Stop Nerf Mistweaver that wins the entire thing. That would be insane. So
I took that personally.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a great match.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well. But we can take a look at our bracket and how it's kind of shaping up at the moment. Of course, Echo in that grand finals position, just waiting on an opponent. They were the ones that sent Burger King down to the lower bracket. And then, of course, Stop Nerf Mistweaver joining them in the lower semifinals, having won, that series against DOBOB. So very exciting day lined up for the rest of EU. And I feel like these players, they just keep surprising us. So we will be heading to a break, and when we come back, we've got more gameplay coming up next. We'll be right back.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got another exciting series for you guys. We are here in the EU region still, and we just came off of that Echo versus Burger King, and DOBOB versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver, and now we're moving on to Burger King versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. My question to you is, Supadies, I mean, how far is this off-meta composition gonna take Stop Nerf Mistweaver?
I mean, fortunately for them in this series, you know, they might not have to deal with an Outlaw Rogue. I think that's the main reason Burger King actually struggled in the upper bracket against Echo, is that they just don't have the Outlaw Rogue likely at the same capacity as Echo has. And it seems like they can beat the Subtlety Rogue. So if that does come out from Burger King somehow, some way, but I'm kind of expecting the Windwalker. I feel like the Windwalker can actually be navigated around, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver might be having a Cinderella run here in the lower side of things.
Yeah. I honestly, I would be here for it, Zico. I feel like that would be a really fun thing to witness. But I mean, is Burger King too powerful? Are they going to let that happen?
I feel like they might be too powerful. I feel like the Feral Mage is one tier under the Windwalker Mage, which is one tier under the Outlaw Mage. That's
doing like a live tier list right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're doing the Mage plus Melee tier list.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say it's Mage Outlaw, then it's Mage Windwalker, then it's Mage Feral, then it's probably like Mage Warrior, then it's like, I don't know, like Mage Demon Hunter or Mage Rat, and you know, it just keeps going down. Like anything under the third tier is just, I don't want to see it. But yeah.
Oh no.
I think the Outlaw is gonna be really tough for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, but they were on fire in that last game. They played really, really well. Like they're looking hot right now. So, and Burger King, it's it's also about mental, right? Like I always say it, PvP in pretty much any game is a mental game, especially in World of Warcraft. It's a mental game. Like if you're coming off hot from a win and you're like, we shouldn't even be here right now. We should have been knocked out 2 series ago. Let's keep it going, you know? Everyone is feeling hype. Everyone is happy. That's different compared to a team that might have just lost. And they're like, oh, why didn't we do that? Why, you know, they're still thinking about the past. So, yeah, I think that's a big thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do talk about momentum so much and just how important that is, especially on Championship Sunday when you could be playing back-to-back series. I mean, Stop Nerf Mistweaver did just play that last series, so that definitely plays a tremendous factor, but hopefully these guys won't let that affect them. But let's get into predictions, Super Tees. You want to go first?
I think Zico will get mad if I don't, right? So, like, I gotta go.
Nah,
We can't look like we're copying him. That's the new strategy.
So you're gonna go after her too, and Zico will be last.
You know what? It's up to you. I forgot about our deal. You
oh, don't talk about that. What? That was supposed to be under the
sorry.
table. That was supposed to be under the table.
Don't worry
That was
about it.
not
Don't
supposed
worry
to be
about it,
public.
Zico. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I'm trying to stall, honestly. What do I think is gonna win here, man? I'm kind of vibing with Bank, but it's also like Burger King is just so good. I'm going with Bank. I'm saying it's 3-2 for Bank Mistweaver's team here.
All right, Zico.
Have it your way, dude. 3-1 Burger King.
Oh, that means I lose. Don't pick my prediction, anybody else. Otherwise, it's RIP.
Listen, I'm going to take one out of Ven's book. I'm going to go with my heart here. I want to see Stop Nerf Mistweaver take this one. I would love to see their composition make it all the way through to the bracket, at least to get to Echo, and we can see how that plays out. So I'm going 3-2 in favor of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I trust in you, Sid.
Oh,
yes.
no.
Ooh.
The EUs disagree.
Yeah, I don't know. EU, did you just put Chan in that bucket?
I mean, he's like
Australia and
pseudo
Europe now?
EU. Like he was in France for a long time. Like he's
Played-
he's
yeah,
a hybrid. Okay, he can.
He's a worldwide man. All right, well, it looks like chat is 64% in favor of Burger King. Stop Nerf Mistweaver 36%. I'm kind of curious, those Super Tees, like just on paper, like multiple series in a row, coming off of a loss, aside, any of that stuff, just on paper, compositions purely, who wins the series?
If I had to go off strictly meta, like they were just complete robots, AI, perfect play, no mistakes, no emotion, I think Burger King's lineup should likely win. But given that they're not robots. They're not AI, or at least I think they aren't. I think that Bank Mischievers team has some shots here to try and take advantage of some mistakes like we just saw against DOBOB. And we have seen here from BORGIR King only one composition so far on broadcast, but they do have an Elemental Shaman as well sitting in the wings, which I am curious to see if they find a way to implement. I kind of doubt it in this one, but we have seen Elemental Shaman starting to creep up with other rosters, at least in North America.
And then on the other side, Zico, you've got Stop, Nerf, Mistweaver, quite a lot more compositions that we've seen from them. I mean, in a matchup like this, where you're not seeing, the classic RMP that we're so used to seeing in AWC, how important is it to find a wide variety of compositions and also find that adaptability?
I think that you gotta find the perfect mix of what is meta, but also what is suitable to your roster. So I think they are doing a good job actually with that on Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They're keeping Bank on his main, they're keeping Cassidy on his main, they're going for a lot of comfort, but they also have enough flexibility in case they run into something that they feel like they can't beat. But so far, I think the problem is actually for BORGIR King in terms of like adapting to the comps, because no one plays Dev Feral. No one plays that. So how do you get practice into that?
That's a great question for sure. Maybe something we'll have an opportunity to ask them in future interviews. We'll see. All right, we're going to go into game number 1 here. BORGIR King versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
What? What is that? That is not a mage, and that is not a Windwalker. That is an Elemental Shaman and an Arms Warrior. Maybe they got some inspiration from F tier across the ocean here. I was talking about Zipai sitting on the bench and thinking there's no shot he comes in, and he actually is coming in for game number 1. We see a paralysis on Bank Mistweaver. He turns around with paralysis of his own onto Lontar, looking for that Song of Chi-Ji. Tremor Totem looks like it was available there for Lontar, as that Song of Chi-Ji is broken. Blizzo topped off, Zipai topped off. I feel like when Blizzo's on that Warrior though, I just feel like it's something special to appreciate.
I mean, when Z-Fire is on that LA, it's also something special to appreciate. I think Stop Nerf Mistweaver is not appreciating it right now, though. Definitely would be scared to be in their shoes going up against BORGIR King at their full power here. Z-Pi is taking some damage. Smite's doing a great job here, keeping up the pressure, doing 3x everyone else's damage, well, 2x of everyone else's damage at this moment in time, but Z-Pi still holding on to all of his defensives. Lontar caught up in a paralysis. Can they get the follow-up? Nice shockwave coming out there from Blizzo. Z-Pi is taking a lot of damage here, holds on to his trinket though, only trading out the Astral Shift. Here comes the Bloodlust from Z-Pi as well though, and the Stormkeeper is being loaded up.
Yeah, and the set bonus for Elemental Shaman gives you even more haste after you press Stormkeeper. So stacking that with Bloodlust gives you a really big snapshot of haste to be able to do a bunch of damage. But he's not able to fake the interrupts. He's just kind of dying. He jumps into a double leg sweep. I think it was a misplay there on Z-Pi's fault, into a double in-cap roar, and now into a rake stun, into a deep breath stun. They're pinning the entire team. Despite that, though, Lontar is able to recover. Z-Pi is making his way back around the pillar, just line of sighting with Lontar. And Blizzo, the only thing, though, is I don't like the Warrior into the Devastation Evoker. I feel like he just can't hit him. Look at Blizzo's rooted on the left there behind the pillar. Smite, whenever he uses Hover, goes immune to snares and starts sprinting at a very rapid pace. Like right here, Smite uses Hover, so they charge in, they pummel him, but Smite will eventually start to outrun Blizzo on that Warrior if he's not careful. They're just choosing to just stand still. He gets a triple fear. That's a nice punish from Blizzo. They got 2 medallions in one moment in time if he was going to be getting value there. We are looking for those demolish windows from Blizzo. He's able to connect, but he's rooted in the middle of the map. He drops his champion spear. He's pinning Smite. He can't. There's the demolish. Big crit on Smite. Dying through the obsidian scales. There's a startling amount of damage there. Bank makes a big exchange, though, to recover Smite, and that's going to be the win condition, is Blizzo's demolish. How many times can he connect it? Can he ramp up and get as many stacks as possible to get to the next one? If they keep rooting him like this with the Feral Druid Predatory Swiftness roots, I think it might be challenging, and now Smite is just wrapping around the pillar with Hover. Blizzo's just swapping to Cassidy for a moment, chopping him up, getting bleeds, almost taking him out right there, actually, forcing him to retreat. Mana slightly in favor of Bank, but I don't know the mana T charges for each of them. Lontar could be sitting on a lot of mana T right now that could just immediately pump that mana bar back up. He's going to drop down the Life Cocoon, anticipating a Sleepwalk from Smite, although that Sleepwalk didn't connect, and they've actually broken through the Life Cocoon. I really feel like as long as Cassidy and Smite can keep their damage high and deal with these demolishes, that they should be able to take this.
Yeah, I feel like the name of the game is keeping
Demolish.
Blizzo on his target. Here comes the Demolish, but pre-life Cocoon coming out. But Cassidy is getting cleaved a little bit as well. Bank is there, though, adding a little bit extra pressure onto Zeepai. Zeepai gets caught in the deep breath. He's going to have to trinket trade out the Astral Shift. Hex coming out from Zeepai as well, not finding its target, though, but still taking a tremendous amount of damage. Blizzo as well, rotting down here to the pressure of Smite. They swap to Cassidy a little bit here in the Shockwave. Blizzo just can't keep uptime onto Smite. Finally, the Stormbolt is going to connect. But look at Zeepai. He might just die right now. The DR leg sweep onto Lontar after that sleep, but still huge pressure here being traded. But Lontar activating the Will of the Forsaken is going to keep himself, going to keep his team topped off at this moment, but still so much pressure. Blizzo also getting caught up in Cyclones. I don't know how much I like this comp from Burger King. I feel like they have insane pressure at times, but the overall pressure seems to heavily favor Burger King at the moment.
I think it's
Stop
just
Nerf.
Mistweavers. Mistweavers just deal with dots so effectively, and with the bleed damage from the Warrior, the Flame Shock damage from the Elemental Shaman, I feel like that's easy peasy for Bank Mistweaver to heal through. It's really only the Demolish window and the Ascendants that are particularly scary for him, and as long as he has a Life Cocoon for that, what are you really going to do? How are you going to penetrate through the defense? And we do see crowd control engagement once again from Stop Nerf Mistweaver onto Lontar with that Song of Chi-Ji into a leg sweep. Zeepai is still the priority target. He might just fall over. It's so much pressure. Lontar desperately clinging to life here, activating Yulons to get that absorption effect and try and get some heals out in a moment, but now he's cycloned at low health. I feel like Cassidy is having such a good game. These entangling roots that he's tossing onto Blizzo constantly, the cyclones, the fakes on the kicks, the incapacitating roars. Cassidy, look at this, he gets another cyclone, even against an elemental shaman, which is typically a really tough specialization to get cyclones. They've got cleave damage on Lontar, they've got Zeepai pressured at the same time. Blizzo has to use fear defensively. He does manage to get a leg sweep on Bank Mistweaver, but even that leg sweep, there's just no damage going out. No one's help our moves unless they've got that Demolish, unless they've got that Ascendance. And maybe they can connect it here. Blizzo's getting knocked away. Ursul's Vortex from Cassidy, pinning Blizzo for a second, but Smite has Deep Breath, and there's the Life Cocoon. He's charging across the map, looking to get on top of Zeepai once again. Fire Breath comes through. Multiple disintegrates, possibly sleepwalks on Lontar in a moment. He's hitting mass disintegrates and hitting 3 players, cleaving them even harder at this point. Stacked up for leg sweep, and I feel like it's almost just inevitable Stop Nerf Mistweaver are going to be taking this game number 1 outside of a miracle Demolish crit.
Yeah, things are looking really good so far, but mana actually is in favor of Burger King, so that is the one kind of saving grace so far that they've got going for them, but still a lot of pressure here coming out from Smite and Cassidy. Smite, though, dropping out to 50% HP. There's the Demolish doing a lot of work there onto Smite. Huge pressure. Bank is starting to feel it here at 28% dampening. It has looked like Stop Nerf Mistweaver's game to win, but slowly the pressure is finally getting increased on the side of Burger King. Meanwhile, Zeepai suffering through a kick down to half HP. No Astral Shift available, but here comes the big pop from Zeepai. He's looking for big damage here, but Smite is going to ascend to the skies there with the Deep Breath, doing a lot of counter pressure. Knight's Life Cocoon is going to be traded there from Bank, but Bank is really hurting on mana. It's starting to become a mana game here. I feel like if they can keep enough uptime onto Smite, if they can get 1 or 2 more big Demolishes, I think they could do it on the side of Burger King. Lontar has so much to work with right now.
Smite in a Stormbolt. Cassidy, though, on top of Zeepai, forcing the Astral Shift once again. Bank going for a leg sweep. Hits 2 players. Zeepai is still rotting. Astral Shift about to subside. Big damage, though, incoming on Smite out of nowhere. And perhaps Burger King, if they can survive enough into dampening, it will reduce that Mistweaver's effectiveness, and those bleed ticks and flame shock ticks will actually start to result in movement on the health bar. Burger King's composition is heavily focused around dampening and defense, intervening to allies and redirecting attacks and stunning enemies and fearing enemies to stop their attacks. And perhaps if they can survive for another 2 minutes on the side of Burger King, they could hit a critical mass point in dampening. They are starting to develop momentum. They get a double shockwave onto Cassidy and Bank, but Zeepai is low. Can he survive to that point? Lontar in a paralyze. Zeepai burrows beneath the ground, but he's still taking damage from a couple of dot ticks from Cassidy. And he's going to pop the Life Cocoon, but that Life Cocoon is not very big here at 38% dampening. But the mana is just more and more in favor of Burger King. Bank Mistweaver might need to consider a drink, but he's getting aggressive. He's moving in with the team. They want to make a commitment to close this match. They see an opening here on Zeepai with no defense for another 20 seconds. Can they manage to pierce through and find that momentum? They knock him behind the pillar. They get the leg sweep on Lontar. Cassidy gets bounced away. Zeepai jumps to the middle away from him. They winch of the Cyclone. Smite is getting shredded at the moment as well, but they get the song into the Paralyze, but the Song hit Zeepai and dispelled all his bleeds. That's actually devastating for Cassidy. It's going to set him back a lot. All of his momentum, he's trying to reload the bleeds, but now his team's on the back foot. Smite rescues Cassidy away, goes for the deep breath, getting multiple targets and a stun, but doesn't hit Lone Tar. They Cyclone Blizzo. Blizzo trinkets out. Suddenly Blizzo is actually carrying the game. Double Shockwave. The pressure's there.
That's
They've done
it.
it. They survived to critical mass. I was counting them out. It looked like they were getting no pressure in the early game, but in those later stages, the mana advantage was evident, and their damage was finally sinking in.
I really hope we get to see that on the replay. That exchange that Zeepai did, where he got knocked behind the pillar, that entire exchange from that point and forward was just so nice to watch. This is why he is the king of Elishaman. He got stunned, knocked behind the pillar. Then when Cassidy jumped to him, he just knocked him away. You can see it. I think it was right here where he got stunned and he knocked. No, this was actually was a little bit before this, but he knocked Cassidy away. Then he managed to just kite him around the pillar with the gust of wind and then jump into the Song of Chi-Ji and dispel all of those bleeds. It was such a nice moment, and then he got the big pop-off here because he stalled long enough to get that Astral Shift back. So just a really, really good exchange there from Zeepai, managing to survive through those moments and stall for his cooldown. So just excellent display of the Elishaman. And this comp from Burger King, I did not believe in it. Like in the early, mid, even like the kind of in the late game, like up to, I would say up to like 20% dampening, I didn't believe in this comp. But then I started looking at the mana. I was like, huh, they are winning hard on mana right now. They are doing a good job here. Just keeping up the pressure and trading cooldowns, and eventually they're pulling ahead. So I really liked it, because the thing that can be a little bit tricky to watch is the damage done, right? Smite is so far ahead of Zeepai, but Zeepai's damage is more bursty, and Zeepai is doing also a lot more healing than Smite.
Yeah,
so,
2 million.
That's also helping out, you know, with the healing. With the mana.
Blizzo actually went to the top of the meter. At the start in the early game, Blizzo was really low on the meter. So he actually caught up by the end of it, exactly when dampening kicked in as well. So I feel like Blizzo, this is a tough matchup because you're fighting the Feral Druid, has so many roots, so many CCs, and you're chasing an Evoker that's so slippery, but he actually managed to overcome it and actually still top the damage meter on that Warrior pickup. And now putting a point on the board here. We're going to Runes Lordaeron for game number 2. They want a small map where likely that Lone Tar will have a harder time kind of retreating and hiding if they decide to go for the Warrior. But also the small map could benefit the Warrior a bit as well, as far as getting uptime. So are Burger King going to blind lock the same comp? I imagine they would, because they blind locked it, you know, in the first game anyways. They're probably not going to change until Stop Mistweaver show that they have something. But how about a jungle, though? Would a jungle from Stop Nerf Mistweaver, or even a Hunter Dev Evoker? You know, you get rid of the Feral Druid, like a Hunter Dev Evoker. I feel like wouldn't that be a nightmare for a Warrior?
I think it could be better, yeah. I mean, well, they play usually with a BM Hunter. So yeah. I feel like a BM Hunter, yeah, it could work, but I feel like it's a little bit risky because of the flame shocks everywhere. But yeah, I think BM Hunter in general, the nice thing is it's just a dot, right? It's like unavoidable damage. If the game goes long enough, the damage is just gonna be there, and you can't really like do much to avoid it. So could be an option. It's nice also the Roar of Sacrifice into the LA pop. So it does give them some options, but Burger King doesn't actually have to blind lock that either. They could go for some kind of Morrow-based comp. They could go for Windwalker Mage on the blind and then kind of use this as their secret sauce. I mean, I love it. I love it. There's a lot of teams that just kind of stick to their mains, and I think that's also a really cool thing. Like both of these teams actually right now are just double mains. No one is like really trying to, okay, we're gonna play this meta comp or that meta comp. It's a new expansion. People are still figuring out what actually works, and both teams just gonna full send mains. Yeah,
that was a question I had moving into the weekend. Is the teams that stick to their mains, are they going to do better than the teams that are trying to chase the meta? And it's not really a 100% defined meta just at this time. We have the Outlaw Rogues and Mages creeping to the top, but I think there's still some potential for other compositions. And right now, these two teams sticking to their main compositions not re-rolling over to the Rogue Mage. We got the Warrior Ellie on one side. We got the Feral Druid Devastation locked in now from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. So completely unique playstyles, unique compositions moving in here, trying to vie for their opportunity to take on Echo in the Grand Finals, which will be a best of 7, I believe. So this is going to be a crazy series. We got Blizzo repping those bunny ears. He's going to need the extra mobility. He's got to be moving like a little bunny if he's going to stay on target in this type of matchup. It's nicely paired with the Ashbringer as well, the OG one. And he's got the full Dreadnought, the Relentless best tabard, best sword, best bunny ears. I know it's a set, but like,
Best shoulders too.
The best.
I like it. The Mog is very, very nice from Blizzo. I mean, I like it. It's a lot of people, you know, they're like, oh yeah, it's a set, you can't give it that much, but like this is the look, okay? This is the look you want, okay? If you're a warrior, this is like
every warrior dreams of having that Mog.
It's so nice. I mean, I don't know about the bunny. The bunny ears kind of work though with the pigtails, so I kind of like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. Blizzo definitely a lot better Mog than Maro. That's probably why Maro is on the bench. He's probably fixing his Mog right now, actually. Because what we saw earlier in terms of his Mog was shameful.
All right, here we go. Gates are open, and Smite is taking to the center tome here. Blizzo and Zeepai, they just want to kind of stay alive to dampening here. So Blizzo's going to be focusing his stuns on disruption, his fears on disruption, as opposed to using them aggressively. I believe in this matchup, we already see a Shockwave on Smite. He's got that Stormbolt available as well if he needs to. He's pummeling Disintegrate. Blizzo's just trying to shut down the dragon as much as possible, catching him in these champion spears and connecting Demolish during that window of time while Smite is unable to retreat from them. It was a great start for him. He gets Obsidian Scales from the Evoker. We don't expect to see too much huge momentum with these compositions. Both sides kind of have this kind of dot playstyle and kind of ramp. But the Deep Breath windows from Smite can be surprising as we see him flying through the air right there. But both sides are recovering at this point. Paralyzing Lontar. He's going to Life Cocoon and then stabilize himself with the Shayloon's Gift. Nice allocation of healing. Cassidy, the target, actually. Some cleave damage going on the Feral Druid. They're stacking, which I don't particularly like from Cassidy. Arms Warriors love hitting stacked targets with that sweeping strikes. They're going to use Time Stop on Cassidy here in bear form, prevent him from connecting any further. And they still have Life Cocoon up on Smite, so they're trying to spread their defense there. But Cassidy is spending so much time on the Warrior. I understand why. I think the Warrior's probably a better target to take out. But if you attack him, you also take more damage by stacking.
Yeah, and now no Life Cocoon on Bank, so there is a bit of an opportunity here. If they can get the pressure, nice leg sweep coming in here from Lontarino, hitting a triple right there. But look at the counter coming in from Bank. There is a Paralysis and a full sleep, but at the same time, look at Smite. He's taking so much damage, can't get anything going here. Big setup coming through, but nice counter there from Smite with the Deep Breath. His Deep Breath usage, I think, is the sole reason why he's doing so well on the Dev Evoker compared to other Evokers. He has such good timing on that ability, always using it defensively and offensively. He's just maximizing the value, making sure that it gets the defensive value of survival, but also turning the pressure back onto the enemy team. So I really like the way he's been doing that throughout the tournament. And Smite is going to survive yet another dicey situation and also force out the revival there from Lontar.
Another champion spear here down for Blizzo. However, that song from Lontar, that song of Chi-Ji, that red icon, the cloud, when it hits players, it removes damage over time effects. So it actually removed both flame shocks, it removed all the bleeds from the warrior, and vice versa as well for Bank. If he lands a cloud on the wrong target, it's going to take the feral bleeds off. So they have to be careful when they're aiming those songs. It's going to reset a lot of their momentum. We see Lontar preemptively Life Cocoon, but they might swap to him. I actually wouldn't mind them attacking Lontar a little bit more. He's stacking up on the tome. He's actually getting cleaved a lot of the time. I feel like he could be an opening here for the Feral Druid. It appears that they are starting to attack him, but Smite gets pinned in a Stormbolt. Hex on Bank. Cassidy dispels that. Lontar trying to reposition. Blizzo still just trying to stay on target. Zeepai just playing double healer on the pillar, putting those healing stream totems. We saw him do such an enormous amount of healing actually in that last game. Triple shockwave on the tome. I feel like this map is backfiring. I really feel like this map is backfiring. They're not catching Lontar unless they attack him. If they attack Lontar, which they are literally right now, I think that the map might work out for them. But if they don't, I feel like they're just stacking for the warrior.
Yeah, this map worked wonders for them in the DOBOB series, but right now not finding the same kind of pressure that they were looking for. But Bank's mana is not doing too bad this time around, even so far with Lontar. Big swap with the Lontar. They're trying to take him down. They get his trinket and the life cocoon, and that's exactly what you wanted to see there, Sid. Big swaps onto Lontar, and they make it happen, and now they have an opportunity to potentially snowball that into a lead. Cassidy with the incarnation right now, getting some work done. They get a full stun onto Blizzo. They're going after Blizzo. He's in battle stance. Huge damage onto Blizzo as well. He's going to trade out the die by the sword there. So finally, more members other than Zeepai are being tested, because Zeepai is so comfortable kind of being the meat shield for his team. But now Lontar with no trinket, Blizzo with no trinket. There are openings here for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They got Dragon Rage coming up in 20 seconds with that deep breath. So they need to make something happening here now on the side of Burger King. But Cassidy is just going to sit there in that Spirit Bastion, just tanking it out in bear form, now getting aggressive. This could be a big play. Triple leg sweep coming through here from Bank. Who is going to be the target? Looks like Blizzo, but he's going to be Cassidy actually, who gets caught up here. Big demolish, shredding through the life cocoon in just a second. Huge pressure there onto Cassidy. Lontar trading out the Celestial Conduit, but still a lot of pressure. Bank caught up in 2 stuns. Cassidy not out of the woods just yet. He's ducking in bear form, trying to stay alive. Survival Instinct gets traded as well from Cassidy. Huge play coming out from Burger King.
It does feel like Burger King have more momentum, but I feel like Bank is doing a better job on his mana. I don't know if he changed his build or he's changed his playstyle, but last time he was significantly behind Lontar at this point in the game, and mana could be very important for either side, as they are more focused around sustained damage in their compositions. Incarnation active, big setup on Lontar once again. However, they're not finding the same momentum. Blizzo was there with an intimidating shout and prevented a lot of that connection. Now they're switching their pressure on Smite. Lava Burst being casted on the Tome. Zeepai trying to line of sight disintegrates, but Smite is pushing in. He really wants to close this, but they stack up. Once again, they're stacked on this Tome. The Warrior is going to do so much damage. They have to take out Lontar soon with this type of strategy. They do get a very big exchange with Life Cocoon and Astral Shift from both the Shaman and the Mistweaver. Now they switch back onto Blizzo to try and get pressure there with a leg sweep onto Lontar. Life Cocoon up on Smite. They switch off that to Cassidy. Zeepai is lobbing out Lava Burst. Lontar struggling, but Cassidy dips low. Is he going to fall here? He's caught in a leg sweep. He's knocked in with the spear on the rescue. That was a beautiful spear from Blizzo, getting big value, but not enough to win the game. It did get Bank's trinket, though. They Stormbolt him, the first kind of offensive play we see from Blizzo with his crowd control, using that range stun on the healer rather than one of the damage dealers. And we do see the cooldowns not available for some time on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver, both defensively and offensively, about 30-second window before they can really make something big happen. But even without the cooldowns, they're starting to sink their teeth in. If they can build momentum and then swell into that incarnation, swell into that Dragon Rage, they'll be in a great spot. They get a double shockwave cap stun on the healer when they made their swap on Lontar. If they can get a major cooldown from Lontar right here, it's going to be critical. Incarn is coming up so soon. They also have Innervate for their healer for the late game. They're getting multiple stuns on both Lontar and Zeepai, like the Cyclones here from Cassidy, but they're breaking the Life Cocoon on Cassidy now, and they're swapping on Bank at the same time. It is quite a hectic game with them just dog-piled on top of each other here on the side of the tomb. Bank is moving forward, getting those wind kicks in on Zeepai. Lontar has Life Cocoon. Cassidy gets blasted. He pops the Bark Skin. It's on his Incarn, and he's running in bear form. That's not what you want to be doing as a Feral Druid. You want to be in cat form, doing as much damage as possible, but he's just getting pushed back. He's not able to stay in cat form for hardly even a couple of seconds. They time stop him at critically low health, and Bank is waiting to time a heal out of this time stop. As soon as Cassidy stops glowing gold, he will be a target again. He gets stunned out of form. Massive outplay by Blizzo. A huge crushing demolish in Cassidy's execute range. The touch of death comes in from Lontar, and Burger King looks so good. 2 up in the series. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I feel like they need to consider something else here in this matchup. This is just not working for them.
That was a beautiful, beautiful catch there by Blizzo. He did it twice, actually, earlier as well on that rescue with the spear. This time around, he catches Cassidy out of form, not ready for the incoming damage, and they are able to absolutely delete Cassidy. And yeah, I think that BM Hunter, there it is, that, just talking about that, that spear catching him on that rescue, and then here the time stop came through, I think, on Cassidy, and at this moment, he wants to get aggressive. He casts a Cyclone here, doesn't manage to find it, and then immediately there is the punish. Charge, Shockwave, Demolish, huge damage. Zeepai is free casting there in the backline as well, and I think it was actually Lontar that got the final nail in the coffin there with the touch of death. So everyone on Burger King kind of seeing the opportunity that Blizzo served up for them, and they get themselves a kill. And seeing Warriors, man, I did not expect to see Warriors doing
either.
this well. I gotta be honest. Burger King locking in the Warrior when they have a mage available, you know, it goes to show just how much of the meta is still unexplored. Because heading into today, I did not expect to see any Ellie Warrior. I was like, okay, maybe we see Ellie Windwalker because they don't have an Outlaw Rogue, and that's like the second best thing. But seeing Blizzo tagged in on the Warrior on his main, always a treat to watch because of plays like that one that we just saw. And Burger King looking like they might just 2-0 Stop Nerf Mistweaver, or 3-0 them, unless Stop Nerf Mistweaver can change something here. And yeah, Stop Nerf Mistweaver also kind of running unorthodox comp that we saw them do well with last season. So it's fun to see here what these teams are cooking up.
All right, here's match point. We're going into the draft. Blizzo is top of the meter, top of the outplays, tons of spears, pinning targets at a critical moment, catching players out of form. Just, he is ready to go on that Warrior. If Warrior is ever meta, man, I would not want to have to face this team. I absolutely would not want to. He is a complete menace on this Warrior for so many years at this point. So he's looking really good. I actually wonder if they are going to maybe try to utilize this if they manage to make it through one more game here against Echo. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, I think they're flipping the script here. I think they realize the small map's not going to work out. That, like, Runes of Lordaeron's like usually a Blizzo pick. The Dalaran Sewers, the Blade's Edge when we used to have it in rotation. Like, those small maps were Warrior picks almost certainly all of the time. So I think going to big map and bringing in a Hunter, you just kite the Warrior around, bring in a Hunter and a Dev Evoker and just run away from him the whole game and just pew him basically, and try and hinder his mobility as much as possible is what I would like to see. At the same time, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they've been playing this Feral Evoker all day. They're obviously really hot on it, but now they're down 2 points. So what do you think they're going to do from here? Are they locking the same, or are they going to make a change?
I think they're going to make a change. I think they bring in the Hunter. I think it's time for the Hunter. Maybe jungle, maybe. Yeah, I could see the jungle maybe working here.
Thunder has been like a counter for jungle in the past, though. I don't know. I think they need like a double ranged that can kite the Warrior is what I want to see. But I guess time will tell here, and we will see. It's their last map. They've only got one more chance here. They have to reverse sweep now if they want to get into the grand finals, and it's really important for seeding. You don't want to be in that gauntlet when it comes to the European finals. So they are going to do the double ranged. They're going to bring in Hidden on that Beast Mastery Hunter, Smite on the Dev Evoker. So double ranged. These classes, you know, one-on-one against a Warrior, like if you got a shuffle and you were a Warrior and you saw this, you'd be like, all right, this is auto loss. I'm tapping out of this one. So I think in that sense it works, but this isn't shuffle, right? This is 3v3 where if their teammates are more coordinated and assisting them, maybe they can actually get Blizzo to the targets. But I do think this change of pace was necessary. It felt like Stop Nerf Mistweaver maybe got baited by game one because it looked so good for them early on. And then so they're like, oh, that didn't feel too bad. Like, we were pretty close. Let's send it again. But that second one just looked so bad for them that I think they needed to make a change here.
Yeah, that second one looked very brutal. I think they kind of realized, oh, wait, if they go after Cassidy, that's just an extra target for Blizzo to hit. So they're going to go for the double range to see if it works. We got Bank with the Transmog. I like that. I like that sword, actually, a lot. That's a great sword. What sword is that?
That's from the Undermine, pretty sure. The rotating bandsaw blades, like that was like an animation of the weaponry that they introduced in the Undermine, to my understanding. So that's probably from the raid. It's called the Clawbacker Halberd, I imagine.
Clawbacker Halberd. That's a nice sword. I like that. I feel like this is not a healer transmog though. Like, I gotta be honest. I
mean, monks punch people, okay? Like they gotta get in there in the mix, man.
Yeah, I guess.
It has to be intimidating. Whereas Lontar is a fire monk. He's embraced the magma here for game number 3. Their Thundercleave. This is a main staple between Blizzo, Zeepai, and Lontar in my mind. Like, this is their home territory on this composition. We didn't expect to see it, given what the meta was looking like it was advancing towards, but they actually look really good in this matchup, and I hope they play this in the finals if they get there, because I actually wonder how much of a fight they're going to put up against Waz there on Echo. But the game has started. There's no going back, and Blizzo is trying to get to a target, but a freezing trap comes through. It looks like he was able to use Berserker Shout to reduce the duration of it, which is great utility on that Warrior. He's just the whole package. He's damage, he's stuns, he's burst, he's CC, he's utility. Blizzo is just like a utility knife. He just does it all.
Blizzo, just a Swiss Army knife here on the Warrior, doing some serious work for his team. But Hidden's going to take a lot of damage right now, getting stunned up by Zeepai and taking quite a beating that is going to be responded to by Bank on the Mistweaver, getting the life cocoon. And look at that spear just being super annoying here. Blizzard's getting a lot of uptime, actually, despite the fact that this comp is kind of picked to reduce his effectiveness. Zeepai also casting out some damage, looking for the Hex, manages to find it there onto Smite. Lontar was pushing in there for, nice Song of GG here. It's going to connect onto Bank as well. God. Cross AC, huge pressure coming out there onto Hidden. Hidden is in big trouble after that one. Bank had to use the Will of the Forsaken and the Revival just to keep him alive.
Well, Hidden's coming in off the bench. He's coming in cold. He hasn't played the whole day, and it's on match point. He has to come in against Blizzo, one of the best warriors in the game. Is he going to be able to get him off? He's trying to use Concussive Shot and Master's Call here to break the hamstring and get some distance. But see those roots on Hidden? This is what I was talking about. His allies can help him get to the target. That coordination from Zeepai is getting Blizzo a lot more uptime, forcing a Life Cocoon now out from Bank. Sleepwalks are being spammed onto Zeepai, trying to stagger some of his damage output. Lontar in position to do damage here. Bank rolls in, though, and gets a bankroll of a leg sweep. Lontar into the freezing trap out of that. Now Blizzo on target. Is he going to be able to do enough damage here? He's falling a bit behind. I do think his dampening gets higher. Nice Ring of Peace actually bouncing Blizzo away from the Hunter. You can see Hidden, he just wants to stay as far away as possible, but Blizzo leaps in with a Blade Storm, and Hidden tries to disengage away. We see the triple stun engagement from Smite right as soon as they make their push, trying to stagger their uptime, but Hex is actually going to be devastating. Zeepai can Hex anyone. There's not really a consistent decurse here from his opponents. Big Ascendance window here from Zeepai with the Bloodlust or the Heroism here as they're playing Alliance. Look at those Lava Bursts just flying in onto Hidden right now. Is he going to drop? He trades out the aspect of the turtle, and that big window of opportunity, Zeepai jumped through it in eager anticipation, and now Hidden is trying to get to the pillar, but he's pinned by the spear. Lontar is there to add some kicks into the mix as well. They drop the Ring of Peace to try and bounce Blizzo away, but he uses the Stormbolt. He's repositioning, getting a couple of globals with every bounce away, charging in on the disengage, and Hidden is just not getting the distance that he needs in this matchup. They go for a stun. Where's the trap? They grounding totem to prevent it, so they're going to use Paralyze instead. A freezing trap will be fully DR'd. We see the Tremor totem come down here, likely on that Song of Chi-Ji. Lontar is free. He's making a move for a Song of Chi-Ji of his own. That's going to hit Bank. Double Shockwave. Big value from Blizzo. Smite is going to use that time stop on Hidden. He turns gold and goes immune to everything for a few moments, but now that has faded, so Bank will chain that into Life Cocoon, but Hidden got knocked up on his disengage. He's just not able to get distance. He's trying right now. They get a sleep on Lontar. Perhaps they can get some momentum, but a Hex sneaks in, and it will prevent a huge amount of damage from Smite. Anytime these hexes are actually maybe something that wasn't considered in the formula. It's just totally removing Smite from the game at times.
Yeah. And Blizzo now trying to make it around the corner. Back to his target. He finds Hidden. Big damage potential. Hidden's going to trinket out, trying to get away from Blizzo. Blizzo manages to get there in just a second here with the Blade Storm, but nice rescue there from Smite, keeping Hidden away from Blizzo. That was a good CC chain attempt as well by Lontar. They forced out the Will of the Forsaken there from Bank in the midst of things, but Zeepai now loading up the Stormkeeper, looking for the damage. They've connected to Hidden, but Hidden trying to get away. Blizzo reconnects though, gets the Life Cocoon as well. They're keeping him on target, but Hidden is doing a great job just running around this pillar, kiting as much as possible. Sleepwalk connects onto Zeepai. He knocks Hidden away into the open field, so he can't run away from Blizzo. The spear is going to pin Hidden down. Blizzo finally reaching his target here with the help of his team, and this is what we're talking about in 3v3. It's much more coordinated, and that is going to be the Life Cocoon being traded out there. Demolish immediately just deleting that Life Cocoon as well, and here comes Zeepai popping off. Big Lava Burst is going to connect onto Hidden as well. He doesn't have Turtle for one more second. Finally rotated back up, and he might just need to use it immediately. Deep breath coming out from Smite, counter pressure, triple beams, but he gets hexed on it by Zeepai, and still it's going to be Hidden on the back foot here. Nice paralysis on Bank, but Bank does manage to come out of that. Beautiful rescue there onto Hidden as well. Double shockwave, but Blizzo still struggling to reach his target. Sleepwalk being casted here by Smite, finds it onto Zeepai, does get dispelled there though by Lontar. Full Sleepwalk onto Lontar, full hex onto Smite. Both teammates doing what they can here to stay alive.
Lava Burst incoming here onto Hidden. Blizzo leaping in for the dunk. He's getting critically low on match point. He can't afford to choke. Has aspect of the turtle available, but he's managing to get distance. Blizzo Blade Storms to break the snares and try and get on target. Hidden dodges that purple crystal. He doesn't want to pick that up. He's going to take 5% more damage. Doesn't need that Shadow Sight right now, so he actually kites around it. Nice Life Cocoon, but they've already broken it. I really feel like BORGIR King are flipping this game on its head. They're actually winning the matchup, even despite all the mobility of the Hunter and the Devastation Evoker. Blizzo is charging in. Another double shockwave here, man. He's looking like MVP, but Lontar's into a sleep. Blizzo trades the die by the sword. He's just everything. He's the entire package. His defense, utility damage, everything here. Even in a matchup that's built to counter him, still just completely dominating, trying to ramp up his momentum, but that Ring of Peace is preventing him from connecting for a moment, so he's going to use the Intervene to get to Lontar, to get on target and connect his Demolish. He's using everything that is available. The Spear pins both of them together, sacking them for massive cleave, and Hidden has to trade aspect of the turtle, but he'll just switch his attention to Smite. He's getting clobbered. Everybody's dying, dampening almost at 30%. Defense is completely shattered on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They face elimination in this game. If Blizzo connects, they will get wrecked. He's charging forward, keeping Hamstring up on the Hunter, trying to force him to use that disengage, but they're going to use Intimidation, Stun, and Master's Call to break loose of the Hamstring and freed him across the map. Lontar's chasing so Blizzo can intervene. He's going to leap the other direction instead, but he gets bounced by the Ring of Peace, looking to go into battle stance. He's got the War Breaker. He's got the Sharpen. Big Mortal Strike coming in on Hidden here in the next couple seconds, but Lontar's in a freezing trap, so Blizzo goes back into D stance. He's not taking any risks. He's playing his conservative game. Big Spell Reflect here on some of the bursts from the Dev Evoker, trying to get in, but he gets put into the leg sweep. Lontar at life cocoons, but they've already broken the life cocoon. Blizzo might need to go. He's going to intervene back to the pillar, but they stack for a triple. Lontar trying to pick him back up. Hex attempt from Zeepai. They really need a Hex right now. He's going for it again. They get the Hex. They get the stun. They stop the damage. Just in time here as Lontar was silenced, and he should be able to pick his team back up. Hidden is baiting Blizzo into the open. It is going to be a race to the finish here, out completely exposed in the corner of the map.
But Blizzo is going to take the trade here. He's connecting onto Hidden. Big damage. Rescue comes through, but he saves his heroic leap to get back onto his target. Manages to get the life cocoon there from Bank. Not a lot of defense left. Nice double shockwave. Here comes the Demolish. Big restun there onto Hidden as well. Massive damage coming out there, but Bank is doing a great job dealing with it at this moment in time. But Hidden is struggling to stay away from Blizzo, and he might just be going down right here in the Spear of Bastion. Can they do it? Beautiful time stop coming through to save the day here, to stall for a little bit longer, but is it going to be enough? Hidden is still very low. They do have the damage. Bank is out of crowd control. Bank is trying to keep him alive. Stormbolt connects on the Bank. He's got nothing. Touch of death from Lontar. Almost there, but he does manage to get one more heal. Beautiful Ring of Peace from Bank, bouncing them away, keeping him alive for one more push, Sid.
He's actually alive. Blizzo in trouble. They have options. They activate the life cocoon, but dampening is high. I feel like either team could still take this. Hidden has his defense rotating back up, but he's caught into a shockwave. Demolish incoming, a huge crit. Aspect of the turtle will be forced from Hidden. Life Cocoon overlapped with that as well as Bank is put into a crowd control chain in the corner. Hidden is trying to kite the warrior, trying to get distance, throwing down the tar traps, trying to keep concussive shot up, trying to get away with disengage, but Blizzo is chasing him down like the Terminator right now. Blizzo is back. Is Hidden going to be able to survive this next attack? Bank gets Winchered. He goes for the leg sweep. Rescue comes through to the opposite side of the map. Ring of Peace to bounce Blizzo away, but the lava bursts are just flowing endlessly from Zeepai with that ascendance and that heroism, but he gets deep press stunned. Hidden gets a second chance to potentially move away from the kill, but there's just no momentum. There's no momentum. Everybody is dying. They're completely out of mana on match point, facing elimination. Can they actually do it? Lontar forced to trinket. Bank goes for the conduit, but it's so much damage from Zeepai. They put him into a sleepwalk, stalling his attacks for now, but Blizzo is coming in, and he's coming in hot. He's looking for the win. Life Cocoon from Bank, just in the nick of time, but they've broken it. A double leg sweep. Hidden trinkets that they are playing for their tournament lives right now. They're going for it, and Blizzo is so low. Have they actually done it? Have they actually done it? Is there a light at the end of the tunnel here for Hidden on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver? I cannot believe it, but Blizzo recovers, and they're still at 50% health. They've been at 50% health for like 2.5 minutes straight.
Oh my goodness, Blizzo recovers. That life cocoon just came back up, and here's the Demolish. And Smite is not going to be able to rescue Hidden in that moment. That was a nail-biter of a game, but Burger King is going to be victorious, knocking Stop Nerf Mistweaver away. That was a crazy turn there on Blizzo, dropping to like 5% HP, and the life cocoon was actually just 1 or 2 seconds away. Lontar managing to save him, and Blizzo in those moments still just pressing the W key, still feeling confident that his healers got him and staying aggressive in the match. Wow, what a way to finish it out. But Burger King is the one who's going to take it. Hidden, though, gets tagged in and does a tremendous job right there. Look at that. Look at that life cocoon there. 5 seconds. Blizzo is just staying in, unafraid, trying to stay alive. And then finally, it rotates back off cooldown. Lontar able to save him, and they are able to claim victory here. Smite trying to rescue Hidden there at the end, but too much damage coming in, and they do finally manage to win. Hidden, though, I thought he was dead here. I thought he was dead so many times, but they're able to keep us guessing.
The rescue at the end of the game is so funny. Smite's just carrying a dead body with the rescue. He watches it at the end. Smite's like, "I'll save you, dude. I got you, dude. You made it to the chopper. I'm rescuing you, Hidden. Watch me fly in right now. I'm gonna save you, Hidden. I've got you. I've got you." Dead.
No, that's so sad.
So rescues a dead body.
God.
That was a crazy save actually by Zeepai at the end there. Zeepai's Hex is what allowed Blizzo to survive when he was like 1% HP. Right here, look at his Hex onto Smite. There, Blizzo is dead here if that Hex doesn't connect. They get the Hex and they had the Shockwave there, DR on Hidden. If that doesn't happen, it's over. Just such a good team. So fun to watch these guys when they play that Warrior Ellie. And unfortunately for Smite, he's not carrying his team to victory. He's carrying a corpse out of the tournament.
Oh my gosh. A little BM on the casting desk today. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean,
thought that was a little bit poetic. I thought that was kind of good.
It was.
I was building on Sid's
both.
joke.
No, it was good. No, it was a good pickup. Very very nicely done. All right. That's going to be a 3-0 from BORGIR King. Unfortunately, stop Nerf miss. We are going to walk away from that probably disappointed with that outcome. But I mean, what a series. I'd love to see that again. I'd love to see them return for number 2. But that means that we have our grand finals. And this is going to be, I think, an exciting way to end off the EU region Super Ps for Cup number 1.
Yeah, I think definitely, especially that BORGIR King here. I want them to play mains. Even if maybe theoretically it should never win, I just feel like Blizzo is so good on this Warrior. Zeepai is so good on this Shaman. Like, if there was a team that could defy the meta right now, I feel like it would be their roster. So this is setting up to be a legendary rematch in my view.
Yeah, could not agree more. We've got our bracket now for the European region. We can see there in the grand finals, we've got Echo and BORGIR King facing off against each other. It's our first one of midnight as well. Zico, do you feel like either of these teams might have something in store for us that's potentially a little bit unexpected given that we're in the new expansion?
I think that Echo already showed, okay, we got the Rogue Mage to beat the Windwalker, or sorry, we got the Mage Lock to beat BORGIR King's Windwalker Mage. So the question for BORGIR King now is, what do we have to beat the Mage Lock? Could it be Blizzo on the Warrior? Could it be something else? I don't know, but that's the big question. If they have something, because I think Echo is locking in Mage Lock on the blind. Again, it's going to be on Nagrand, large map. They already won with it. So that is really going to be the question here. What does BORGIR King have? If they have something to win that blind pick against Mage Lock, then they could just take the entire thing.
All right, well, they don't have a lot of time to figure that out. It's going to be the next up series. But in the meantime, we've got our first mini game of the day. Are you guys ready for a little spell guesser while these guys get ready for their series?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here we go.
What kind of shenanigans in this one? Is it a
Picture
3 that's
this.
an 8 or
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. Okay. Also, production told me
I
that
love
this is
how
going to be
it's like
hard.
it could be an arena map, a spec, a teammate, or literally anything is the last thing. It could be white square.
Empyrean Domain.
White clouds? Yeah? Is it
I don't
Imperial
know.
Domain?
White
I
square.
imagine if that's right.
2 blank squares.
It looks like clouds.
Is that it? Or are they like revealing?
Am I the only one who sees clouds?
I see clouds
No,
in
it's
the
definitely
box.
clouds.
Yeah.
I see clouds, yeah.
Song of something. What are clouds in the game? What team has a cloud? Cloud9's not in anymore.
We smoke? Like smoke bomb?
Oh.
That'd be too easy.
Yeah, line of sights? Like, is that what that's supposed to mean? Like a smoke bomb is down, the other 2 targets out of line of sight?
Clouded vision? Or like
we
maybe
need more.
We need like
Yeah.
a call a friend, you know, like and do you want to be a millionaire? We need like some of the
Call
lifelines.
Rookie.
What would you call
Call
though? Like, what do you?
Rookie.
Hey, we're seeing a picture of clouds. What could that mean? Like, is this all we get?
I feel like we
It feels
I think there's gotta
impossible.
be. Yeah, I think we
wasn't
need
Smoke
something more
Bomb.
for sure.
It's not Song of Chi-Ji. And then the statement leading into the game says it could be something entirely different. So doesn't that mean it could be a basket?
Okay.
Oh, it's missing. It's missing things. That's what it is. Okay, so it's a cloud.
Wait,
and
what do you mean
a
it's
basket.
missing things?
It's.
Oh,
Mm,
we're phoning a friend.
Mist
Venruki is saying that
Weaver.
it's Mist Weaver.
he's saying it's a basket.
I get
and
that.
it's
Like the
mist.
clouds are the mist, and then you weave
Yeah.
baskets, and then what are they gonna do? Is the last one like a crane or something?
Monk?
Isn't
Yeah.
isn't a weave like a wig?
Punch.
Punch.
Fist weaver. Monk.
Yeah?
Uh,
Are like nicknames for things on
Nicknames
the
allowed.
table? Maybe?
It's got to be Mist Weaver, Monk.
It's a specialization.
Mist Weaver.
I think Mist Weaver.
All right. I'm
Final
going with you
answer.
guys.
Or Fist
Yeah.
Weaver, but
Miss
Yes!
same thing.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Okay, I understand the game now.
Thank
I
you,
thought
Ben.
that those
Yeah.
blank
Ben's really
icons
good at
were
this.
literally meant to be blank.
Yeah, me too.
And that
I
was
a
all
little
we get.
confused. Oh. You know what? I'm proud of ourselves for that one. I thought that was good.
I did a lot that round. That was all me.
After
actually.
Ben
You're welcome,
interjected
guys.
off camera.
What do you mean?
I told-
didn't
I said we
care.
should-
We came up with that on our own. Zika.
I said we should call Ben. So you know.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Right. He came and saved the day. I could hear him chuckling right now. All right, well, we're going to go to a break, but when we come back, it is the European Grand Finals for Cup number 1, the first of midnight. You definitely want to tab in for this one. Don't want to miss it. Echo versus Burger King coming up next after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the grand finals of the EU region here in Cup number 1 for midnight. It is Echo versus Burger King. It is a rematch, and honestly, then it is a tale as old as time also between these two teams.
Yeah, it's the BlizzCon 2019 finals all over again between these two teams. And it was exciting to see Blizzo on that Warrior in that last game. You know, obviously in the finals, you could see that he was playing Warrior here. Looney was playing the Mistweaver Monk too, and Mistweaver being a popular specialization right now. It's like there's just so many parallels to be drawn. Obviously, Echo won earlier today. They also ended up winning this final. So, there's a bit of a score to settle here for Burger King. But the thing is, are they going to be able to figure something out? The mage lock of Echo looked absolutely wild today. But equally so, I mean, maybe we'll see Zeepai on that Elemental Shaman and things will change up.
Yeah, certainly a lot of questions in the air, Chan, especially since we did already see them play earlier today. We can take a look of a replay from that match that we did see earlier, Chan. But as both of these teams approach this series again, is there any changes you want to see made on either side?
As much as I, hope that BORGIR King has an answer for this mage lock, I just don't think that they do. And I think if Echo plays mage lock every single game, what answer does BORGIR King really have into it? This Windwalker mage, it looked terrible into the mage lock. Into the rogue mage is a bit of a different story. I think it was very, very close. It could go either way, but even on a small map on Hook Point, I'm not sure what they can do.
Yeah, definitely the big question that we had leading into the break as well. Like, what is the answer to that mage lock? We saw them adapt it earlier today on the side of Echo, and they had a tremendous series. Burger King, they're just coming off of a win, though, so perhaps maybe a bit of a momentum swing then. We were talking about that earlier and how much that can play as a factor into some of these series.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I know being a warrior into a mage is a nightmare, but I swear Windwalker is also a nightmare, except you're a lot less durable than the warrior. So I wouldn't mind it. I mean, honestly, the mage lock versus the Windwalker mage, it seems like Echo has that matchup figured out quite well. I want to see Burger King just throw a curveball, lock in the Elemental Shaman, Arms Warrior. Maybe it's terrible, but I at least want to see it,
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's gotta be a bit nerve-wracking, Chan, though, like locking in a new composition. I don't know how much they practice anything else. Like, what is that like in a situation like this, especially when you're up against Echo?
Well, the good thing is it's the grand final, so you do have it's a best of 7, right? So you have a few more games to work with compared to a regular series. So if you want to throw that curveball out there and just experiment, you want to do that nice and early in the series, right? The worst thing that could happen to you is you go down, you try the Windwalker mage again, you go down 0-2, 0-3, and you try to whip out the Warrior Hell in the last game, and it looks terrible. So, yeah, we'll see what BORGIR King answers here. I think unless they actually have an answer for the mage lock, though, it's going to be really hard for them to beat Echo.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Looks like chat thinks that as well. I think that was about 85% I saw in favor of Echo for this series. So now I would love to hear your guys' predictions. Ven, let's start with you on this series.
I mean, it's the head versus the heart. Which one are you going to go with? For me, I don't know. I've been going with my heart a little bit too much lately. I think I got to go with my brain on this one. I think Echo's been looking good. They seem to have all the answers. But I do think Burger King's going to pick up a few wins. So I'm going 4-2 for this one in favor of Echo.
4-2. All right, Chan, what is your prediction for the series?
I think it's a 4-1 for Echo. You can never count out the possibility of Raikou dying pre-block. So I'm going to give them the one game just for that. But I think it's going to be a stump otherwise.
Okay. All right. I think we're getting Super T's and Zico's predictions in as well. In the meantime, I'm with you guys. I think it's going to be Echo. Looks like
Zico copied me, of course.
And Zico are as well. That's so rude.
I know.
Man, I think I'm going to go. See, like right now it's like between 4-1. Why don't I go 4-0? I'll be different between all of you guys. It feels mean, but I feel like I got to get ahead in my perfect prediction somehow. So I'm going to go 4-0. My heart is telling me not to do that, but I'm going to do it anyways. I have to claw my way up in the standings somehow, but I do, obviously wish that Burger King puts up a good, strong fight. I think they will, and like Chan said, this is a best of 7, so they do have a bit of room to find the comfortability in this series, and it's also their second rematch against them. They did play earlier today. 84% on the side of Echo. So, I mean, what is that like, Chan? Do you think that like gets into their head at all when they kind of know that people view them as an underdog? Does that change your mindset at all?
It's definitely a little bit less pressure on you, but after the first series, man, I don't think they feel good about this, right? Like they're in my opinion, they're going into this as, you know what, we'll take second place. We'll hope for some meta changes with the 0.5 patch and come back a bit stronger, because it was a stomp, man. It was a complete stomp. But I don't know. We'll see what they can pull out here. On the flip side, though, Echo, they won the first series, and they've been marinating. They've been cooking themselves for the 2 series, watching the AWC, waiting to play, right? So they're coming back into this cold again, and that's also sometimes a disadvantage. We'll see how they perform in this first game. I think that'll set the tone. But RMP into Ellie Mage.
I'm not gonna lie,
man.
I feel like Echo won this blind pick
Yeah.
big time. Like
Yeah.
they read them like a book.
Maro is
Burger
dead.
King-
Maro
Yeah,
is
this
dead.
is not. You know what?
It's
Zeepai
Frost.
and Maro have they've made this setup work in the past when it really it had no business working. They were able to pull it off. Maro's going to be playing the Frost, but I think Outlaw just makes this so difficult. Outlaw is so incredibly tanky. It's very mobile. I'm expecting Echo to have an easy time in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. The Outlaw Rogue should just stick to Maro, who's playing Frost into a Fire Mage. Every single combustion is going to be so brutal. Waz is, of course, going to stick to him like glue and just make it impossible for him to play the game, impossible for him to find openings. And the thing is, in this current meta, a lot of the mages are playing regular Blink instead of Shimmer. Of course, Maro is up against a Rogue right here, so the regular Blink to get out of those stuns is very important. He's taking a lot of damage right now. Lonta goes into the leg sweep. Is he going to be okay? Lonta does have the life cocoon out of that. But the thing about regular Blink is that it's a lot shorter cooldown, but what it means is that you can't blink while casting in order to get CC on the enemy healer. With an Outlaw Rogue on you, I don't see how Mara's ever going to sheep JT.
Yeah, he's not.
It's a full
no way.
kite
The only way.
angle.
Yeah, it's like you basically are just going to be running away, doing exactly what Raikou was doing when he was attacked, except unfortunately, an Elemental Shaman peeling for you and a Demo Warlock peeling for you is a completely different story. In this one, Maro is low, might have to actually end up using the Ice Block here, just cannot get much damage rolling. The Ray of Frost does land, but immediate counterspell by Raikou, and that's the thing. I mean, these mages are so expert, they know exactly what the enemy Frost Mage wants to do, and I actually think one of the most annoying things for a Frost Mage to fight is a Fire Mage, because he's got the range counterspell, it's a 6-second lockout, he's got the Mass Invis, Greater Invis, Shadow Meld, so many different ways to stop your Ray of Frost.
Yeah, and he can relentlessly just run you down. Lontar getting put into a leg sweep, into a half kidney there, has to revival to keep Maro healthy, but Maro might have to block anyway. Gouge now onto Lontar. Raikou doesn't even land a poly. Waz doesn't care about that. They just want to throw any CC they can onto Lontar and right-click Maro down. And you can see the entire team Echo just walking at Maro the entire game.
Yeah, Ray of Frost actually will land, but Waz seems to just shrug that one off for the time being. Waz still just pushing forward here on tomorrow. And I do wonder if Ray of Frost is counted as AoE damage, because if it is, then the feint is going to be super effective against it if you can actually feint the Ray of Frost.
That's a good point.
Not 100% on that one, but Ray of Frost is going to land once again. I think Waz actually pre-feinted that one, and the feint is just such a powerful defensive cooldown. Unless Waz gets caught without that, I feel like it's very unlikely he's going to be going down at any stuns. Life Cocoon lands. Big damage incoming. Combustion about to be available here for Raikou. Echo, I think they got the exact matchup that they wanted here.
Yeah, the only win con that BORGIR King really has is the mana difference. Lontar, of course, beating JT out on the mana at the moment, but the pressure difference in this game is absolutely insane, right? Echo really hasn't had to use much, just the revival. The kidney lands now onto Lontar, it's a half kidney. Can Waz get onto Mara and just force a block by himself through healing? Lontar doesn't have the Life Cocoon available or the revival, so Mara is quite vulnerable right now for the next 20 to 25 seconds. Lontar just trying to kite it out. Same with Maro. Just get max distance from Echo as they walk at them. Raikou has had the combustion for a while now, not ripping it on cooldown. I do want to see him just press that on CD, and he does pull the trigger now.
Yeah, just get the damage rolling, burn through the mana. Huge win condition for them as Maro and Lontar are just on the run, running through the middle of the map over and over. But eventually this damage, you can see Waz is actually topping the damage meters right now on that Outlaw Rogue.
Right.
Huge uptime, and Maro just goes down. Pre-block, unfortunately caught off guard. Lontar had the Life Cocoon as well, so maybe a miscommunication there, unexpected damage, but Echo's going to be happy to walk away with a Game 1 win.
Of course, I mean, like you said, he had the block and the life cocoon there, but there's so much damage just coming in from Echo onto Mara. It's just impossible for you to play as a Frost Mage. Outlaw Rogue and Fire Mage on you, plus a Mistweaver pushing in, and that's what JT's doing the whole game. He's not sitting back 40 yards away like we're used to seeing from him. And I like this adaptation from him, right? I always said he was this defensive healer who was very hard to CC, but now in this Mistweaver monk, he's taking a completely different approach. He's adapted his playstyle. He's joining in on all the action and helping his team to get offensive onto Maro. It looks so hopeless from them. The only win con is mana. Aside from that, you're just losing on all fronts. Maro is just playing to live.
I want to see his deathlock. I mean, Maro, yeah, it's like you said, he's playing Blink, and JT is not afraid of being polymorph whatsoever. I mean, if Waz somehow manages to miss his kick, I mean, maybe JT can just portal away. They're using Ring of Peace to stop Maro from casting anything. Like, the chances of him actually landing full lethal Ray of Frost in this matchup are next to none. You can see here he gets bounced back, blinks in, and loses a significant amount of his health. I wonder if that was just like a big between the eyes. Like, on my Outlaw Rogue, I think the highest between the eyes I hit was like 150k. So if you crit with that, you can actually hit really hard. It's really unexpected damage too. Outlaw is like one of these specs where there's a lot of RNG. If you're getting resets on your between the eyes, then you can do insane burst. Otherwise, you're doing, good consistent damage, but out of nowhere, I feel like it's one of those specs you can get comfortable against, but then just randomly die.
Also feel like with how Outlaw's designed this current expansion in Midnight, the more uptime you have, the more between the eyes buffs you get, more damage percentage increase, and it just keeps ramping and just you're constantly resetting your cooldowns as well. Of course, Adrenaline Rush and Vanish are not as important as they used to be in terms of resets, but Waz is able to stick to Mara the entire game. He's playing the Gnome as well for the Escape Artist, and it just makes it so that there's no space, right? And you look at the Deathlog here, the Blade Rush Dispatch came through, as well as some damage from Raikou, the 86k Scorch as well for the execute.
And Scorch also, it has no travel time, so it's like, it just kind of, it's not a pyroblast flying in your face that you can kind of react to, it just instantly does the damage to you with the Blade, you know what I mean? He blinks, and then Waz's mobility, Blade Rush, also just kind of one-shots him with the Scorch, so definitely tough. Echo, they're going to comfortably lock in the exact same composition once again. And I think for BORGIR King, it's very likely we see the Windwalker Monk come in here for Blizzo.
I think that's the right play, right? They won on Maldraxxus, and of course there was a bit of a defensive blunder from Echo. But there it is, they do lock it in. I like this. I think this, the blind pick, it was unfortunate. They were trying to fake out the Mage Lock, trying to perhaps take a win from that. But to be honest with you, Ven, I'm not even convinced that Ellie Frost would have been that great into Mage Lock. It could have been alright, but yeah.
We'll never know. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it.
Meat Monk
cheering on
believes.
for Lothar there. Love that, yeah. You got to cheer for the underdog sometimes, but this is looking brutal. Echo, they look very well prepared, and all the compositions that they have, I mean, Raikou playing Frost and Fire so excellently, and then, they have the Rogue Mage, they have the Windwalker Mage, they have the Mage Lock, which no one else is really playing Mage Lock, but it seems to be a good pick into the Windwalker Monks. But I'm not even convinced that Windwalker Monk should outright beat the Outlaw Rogue here. Like, I think this is, at worst, a 50-50 matchup.
The good thing is that it becomes a bit more of a, when you play Mage Lock into Windwalker Mage, you're getting dampened big time, man. Blizzard just not able to play the game at all. Every time his soul is leaving his body, yeah. It's miserable. Yeah, he's just getting dampened completely. Whereas this Rogue Mage versus Windwalker Mage, we can debate which matchup is more favored, but it is mostly a skill matchup. If the Windwalker Mage plays well, they can win. If the Rogue Mage plays well, they can win. Whereas Mage Lock is a bit more of a counter. So really fortunate for Echo for that to be in the meta for them as well. Raikou, of course, insane mage. Mercy, I think he's the GOAT lock right now. And then with JT backing them up, it's just such a good defensive lineup that Blizzard can't break through. So now, though, we have the Rogue Mage into Windwalker Mage combo. Going to be paying a lot of attention to the combustion cooldown from the Fire Mages and how they're going to react to that.
All right, let's see how it goes. Maro charging in the middle of the map. A bit unafraid here in that last game. And last time we did see this matchup, BORGIR King was able to put their first point on the board with a bit of an overlap of defensive cooldowns between Raikou and JT. They got separated positional-wise, and Raikou unfortunately got his cauterized proc with the Life Cocoon, and that was where BORGIR King was able to really pull ahead. Big setup here on the Blizzo. He might just die in the opener, and it is going to be the Trinket Life Cocoon. I like that Echo is mixing this up too. Now Maro is just outright dead. Oh, Waz and Raikou really bringing the heat here early on.
Yeah, but the in-cap onto JT breaks. Oh my god, the kick from Blizzo onto Raikou. Gets a live cocoon. Maro not really participating in that because Raikou just pre-running every time combustion is popped from Maro. Just realizing he's the main target. Maro right now taking so much damage. In-cap into sweep. Lonta doesn't have the trinket. Traded out in the opener. Is not able to get the cauterize, but Lonta has no cooldowns left. No trinket, no life cocoon, no revival. Lonta is a valid target as well when Raiku's combustion comes up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Was is just all over Maro right now. Big barrier is going to be coming in. That's a huge absorb shield that will ultimately keep Maro alive. Raikou, in the meantime, has Blizzo all over him. Both of these mages having a difficult time kiting here, but it does Maro, who is a little bit lower.
Full sheep.
Into a full sheep. That's not a good position to be in. Maro doing what he can, but is forced into the ice block. Another good push here by Echo. And Echo is looking like they are on fire in this final so far. Burger King really struggling here. Blizzo Karmas. Raikou, though, getting one shot in the meantime. Life Cocoon trades for one. Can Raikou stay alive? He uses the Mass Invis. JT trades out the Life Cocoon as well. Both mages getting that huge defensive cooldown, but Echo's still way ahead.
Yeah, and that's Maro's combustion onto Raikou there, so no real offensive pressure for Burger King for a while. Blizzard does decide to choose to use his second Zenith right now onto Raikou, trying to counter pressure, but I really like this last setup from Echo, waiting for Lonta to push in and then counter going on that. Right now, Raikou goes with DB Ring onto Blizzo, does unfortunately miss it. Can they follow up NECC onto Lonta? Maro behind the pillar, just playing so defensive and so scared. He does have the combustion up before Raikou. Oh, Raikou does have the combustion up before Maro, so it's Echo's time to push right now.
Yeah, good opportunity here. Maro still playing very defensive, getting the Tiger's Lust, going for the invisibility just to drop the frame. Going for a potential fireball here. Maro combustion, like you said, but it is going to be Raikou who pulls his first. This could easily be the cauterized. Life Cocoon trades, and cooldown on that is quite low right now, so they are able to just trade it out. JT and a polymorph right now. Nicely done there by Maro. Raikou ultra times back to the middle of the map. JT can easily keep him alive here, and once again, Echo a little bit ahead. They have that Life Cocoon. Maro still doesn't have Ice Block for around 2 minutes in this game, but Maro has a lot of damage right now with the combustion. Really just trying to take down Raikou, maybe pre-Ice Block, but that will be the Life Cocoon again.
It's so scary right now with the Windwalker pop. That's the last pop from Blizzard for a while though, but Maro in a lot of trouble right now. Only has the cauterized. Lonta chooses to trade out his trinket. He does have the Life Cocoon available if he wants to use it. Maro is just having such a hard time playing the game. Lonta as well, almost out of mana. He doesn't have long left in this game. About 25% at the moment. Maro, what's going to happen next? Here comes the kidney shot onto Lonta.
Yep, Raikou blinks in. Can he get a polymorph? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to.
Sheep.
He does manage to find it. Maybe they go after Blizzo. Raikou just blinking in. He's unafraid. Really trying to take down Maro. Goes for the Dispel. Maro used the Alter Time. Blinks away. Gets Life Cocoon again on his mage. Lone Star's mana is a little bit worse than JT in this position, but I don't know if this is going to be a game that comes down to mana. It's just so explosive. Raikou and Maro just exchanging damage once again. Maro, unfortunately, has to run away on his combust, which is not what you want.
Yeah, he does have the block coming up in 4 seconds though, and Blizzo has a Zenith ready. Raikou, oh my god, Court is procced. Does he have a block ready? He can block if he needs to. Blizzo's not able to connect. That is the pop from Blizzo though. Maro has no combustion for 35 seconds. I think Echo should be okay as long as Raikou doesn't get one shot by the last kick from Blizzo. And Maro right now does have the block, does have the Court available, and Lonta's trinket rotating back up in 20 seconds. So BORGIR King able to make it out alive for a little bit longer, but unfortunately for them, Echo is pushing with Raiku's combustion coming up in 10 seconds now. Full kidney onto Blizzo. No karma available.
Yeah, they don't have the combustion, though. I think Blizzo's going to be able to survive.
Raikou.
But like you said, don't touch a
No
karma.
court.
Raikou could just get one shot. Needs to be careful with no cauterize. Not feeling comfortable. Maro gets interrupted. Life Cocoon trades, and they're just going to shred through it. Raikou just throwing Pyroblast after Pyroblast, and Maro might just die. He does have that cauterize that he can rely on if he needs to, but trades out the Ice Block, holds on to the cheat death, and I think that's a totally respectable play.
Yeah, Blizzard does have the Zenith ready to go, so I think holding on to the hope that Raikou might die pre-block, but Maro in a lot of trouble. Lonta goes for the Song of Chi-Ji onto JT, who doesn't have Trinket, does have the Will of Forsaken. Lonta has Revival available for Maro if needed, but Raikou just pre-running on the combustion. Look at this. As soon as Maro pops combustion, blinks to the pillar, just hides behind there. Lonta now getting CC'd, and Maro just desperate. Oh, Raikou! No!
You called it. Oh! You literally called it.
You love to see it, but it's... Raikou, as soon as the Zenith is popped from Blizzo, just respect it. You're so far ahead. Just trade out the block. Play safe. I mean, the
That
Windwalker
laugh
burst with
was
it.
demonic, dude.
I mean, the thing about Echo is when I see them win, I'm happy for them, but when I see them lose, I'm also happy, you know, at the same time. The Windwalker burst with the Zenith is insane. If we can get a replay on that last moment, but at the same time,
He procced randomly too. He's
Yeah.
just on fire. He's like 60% health, and then his cheat death procs. It's like that's the X factor of the Windwalker monk. Like it feels like you're losing the whole game because the Outlaw Rogue's a little bit more consistent, maybe a little bit more mobile, has a little bit more ways to stand the target with the range damage. But the thing about the Windwalker monk is if you
He's a
crit, you just
I mean, he went 50 to 0, literally as
you
Blizzard
can't
popped
blame
in.
him.
It's difficult, right? Especially with it's that bottom left icon on the Windwalker cooldowns, that green Weapons of Order button. That's a one shot from the Windwalker monk. Gives you a lot of modifiers and the Rising Sun kick, and that's what one shots Raikou. But this was a good game from Echo, man, and something that I love about the way they play, especially
Here it
with
is.
it's insane. Some damage from Mara as well at
it's-
the end of his combustion, just coming in together. But mostly
It's a lot of
Blizzo
damn.
providing that burst, and of course using his previous Zenith to force the Cauterize. But something I want to commend about Echo, right, and Waz in general, is he loves to let the enemy team do a go first. Loves when Lonta rolls in for the incap, and then he counter kidneys Lonta, and they do a setup off that. And the reason for that is it exposes the enemy healer to come in, makes it easy for his teammates to follow up.
Yep. No, definitely. I think we got to give a shout out to Morrow in this one too, because he was way behind in the early stages of the match, but I think his positioning made it kind of awkward for Raikou. Like Raikou had a difficulty actually connecting damage when it counted. He was having to blink in aggressively, and that leaves opportunities for Blizzo to actually get some damage rolling. I feel like maybe Echo should play this a little bit different. Like Morrow as the main target, but maybe put more pressure on Blizzo. The game that they had won on Tolvaron in their previous series, that's exactly what they did. Raikou wasn't blinking on top of Morrow and chasing him way behind the pillar. He was just chucking the damage onto Blizzo and forcing karmas and forcing walls and getting a lot of pressure that way. And I think that might be like a better line of play potentially.
The only
no.
difference is that Waz is going to do a little bit less damage, but I don't disagree with you, right? Like, I think Blizzard's a target. I think Lontar's a target. I think Mara is a fantastic target. I think the RMP, the world's their oyster, and they can pick whoever they want to attack. The main thing is you just have to survive, because every single time you do get a setup, I think you're going to force a lot of cooldowns. But of course, the Windwalker Monk is the X factor, force the court of air, and then also just killed through, without them reacting to cooldowns. But Empyrean Domain, Ellie Frost again as a blind pick. I think they're really afraid of the Mage Lock. I feel like they feel like this Ellie Frost Mage must be good into Mage Lock, right?
Yeah. I wonder if there's any universe where Morrow should play Shimmer. Probably not, but Outlaw Rogue, you got a 30-second kidney, you got a couple vanishes you can throw in for cheap shots, but the stuns aren't anywhere near the same as what we see from Subtlety Rogue, so I wonder if that's like an adaptation you could potentially make.
A big monk. You'll learn pretty quickly you need Rogue Mage on your roster, man. But
It's a tale as old as time.
the only issue with Shimmer is that it is a much longer cooldown, almost double the cooldown of regular
Yeah,
Blink.
It takes,
But the reality is, man, are you even kiting the Outlaw Rogue? Mara is not kiting
No.
Waz at all. He's on him the entire time, and he's a no. So
It also
I'm not sure.
almost forces. So Waz is also able to use his kidney shot as CC a lot. Like if you have 100% uptime on Morrow, you're feeling pretty good about just throwing a random stun onto the healer. Whereas if maybe he's playing Shimmer, like I'm personally not a big fan of Shimmer right now, just because it's a very long cooldown. But I feel like maybe in this matchup, just to have some playmaking ability, it could be decent against the Outlaw Rogue. But I doubt he'll do it.
maybe full sap onto Lontar though, and Waz is pushing in onto Mara, incap onto Zipai. Half Ring of Frost onto Lontar into a leg sweep. Alter time committed from Maro with the kidney shot landing. I think is trying to spell steal it, doesn't get it. Unfortunately for Raikou, Maro alters back, gets the life cocoon from Lonta and the trinket, but that is traded up for the blind, and a big setup now with the leg sweep onto Waz. Full hex onto Raikou, gets a trinket. I do kind of like that. Of course, Raikou the only decurse on Echo, so every hex that Zipai gets will be full onto the mage.
Yep. And Mara will be playing the Blink, getting him out of stuns. That was a really good mass invisibility from Raikou, so something to look out for in this game is just Raikou's responsibility is to shut down the Ray of Frost. Looks like Mara will be able to land one. Watch just vanishes it, so if it's not a mass invis, it's a counterspell. If it's not a counterspell, it's a vanish, and that's the name of the game. The most lethal moment of the match is Mara's Ray of Frost, and for Echo, it's all about shutting that down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Outlaw Rogue is one of the worst targets you can have as a caster because one, they're on you the entire game, and two, they can vanish your cast when you're finally able to hit them, right? Mara under a lot of fire right now. Lontar has no trinket, has no cocoon. If they can force a block right now, it would be very big for Echo. And they're able to.
Yep, definitely. That's exactly what they do. Zeepai goes for a Hex on a Raikou, but it's too little, too late. Big damage potentially here onto Waz, but Mara is still the one taking the brunt of it, just really having a difficult time. The Ray of Frost is going to connect, but Waz just shrugs it off. He doesn't care about that at all. Continuing the push here onto Maro. This is a great pick here for Echo, but if BORGIR can take this match, it would be... This is exactly what they need to do. They need to win this game if they want to have a chance in this series. Get that swing match on the big map with this composition and show that this composition actually has a chance into the Rogue Mage, especially the Outlaw variant of it. I think it's going to be really tough, but if they could pull it off, it would be amazing to see.
Yeah, full sheep lands onto JT, though. Let's see what happens to Waz. My guess is his health is going to stay above 80%, and it does. JT comes out, should be no issue. He's on the polymorph DR for quite a while. Leg sweep onto Zeepai, just being super annoying, and the full sheep onto Lontar. And Maro just has to play so D the entire time. He has the altar time up. Raikou trying to spell steal it. Looks like he did get it. Full kidney onto Lontar now, and Maro's in a world of hurt.
Yep, nicely done here.
Blind.
Maro getting low once again. Some crowd control coming in. Lontar just respects it, trades out his trinket, goes for the Celestial Conduit. Ray of Frost instantly counterspell, just immediately by Raikou there. And that just makes it difficult for Maro to get any damage rolling. Lontar is a bit behind on mana, which is surprising for this game, but Waz is just doing so much single target damage on Maro, as well as bringing in that wound poison that JT just has so much that he has to heal through, or Lontar has so much that he has to heal through. Full kitty shot lands, and now Maro can't really move. Goes for the Ice Spear, going for potential Glacial Spike, but this could easily be another Ice Block or Life Cocoon. The Life Cocoon does trade. Double Leg Sweep comes in onto Waz and JT. Maro gets instantly counterspelled. Oh, it's so demoralizing.
Oh, it's just horrible to watch. Maro is just getting trained down. Waz has full uptime the entire game. Waz loves this kind of gameplay, right? He can just off-kidney Lontar. He can off-kidney Zeepai. He's completely safe the entire game. And in a tournament perspective, it's so bad to be in this kind of position because Echo are not afraid of dying at all. Absolutely not afraid until dampening hits.
Yep. It's just one of those things. Combustion is available here for Raikou as well. Finally, a little pressure here onto Raikou. Maybe as dampening gets higher, it could be slightly beneficial for the Elemental Shaman. I'm just trying to see any positive here for the side of BORGIR because Maro is once again forced into another Ice Block, but his third has rotated off cooldown, so he will have access to another one. They're going after Zeepai now, who is just getting shredded by Waz. Waz just turning his attention onto the Shaman, burning through the mana of Lontar once again. I think Lontar might have actually snuck away for a drink. He recovered his mana just a little bit, or he was holding on to a bunch of Mana Tea, but the damage from Waz and Raikou is just overwhelming the side of BORGIR.
Yeah, and JT is able to contribute as well because they're just not afraid. Maro's trying to cast a 3-second Glacial Spike. Pre-Cocoon on the leg sweep though. Ray of Frost comes out, but just has to cancel it because Kick is ready. Doesn't want to get kicked and not be able to Ice Block. Be very unfortunate for Maro. He's just desperately trying to get away, trying to do some instant damage on anyone. Raikou gets Life Cocoon from JT, just trying to be efficient with the mana. Doesn't want to spend too much healing, but BORGIR hiding behind the pillar right now. Altar time committed. Lontar, no Cocoon, no revival for a bit. Might have to use a second block.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Barrier comes in. Raikou gets counterspelled, but the Ring of Peace bumps Maro back into the middle of the map. He can't escape. Blinks to the pillar. Once again, Waz is there. Lands the blind here onto Lontar. Lontar won't trinket it. It will break. Big leg sweep. Big damage, but Maro gets interrupted. Waz responds appropriately, and we'll use the Adrenaline Rush. That's a big pressure moment here for the side of Echo.
Yeah, Maro trades out the Greater Invis for the wall, but might have to use his second block. He's so scared right now. Barrier comes through. He just can't get Waz off him. Lontar as well. Life Cocoons Maro. Good that they don't overlap. BORGIR will live for a little while, and mana is in favor of them. But to be honest with you, man, Maro is just taking so much damage. I don't know how Lontar is going to be able to heal this in dampening. It's just going to get harder and harder.
What's not? I mean, you can see not only is Waz out damaging Zeepai, he's also bringing wound poison. And the way JT is able to play compared to Lone Star, you can see JT's actually contributed 4.2 million damage. So pressure's just way higher for the side of Echo. That doesn't mean there's no openings for Burger King, but I feel like all that single target damage is going to become very difficult. Life Cocoon trades. Raikou stays alive. He gets hexed. He's going for potential polymorph. Zeepai shuts it down. Raikou blinks out, goes for the Dragon's Breath. Ring of Frost gets interrupted. Yeah, nice
Such good
defense
play
there by Zeepai.
Yep, and then Mario is going to kite around the map again. Ray of Frost comes onto Waz. Honestly, just tickling him 10% of his health. Going away with the Ray of Frost. Just so brutal with the Outlaw Rogue chasing him. But Raikou is taking a decent amount of damage, and JT doesn't have the Life Cocoon. I wonder if BORGIR King can somehow stall this out. This is their kind of strategy that they used to do back in the days. They were known as the dampeners of EU as well when they had Looney on their team. Let's see what they can do with this DB Roth. Waz has the click available. Should be okay.
Yep. Maro right now still just trying to reposition, try to get away, waddling around with the crippling poison the entire game. Gets gouged, and maybe they turn their attention on the Zeepai as dampening gets higher. JT is going to sneak away with the mass invisibility. He's almost full mana. I mean, that's just such an absolute nightmare right now. And it's one of the tech a lot of these mages are doing. They're bringing in that mass invisibility, dropping combat for their Mistweaver Monk, and they can sneak away and drink. And that puts Echo way ahead. No mana advantage for Lone Star. They get another ice block out of the way. This is looking super difficult for BORGIR King.
They do trade it out for the ice block, which is, you know, good for BORGIR King. Not having to spend on the map. Oh, Cloak and Life Cocoon overlap. That is I think that was the Lust as well as the Ray of Frost. But to be honest with you, Waz's Trinket, he's got Vanish. I think he's going to be okay. They can do a massive push on Mario now. See if they can get another block out of him. Full Sheep lands onto alters.
Yeah, but Maro alters across the entire map. They put some damage here onto Zeepai. And that Nature's Guardian proc, a huge part of Zeepai's defense, might end up fading. But big damage. Maro can finally play the game, and they're pressuring Waz quite a bit. The large map paying dividends, dampening, really helping out. But JT, he's got the restore if he needs it. Waz has vanishes the Ray. This is a bit deadly here. He vanishes the Ray. But all of a sudden, BORGIR King looks like they can win this match.
Yeah, they do have the revival ready though. Full cheap shot lands onto Zeepai. Waz trying to push onto Maro, who does have the ice block. Lonta has all his cooldowns. Looks like BORGIR King kind of has some signs of life. Wonder if Zeepai can get a full hex onto the Raikou. It looks like he just trinketed the last hex. They might be able to find an opening soon. Full leg sweep onto Waz, but unfortunately, Maro behind the pillar not able to connect.
Yeah, Maro blinks behind the pillar once again. JT in a polymorph. Great job. Good control here from the side of Maro and Zeepai as they struggle to stay alive. There's one ice block left. Big combustion, and dampening is at 42%. Raikou looking to make a play here with just all-out aggression running on top of Maro, but the damage just isn't there for the time being. Here comes the Dragon's Breath, potential polymorph. Zeepai backs him up with an interrupt. They get the ice block out of the way, and Echo puts himself back in the game.
The problem is they're trading ice blocks for combustion. The next one is going to rotate back up in 45 seconds, but Waz has cloaked in 30, and JT has Life Cocoon ready. So Echo going to push right now. Full kidney shot onto Lonta. Revival comes through. No Life Cocoon available to Maro. His Hypothermia is expiring in about 5 seconds from now. Should be able to block in 30 seconds when it comes back up, but Echo right now pushing because Waz has his cloak coming back up.
Yeah, he's got Smoke Bomb too. Smoke Bomb, Cloak of Shadows, Mass Invis gets used there by Raikou. Combustion in 10 seconds. Maro really doesn't have an answer. This is going to be like an 8-second window where Maro has no ice block and Raikou can get really, really aggressive. Goes for the Fireball. Combustion up in 2 seconds. This is where Echo could win the game. They just need to not fumble their defensive cooldowns. Maro is on the run. Gets interrupted there on the Ray of Frost. Big Combustion. Maro has ice block in just a few short seconds. Can he live 1 second? 1 second! And he gets it off. There's a Life Cocoon there from JT as well. So BORGIR King, they're still pulling cooldowns.
Full sheep.
It's still anyone's game.
Full sheep onto Lonta. Maro is going to leave the ice block in a second. It's about to expire. See if they can do anything with this. Nice Ring of Peace comes down from Lonta to protect Maro. But Raikou doing so much damage onto Maro.
Yeah, Maro still on the run. No ice block for another 3 minutes. I don't think he's getting another one.
Full
Here
sweep.
comes the triple leg sweep. At the same time, the Cloak of Shadows. BORGIR King might be able to do it. Waz is overextending himself. Maro's low on health. It is back and forth. It's a race to the finish here at 52% dampening. Maro, though, looking like he's going to get sniped by Raikou. The Dragon's Breath comes in, and Maro will go down. JT there for the kill, but that was close. This game is like, it convinced me that BORGIR King has a chance to win this. I don't think it's a good chance, but they can win this.
It just looks so despy the whole time. Maro's just trying to jump around and survive. And the reality is, right, every single time that Waz is able to get a kidney shot on Lonta into a gouge or an impact or anything, Maro's in trouble. He's doing such a good job hiding, altering behind the pillar, making sure that Raikou can't snipe the altar with a spell steal, and just trying to stall it out. at the end here, we did get the Trinket Cloak from Waz, so there was that opportunity, but man, by that point, once you force the Trinket Cloak from Waz, JT has Life Cocoon, he has Revival, and of course, they're communicating that, right? Making sure that I'm the only one that can die. That's what Waz is saying to his team, and JT, of course, will back him up. It's just... it looks like there were signs where they could win in this round, but I would rather see the Windwalker Mage into Mage Lock.
Really? I mean, I guess that's my inner Windwalker monk, just watching Raikou and Mercy just completely controlling him. It looks like a nightmare, but this looks like a nightmare too. I guess either way, it's a nightmare. Like,
the reason why I say that is because when you play Windwalker Fire Mage, you have the Zenith Pop, you have the Combustion, you have the opportunity to one-shot someone to force cooldowns, right? But when you play the Ellie Frost Mage, every single time Mario pressed Ray of Frost, it got instantly counterspelled, or Waz just pressed Vanish or Feint and was completely fine. There is no kill op for BORGIR King.
I was gonna say maybe there's a universe where Mario could play Fire, but I don't think it would work. It seems like if you don't have both ice blocks, like constantly rotating up, Mario's just gonna inevitably die. This drink was potentially game-winning here. The Mass Invis drink tech is something to definitely look out for. It's something these guys are using quite often in the game. It's really important too for the longevity of the Mistweaver mana. So I guess well done there by Raikou and JT. And it's just difficult. If you don't have the pressure rolling for BORGIR King, there's not much you can really do to stop that drink. You want to run away, but JT, he's putting pressure just by drinking. It's like they know he's invisible. They know he's probably drinking, and creates a bit of a panic situation.
Yeah, look at the damage as well contributed from JT. He's doing so much work in this game. But of course, it is I would say it's a very easy matchup for him to play. Rogue into Double Caster in Modern WoW is just brutal to deal with. You got the Mortal Strike, you have the CC, and a huge issue with Double Caster in WoW is that in PvP is that you oftentimes don't have a Mortal Strike, and you can't keep people locked in place, right? Even if Mario was Fire, even if they had a fantastic Ray of Frost set up onto Raikou, all Raikou has to do, blink behind the pillar and hide behind until the CC ends onto JT, and then he's completely fine. And you look at the damage contributed here from Waz, ridiculous.
I didn't realize Blade Rush hit so hard. 130k Blade Rush?
Yeah.
I had no clue. Okay. It's good. I'm learning so much, you know? I was messing a little bit with Outlaw Rogue on Tuesday, and I was terrible. Don't get me wrong, but like, yeah, this is interesting. I'm learning a lot here. Might have to try it again. I think a lot of people are probably going to be, you know, leveling a second Rogue or fixing their gear to play Outlaw after this tournament. It's fun.
Yeah, and I think it has been redesigned in Midnight, of course. Roll the Bones working a little bit differently, and not focusing on extending Adrenaline Rush forever with Stealth or Vanish. But the spec has become this, you know, it's almost like a warrior now where uptime is king and you just do so much damage and smother people.
Yep, definitely. But it's like, for Waz, yeah, I kind of wonder what they're going to do here. They're going to the big map, so BORGIR King trying to take the big maps away, but they're just going to lock in the Outlaw. I don't even mind this, because even though they've lost the last 2 times we've seen this matchup, I feel like Echo's been winning until they just kind of randomly lose, you know?
I don't disagree, but at least in the Windwalker Fire Mage versus the Rogue Mage here, Blizzard has the one-shot opportunity, the Combustion.
Yeah.
I can see it going 2-2 here, but at the end of the day, because Echo won that blind pick, they have that counter pick available to them, and the Mage Lock looked so solid into the Windwalker Mage. Of course, we do see the matchup that we were expecting coming out here from BORGIR King. Mario on the Fire Mage. Always a treat to watch him on that. I've always thought that Raikou was always, you know, probably the better Frost Mage, and I felt like Mario gave him a run for his money on the Fire Mage, so prefer to see him on that.
Mario is just such a consistent player to me. I mean, all these players are super consistent, but yeah, both offensively and defensively, Mario's been super consistent. What I want to see a slight adaptation here for Echo is just maybe pressure Blizzo a little bit more instead of like really forcing the go on Mario, who's playing so defensive. Like, obviously you need to keep Mario defensive, keep him behind the pillar, but if he's like, you know, pre-alter timing and blinking behind the pillar over and over and over, I'd like to see just more damage on Blizzo, because I do think Windwalker Monks are a target that can go down here. They could maximize their damage that way.
Yeah, or Lontar, right? Because Mario is kiting onto Lontar behind the pillar. They're trying to play defensively, trying to survive. And what that means is Lontar's probably going to be playing very close to his port. And Mistweaver Monks do have a talent where you can port while stunned. But if you're playing on the same pillar as your port, you are very vulnerable. And there was that opportunity in Tolvaron where Lontar didn't have the Revival, didn't have the Trinket, and Raiku's Combustion was available to them. I feel like that was a mistake from Echo. Of course, with how add-ons work in this expansion, not being able to track everything as cleanly as before, Echo might not have realized that opportunity available to them. But Blizzo, Lontar, I want to see them try to switch it around a bit, make it a bit more panicky for BORGIR King.
All right, here we go. What are they going to do? Echo up 2-1. Keep in mind, this is a best of 7, so either one of these teams need to get to 4 points to actually win the series. So still plenty of opportunities here for BORGIR King. Maro gets paralyzed up here, and it looks like they are going to start on Blizzo. He portals away, now turning their attention onto Maro. Both of them behind the pillar. Full kidney shot onto Blizzo. Waz is going on a solo mission, taking both of them down. Escape from reality brings Blizzo back to the middle of the map. He gets bounced around. Double ring of peace going to drop down here as Raikou is now taking a huge hit.
Oh man, I love this play from Maro in the opener, completely breaking the opener. Nova's Waz out of stealth and then DBs him and breaks the opener for them, buying them time for Blizzard to port out of there. Maro right now though, in a lot of trouble. Lontar does have the cocoon ready. Half leg sweep, can they get the cocoon off? Fortunately, they do before court is procced. Blizzo does have one charge of Zenith available to him, so Raikou going to be in a lot of trouble if Blizzo can connect. Looks like he's going to be able to get to him now. Is he going to pop it? Raikou at about 30%. Pops the court. There it is.
He's on fire.
Oh, he spell steals it.
Oh, no.
Raiku's in so much trouble if Blizzo can connect.
Can he get there?
Oh my god, Raikou!
Oh my
DBs.
gosh. It's so scary.
You got to trick it, kick him.
Nova, the DB, just doing what he can. Raikou gets interrupted, and Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk. I mean, he is packing a punch on that Monk. Those Rising Sun kicks are absolutely horrifying with Zenith. Finally, some control coming in. Maro getting low on health, but with no Cauterize against a Windwalker Monk, you are not feeling too happy as a Fire Mage.
Yeah, and Combustion and Zenith are available right now. JT, of course, has his life cocoon in 12 seconds. See if they can push that right before he's able to do that. Maro, though, the one actually dying on their own push. Lontar trades out the life cocoon. Raikou did use his Combustion. Raikou, can he touch him? Is he able to touch the death him? He doesn't have block! Raikou blocked! Oh my god! He waits for the last second.
The touch of death on the life cocoon, because he was within that 15% range. He could use that very powerful touch of death to just shred through it. They get Raiku's ice block, and now all of a sudden things are not looking too good for Echo. They've got no life cocoon, no ice block, no Cauterize. Maro getting low, but it looks like Lontar is going to be able to keep him alive, and the damage that Blizzo is able to put out, the burst damage specifically, really scary. The full sleepwalk onto JT. Raiku's just hiding behind the pillar right now, looking like he will be able to survive. Paralyzed onto Blizzo, into a polymorph. Now Raikou needs to start getting some pressure rolling here onto Maro, but not feeling too confident with no cooldowns.
No, Lontar has cocoon in 25 seconds, and the problem is Raiku's combustioning right now onto Blizzo, who does have the trinket, does have the Karma available. Waz rolls out of that. Karma, is he going to commit it? Blizzo finally Karma's onto Raikou, and the thing is, combustion and Zenith are available. Raiku's dead! Oh my god!
That's it! Okay, I mean, the Windwalker Monk really is that X factor here, because I mean, you look at the scoreboard, Waz is doing more damage than Blizzo, but he's not one-shotting the same way. Like, at any moment, Raikou is just, he's getting chomped. Yeah, you know, they shred through the life cocoon, they force the ice block, you know, they're randomly procking, here it is, they're randomly procking Cauterize here.
Block. I can't believe he doesn't block earlier, and it's just so scary. And what ends up actually happening there is that JT trinkets and Raikou trades out his block as well. So they could have potentially lived another setup, made it to the next life cocoon, but here Blizzo pushes
so late.
In. This is a bit sus.
That was like, Blizzo, please, man.
Yeah. It was very obvious. There was a very nice microplay that Waz did, though. He bombed Blizzo, knowing he had Trinket Karma, and as Blizzo was going to like 30% health, Waz walked out of the bomb so that no one was in Blizzo's line of sight, trying to cheese a kill. Waz realizing that we're dead soon, and he's trying to make a play happen, even in those kinds of moments. That shows why he's such a great player. But, of course, Maro's Combustion, Blizzo Zenith comes up right here onto Raikou, who has no block, no Cauterize, and there's no life cocoon to save him. Raikou trinkets, watch the pop right here. Look at that kick.
Now, okay, so now I have a question, because I've been talking to Waz a decent amount, and he's been saying that, you know, Windwalker is actually, you know, it's a really close matchup. Outlaw Rogue shouldn't just win, it's really close. And I know Waz has been practicing it, like, he plays it a lot. I know he's been, like, doing war games and playing on the ladder as a Windwalker Monk. Like, do you think that that's something that Echo would do? Like, go into the Windwalker Mage Mirror?
I don't think that they are going to do it. As you mentioned, Raikou would be able to match Maro on the Fire Mage, and then JT has been practicing a ton of Mistweaver Monk. But I think what's going to happen now is they're going to pick a big map, and they're going to wait and see what BORGIR King are going to pick from their arsenal, right? If they pick the Windwalker Mage, it's easy. You just pick Mage Lock. Big map. You do what you did in the previous series and just play it nice and safe, nice and secure. You're going to win that game. But there it is. Tiger's Peak actually picked, which is not a bad map. It's quite big. You can kite in circles around it. But I think the Mage Lock is just going to come out here. And this is the swing match, right? If Maro, Blizzo, and Lontar can win this one, I think Echo is going to lose. I don't think they have an answer. Because this last Ashen Mains game, this was kind of terrible. They were kind of getting stomped. In the previous series, it was looking really good for the Rogue Mage. Of course, the Maldraxxus game was a bit sus, but I don't know. Here it comes, Mage Lock. This is the question. Right. Can they break the brick wall?
I don't know. That's the thing is like I feel like Echo should probably win this one, but BORGIR King, with the amount of damage Blizzo and Maro are doing, they can just win at any moment. So Echo's gonna have to be really calm, cool, and collected. I think Raikou on that Frost Mage, he's super difficult to take down. You know, his really good positioning. He does a really good job kind of kiting through Mercy, and yeah, he's been really, really slippery here. So I feel like Echo, they got everything they need to go up in this one, but if BORGIR King can somehow steal the swing match, I think this is a really good pick by them. Because I don't know if I would have liked to see the Ellie Frost Mage again. I'm glad that they're just kind of sticking with this.
Yeah. And it might just come down to the blind pick, right? Because Echo did pick the RM in game one. I wonder what this would look like if they had answered with the Windwalker Mage and won that Nagran game. Then again, I just don't know what the answer is to Mage Lock. Why not just play Mage Lock the entire time? Seems like it's just so free.
Maybe they're scared of the Wizard matchup, but I don't feel like you need to be scared there, really.
I don't think so either. I feel like you have the Mortal Strike, you just drop an orb on the Ellie Shaman, you Axe Toss the Ellie Shaman, and eventually you just out dampen them because you have the Mortal Strike and they don't.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Maro trying to make a case for himself here on the Mage, coming out of retirement, making it into the finals, tying up with Echo here. And I said it at the beginning of the day, like, if BORGIR King can win this and steal the early momentum, I mean, these two teams are so strong that later on in the year at BlizzCon, this might end up being the finals. Like, it's entirely possible. They're so well-rounded. I feel like they'll be able to adapt to almost any meta. Blizzo really doing a good job on that Windwalker Monk too. Always nice to see him, of course, on the Warrior, but he is one of the only people. Look at his versatility and mastery. He's ready for a one-shot. Like, he's going all in on that damage.
You're not winning a slow game. You need to, exactly. A lot of a big mistake that a lot of players make is when they're losing, they just continue to lose slowly, right? When you find yourself in these kinds of situations, you need to change up the gear, you need to change up the talents, you need to change up the matchup and make it very chaotic. Because that's when, you know, the pressure mounts for the enemy team. And they go from this comfortable, nice, chill Ellie Frost matchup to this Windwalker Fire Mage that is horrible to play against. And it's easy to make mistakes. You overlap something, you can lose.
Yep. That's exactly what Blizzo's going to be looking for. But make no mistake. I mean, if we see how Echo has been previously playing this matchup, Blizzo, he's going to be eating a lot of polys, a lot of fears, a lot of stuns. Like, I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to the offensive gateway from Mercy for the triple howl into the double ring, the axe toss. You know, Echo is very good at this composition, so I expect Blizzo to have a very difficult time here.
Yeah, and I like to watch Mercy play this Warlock, you know. It's a treat. I was hoping this weekend we got to see some Warlocks play. Finally, we do. I think he is quite a playmaker. He's very, very gifted mechanically, and I love seeing him on the Demon Warlock because you have the axe toss, you have the howl, the coil, you can make a lot of plays, and of course, he's very hard to attack, right? He's very, very hard to kill, and maybe that's part of the reason why Blizzard doesn't want to attack him as well.
All right, here we go. What is this? Going to be game number 5 on Tiger's Peak. Keep in mind, this is the map pick of Echo, as well as the composition pick. So this is, quote-unquote, their counter matchup here. And we'll see what BORGIR King is able to do. Can they find that win condition? Can Blizzo kind of carry the team on that Windwalker Monk? I do feel like... Yeah, I do feel... Oh, you win Volpira?
Yeah, for the Demon Warlock. Every demon you summon does reduce damage because of the racial, so... Nice adaptation.
How much does it matter?
It's actually quite good. I don't know the specific numbers, but it is quite good. I think like High Mountain Tauren, but against Demo Locks only.
Okay.
Feel like that.
All right, here we go. Blizzo.
Oh, he's running at Mercy! Okay.
Going for the Warlock, a little bit of a different strategy here, and I don't mind it. I wonder if they could do strategies like going after JT.
Oh, he
as well.
puts a leg
Early
sweep.
Sleepwalk here onto JT. Nicely done there by Mercy.
Yep. Incaps Mercy, but Mercy Axelos's Blizzo has a 0.1 second gap, ports before the leg sweep hits, doesn't have to trinket out, saves that for a rainy day, but Blizzo connecting now with the live cocoon, and so much damage connected onto Mercy with the bust, with the Zenith onto Mercy. He might have the Healthstone, doesn't have the port available because he ported in the start on the leg sweep, but right now gets kicked, does have the port available now with the Impish Instincts talent, should be okay. JT connecting to him, but Blizzard puts his port on his port as well, making it very hard for the Warlock to find any space. The next combustion in 30 seconds, if Blizzard rips the Zenith with that, is going to be very scary.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they can pull the Unending Resolve earlier on in the game too, I think that's something that will be really nice. It's going to be up to Morrow to shut down Raikou. He needs to stop the Ray of Frost with Massive Invis, counter spells. Mercy just getting shredded. And I do like this.
Cocoon traded out for it.
Multiple ice blocks. He does trade the Touch of Karma here. Live Cocoon gets traded out as well to keep Mercy alive and keep him nice and aggressive. But this seems to be a little bit better here for Burger King.
Yeah, Combustion's available. Maro rips it. Mercy can't port for a second. Was locked out there. Can Maro reconnect? Half leg sweep onto Mercy. Should be able to take the gateway off this, but is Novid right now. It's not breaking. Finally takes the gateway. Gets away with murder, honestly, just with the Dark Pact and the Life Cocoon on the Zenith and Combustion. But Blizzard has one more available. If he does get kicked, maybe if he kicks him into a Zenith pop, Mercy could just go down.
Ooh, nice Halotera though. Nice triple Halotera. Drops a new gateway. And it's, oh, I love this gateway. It goes platform to platform. So he's going to be able to cross the entire map if he needs to on that Warlock. Just jumps across, drops the Demonic Circle, and realizing, okay, they're going to be going after me. This is a very effective positioning because you get to not only port up on the Z-axis, but it is a long chase for Blizzo to get to you if you are going to be, using your gateway.
Yeah, but Blizzo able to attack Mercy right now. Is he going to take the gateway? JT into a half Ring of Frost. Might have to use the Healthstone. Should be okay with the Nether Ward. Nice plays from Mercy. Just playing nice and safe. Echo actually behind on mana. And I do want to say in this game so far, there hasn't been really any offensive pressure on the BORGIR King. Yes, they got the Karma. Yes, they got the Life Cocoon. But Mercy right now, Combustion from Mara onto him, is able to port away to safety. But Blizzo instantly on him and Mara connecting as well.
Yeah, Blizzo drops a new portal as well. Realizing he's not going to be able to take advantage of that escape from reality, but he's getting low on health. Big burst coming in. He will trade the Touch of Karma, but they might just shred it. It's not that effective of a shield.
Mercy!
Mercy almost getting one shot there by the Zenith, and that's the power of that Windwalker Monk once again. Raikou, desperation, just throwing in polymorphs here onto Morrow, trying to slow him down, but that Combustion is rotating back up. Blizzard's just going to roll out of there immediately just to create some space and buy some time for his team.
Yep, Mara alters all the damage. Does go back a little bit early. Handle Gul'dan's coming out from Mercy, building up that Apex talent, ramping up with his Demonic Tyrant, but the leg sweep lands onto Mercy right now. No Healthstone available. Dark Pact is traded out. Zenith and Combustion in 10 seconds, and there is no Life Cocoon to answer that. Surely the Unending Resolve is going to come through. They have to make sure that they get back onto his port and are positioned ready for that. Here it is.
Yep, Blizzo gets coiled away. He will just port, so opting just to port, line of sight, as Lontar is in a fear. Uses the escape from reality, redropping his port. Mercy just portals away. Big damage here, but Mercy, he has the gateway. He can escape if he needs to. He's going to cross the entire map. Goodbye, Blizzo. Drops a new Demonic Circle, and this is an amazing... I mean, if you're a Warlock watching this, if you're playing solo shuffle or threes, this is a great positioning if you are being attacked. Make it really difficult for Blizzo to actually stay on target. Yeah, Mercy places a new port, and it means that Blizzard no longer has his port on Mercy's port. But I like this adaptation from Mercy. From Mara, sorry. Sheeping Mercy so that Blizzard has time to get up there. Leg sweep does land. The Zenith does get popped. Life Cocoon is available, but JT gets into an incap, into a Song of Chi-Chi. Mercy trades out the second gateway charge. Won't be able to gateway for another 60 seconds now. Dark Pact used there as well. Nice fake from him. Tyrant comes out. They're now able to counter pressure Blizzo. I'm expecting a Karma use shortly, but Mercy does have the Healthstone if he needs. He's too far from his port. One thing to keep in mind, he cannot use his portal right now. It's on the other pillar. He's going to waddle there. If they could ring him, piece him back, it's going to be really difficult for him to escape. They do get the Life Cocoon. Blizzo also going into a Life Cocoon right now. Mara with the Combustion, just line of sighting. Big damage here onto Mercy. Blizzo's all over him for the time being, but that portal available. Mercy should be A-okay. It's Combustion here. The final moments of Combustion there for Morrow, as that will subside. Lontar getting full sleep here onto JT. Blizzo's low, but it's kind of a race now. Both of them are down to 50% health. Blizzo gets topped off, and now it's Mercy who's in danger. Yeah,
Blizzard trades out his Trinket Wall there, but just gets instantly Howl of Terror from Mercy. And Mercy's just out of there. He's going to make a new portal over here. His gateway is coming up. He should be able to use it twice because it has
New
reset.
Hellstone.
Makes new Hellstones. Not able to force the unending resolve in this game. JT drinking to full behind the pillar. Maro desperately gets him. They are winning on mana, but this game is looking really good for BORGIR King, you know? Blizzo, of course, the main target, is a little bit scared, but I feel like Mercy has been the one under pressure a lot more than Blizzo has. Full leg sweep.
Yeah, really good plays here. Mercy is low. This could just be
He
a
has
one-shot
double Zenith.
double Zenith charge. Big damage here from Blizzo. He still hasn't popped it. He's being so patient. Portal's on top of Mercy right now, but does pull the trigger. Mercy's just going to cross the entire map with that gateway. Maro now under fire. He could burn down from that cauterize if they can manage to take him down into that cheat death range.
No, the
Raikou
overlap.
gets interrupted. Oh no, Mercy, unfortunately, the Life Cocoon will land. A little bit of an overlap there for Maro and Lone Star as well. Both teams trading out major cooldowns, and it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, Combustion available in 30 seconds. Maro has no block available anymore. Lontar has no Trinket, no Will of the Forsaken, so Echo have an opportunity now. Mercy using his port nice and early, fearing Blizzo up, just trying to stall it out because the longer they are going to survive, the better the game is going to go for them because BORGIR King has such a big issue of uptime.
Yep, no doubt about it. This is just a masterclass by Mercy in positioning and trying to get away.
Maro.
Lesser Warlock would be dead. Maro might just burn down as well. Big damage here on the Mercy. It's back and forth once again. Dampening is high. The game is getting unstable. Song of Chi-Ji and Polymorph here on the JT. Mercy's kiting, but Blizzo and Maro are there. Gates away once again. This is just unbelievable. Can use this positioning to escape. He has a new demonic circle as well. If he needs to, he can just portal back up there. Gets the double howl, but once again, Maro has some big damage here rolling. Blizzo just trying to connect, but he's just getting spam polymorph by Raikou.
Yeah, Howl of Terror every time Blizzo gets close. Has coil for him available as well. Raikou making sure not to sheep Blizzo, not to put that coil on DR. Leg sweep now onto Blizzo, and Mercy has his port available very shortly. Should be okay. Blizzo, Karma is over now. Mercy, though, in a lot of trouble. Zenith is popped. Is he going to be able to take the gateway? I don't know if it's available to him. He uses the Life Cocoon. JT saving Mercy for now. Unending Resolve is available, and Blizzo's Zenith is going to expire in a second, but Maro's Combustion is coming back up.
I mean, if you're Blizzo, the most important thing in this matchup is to
Blizzo,
not pull
Real
out
Frost.
your hair. Blizzo might just die, though. The Axe Toss comes in. He trinkets with the Fortifying Brew, trying to get the damage rolling here on the Mercy, but all of a sudden, Blizzo is not feeling confident. I feel like he kind of
Full
has
leg
to
sweep,
make a push
unending
here,
resolve.
though. Big leg sweep, big damage here on the Mercy. He will just gate away once again. JT trying to get there with the Celestial Conduit, but Mercy
If
kind
he
of
can connect now.
Big combustion. They're there. Nice
They have
Howl of Terror
Zenith.
there on Amaro. Zenith is available. Mercy, I think he has another charge of Gateway, though, and Maro's kind of caught in the middle of the map.
Full Life Cocoon onto him. Blizzo has his Karma in 30 seconds. BORGIR King have a window right now. Mercy, no Healthstone, no Dark Pact, no wall. If they rip the Zenith and are able to connect to him on the port, they can actually take him down.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so crazy. Ring of Peace drops down. Blizzo with the counter Ring of Peace, bumping Mercy into him so he can finally land some damage. Mercy's health, I mean, this is going to be really dicey here. Combustion in 10 seconds. I think BORGIR King, they're just waiting for their all-in moment. Luckily, JT will have Restoral and Life Cocoon to block. So lots of
has
cooldowns
Karma.
available here for Echo.
Here it is.
Blizzo pushing in, going
In cap.
for a potential win. He has the touch of Karma. Is he going to make the trade? There is the Life Cocoon. Zenith is still available here for Blizzo.
Oh,
But he
the
just
Axe
gets
Toss by the
caught
pillar!
in stun.
Mercy traps
The
him!
Axe Toss, I can't believe it. What a close call. Double Howl of Terror once again. A panic moment for
He has to
BORGIR
go.
King.
He has to go.
Mercy almost doing it.
Here it is.
Big
Here it
damage
is.
Here on Mercy. Can they take him down? Does he have any mobility to get away? Or is
They're gonna
Blizzo
do it. They kick
just
him.
going to drop him? Can he finally do it after living at 10% health? Mercy does manage to escape. Blizzo ports on top of him. A beautiful Ring of Peace. Not
He has
allowing
one more
Mercy to
Zenith.
get any damage rolling. Gates away. Oh my gosh. He's just so slippery. Blizzo can't get there.
Mara is there though. 20 seconds for Combustion. Zenith is available. No Life Cocoon. All they have to do is right-click Mercy. Lontar has to get the Life Cocoon, making sure that he doesn't get CC'd before it. Blizzard, if he can connect, Mercy is in so much trouble. Zenith is popped right now, and Mercy gets leg sweep full. Can Blizzard do damage right now in this leg sweep? He might go down. Hellstone out of this, surely. He should be okay. Life Cocoon finally comes back from JT, but Blizzard in so much trouble. Life Cocoon not available. Maro dead as well.
He's got the ice block. He can ice block if he needs to. He's got the mass invis. He's got combustion. Will he pull the trigger? He's just shredding through it. He's just going for it. Maro just throwing caution to the wind, and Mercy might just die. Touch of death range. Maro's there. Big damage coming in, and Blizzo might be able to end it. Mercy just won't die. He won't die, but finally goes down. This could be a 2v2. We could go down to a 2 versus 2. Lone Star needs to top his team. I don't know if Raiku's going to be able to do it. We could see a Ray of Frost. It is possible. Ray of Frost gets channeled out, but I think he's going to be able to survive. They managed to weather the storm. BORGIR King steals the swing match and are one away from winning this finals.
Oh my god! Man, Lizzo and Mara are an absolute nightmare. This has happened to me so many times where the game is going great, you know, I'm surviving, and it's so close, but they always win in damping. These guys are so good at pulling the trigger at the right moment and just going for the kill.
I mean, I really think, like, to be a melee player in World of Warcraft right now, you need mental fortitude. It's like you actually need to be like an you know, an IRL monk, because like Blizzo, the amount I can't believe he lived. Just so insane. That was a great play by Mercy, but I mean, if they live, this is the point of the game where you can't avoid the damage anymore. Maro is just shooting pyros on you. He has the block to trade. He's got the cauterize to trade, and you just cannot stop the damage. I feel like Mercy played this one. Like, I don't even know if Mercy could have played better defensively, at least with his positioning. I feel like he never skipped a beat with his gate or his port. Like, it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, there was one moment where he was caught out of port range after taking the gateway, but of course that is going to happen sometimes as you need to reposition. But like I said, he's very mechanically gifted. You saw that Axos behind the pillar on Blizzo. He sees opportunities like this, but for me, this is a round that I want to commend Maro and Blizzo and Lontar on, right? They stalled it out to 10 minutes in the game, and look how close it was, but they clinched the win anyways.
You know, I'm absolutely convinced, by the way, if he wasn't a Volpura, he would be dead in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think it literally won in the game with how close it was.
Yeah, it's very, very good into Demo Warlock. As a tournament realm counter pick, you should absolutely set up a Volpura if you are facing a Demo Warlock. I hate that I just said that out loud because I want to see more Warlocks in the AWC, but Blizzo, what a game. What a game. I want to say Blizzo is the most annoying melee to get away from. I remember facing his warrior back then in Legion.
I actually remember this, what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. Me and Cubsy were so good at running circles around with warriors, but Blizzo was the only warrior that I couldn't kite. And you see in this round here, Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk making it so hard for Mercy, in deep dampening, ripping the Zenith, and ending up with the win. Maldraxxus comes through.
Big map. Where are we going? Is he going to be Mage Lock once again? I kind of think so. I kind of feel like Echo had a bad map pick. I'm not going to lie. Like, Tiger's Peak is it's not small, but there's also a lot of line of sight points, right? Like, Blizzo is quite often just going to be able to portal away. A map like this is way better for Mage Lock. So I do wonder if Echo kind of had a blunder with that Game 5 map pick.
I don't think it was necessarily bad, but I do agree with you that this, you know, Maldraxxus is just a bit cleaner. The issue with the gateway from the platform is that, yes, he gets away from Blizzo, and it makes it very hard for Blizzo, but Mara is able to do damage when you take the gateway, right? Because both ends of the gateways are exposed to line of sight. So even if Mercy takes the gateway, Mara is just combusting him. He has to hide behind the pillar, set a new port there, and then Mara, of course, just blinks after him. Makes it a little bit harder for him. But, you know, in the same vein, that also means that Mercy can play on the platform and people are downstairs. So offensively, they can get something going as well.
All right, here we go. Going into another game, potentially the final game of the series. Echo was looking absolutely dominant. They already sent BORGIR King down to the lower bracket, but the team just does not give up. The Volpura Windwalker Monk, and let's just keep in mind, we were talking about Blizzo and his gearing. He built himself as a tank, so he was actually not risking it in this one. He has more versatility than I've ever seen. So the versatility is going to be quite high here. He just does not. He realizes he has to be beefy, right? Like, he has to be able to soak up this damage. 99% of it is just going to be on him. That's the name of the game. So I think it was an intelligent decision.
Yep. I like the Ride to Win talent pick as well. Need the mobility to go through the Mage Warlock Gauntlet in order to catch Mercy, but all the adaptations in this round on Tiger's Peak was beautiful, right? They realized going after Raikou wasn't really working out, so they created the Volpura, go after Mercy, or after the Warlock, the victim, and make it hard for him to play the game. And you noticed offensively, Echo weren't developing as much as they were in the previous series. Blizzo, of course, still had the Karma. Live Cocoons came out, did force a block, but Blizzo was actually able to play his game.
All right, here we go. Let's see what they can get done here. Blizzo forced back to the pillar in the early stages. Keep in mind, that was a very long game. 10-minute game of cat and mouse between Blizzo and Mercy, with everyone else kind of just along for the ride. Blizzo right now continuing this push here onto Mercy. But Echo, this is where you start wondering about the mental, right? Like, are they starting to tilt? Because Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk has been an absolute menace for them.
Yeah, and Blizzard's able to connect on Mercy right now. Might have to use the Healthstone. Life Cocoon might come out. That is the Zenith. Gets traded out for the Life Cocoon and the Combustion. So I think for Echo, this is a good trade. A lot of offensive cooldowns. Life Cocoon onto Blizzo in return. Looks like both teams are going to be okay right now. Blizzo, of course, going to be attacking Mercy, and Mercy counter-pressuring onto Maro. He'll be okay. Let's see what happens next. Incap onto JT now, and Mercy. Second Zenith.
Yeah, big damage here. Mercy trying to get away. And keep in mind, even though the last game went to 10 minutes, there's no guarantee he's back on him immediately. And like you said, Blizzo was just one of the most difficult melees in the entire game to get away from. Song of Chi here onto JT. Big damage, though, on the Blizzo in the meantime. That's going to be a coil that comes in. I think it actually got the spell there. So Blizzo still has his trinket. He still has Karma. And Mercy just cannot get away. He's getting destroyed here by Blizzo. Karma. Oh, big damage coming in. At the same time, Blizzo is forced to make some trades to stay in the fight.
Yeah, and that's a big commitment from Blizzo. Trinket Karma onto Mercy on his second Zenith, and the Combustion's coming through now. Life Cocoon instantly rips from JT, just scripting it 1-to-1, and the second Gateway charge used by Mercy now. Now there is a window, right? 30 seconds on Zenith for Blizzo, where Mercy is stuck. If they can push this advantage, Echo could go down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mercy just really struggling to make space in this game. He gets the double Hallow Terror. The leg sweep comes in. Burger King 1 game away from winning this first Cup 1 finals, and that is a huge momentum pickup. If Maro can actually get the win against Echo just coming out of retirement, that would be quite a statement. I mean, Burger King and their roster has been a thorn in the side of Echo for quite some time, so let's see how this one does go. Mercy, JT, and Raikou, they have to be ready to play a long game here. Play it patient. Big damage on Mercy. He trinkets and portals away, but Blizzo's almost there. Gets Ice Nova, but back on target. Here comes the Paralyze. Demonic Tyrant, but Maro is there to back up Blizzo, and they can continue this push on the Mercy.
And Combustion's up in 2 seconds before Life Cocoon's available. Blizzo does have his Karma in 15 seconds. Lontar put into the half fear. Did use his Will of the Forsaken there. Mercy gets a Life Cocoon instantly on the Combustion again. I love that JT is doing this. The Foresight just realizing Combustion and Life Cocoon are about the same cooldown. Just trade them 1-for-1. Make sure they don't develop any pressure. But Blizzo, no Karma for 2 seconds. Should be okay. Can trade it out on Mercy and keep pushing if he needs to.
Yep, Polymorph on Maro. There's a bit of a mage war going on between Maro and Raikou. Blizzo gets booped away there by the Ring of Peace. Uses the Ring of Peace to get Mercy out of it. Trades out the Karma just to avoid some incoming damage. Also redirect the damage too onto Mercy. Getting a little bit of extra punch there. The double Hallow Terror comes in. Blizzo's just going to sit that one full. But now that a full Polymorph is on the Lontar, Blizzo's in trouble. And he might just die. It's so close. Touch of Death. I can't believe it. That was so close. I mean, he was definitely in touch of death range. JT could have closed that one out. Definitely unfortunate.
Mercy now the Zenith is popped.
Mercy might just randomly die. Blizzo somehow survives, and Mercy is in trouble. Pops the unending resolve, doing what he can to survive, but what a close call.
Yeah, BORGIR King instantly just running away on that. Blizzard pushing back in. Axe Toss has the Trinket and Port. I don't know. That was kind of a mistake. Lontar does have the Life Cocoon available for him, but I want to note that Lontar doesn't have Trinket for a minute. No Will of the Forsaken for 45 seconds. So Blizzard, no Karma as well. This is an opportunity for Echo if they do see it. But Combustion is available again.
Ring of Peace, out of the Ring of Peace. Mercy now decides to portal away. Life Cocoon just trades early. Mercy's low on health. He gates away, but in the middle of the map, Maro's there with Combustion, throwing in Scorches, throwing in Pyros. And looks like Lontar will push in. They might be able to close it out. A full sleep, and Mercy's low. He doesn't get it. Touch of Death, almost in range. The Life Cocoon will trade. JT has to use his Trinket.
Blizzo, though, Blizzo.
He's getting reversed on. Blizzo could easily fall and does. These two teams are absolutely bananas. I mean, it's just back and forth. Even when you're on death's door, you're figuring out how to get counter pressure, how to immediately do the next setup, and what amazing finals.
Yeah, this game was a fantastic punish from Echo. I think this all stemmed from when they forced unending resolve from Mercy, right? What happened was Blizzard instantly aborted mission. He just went behind the pillar with Lontar. Lontar didn't have cooldowns. Blizzo was just chilling, and then he ported back out onto Mercy, and then got Axos and had to trinket and run away. And that ended up spelling his death a little bit later on here as well. JT, of course, trinketing out the GG to Life Cocoon Mercy on the Zenith, but good punish. Double leg sweep. Look at this. This is JT doing everything for him.
Yeah, that was crazy. Now I don't even know how many maps we have. Like, where are we going? I mean, it's going to be a small map. I think Burger King just locks in a small map. They stole the swing match, right? So
They do.
Hook Point. They bring in Windwalker Monk on Hook Point. I feel like
Ruins
that's
of
the
Lord
potential game-winning formula.
I
on Hook
really
Point.
want to see now, and this is really interesting, right? Because BORGIR King gets to pick the map, but then Echo, because they won this round, have to lock in their comp, and then BORGIR King get to counter comp that. So I want to see what Echo is going to lock in now. If they lock in the Mage Lock again, I want to see what BORGIR King is going to answer to that. Do they have something with the Elemental Shaman that actually beats Mage Lock? I'm not so convinced. I am kind of expecting another Mage Lock versus Windwalker Mage on a small map. And of course, the small map makes it really hard for Mercy to actually get away. Blizzard can collapse onto him and make it life of living hell for Mercy.
Yeah, Raikou was pumping that game too on the mage, like really doing a good job. Both the mages, like, I mean, the main focus when we're watching the game is just Mercy running away from Blizzo, but both mages are making insane plays, you know, denying each other with polymorphs and counter spells and mass invises, and yeah, definitely a little bit of a mage game going on there. It's Hook Point.
Yep, we'll love
Echo,
to see it.
I don't think they could play Mage Lock. I don't know. I feel like there's too many times Mercy's like barely surviving. Do you think it's? I think it's just way too risky. But what do you play?
I don't know. I think with the big gateway, it's a little bit better, but it does look
Wazwalker?
sketchy. No, no. I love Waz, but I don't know. I don't think that they've practiced that comp as much as this team would have. I think they're focused a lot more on the Mage Lock on the Rogue Mage, but it's not a bad option, right?
The mirror match
They're
goes
taking their
straight
time.
into the mirror match. Mirror on the wall. Who's the greatest Windwalker
I'll
mage
tell
of
you
them
right
all?
now, Waz is telling them to play Mage Lock.
You think he's scared? Nope.
Oh,
You're wrong.
the mirror!
I told you.
Okay.
Yeah, see? Waz been telling me he's confident. He's been playing the mirrors against Brunhitty. They've been practicing, so I feel like
I
Echo
love
can
Waz
do this. And
ults, but his
I
monk
like
and his
it. It's a
warrior,
bold.
I don't know.
It's bold. Maybe he'll prove you wrong here. This is a good one. I feel like I like this from Echo though. Like they're not afraid to go into the mirror match and just try to outplay, and this is what I've been wanting to see.
Yeah, they've done it before, right? So
I'm stoked. I can't wait for this one.
this is the best final game that you could get. Hook Point. It's a bloody map.
Mirror.
It's very small, and it's a mirror as well. Mara against Raikou, Blizzard against Waz, JT against Lanta. Let's see what they can do.
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted. I mean, honestly, going into this weekend, these are kind of the comps you'd expect to go into a mirror match too. Like Fire Mage, Windwalker, Mistweaver Monk. I feel like if you were to predict the final game of the final series, this would be it. And yeah, these teams are definitely delivering here for us. Next, winner take all, right? You win on the Hook Point, you're going to win this tournament. And there's only 3 cups. Winning the points is absolutely important.
Absolutely. And for Echo, if you don't get first place, it's a complete loss. Second doesn't matter to them. This is a team where literally, if you're not getting first place, they're angry, they're upset. So big game for them. Every single cup matters, as you said, in order to qualify to BlizzCon. And of course, their goal is to take first place at BlizzCon.
Getting that #1 seed. I mean,
yeah,
it's like you have to, after the 3 cups, you definitely want to make top 3 on points. But if you're #1, then you get to fight, you know, the teams that were in the gauntlet, which is a big benefit. Because it just makes you one step closer. If you're getting a technically easier opponent, quote unquote, then you know you're one step closer to actually making it guaranteed into BlizzCon. It's really important, and there's only 3 chances with these cups. A lot on the line for this one. Not even talking about just the prize money and stuff like that of this individual cup. It's going to be a very intense game because Fire Mage and Windwalker Monk, both so explosive, very unpredictable what's going to happen. I mean, we've seen it many times. Raiku's health just goes from 70 to he's on fire, cheating death. It's a scary place to be.
Yeah. Wazwalker, though, coming off cold in this series, into a grand final game. He's not the kind of person to buckle under the pressure, but never want to be in that kind of situation where you're coming in cold against Blizzo, who, you know, he's been playing fantastic, right? I love seeing him competing. I love seeing Mario return as well. They're playing very, very well on BORGIR King's side. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see what they're going to do here. I'm expecting a good game.
We've been talking about Raikou versus Maro too. We actually just go into a mirror match. Like, this is the best. Yeah. This is exactly what we wanted, right? We're like, how is Maro going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Raikou? We're going to see it right here, right now. Who's denying more setups? Who's finding more setups? Who's doing more damage? Who has better positioning? Who's helping their Windwalker more? So much on the line for these two teams. And it would be quite a statement if BORGIR King and their reformed roster can return to their old glory. I mean, that would be so cool to see.
Yeah, the El Clasico is back, baby, and I love that Maro has returned to competing with this team. I always loved watching Waz and Raikou, especially against the Z-Pi Blizzo Maro lineup. Now, of course, new teammates on both sides, but the El Clasico resumes.
All right, here we go. Blizzo trying to get on target.
Ooh,
He's been a playmaker at the same time.
kick.
Maro's taking a huge hit of damage, and Waz is not messing around. Going for some big Rising Sun kicks. He still has the Zenith as well. Hasn't popped it, but this is really going to pressure Maro. This burst damage coming in from the Windwalker Monk is going to be very difficult to deal with. Waz is all over him. We have a stun onto JT. No follow-up CC just yet. Maro's on the run. Combustion pop for both mages as they're exchanging blows. It's back and forth. Life Cocoon trades on both mages. It's an identical mirror right now. I mean, everything is just completely mirrored.
Maro gets ripped through, though. Maro's the one who's actually behind. Lonta has to do a lot of work. Celestial Condor comes through. Double leg sweep. Maro does blink out of it. Raikou now under a lot of fire. Can they follow up any CC? Half in cap onto Lonta. Maro getting behind the pillar. Doesn't want to proc the quarter rise so early. Lonta is able to pick him back up. But the next CC on JT as Lonta walking into the Ring of Frost. Will he proc court on this though? Maro does get the barrier. Raikou in a lot of trouble. They need to go for CC on JT and Lonta soon. Maro!
Oh, Maro! Oh my gosh, how did they not proc him? What did he do to avoid getting proc there? I mean, somehow he's going to be able to blink away and survive. Waz is just obliterating. That's what I'm talking about. Waz is looking like he is a man on a mission on that Windwalker Monk right now, doubling the damage of Blizzo almost. Full Sheep comes in. Maro's low on health. He might just outright die. Echo making a statement here in this mirror match with Wazwalker. They get the Life Cocoon at the same time. Raikou blows the combust. He's going to be going
through it. Full damage on
Maro, and he might get dropped. He does. Echo, they battle back in a big way, bringing in Wazwalker, getting the Cup 1 victory. And what do you think, Chan?
You hate to see Waz log on the Monk and win the mirror. What were you doing on the Mage Lock this whole time? Just mirror them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. It's a really good question.
This was a complete stump from the start. Waz connected onto Maro. Raikou was just 180ing on the pillar, just avoiding Blizzard the whole time. And every single setup they got was just cleaner. Maro, you could tell, was under so much pressure. Blizzard just not able to connect to Raikou. They just did such a good job. Look at Maro's health the whole time. Every single time they traded the Combustion, the Zenith, the Life Cocoon from Lonta onto Maro just got ripped through. It was unplayable for him.
Yeah, just from start to finish under so much pressure. And that's the thing, right? Like the Windwalker Monk, it brings that kind of X factor. The Outlaw is a little bit more annoying, maybe. You know, it's bringing in a little bit more consistent damage, but at any moment, you can just explode against a Windwalker Monk. And that is always in the back of your mind, right? It's always in the back of your mind that you can just lose 50% of your health, and it makes you play in kind of a strange way. Maro, unfortunately, just was not able to get away. Was completely destroying in this matchup. It was great to see, and I feel like this is a statement by Echo, and you do wonder why they didn't just play this to begin with, right?
Yeah, I mean, they got owned. This was a 1 minute 40 game, and there was no opportunity where Echo was behind. BORGIR King really just got rolled over.
You get the feeling that this like 1 hour series could have been like 10 minutes, you know, if it was just
it could have been a 4-0 literally. Just play this back to back to back to back, and you know, Echo sometimes. I don't want to say they're afraid of mirroring. I think on the ults sometimes that is the case. Of course, you know, Windwalker's not really Blizzard's main either, but he has been practicing it probably a lot more than Waz has. But I'm
actually curious about that.
They look so comfy. They look so comfy on this. I mean, I think Waz is splitting his time a lot more on the rogue. You know.
Yeah.
It's his main. Of course, he's the best rogue, but they look so comfortable on this. And I know that Waz has been practicing some Windwalker Mage as well, but I don't know why they didn't just do this from the start.
I mean, just looking at the ladder, Just looking at the ladder, okay, I know ladder doesn't mean anything, but he's got a 76% win on his Windwalker Monk and is the second highest rated. So behind Houston, just looking at the threes ladder. So he's doing quite well. 76% win is an insane win-loss record.
Yeah. He's also playing, you know, Windwalker Mage, of course, very meta comp, and he knows that. He's been practicing it. So even if he's not playing it with Raikou, I did see him play some of that on the ladder with Maro as well. So he's familiar with the comp. And I just think in this last round, the timings of everything that Boaz was doing, that Echo was doing as a team, was just shutting BORGIR King out completely. And at the end there, Lonta actually went for a leg sweep onto JT, who had Trinket available to him. And because he was doing that, Maro was dying. And then they got double leg swept by Waz. And it's too brutal.
Yeah, brutal is definitely a good word for it. BORGIR King losing in the mirror, certainly not a great way to end it for them. I do kind of wonder what they're going to do for next week, because like surely we're going to see these two teams going up against each other, Ben. Like what's in store for them between now and Cup number 2?
More Windwalker Mage, mirror match practice, war games, you know, things like that. It seems like it's a pretty good comp. So when they go head to head, if you're the team that can win that mirror match, that's going to put you in a really good position. But yeah, Echo showing dominance in this Cup number 1. I think BORGIR King did a really good job making them sweat in that final. But other than that, it was kind of just easy games for them.
Yeah, certainly. Do you feel like, I mean, I know you just said they were easy games, Ben, but do you feel like that was a little bit tougher than Echo was expecting in the rematch?
Oh, for sure. They were sweating 100%. I don't think those games went the way they thought. I think that BORGIR King, bringing in the Volpure on the Windwalker Monk, stacking versatility, just being immortal and not dying and actually turning that matchup around, I think definitely threw Echo for a loop, forcing them into the mirror match. But luckily for them, they had that practice too, and they were able to win quite convincingly.
Definitely. All right. Well, it sounds like we do have Raikou joining us here from Echo. Can you hear me, Raikou? Oh, no. I can't hear him.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there we go. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Amazing. All right. Well, how are you feeling after that win? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm feeling good. It's my birthday today, so it's like a good time to win, you know?
Oh, happy birthday. What a great way to end.
Thank you.
Amazing. Are you guys going to do anything after this to celebrate, or just more WoW?
Oh, it's 11 o'clock. I kind of celebrated my birthday yesterday, to be honest. So
darn.
Just
Okay.
chilling tonight.
All right. Well, I'll make it quick for you. Don't worry. I'm curious. We were kind of talking about it a little bit before we got you on here for this interview. Were you expecting that rematch to be that close, or were you expecting it to be another quick win for you guys?
I mean, I don't know. Actually, after the first game, when Mar died pre-block, I'm like, you know, we're going to win one Rogue Mage game this series, and we're going to be 2-0 up, you know, I thought. I was like, it won't be that bad. But I always considered if we play Mage Lock and a Tunnel Mercy, maybe the game is really, really hard, because in practice, everyone was going me, and we were winning.
Mm-hmm.
But I did think that if they go Mercy, it would be hard as Mage Lock, and they did, and we kind of lost, you know, on our counter pick.
Yeah. Well, speaking of counter picks, like when you guys decided to mirror them, what was behind that decision exactly? Was it a tough decision to make?
To be honest, when people practice, they practice a lot of ladder and stuff. And the meta before this week, Windwalker got nerfed a bit. Was Windwalker Mage Mirrors. Like, our team was playing it. Next, Bruneti, Pilomake, and this Mara team, they were also playing Windwalker Mage. And we were playing Windwalker Mage, and we were like king in the mirrors. We were winning basically every single mirror with like, I wouldn't like 90% win ratio, but like 75%. We were winning the most. So we thought like we should win if we just play it well, but their team played so good today, so it was very hard.
Amazing. Well, scaling back a bit, we haven't seen you or your team since midnight. How have you been enjoying the opening of the expansion so far?
Oh, in the start I was a bit skeptical with all the add-on removals and the game being a bit simpler. But I don't know, like actually over the past, I would say 2-3 weeks, I kind of been enjoying it a lot. It's very nice. It's a bit more like relaxing compared to the previous 2 expansions that were very sweaty and try hard. I feel like this is a bit in the middle of being like a sweaty but casual expansion.
Good balance.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, any major takeaways from this weekend? What are your hopes leading into Cup number 2 for your team?
Oh God, I mean, I don't know. The series was kind of intense, and I'm just like, I want to face Burger King again. They're such a great team, and they played really well. I think we gotta step up a bit now, especially when they can beat some of our comps. And just gotta keep practicing and hope for no mage nerfs.
Okay, we'll hope for sure. Yeah, you got some teams chasing your tail for sure. All right, well, last question. Any shout outs before we let you go?
Oh yeah, shout out to my fiance, and shout out to my team. They're all amazing, and we were have a good day. It was a good practice, and thank you to all the fans as well for sharing and supporting. I see so much support for us in the chat, and after the last game, I saw a lot of ha-ha-has in the chat. That made my mood very good.
Yeah, I think Chan was ha-ha-haing a little bit as well. You can rewatch the VOD, take a look at that. But happy birthday once again. Congrats, and we will see you for cup number 2.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
All right, and then once again, that was Raikou from Echo. Congratulations once again to them. Wish him a happy birthday in the chat if you are watching. But that is going to now lead us into North America. We have our EU champion. Now we have to get our North American champion. And these players are running out of time to get into those standings. Even though we're in cup number 1, Chan, I am sure these players are very aware of how much pressure there is on them to get those standings.
Yeah, with 3 cups, it's just so important that you perform well. You can't bomb out of any tournament. But over on NA, of course, Gators back. And welcome to the Jung in top positions, tied for first. Both of those teams still in the tournament. And again, this is not really a surprise to us, right? This is the new rivalry, the North American El Clasico. And then, of course, Z-Rated and Direwolves still in the tournament. But I do want to shout out Pre-Hardcore and F-Tier especially. I was super entertained by their games on Friday or the other day. Naj, Hansel, Mason on Pre-Hardcore, and Meat Monk and Dallas joining Laros and Soul on F-Tier. They made Welcome to the Jung sweat big time. And if you can make that team sweat, man, it's a good sign.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, I mean, it might be too early to tell, but it kind of feels like our top teams that have been dominating both NA and EU for so long might not be as easy for them this season. We'll have to find out. We're going to go into North America. We're going to head into a break, but stick around. We are not done with the day. We've got Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung coming up first. See you soon.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in North America. If you are just now tuning in, we just saw Echo win Europe Cup #1. Now we're moving into NA. We've got 4 teams left in this region. Only one is going to make it out alive, and we've got a great series coming up for the first one of the day here in NA. It's Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung. We saw these two teams facing off against each other so many times. But first, let's kind of give like an overview maybe of North America for the actual bracket that we're seeing for the entire day. Of course, Super T's, I mean, this is looking strong. We had a strong day in EU, and I feel like we're going to have a strong day in North America as well.
Yeah, Gators back in particular, not dropping a game so far, just 3-0, 3-0 back-to-back. Looking to, you know, maintain their position as the champions of the region. Whereas Welcome to the Jung, this is a team that in previous cups, they would be also 3-0 and never dropping a single round. But we see them in the first round, dropping a game to the Shuffle Club, dropping 2 games to F tier, almost losing to F tier. So for me, it's a question of, are Welcome to the Jung actually going to be capable of taking the throne away from Gators back this time around, given about how shaky it's looked up to this point? Now, obviously, they're kind of like a ditto in the competition. As soon as they know what the meta is, they adopt to it and they take it. But I'm not sure if they're going to be quick enough in this cup in particular. On that lower side, though, Z-rated, they've been battling their hearts out. They're the only team with a Ret Paladin, and they're trying to go the distance. But they are going to have to fight basically their counter every single round for the rest of the tournament. And the Dire Wolves, they look like they're back in form. They are ready to feast. This is the Dire Wolves that we love to see in that lower side. So North America is just as action-packed and certainly worth sticking around for if you just finished Europe.
They certainly are. Something else worth sticking around for is our co-streamers. Just as a reminder, we've got a lot of people streaming today, as well as a lot of the competitors streaming their own POV. If you want to go check that out, definitely do so. And if you want to be a co-streamer yourself, head on over to the AWC Discord for more information. But based on all of the matches that we've got today, Chan, I would love to hear your matchup of the day for North America.
Oh, it's easy, man. It's Gators back first. Welcome to the Jung. Like I said, on Europe, we got blessed. We got to see the El Clasico between Echo and BORGIR King. On NA, we have a new El Clasico where it's Gators back against Welcome to the Jung. I think there's no doubt that these are the 2 best teams in North America. They battled it out last season. Newly formed team in Gators back, and now we get to see and be treated to that again.
Absolutely. All right. If you're watching in chat, get your predictions in. We're going to make ours shortly here, but I would love to just dig a little bit deeper into this. I mean, it kind of feels like Super T's. This is a rivalry that's been brewing for a bit, and perhaps it's coming to a head here this season. What do you think?
I think ever since Gators back have formed as a roster, really, like, this is so stacked, right? WizK, he's coming off of the move. He was kind of sent to the winds as the move was disbanded. He had to find a new roster, and he decided to tag up with the rest of Gators back. And they were kind of going back and forth with Welcome to the Jung. And in that finale of last season's tournaments, they were actually able to outdo them and take away North America's throne. So they're looking to defend that position and solidify that it wasn't just like a fluke, or maybe the meta was more in their favor at the time. This is really their first stance to prove that they can consistently get this first place performance finish.
Most definitely. Now is their time to really prove themselves as a roster. And I threw my hands up for a second there because I was looking at the predictions maybe a little bit early on. It was 100% Gators back, Chan, but it seems like it's perhaps evening out a little bit, maybe where we would expect it. 80% in favor of Welcome to the Jung. But given that, I would love to hear your take on this series. What is your prediction?
Oh, this is so hard to say. My head is saying one thing and my heart is saying another, but I mean,
you just
Welcome
want
to
to vote
the
for Cubsy
Jung.
because he's your guy, I think.
Yeah,
right?
I used to play with Cubsy, right? And I think he's the GOAT. And also on Gators back, you have Calvish, who's he's been competing for a while now, but he's very talented. He's super good, and then WizK is joining him as well as Dazed. For me, they were the kind of underdogs last season, but I don't know, with this kind of mage meta, with how good Calvish is on that mage as well, even though he's a reroll on it, I believe in him, and I think that no king rules forever. And Welcome to the Jung, they did very well for many years, but I'm not so sure if their reign is going to continue.
You think their time has come?
We all get old. There's a reason I'm here, right? So.
I mean, my came
says
back
that
from
while he's in the
retirement.
top 20 rating guild. He says acting like he's washed up. He's in the top 20 rating guild.
I am washed up, unfortunately, and old, but
God.
yeah, time comes for us all.
All right. Well, give me your
3-1.
exact.
3-1.
This is getting really
BORGIR
dark.
is back.
I'm gonna
You
move
didn't
on.
notice. Nobody's looking.
Yeah.
Nobody noticed.
What did we notice? I didn't see it.
No, nobody notices the change.
No.
There's something changed. Something changed on the
Oh,
screen here.
washed.
Nobody.
Yeah, that's okay.
I saw it for half a second. My goodness, guys,
I can
feel
call
like
myself washed. I don't know if production can call me washed.
that's true. Yeah, it was a little bit BM.
That's defamation. Chan's gonna go.
I'll go
Really
3-1
good
for
check.
Gators back here, though.
3-1
I want
Gators
to believe
back.
in Cubsy. Yeah.
Okay, 3-1 Gators back. Super Tees, what about you?
I think I'm leaning into Gators too. I feel like their rogue-based compositions are gonna be really good. But then we saw Windwalker advance in Europe. It was so crazy. I didn't expect Windwalker to be what was like the melee at the end of all that. I thought the Outlaw was gonna have the edge. I'm leaning into Gators though right now. I think JUNG need a little bit more time to like warm up the meta engine. Before, after this cup.
Warm up the meta engine.
Yeah, I don't think they've nailed down 100% like what their most meta options are.
Yeah.
Like they normally would have.
It's like one of those old school lawnmowers where you have to like pull the string back really fast, but it doesn't quite go the first couple of times. So we'll see if they finally are able to get it started. But I think I'm gonna go 3-2. Gators back. Is that I don't know. I feel like, yeah, okay. Whoa. Oh, I thought I was gonna be odd one out. Oh, okay. Only Zico. This is shocking to me. I mean, this is welcome to the
What
jump.
does the leaderboard
This is
look
the
like?
team that dominated NA for so long. And you're right, Subtees. Zico was at least at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, this guy basically has not missed all weekend. And I believe chat was also in favor of welcome to the junk. So I feel like I personally am a little bit surprised how many of us, of the casters, are on the side of Gators back. Obviously, they're an incredible team. They're not underdogs by any means. Okay, well, I guess chat is about evenly split. So I feel like either way, Chan, we're in for a good series. I feel like it might be a little bit of a back and forth. This might be a bloodbath.
Yeah, and I mean, I did praise Calvish on the mage, but Nick is playing mage for Welcome to the Jung, and this guy's got rank 1 every single class. And he's one of those players that back in BFA, when I first played with him, and I realized this guy, he's going to be one of the best in the world, and he won AWC last year, right? So I don't know, he can carry super hard for them as well. And then of course Drake and Previ, we know their success with Kawhi, with when they were on Luminosity on their old roster, and then Zhang joining them has been a absolute godsend to back them up. So welcome to the Jung. I think they're going to put up a good fight, but I don't know, man. I love when Calvish plays. I love watching him play the rogue, play the mage. He's so good at it. The question is, has Dazed prepared enough Windwalker and Outlaw to take down Welcome to the Jung?
That is... Go ahead, Super Tees.
I'm just excited for game 1. I don't know what comps to expect.
You're just mumbling.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here like, what comps? Like
Mason
they
Taylor.
slashed gear up. There was warriors, there was Ellie shamans, there was weird stuff. So
Ooh, love to see it. The skill matchup. Outlaw Rogue. Dazed insta goes in, gets a sap, instantly cheap shots Nick. Thinks away, should be okay, but explosive opener for both teams. See what Nick can do soon with his combustion.
Combustion from Calvish as well. Calvish is going to blink behind the pillar. Drake is chasing him. He gets Nova into a Dragon's Breath behind the pillar. Really good positioning from Calvish here. And we see Zhang Bahai rolling forward to dispel. Calvish goes for a ring, but now he can't block. Oh my god, that was a critical moment, but Cubsy responds perfectly with the life cocoon, stabilizing him and getting him back towards Nick. Both Dazed and Drake, when they're getting uptime, the fire mages are going to look very flimsy. You see Drake developing momentum here with the tail end of that Zenith, but at the same time, we see Dazed on the opposite side of the map here, going after Nick as he gets Ring of Peace bounced away. So Zhang Bahai is opting for the Ring of Peace over the Song of Chi-Ji.
Yeah, that was actually the double pop from Drake though. No Zenith charges for a while. What that means though is the next Zenith and Combustion that comes up together is going to be massive. Cubsy into the leg sweep. No life cocoon available. Does have the revival to save the Cauterize. Surely he's going to rip that to save Calvish. But Calvish uses Bust now onto Nick. Should be okay, and mid gets an instant life cocoon. They're now going on to Zhang.
Oh, big swap. Is he going to survive here? It looks like he should be good. Daze is going to swap off, gouge up the Combustion. Really good control of the combustion. Nick doesn't care. He's just blinking in aggressively. Gets a Dragon's Breath, looking to fake and interrupt. He's not getting it. He's going to Nova both of them behind the pillar away from their team, but Cubsy can remove that Nova and get back into the mix. Calvish takes a huge hit. Nick takes a huge hit. It's just constant yo-yo health bars on these mages, just from 100 to 20, back to 100, back down to 20, and at any moment, if you blink at the wrong time, it's going to be game over in game number 1. Cubsy into a polymorph. You anticipate that Cow should be getting pressured here, but we just don't see enough damage coming through. They actually kidney shot Drake with a swap, preventing his assault. Now Dazed is going after Nick. Huge damage. They promise cauterize. He trades the Void embellishment here, that purple barrier, to absorb attacks. It basically acts as a secondary life cocoon. All of these mages are opting for that embellishment. Mana is not looking very good for Jung, but he is getting a lot of it back right now as he manages to get right back in the fight against Cubsy here with those manatees. Now Jung behind, Chi torpedoing across the map with Drake, but Nick is left behind with Dazed. He fakes his interrupt. He smoke bombs the polymorph to stop him from landing it. It was a very cheeky smoke bomb here from Dazed. Can they manage to capitalize on this? Jung behind trinkets, life cocoons to re-stabilize. He's just going 1 for 1 with the combustion. Whereas Cubsy, he's holding on to his life cocoon. He's not lining that one up right now. He feels confident. Now he's just going to line it up towards the tail end of it. Drake still has Zenith. Dazed just used evasion, but has trinkets, so I don't think they can swap to him. Although I do think a rogue swap could be good at some point. They get a leg sweep here. They got Dazed trinket. They stun Cubsy. They could swap Cubsy as well, but they're still just going after Calvish. Here comes the Zenith. Is he ready? Is he going to be able to get away? It looks like he's okay with Cubsy just healing him. He blinks behind the pillar, baiting Drake behind LOS, but Drake lands an interrupt on the polymorph. Calvish Novas him. He's going to be able to get out of that with the Gnome Racial. Got a Gnome Windwalker Monk here with the Escape Artist. Cubsy getting knocked against the wall for a moment. Blind on Jung behind with no trinket. They were really hoping to get an ice block from Nick with that blind, and they don't. And now Calvish pinned against the wall here with Drake. Spinning crane kick connecting as he's ramping up his damage. Nice blink away from the Fist of Fury. Drake has to cancel it. Now into a double Dragon's Breath. Calvish can't get the polymorph. Jung Bahai's going to get paralyzed instead. They're pushing for the block. They get it. Gator's back in a strong position right now. I really want to see a swap to Dazed. He has no trinket. Leg sweep combust and just send him.
Yeah, Trinket Life Cocoon is available for Cubsy though. Here it is, leg sweep onto Dazed. No Life Cocoon just yet. Trinkets is able to use the cooldown reduction to reset that Life Cocoon. Nice read from Cubsy, but this is the combustion from Nick, right? And Calvish under a lot of fire as well. Are they able to force something from Calvish? Can they get the court? Drake, he's so close.
They got
he blocks it and gets the block. Big push from Welcome to the Jung.
They're back. That just put them back in the game. They got Cubsy's trinket, they got an ice block, and they got Dazed's major cooldowns as well. So this next leg sweep that they have in 25 seconds, that yellow icon with a 20 on both the monks, that's what they need to win, but they can't use it for 20 seconds. Can they survive to it? Zhang Bahai is going to trinket and life cocoon. They know, they basically auto win the game here if they can survive 13 more seconds. 10 more seconds, ideally 20, because Nick will have combustion. Maybe they can just kill him with damage. They're actually just running him over even before they get to the stun lock. Calvish is just going to go down. He's in touch of death range for a second there. They gouge Drake. They stalled it. They buy time, but Cubsy is out of mana. Here come the combusts, and Calvish immediately disintegrates. Welcome to the Jung comeback strong. They were heavily behind, and they managed to pull that off in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a sick punish from Welcome to the Jung. I think in the first half of this game, Gators back were looking pretty good. Calvish was surviving, but at some point Drake just had so much uptime on Calvish and made it so difficult for him to play the game. Just forced the block, forced the cauterize, forced Cubsy's cooldowns with the leg sweep onto Dazed, and I love that because that means there's no life cocoon available for Calvish later on, right?
Yeah, that was a really good push there, really good swaps. They saw the opportunity there with Dazed no trinket, and then that opened up a swap to another target once Life Cocoon got committed, so they could get a cauterize and an ice block, and then that created another opportunity. So at this point, they just have a buffet. They just have 3 targets that are in checkmate, whereas Zhangba had trinket cocoon on the setup before this. So Welcome to the Zhang had 1 major trade ahead of the other team because of that swap on the rogue, and then the pressure swapped back over onto the mage. So really well read by Welcome to the Zhang. I was worried about them when I was looking at Zhang Bahai's mana early game, but he was just sitting on a lot of mana tea. And ultimately, they won on mana, they won on cooldowns, they won on setup. And we've been talking about the Outlaw all day, and I was like, you know, I feel like if you don't have Outlaw on your team, like, you're not going to win this tournament, is how I felt. But it's suddenly shifting to, like, if you don't have Windwalker, you're not going to win.
Yeah, I mean, the meta is not fully set in stone, right? It's a new expansion, tons to learn still. Outlaw did get buffed this reset, so people are still figuring things out. But I do think that Drake just had such a field day with Calvish. He had the uptime on him and just developed so much momentum that just ended up getting them all these cooldowns and eventually the win.
All right, game number 2. Do you think Gators back mirror them? Or are they just going to keep running this matchup?
I'm not so convinced that they'll do the mirror. I think it's possible, but man, do you really want to mirror Drake on the Windwalker Monk? I mean, even if you're Chun-Li, I don't know if you want to do that necessarily, right? And for Daze to play his ult into, which I know he hasn't practiced as much as his rogue would have, that's a really tough call to make. I feel like they maybe need to make an adaptation in this game ult into, which I know he hasn't practiced as much as his rogue would have. That's a really tough call to make. I feel like they maybe need to make an adaptation in this game where they CC Drake just a little bit more. I think that Daze can really solo Nick, right? We saw Trill when he was attacking Ceralium, he was just completely soloing him. I don't see why they can't create that kind of situation on Gators back as well, where perhaps Cubsy in-caps Drake a little bit more, they sheep up Drake a little bit more, and just let the Outlaw Rogue do its thing. Because part of the reason why Calvish actually had to proc court and block was because Nick combusted and Calvish was in the open instead of blinking behind the pillar and just line of sighting.
A little bit of position and miscalculation there. I find it so interesting to see these teams like adopting Mistweaver, right? Like on the fly, basically. Like a lot of these guys don't put a huge amount of time into Mistweaver. It's not usually the tournament meta spec. It's kind of like that niche pick for a handful of players, but even these guys can just pick it up and just play it immediately at the highest level, it seems, in this position. They are going to be locking in the same matchup here on Enigma Crucible. A little bit larger, a bit easier for Calvish to get those baits that we saw on Drake, pulling him likely on the outskirts of the map. But it also does leave him open possibly to combustion windows, because when you rotate around this map, there's smaller pillars and larger pillars. So if you end up on the side with the smaller pillar when combust is up and you're not able to get a line of sight, it might get dicey for them on this map.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And this specific matchup with the difference between the Outlaw Rogue and the Windwalker Monk, right? I think that it's really hard because the Windwalker Monk one-shot is so scary, whereas the Outlaw Rogue is more of a high sustained damage onto Nick on the Fire Mage. It puts Gators back in this position where Cubsy has to play really scared and make sure that they use their defensive cooldowns really well, because otherwise you might proc court and then that means you have to block earlier than intended, and these little inefficiencies in your defensive cooldowns end up costing you the game.
All right, let's see who's going to come out ahead here in game number 2. Is it the sustain of the Outlaw Rogue, as Chan has outlined, or is it going to be the burst of the Windwalker Monk? Right now, we see Welcome to the Jung in the lead, although they were behind early game, so if Calvish and Cubsy and Daze can stay coordinated here, they definitely still have a solid chance in this series, and I'm sure hoping they do for my predictions' sake. Otherwise, Zico just continues to skyrocket further and further beyond, to the point where he's just not going to be touchable even just 1 week into the tournament series here. But we were just 3 seconds away from the gates opening, and I will imagine that Daze wants to get in here and get a sap as soon as possible. He's choosing not to grapple, though. He's saving his grappling hooks. Usually a rogue will just double grapple to get a sap. By saving his grappling hooks, he's going to get more uptime on the mage, so a bit more passive. They're just opening on Windwalker, actually, with a kidney shot. No saps necessary. They get a revival to stop combust and to stop any crowd control. So I think that was a good heads-up play by Jung Bahai. I feel like with these Mistweavers, it's not about being greedy. It's about just rotating your cooldown one after the other.
Yeah, but look at the adaptation that Gators back are making. As soon as they do the setup with the combustion, Calvish instantly blinking away, hiding with Cubsy far away, trying to stall out the game and just play safe. Sang put into the full sheep for now. Drake trying to connect to Calvish. Is playing the gnome for the escape artist. I like that.
Ooh! Oh, Nick at the same time almost dying as well across the map.
Oh, the
Jung Bahai paralyzed. They proc his cauterize.
That's huge.
Jung Bahai holds on to the life cocoon. No, he trades the life cocoon as well. A bit of a misstep here on the side of Welcome to the Jung, and this can be something for the Gators back to take advantage of, even despite Calvish getting so low. He was going to get touch of death there for a moment, but he manages to hold on. Dazed is still getting uptime. It's all about Dazed. He needs to do maximum damage and stick right on Nick the entire game. He's getting rooted up. He gets dispelled. He's just hammering away, building up combo points. Oh, he used his prep. He's going for Adrenaline Rush round 2 here. Does he get a proc here with the Between the Eyes? It doesn't look like he does, and he's leg swept on his Adrenaline Rush. He's trying to get back on target. Calvish has Combustion up. Nick has his available. Nick wants to swing this back here pretty soon, I would imagine. Drake is popping. He's going for the Fist of Fury. Calvish is exchanging with him. He forces him to Karma. They might kill him through karma. They broke the karma. They paralyzed Jung
used as
behind.
well.
Are they choking? He's almost dead. He's about to get blasted. Dazed grapples over. He can't.
No revival.
He hamstring rooted. He gets disabled rooted by Drake. He can't connect for a second. Drake rolls over to Calvish. Calvish fakes the interrupt. He polymorphs Nick on his combustion. Insane fake by Calvish. Then he blinks behind the pillar with life cocoon. He should be fine. No, but now Dazed gets swapped to. May need to use the cloak. He cloaks critically low. He might die to Drake if he's not careful. He gouges Drake. He's repositioning. Close call, back and forth here, but no safety net for Nick with that cauterize. He's going to be very careful with when timing his ice block.
Look at Nick right now.
He goes for the mass invis, but they leg sweep him out of the mass invis. That was very heads up there, and Nick is low still. He manages to displace back there with the altar. Spamming polymorph on Dazed onto the dispel now. Drake is getting uptime. No Zenith, though. He's winning without Zenith. It comes up in 20 seconds. He just used his leg sweep. They're going to kidney shot him and swap on the Windwalker. Slow down. They baited Life Cocoon. Now they go back on Nick. Nick fakes the kick. He blinks back to his teammate. He Nova's Dazed. Dazed breaks out of that to get back on Nick. Cubsy's wrapping around the side, using the Crackle to get the Sphere for extra damage, but Nick fakes another interrupt. He's faking so many kicks. They use the Grapple on Dazed's Adrenaline Rush. They use Ring of Peace to bounce Dazed away. They polymorph Dazed on his Adrenaline Rush. This is a great reaction to control the Rogue. Now they're pushing in. They want to get on top of Cubsy for a Paralyze, likely. Here's the Paralyze. Calvish is the target, but he gets a triple Dragon's Breath, a triple ring, possibly, a double at least, and they're going after Nick. Combustion is up. Is Nick going to fall with his own combust? Well, he's trading so recklessly. He's busting while his entire
he has no
crowd
quad
controlled, and he almost dies. He pops out a barrier. He survives by the skin of his teeth, and it's a close one here in game number 2.
Yeah, that's a rival use from Zhang, though. But one thing I love about Calvish is he's playing so far away. It's so reminiscent of how they played last season, where Calvish on the Fire Mage is just kiting backwards, soloing Drake, and just pulling pressure in all directions with each combust, using efficient damage. Here's the combustion again. In-cap onto Zhang. No Life Cocoon ready, no revival. Instantly turns onto Drake, gets the karma from him as well.
All right, Nick on the pillar here. Daze is making his way over. Kidney shot on Drake, but he pre-karmas. Nick is the target. He barriers. Going to be a big absorb here, blasting away at Calvish. They shred through the shield. Jung Bahai's trying to get ready to time this Life Cocoon. Here comes the Zenith. Calvish, how are you going to deal with it? Fist of Fury are flying. He barriers. They crush the barrier immediately. Double stun onto his team. Calvish is alone for a moment. Cubsy gets the Life Cocoon in between the polymorphs. Nick is now in trouble. The Dragon's Breath dazed. Jung Bahai trades his Life Cocoon to absorb damage. Calvish is dropping a defensive Ring of Frost, but he gets counterspell. He can't ice block. They're trying to proc his cauterize. They're close to it. He tries to blink back to his teammate Cubsy, but he gets paralyzed. And now Drake rolls in, gets the double. Calvish in trouble. Trades out the ice block. And that is going to put Welcome to the Jung back in this match.
Yeah, the Gators starting to crumble. It's kind of similar to game 1, where a few minutes into the game, Calvish, under so much pressure from Drake, just starts having to use cooldowns, falling behind. And this is really bad because Cubsy doesn't have Life Cocoon, no revival up for the next 40 seconds. But Nick right now, no cauterize still. If they can force a block, Drake has no karma as well, realizes that on the combustion, instantly ports out of there, out of safety. But Drake gets kidney shot, no trinket, no karma, bomb comes down. He might go down. Zhang doesn't have anything to save him either. Drake, what is he going to do?
He's done. Combust, meteorites fly in, and that gnome is dust. Gators back, come in 1-1 here with that Outlaw Rogue Fire Mage, and this is a very spicy series. This is very aggressive, North American standard, just in their face, getting things going for both sides, and they're going to even it out. I feel like this is a game that could go either way. It's just whoever's playing better in each of these games.
I love this matchup.
I don't think this feels like, you know, the Outlaws should just win 100% or the Windwalker should win 100%. There's all these little micro decisions throughout the game. Like, do you know, just trade the Trinket Cocoon there, or do you let the Cauterize go through? Do you try and greed it? Like, when do you be greedy? When do you not be greedy? Type of deal. When are you swapping? All of these little decisions matter so much in this matchup, it would appear. So it's evolved, because I feel like when we watched this on day 1, Outlaw Rogue looked just so strong. It looked like you needed to be an Outlaw Rogue or there was no chance you were going to win. But now I think it's the Windwalker's looking a lot more competitive. It makes me curious for the lower bracket as well, with Z-rated running with that Ret Paladin, if it's possible for them to do anything. But game number 3 here, I think we're likely going to just big map every game. I think it's like we're probably going Tolvaron, then Ashamain, something like that, maybe Empyrean with these teams.
Yeah, I'm not sure map pick will be as important as how they play, right? I think, I don't know. This matchup is so volatile, so chaotic. It can go either way. I do want to say in this particular game 2 that the way Gators back played, where they were right-clicking Drake between goes and just forcing his karma, forcing his Fort Brew, and eventually punishing him. You know, they almost closed the game out early, right? Where Zhang trinketed a half poly in order to Shaylin's gift a Drake. It's just good play. Instead of just tunneling the Fire Mage and making it very obvious for Zhang to heal, they're making it very difficult, and Drake can't play as aggressively as he wants to. And what that means is Calvish finally has some space, and that allows Cubsy to rotate his Life Cocoon and Revival back as well, and for that Shaylin's Gift to stack up. So how that works is, over time, it accumulates strength, and the more you use it, the weaker it becomes. So in order to, if you reduce uptime, the Mistweaver Monk becomes a lot better in dealing with the damage after.
It was the opposite of what I thought. I thought we'd be going to large maps here, but we're actually going to small maps. So welcome to the Jung, trying to set up a small map here. I wonder if they're going to do anything cheeky. I wonder if there's something...
They can play Turbo.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be something cheeky here in Game 3, if they're not actually going to run it back with the Windwalker Fire Mage. At the same time, we saw the Windwalker Fire Mage with Morrow die like so instantly on hook points, so maybe that's their logic here too, is if they have the Windwalker pick, they can run Calvish over in that type of scenario, but I feel like the Outlaw Rogue is going to be able to stop that a lot more effectively. This is gonna get. I feel like it's gonna get interesting. Please come on, welcome to the Jung. Do something cheeky. Do it. Lock in the warrior here. You won't do it. You won't do it. Come on, you won't do it. A minute and 20 here to see what they're gonna do. They're obviously discussing something. Otherwise, I think they would have just locked this in right away. No, nothing cheeky.
Same matchup.
Just the same matchup. They just want the small map for the Windwalker. I think it's also nice for the ports. Like, you're almost always in range as a monk of your port on this map, which is an advantage over the rogue. So you can escape to safety if you need to, or avoid crowd control. So I do think I actually like this map, and we're exactly 50-50. I can't believe that, because in past cups, if Welcome to the Jung was in a series, it would have been whoosh, just 99.9%. Everybody is betting on Welcome to the Jung, but this season is not like that. I feel like there's a lot more teams that are much more competitive in both regions. But North America here, especially with Gators back against Welcome to the Jung. So we are straight down the middle here. Who is going to take it? Hook point, an aggressive stance from Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the best when there's a team to challenge Welcome to the Jung. I'm so used to them just dominating NA with 99.9%, expecting them to win every single time. And Gators back are looking really good. Game 1 was not so good, but it's the second game. I think they've warmed up a little bit, and they played it really, really well. I want to continue to see Calvish, Dazed, and Cubsy throwing a little bit more CC on Drake to help Calvish out, as well as goes onto Drake, so that the Windwalker Monk can't just develop this momentum on Calvish.
All right, 5 seconds away. No going back here for Gators back, and welcome to the Jung. Let's get into this on hook point. Where is Dazed going to go? He grapples in, so he's using his grappling hooks to try and get a sap, but he's not able to get it, it looks like, just yet. He will not get a sap. They're trying to get an opening, but not a great start here for the Rogue, unfortunately. Combust is blown from Nick. They do at least have pressure. Can they keep that momentum going? Grapple weapon onto the Rogue's Adrenaline Rush. I really like the control they're trading towards him. Leg sweep. Calvish takes a huge hit. It is sparking up right now in game number 3. Calvish is trying to turn it around. A big swap on Drake. He's going to port behind the pillar. This is why they picked the map. Drake can then port back into the fight and get to safety and get right back into it immediately. Nick gets low. Drake with no options to really help him. He's in a Frost Nova at the moment. He manages to escape Artist out. He baits Calvish to go for the double Nova before committing it. He's trying to use the Paralyze on Cubsy. Nick trying to make a move here, but he's having a tough time with Daze chasing him down. He's still at 50% health. Ring of Peace on the Fist of Fury. We like that. As we see Drake bounced away from Calvish. Calvish fakes an interrupt. He's polymorphing the Rogue on the Adrenaline Rush. Drake is so sad about that. He's going for another polymorph on the Adrenaline Rush into a kidney shot. I really like their crowd control on Drake. Yeah. They are really nailing his cooldown windows.
Insta kick onto that. Leg sweep comes through though. Nick in a lot of trouble. Life Cocoon is available for Zhang. If the Ring of Frost doesn't land, looks like it's not able to. But the Combustion and Zenith window countered by Cubsy's Life Cocoon. So nice play from Cubsy. Nice read from that. Calvish should be okay. Turning on Nick. Calvish though, as Cubsy gets put into an in cap and into a leg sweep. Can they proc the court?
Offensive karma. He actually commits that to try and get the cauterize here. Cubsy rolls back. Conduit. It should allow him to stabilize. Calvish just explodes!
There's the court!
What? He just got hit so hard. He went from 60 to 0. His cauterize is just procced immediately from the burst there of Drake. I don't even think that was a Zenith. He's still sitting on a Zenith. Calvish gets counterspelled. If Drake gets to the target, this could be devastating. Here he is. He's Nova'd. He Tiger's Lusts it. We see Calvish blinking away. Calvish is running for his life right now. If Drake connects with this cooldown, he uses the Lust again. Is he going to be able to pop? He gets stunned on the top. Away. Beautiful leg sweep. Calvish is across the map. Drake is chasing him down. He gets a double stun as he's moving closer to Calvish. Desperation Ring of Frost. He's cutting through. Life Cocoon and Barrier to absorb the attacks. And they are praying it will be enough because Drake is just firing his fists into those absorbs to try and break it. He grapples the Adrenaline Rush. Beautiful reaction from Drake onto the Rogue here, denying that burst window. He uses the Ring of Peace on the cheap shot, anticipating the swap to himself. Insane reads by Drake, and now he's rolling forward. He's on Stundiar. He gets the double. He's looking for the kill. Is Calvish ready? Cubsy into Paralyze. I think it's going to be an ice block. Calvish is trying to be greedy with it here. Critically low on health. He's trying to blink, but he's so low. He's so low. He's so greedy. How is he so greedy right now? Drake is all over him at the moment. He alters. He blinks away. He's going to have to alter back likely immediately if he wasn't purged on it. How is he able to get away with it? Calvish gets away with it. Now they're setting up on Drake. He edges the smoke bomb. Is he going to be able to get to him? Zhong Bahai's right next to him. Paralyzed. Drake ports back. And this is the hook point map is paying off again. Drake can port away. Now he can port back in to help out his team. As he gets a leg sweep, he's moving in. He's got Zenith in 19, Combustion in 20. That is going to be the main push point here for Welcome to the Jung. If they can stay alive, because the pressure from Daze is quite high. They can use the grapple, slow down the Rogue. Nick fakes an interrupt. Polymorphs are coming out from him as he's looking to try and control the Rogue. Paralyzed on Cubsy, counterspell on Calvish, 3 versus 1. Calvish in trouble on the run, trying to line of sight here. And Daze is still trying to build momentum, but he's not finding it. Calvish has to block. Now they are so far ahead. This swap on Drake is their last-ditch effort. Zhong Bahai is just going to life cocoon it, and Drake is just going to send him. Is Cubsy ready for this here in game number 3? Calvish pops Combust, but he's so low. He's going to trade out Barrier and try and go after Nick. Nick alter times it. He's got his Combustion up. Cubsy uses the life cocoon immediately, and this is burning down rapidly. The damage from Drake is insane. The damage from Drake is absolutely ridiculous. The double stun comes in the nick of time here to be able to stabilize. Nick is trying to reposition. Calvish is on the run, kiting across the map. Drake ports on top of him. Calvish falls for the trap, and Drake is there to close this one, but he gets Nova'd. He's just inches away from the touch of death. He's not able to connect it. Can he manage to turn this back in his team's favor? He's in the kidney shot. A big swap on Drake.
No cover.
He's so low. Cocoon comes up in 2 seconds.
Oh my god, Zhang is almost out of mana as well. This can go anyone's game, but Gators back are pressed against the wall right now. Calvish, no cauterize, no block. He needs to run away. They have Drake on Stundiar right now, but Drake is pushing for it. He has a Zenith up right now, and Calvish, he's in touch of death range. Can he get away? Blinks away to safety. Massive kills coming in from Cubsy. Life Cocoon is ready. He needs to use it. He needs to use it right away, otherwise Calvish is going to go down.
He's in touch of death range. He doesn't do it. He's I don't know if he can or not. He's just at that point. Calvish goes down. Welcome to the Jung. Secure it. Drake is a monster. He's a beast. He is a beast unleashed here. And on this map that allows him to port like that, he's just looking so sick. He's getting all the grapples on the Rogue. Perfect windows of time to just remove the damage from the Rogue. I really like that. They've studied the Outlaw Rogue. They understand the windows. They're controlling him so excellently. They're maintaining their uptime. And they're just brutalizing him with damage. Like, I don't know if we have the clip where Calvish lost, like right there. Just replay that moment in slow motion.
That wasn't
or
even
put a timer on the screen because it literally looked like he went from 60 to 0 in less than a millisecond. Right here, how does he not die? Drake just gets Nova'd 1 inch away.
Oh, he massive this, that's why. So he dropped target.
Right here. Oh, this is the end of the game when they just finished Calvish. He's just busting, and he's busting himself to death. And I don't know if Cubsy could or not. He's just because I think he mana teased. Like, you watch his mana jump up in the final second. Right here, 60 to 0. Just that had to be like the biggest burst I think we've seen in the tournament. And like Daze is still doing top damage, even despite all the disruption. And then right here, Calvish invises. It gets broken instantly though, I think, by the ignite. I mean, maybe it dropped the global just long enough so you couldn't get the touch of death, possibly.
And the Despy bust. 20% health.
The please stop hitting me bust. I have bust, please run away from me.
Insta live cocoon so that Drake just keep pressing W. And this game was really brutal, but I also think I saw 2 DR kidney shots onto Drake.
Yeah, I think he panicked.
The DR. I really want to see some incaps onto Drake and sweeps or kidney shots onto him, and just PvE DPS onto Nick. And during those kidneys, Gators back can also hit Drake. I think the key to this matchup, at least on hook point on a small map, is Calvish needs room to play. He's just playing so scared. He gets caught forced, and then he's just barely hanging on for dear life for the rest of the game after that. If you just stall out the game, I feel like the Outlaw Rogue is going to carry you to victory.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can get the sustain, yeah, I do agree. It's just all stopping the windows, like you say, using the paralyze, trying to stop the zeniths, giving a few seconds of just stall during those windows, because you know that's when the big crit is going to be happening. So it's a little bit more predictable than the Rogue, whereas the Rogue is just constantly building up over time and then just eroding you away. So maybe they will be able to here. They've got their map selection, so they can go to a large map if they need be, and we will see. And yeah, Maldraxxus Coliseum. They don't want that monk-friendly map. They want to pull the monk out of range of the ports. They don't want to deal with that where he's able to escape on the swaps and get more uptime and just get back into the mix. So monk does look much more favorable on these small maps with good portal locations. And then Gators back, I think, are probably not going to change anything here. I can't imagine, given that they set that up the same way. It's the same scenario that we saw earlier in the series. But do you think they're getting shaken up at all? You know, they're trying to defend their title right now.
I think that they're just gonna lock in the same thing. I think they realize that it's gonna be a hard matchup. It's, you know, what can you really play into this, right? I was going to suggest Mage Lock with WizK, because I know that Calvish can play Frost, but I'm not. After seeing how Blizzo and Maro performed into Mage Lock, I'm not too convinced. And I know that Drake knows exactly how to play against Mage Lock as well. I think it's just, they're going to use the time here. They're going to talk through it, strategy, what they can do better. For their sake, I hope they realize that Drake is just enjoying the game a little bit too much right now. He's right-clicking Calvish and just kicking him for all his health every single time. If they can shut that down, slow the game down, and regain control of tempo, then I think that they can take game 4 here and maybe even the series.
You have to wait and see. There's only 2 seconds left, and they're locked in. Gators back coming in with that Rogue Mage Mistweaver on Maldraxxus Coliseum. Welcome to the Zhong with the Windwalker Fire Mage Mistweaver. An explosive series so far. A lot faster pace, honestly, than what we saw in Europe. I mean, the final game was pretty fast, though, with Maro. So maybe the mirrors here with the melee are a little bit faster than the Mage Lock. Mage Lock always slowing things down since the dawn of time here. So this is going to be very exciting to see. Welcome to the Zhong. They want their throne back. They want that crown back, and they want to step up to the plate here, win the series, advance to the grand finals, and then let the lower bracket have their way, possibly with Gators back down there. And we're looking at Drake here with a very immaculate transmog. It looks like it's a set. It's a combination of what was the Venthyr back piece from
and
the
a Wrathful Tabard as well.
And then Legion as well. So he's got an interesting combination of expansions. And then the Sargerai Blindfold. I feel like that's just like a PvP staple. Like every melee DPS just always gets the Cursed Vision of Sargeras. It's like
you'll see that in Elven Forest a lot.
Yeah,
on a Night Elf Rogue or
uniform.
DH, that's what you'll see in Goldshire.
Every Rogue and every Demon Hunter, every Leatherwearer is just always Vision of Sargeras.
Yeah, it looks cool.
23 years, and there's no helm cooler than just a blindfold.
Alright, well, Maldraxxus. Gators back, gotta get a proper opener. Last game got pulled out, got in combat. Dazed, not able to get a sap, not able to get a cheap shot onto Nick, and Nick immediately ripped the combustion onto Gators back. Not what you want to have as the rogue. You want to get a sap on someone, cheap shot on someone else, and be the one in the driving seat.
Here he comes. Grapple, number 1, holding on to the second. Gets a sap this time. Cheap shot.
Gets pulled out.
He gets pulled. He gets the cheap shot, but he gets
DB'd.
Dragon's Breath. Nick is right there to peel, but it looks like Cubsy is there to dispel as well. This is the Adrenaline Rush. They're just going to use Cocoon on Drake. That means Nick could be a good target here with that Life Cocoon already committed. Zhong Bahai is rolling across. Drake is moving in as well, but look at how this map, they just can't get to Calvish. He is just staying so far away behind the pillar. They actually have to go after Cubsy. They're going to go for a big setup on match point. He ports, but they're still in line of sight. He has to port back again. He has to use Revival as he's trying desperately to get back behind the pillar, punishing Calvish for that huge defensive play where he was just out of the game, basically. They go after their healer that pulls the Revival, but Drake's now in trouble. Getting his shot, but he pre-karmas. I think
they break through it.
They broke the karma. He does have a lot of redirected damage. He's going to use Fist of Fury to parry the rogue attacks, get back onto the mage. Now that Calvish is a viable target, Zenith is available. They're polymorph dazed. Nice Nova here on Drake, unable to get there just yet. He's running that talent, so after he rolls, he can double jump and get a secondary dash, but he's caught into another cheap shot. And Gators back are way more focused on the Windwalker monk, it seems, here.
Making him run away. And that gives Calvish space to play the game. Combustion is available for him. He rips it, gets incapped instantly. Nice plays from Welcome to the Jung. Using the remaining of the combustion onto Nick, who uses his greater invis, and the Voidstone barrier is going to be okay. Zenith popped onto Calvish. Life Cocoon answered by Cubsy, who uses it right before the sheep. Nice read by him. But Drake right now, no karma, 42 seconds.
Big play, but it looks like he's doing okay. I mean, that's a full polymorph on his healer, and he's just running forward. Little gnomish Terminator just running in while his healer's polymorphed. Is he going to regret it? He regrets it. Gators back, tie it up, 2-2. We're going to game 5.
Zhang had Trinket. I think he Trinket revived a millisecond too late. But, I mean, Sid, I love this. I love the adaptation from Gators back. This was beautiful. I was talking about how the Windwalker Monk was just farming Calvish the entire game. They realize it. They're going on Drake now, slowing it down, making him port away. And when that happens, they can turn instantly onto Nick. It's a beautiful adaptation. And I want to see the replay of the end. What happened to Zhang? He was in that DB, but I think he had time to save Drake.
He just doesn't want to trinket a 2-second CC.
I
mean, it has to be, right?
I don't blame him, but
he's just trying to be greedy right there. So right here, Drake pushes in with no defensive cooldowns in a kidney shot. And then his healer gets polymorphed, and I think he's maybe out of range. No, he's right there, actually. He's right next to him.
Into a DB.
And then DB'd.
Oh, just a little so sad.
Maybe he was worried about getting DB'd on his trinket?
Yeah. It's a hard decision to make.
You'd have to be really fast. It really depends on if Calvish was like next to him or not. If Calvish was right on top of him, I would be worried about him DBing instantly on the trinket. But if he had to move, you might have time. So like watch Calvish.
Goes for the resheep. Gets it, and then he instantly blinks on Zhang.
And then he blinks. And then right there he can't trinket. So he needs to trinket now, but he just kind of dies.
He tries, but it's just 0.1 seconds. I don't blame him for this one. It's a really hard decision to make. You either send it before the half poly, or you need to do it and pray you don't get DB'd on your trinket.
All right.
Greedy
moment there. They wanted to be aggressive. They get punished. But fortunately, because they won the blind pick, they can pick a more monk-friendly map. Because they definitely abused the map. Calvish just had really good positioning, made it tough to attack them, pulled Jung behind in the open, enabled them to get crowd control, enabled them to get pressure, and just slowly expose the Windwalker Monk, which is something that we didn't see them do in previous games. They had been almost exclusively, maybe occasional swaps to Windwalker, but not that much of a commitment. And Dazed was able to get way more damage as a result, too, because one of the things about the Windwalker is he's the one saving the mage when the mage is getting attacked. But if you're stunning the Windwalker, the Monk can't save anybody when he's stunned. So I think going after the Monk actually makes a lot of sense here. We're going to Runes of Lordaeron for game number 5. Small map, likely going to put that port somewhere on the tomb, maybe on the left side where the cemetery is as well. I know it is a cemetery. Cemetery in a cemetery seems a bit redundant, but there's multiple tombstones. There's good portal placement here. So the Monk should have some good viable options. Gators back, taking the time on the clock though here, trying to consider all their options because this is still anyone's series to advance to the grand finals. And based on how they're playing right now, I kind of feel like it's going to be, them meeting each other. Whoever loses here, meeting each other again in the grand finals, unless somehow Direwolves maybe steps up to the plate here and are ready to go. I would imagine Direwolves must feel pretty good watching the Windwalker comp and the Outlaw Rogue comp, which are both the comps they play, right? Like, they got to be feeling pretty good about at least possibly getting to a third place after seeing these comps prove themselves so strong and competitive at the moment here. The Gators back are really taking their time. Maybe they want to let them linger in that defeat, that miscalculation, let them yell at each other like, why didn't you trink it? Why did you tell me I could sit? Why did you tell me I was good? Like, let them linger in that a little bit longer here before they go into this.
Yeah, I mean, when it's 2-2, you're at match point, you want to take all the time you have to discuss what you can do better. But, going back to that last game, that was a beautiful adaptation. And when you think about it, Windwalker Monks are kind of squishy this expansion. They have the Fort Brew, they have the Karma, but outside of that, they're a fantastic target, right? And they expose themselves in order to do damage. Calvish, of course, on the Fire Mage is the main target for Welcome to the Jung. I feel like the Outlaw Rogue is not a bad target if he hasn't a trinket, but tunneling an Outlaw Rogue probably not the best idea. So by going on the Monk, you're really giving Calvish all that space, landing those kidneys and making sure that Drake is porting away, having to play defensively. But same matchup, Ruins of Lordaeron, it's going to be very, very chaotic.
It's going to be over fast, so don't go anywhere, They're taking their time picking their specs, but as soon as those gates open, we saw how quickly it was over for Morrow. Here I'm thinking like, oh my god, it's game 7. Like, this is going to be the craziest game of all time. Dead instantly. So, This could be over very fast, and the loser of this will go down to the lower bracket and wait for the victor of Z-rated against the Dire Wolves. So there's about to be maybe alligators down there, the entire jungle down in the lower bracket. There's Dire Wolves down in the lower bracket, and then there's the Z-rated dragon in the lower bracket. So lions, tigers, and dragons. Oh my. In this tournament, it seems, in North America, and we're still tied. Look at that, just 50-50 down the middle. This is the closest bet I think I've seen on the point standings here, especially between like a number 1, number 2 seed type of situation. Dazed is rocking the Thunder Fury. He's rocking the Warcraft. He's rocking the Vision, of course, because every leather wearer is going to rock the Vision, and he's either got the Wrathful or the Relentless Tabard. I think is also a classic pick, and then he's decided to go with the AQ40 set.
Yeah,
or was it
classic
25?
Set. Tier 2.5 from AQ40,
Tier 2.5.
yeah.
I farmed this on... What did I farm this on? I think I farmed this on my Druid. It takes so long to get all the mats, even after the fact.
Need the reputation as well.
Yeah.
Giving us a little bit of a wave as he jumps into this game. All right.
Are you ready for this? Are you guys ready for this?
I'm scared. I'm scared for Calvish. I'm scared for Drake. Every single time, man, every single time Zenith gets popped, I'm scared for whoever Drake is nearby. And Cubsy, he needs to react very quickly. He needs to make sure that he's pre-lining any potential CC when Drake grips that button and is able to Life Cocoon, Revival, or Shaylin someone to make sure that they're healthy and not using cooldowns.
Alright, gates are open, Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery, and Dazed is in there. He grapples, he cheap shots. Drake is the initial target once again, but it looks like Nick was there with the Dragon's Breath. They use Paralyze on Combustion as well. They paralyze Drake away, but Kidney Shot on Zhang behind. Nick is the target. He pops off with a couple of barriers to absorb some hits, but his healer's now into a blind. They commit the Void Shield barrier as well. Leg Sweep comes through on Dazed and Cubsy. They're chasing Calvish down. He Dragon's Breath Drake. He's going to abuse that center tome and line of sight, but Drake ports back over and rolls right back onto him, and he is connecting onto Calvish at the moment. Any second of uptime, and they procced him. They procced his Cauterize already on top of the Life Cocoon. That is devastating for Gators back. They're trying to turn it around, but Zhang Bahai blocks it with the Revival. They do clutch it at least with the Polymorph. Nick is popping some barriers and trying to line of sight. They shred the barriers. Calvish can't get another Polymorph. They paralyze instead. Song of Chi-Ji, he's not able to get it. Nick is low still. Can Zhang Bahai deal with it? Is the counterspell going to lose the game? Calvish pops a barrier once again. Dazed is in the Dragon's Breath. Double stun comes in. Calvish blinks into the middle of the map, but Zhang Bahai is there with the conduit to add damage into the mix as well. Fists of Fury are flying, and Gators back do not have their footing. They're trying to find it right now with the Combustion. They need a massive push, but Zhang Bahai once again blocks it with the Life Cocoon. They switch back onto Nick. He pops Mass Invis on the cheap shot, so Polymorphs can't come through. They gouge him instead. They're forcing the Cauterize. They get his block.
They get the block.
Gators back. They're back in. Calvish is so low. They need to recover without using Ice Block. If they can, they might have a chance. He blinks out of the double, but they were stacked. Drake gets the punish. Zhang Bahai and Drake paralyzed on Cubsy, trying to race him down. Life Cocoon comes up from Cubsy. Life Cocoon available for Zhang Bahai in a second to trade onto Nick, should he need it. Double leg sweep. Oh no, devastating, brutal punishment.
Triple DB.
Triple Dragon's Breath in response into the Polymorph. It breaks early. Calvish blinking away. Nick blinking away. No ice block for him. Zhang Bahai needs to save him. They can afford no miscommunication in game number 5.
Or the Song of Chi-Ji that snipes Drake. But the thing is, he has Zenith ready. Calvish, he has no court. He can just die pre-block. There's the Zenith. He rips it away. He pops Blink. Is able to get away. Calvish surviving for now. Cubsy doesn't have Cocoon for a few more seconds. Calvish needs to hang on until that time comes.
Oh, Nick. Life Cocoon on the bust. Drake has Karma. This is Zenith. If Drake gets uptime. Leg sweep on Dazed, maybe a swap. No, they're not going to. Committing to Calvish at this point. Another double. Everybody is stacking up. They're making big mistakes here. These stuns are getting huge value.
Calvish.
Calvish might just need to block. They have.
He has a Zenith
as well.
He bumps it.
They choke. They choke. And welcome to the Zhang. They take it 3-0.
Oh, that was disgusting damage at the end there. Calvish not wanting to trade the block before cooldowns come up, but Drake sees Calvish at 30%, walks over, pops the Zenith, kicks him in the face.
Just casually.
Oh, I feel like this game wasn't as good as game 4. They tried to do goes on Drake. You know, in the opener, they sap Zhang by Beihai. They cheap shot Drake, who pre-robs himself, by the way. Absolutely beautiful. But the issue is, Zhang just life cocoons Drake on every single combustion, keeps him aggressive, doesn't have the Karma, doesn't have the Fort Brew, and that means that Drake can play super aggressively onto Calvish. And it makes this game so volatile. He procs the court earlier, and then he double Zeniths, almost back-to-back here at the end to one-shot Calvish. So, good adaptation from Welcome to the Jung, but I think Gators back perhaps could have CC'd Drake a little bit better.
I'm so tired of this.
Tired of what?
I'm tired of it's seeming like we're gonna, topple the #1 team in the region.
I mean,
I get
Gators back
false
is the
hope,
#1 team.
Supertees.
Gators
Well,
back is the #1 team.
I mean, yes,
Hey, they
it is-
lost.
It is by
They
standing.
lost last time too.
Yeah,
In
I
upper
know,
bracket,
just
and then they
so
came
sad.
back through the lower bracket.
It's
At the
not
goat,
over yet, Aya.
Goat run.
You don't have to be that upset. It's not over yet.
I'm not upset. I just, it's
You're just tired.
tired of this, Grandpa. What is the Cobra Pulse?
They had Cocoon as well.
They had everything. That's why I said they choked. They just had everything. I don't know if that was a miscommunication. It just goes to show how tight these matches are, right? Like a lot of these games, sometimes they go 10 minutes, but it's perfect coordination, perfect communication that's extending these moments that are just so crazy to be able to make these exchanges, not overcommit, not undercommit, and positioning at the same time as well. I feel like both teams were on edge. Like both teams were stacking up way too much. They were getting doubled and tripled all of the time. Like you could tell that, the anxiety was very high in this game on both teams.
It's hard to track when you don't have, I imagine the double leg sweeps, they're not able to track that cooldown anymore. It's not so obvious to them. For us, we can see that on the spectator UI, but yeah, it's really hard for them to react to. And I'm sure Cubsy was spamming live Cocoon, but I think he got hit by a micro CC as Drake popped Zenith onto Calvish. And you can see in the death log here, 110k RSK into another 111k after popping Zenith. And that's a Windwalker threat.
Certainly is. All right, welcome to the Jung, taking that series 3-2. We now have 2 dogs in the North American region, and we may just see a rematch of this one, kind of like how we saw in EU for the first half of the day, but they are going to be moving forward into the bracket. They're in the grand finals position. We've got Gators back dropping down, and now they're going to be playing either Z-Rated or Direwolves. Both of these teams have been playing tremendously well. Direwolves have been pretty consistent down there in that lower bracket, facing elimination every single tier, but still playing like we expect them to. I mean, they had that crazy series against F tier where C2 saved the day in the final hour, and then Z-Rated. They're a team of ex-Fortnite pros, just kind of making a tear in the meta and kind of in their own lane. And now they're coming head to head against each other in the lower bracket, both still facing elimination. And I am equally as excited for this series, Super T's. I feel like we could be seeing some maybe interesting picks in the blind pick. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Z-Rated, I think we expect the Rat Paladin. That's just what we've seen from them be the most dominant. Whether it's the Hunter or the Windwalker, I think the Hunter has been looking better for them. Direwolves, I imagine they're locking in pretty closely either on the Outlaw or the Windwalker with the Fire Mage Mistweaver. I think those are going to be their main setups likely for the remainder of the tournament. I'm worried about Z-Rated. They were able to beat the Subtlety Rogue, but I feel like it's because their comp had really good trades. I think the Outlaw Rogue or the Windwalker might just be too much overwhelming damage for their side, but I'm not counting them out. They made it this far without a Mistweaver on their team. They made it this far without a Rogue on their team, and they made it this far without a Mage on their team. So I think they're doing pretty good. So if Z-Rated can get to the top 4 and under these circumstances, then maybe they can go the distance, get the top 3. Maybe they end up in the grand finals, and we have the craziest NA Cup #1 of all time.
I would be so down for that for sure. And, just as a reminder also, these teams only have 3 cups to get in those standings. So they're going to be walking away no matter what happens with some points regardless. But, the further you go, the more points you get and the more you're going to solidify your spot in those final standings of the top 3. So we can talk about that a little bit later. But for now, we're going to head to a break. It is Z-Rated versus Direwolves coming up next after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Z-Rated versus Dire Wolves. Two teams facing off against each other in the lower bracket. Both teams facing elimination as well. We've got Z-Rated. We've kind of seen them have a little bit of a struggle to sort of adopt Supatees, but they are famously a very off-meta team. I feel like on paper, it should be Dire Wolves, but do you feel like Z-Rated might get this one?
Again, robots, AI, I think that Dire Wolves should be winning this matchup, but there are humans playing, and we have seen mistakes can be made. Everybody, the best of the best, have died without blocking today. So you can't just keep saying it's a Venruki thing. I think every mage at this point now has died like in a grand final position almost without using their ice block. So
how many years ago was that? Like
that's a lot. Don't remind me.
18 years ago? No.
That's when the Vanquisher title was a reward for signing up for the tournament realm. When you had to, like,
I think it was 15
pay
years
for
ago.
it, I think
Something
you had
like
to
that.
pay to access it.
People don't forget, Ben, and believe me, they don't.
Yeah, see, they told me they would forget about it, and I just could leave it, and they'd leave me alone. But Ben just no. It's an immortalized meme.
I'll take it, honestly.
I mean, it's kind of his fault. You made an emote for it, didn't you?
I did a lot. I've fully embraced it. It's fine with me.
I respect it.
Have you seen those memes of like the meme girl? She's like a baby, and there was a meme of her, and then they have her as an adult, and they put them side by side. We should do the same thing with like Ven's no ice block 15 years ago, and then get him dying now 15 years later.
You just stalk his streams until he dies with no ice block. Is that the plan?
Things don't change.
Don't give them ideas. No.
Looking forward to your social media posts on that, or whoever gets that going. But yeah, let's get talking about this series. I mean, like you guys have kind of said, it seems like Dire Wolves, especially based on the predictions that I feel like we've seen from chat so far, are the favorite to win this. Z-Rated, like Supatees said, I mean, there are humans behind these teams, and they certainly could pull off a win. I think in my heart, I would love to see that happen. I've been betting against Dire Wolves, unfortunately, all weekend, and I'm not going to make that mistake again. But Ven, I would love to hear your prediction on this.
Straight into the predictions, huh? I don't
yeah.
know. I'm just like, at this point, I'm just so ready to be wrong on every series that...
You're aiming for the bottom. The bottom is almost as impressive as the top. It's better than being in the middle, right? The middle, you're just the coin.
Yeah.
You get everything wrong, that's actually, like, cool.
I don't know. See, the thing is, I don't know how to feel about this matchup because, like, in my head, Dire Wolves, they have all the best compositions in the game, and in theory, they have good players playing those. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, it's like, okay, it's Windwalker Mage. They were literally playing Windwalker Mage when no one else was. Outlaw Mage. Like, the Dire Wolves, maybe they're not practicing as much as they used to, but this is like, they've got to have some sort of muscle memory for these compositions. You know what I mean? So I feel like you definitely can't count them out, and they've been playing really well. On Z-Rated, on the other hand, we saw they brought out a Mistweaver. They haven't lost yet. So maybe that's what we need. Maybe the Ret Hunter, it's already off meta enough. Maybe you do need to bring in the strongest healer, which is undeniably Mistweaver. There's no doubt about it. And I feel like they could maybe win. So I'm going to go crazy. I said at the beginning of today that I'm not anti-mage in the sense that I'm like a mage hater, but I feel like anyone that's not a mage Mistweaver is an underdog. So I'm going to be going to the underdog. I'm going to go a 3-2 for Z-Rated.
Okay.
Betraying your friends.
I'm not betraying anyone. And none of them are arcane, so I don't care that much, to be honest.
Your bias is with the arcane mage.
Yes.
All right.
Your allegiance is a lie.
Ooh.
Oh, they're going the opposite way, and I get the opportunity to just copy Zico, which I should have done last time, and I didn't. And
Do it.
I lost again.
I'm happy. I like being alone. Like, go ahead.
I feel like you're baiting me. I feel like I'm being trapped right now.
Do you remember yesterday when we were on the
right now.
Hey, when we were on the desk yesterday, we both went in one direction and we got it. So maybe we need to, have some faith.
I'm just
Aw,
copying
come
Zico,
on.
dude. I'm just copying Zico.
Oh.
Wait, they flipped me.
Oh.
Wait, are they gonna? Is this opposite day where they say the opposite of me? Okay, no, we're back. We're back.
All right.
We're back. We're back. We're winning again. I'm happy now.
Like you, Ven, think it's going to go to game 5. However, I do feel like it's going to be Dire Wolves. I feel like it's 3-2 in favor of Dire Wolves. I mean, we saw all the compositions that we have. We have seen Z-Rated make like micro adjustments to their composition. Like you said, switching to that Mistweaver, which did end up being very beneficial to them. But I just feel like this is Dire Wolves' game. But we'll have to see what Z-Rated does have in store for us. I mean, do you feel like there's any further adaptation Supatees that they could be making that we haven't quite seen yet?
I mean, it's mostly just whether or not their healer is able to flex off of Preservation Evoker to Mistweaver. I think if they have Mistweaver, I don't know though. I don't know. The Mistweaver looked really good in that last game when they were fighting against Naj. So I think they will start with that. I think
Okay.
that's got to be their best bet here. And the chart is starting to shift a little bit. We're starting to get a little bit more.
Yeah,
in favor
I'm
of
making
Z-rated
people
here.
a believer. Come on, Chad. If you got channel points, let's go for Z-rated. All right, let's even this out.
Are you doing the thing that Zico does where you try and convince chat to rule against you so you can get as many points as you can?
No, I would never do that. That's definitely a Zico thing to do.
I want to
would
see
not
the
do that.
prediction leaderboard. Who's on the bottom right now? Like, can you trust Ven? Like, is he actually not on the bottom?
I feel like it's either me or Ven. It was.
I think I've saved myself because I've copied Zico a couple times, so I'm pretty sure I'm in the
Do you feel proud about that, by the way? Like, is that
proud
something
of
you're
that?
happy about?
just copying Zico.
Yeah, I would never do that. That's shameless.
I mean,
In fact, I go out of my way to do the opposite of Zico, just because you know what I mean?
isn't that the same thing though? It's basically the same thing. You're just,
No.
everything revolves around Zico. It's just whether you're copying him or going against him.
Oh, I need to beat Zico, so it's
Zico's
like-
just the prophecy guy.
the prophecy guy.
He's had bad seasons too. I don't want to hear it. Like,
It does feel like you, as a prediction thing, you either like get all of them right from the start, or you get all of them wrong, and it's your season or not, and you look like the coolest guy, and then the next one you get everything wrong. It looks terrible.
Well, we'll have to keep everybody updated on the predictions leaderboard. But the series is ready to go. It is game number 1, best of 5, lower bracket, Z-rated and Direwolves both facing elimination.
all right, here we go. Z-rated. They will lock in the Mistweaver Monk. The Preservation Evoker, which is a favorite of mine, but it's just not the strongest right now. Zagorn does make a good case for it, though. We'll have to see what he can do. Getting the sleepwalks on Sea-Doo would certainly be a good start, as it looks like Z-rated is looking to get aggressive. Big tip the scales Fire Breath coming in. Trill is low. I love that they're going after Trill a little bit more in this matchup. Really putting pressure. They get a sleepwalk, which is something you love to see. A big stun, and Z-rated comes out of the gate swinging, getting Evasion, Cloak of Shadows, and Trinket, and Life Cocoon from Direwolves.
They make a good adaptation because Sam I Am is playing Blink Stun. Unlike what we saw from Hansel yesterday, where they were just Hammer of Justice on the mage, they're not going to be able to do that. So I think they will go Rogue, but Zozo is so low at the moment. Zagorn's going to use Emerald Communion, but he gets smoke bombed. He runs out of it, but the Emerald Communion is over. Ray of Frost channeled, and Divine Shield will be pulled. They need a big power play right here on Sea-Doo. Where's the stun lock? Where's the blind? There's the Hammer of Justice. They're chasing down the Rogue. Trill is trying to run away. Sea-Doo ports the trap and avoids it. They swap back on Sam. He blinks behind the pillar, having seen the stun committed. But now they get a sleepwalk. Sea-Doo is greedy. Why is he not using Will? He's so greedy. He triggers the trap, pops the revival, and restabilizes Trill in that moment. And now Zagorn needs to get ready to save Zozo. If he's put into a polymorph here, he's put into the gouge. Zozo is critically low once again, and on forbearance likely, or
Ray of
just
Frost.
coming off of it at this point. Ray of Frost gets channeled. Kidney Shot will connect through. They do disrupt the Ray of Frost. So likely, unlikely to finish Zozo in this position. They're trying to get ready to go. They get the blinding light. Where's the trap? They get the trap with no
Trill.
trinket. Trill and a binding shot. Flare is down, so he can't vanish. He grapples around the corner at the pillar. Zozo is trying to connect, but the Frost Mage snares are really preventing him from getting there. He's finally on the Rogue, but Sea-Doo isn't in crowd control. Trill's line of sight Sea-Doo. He's got to be careful with that corner right now. He's lining Sea-Doo. He's lining him. Sea-Doo's trying to get back in line to save him. Almost going down a couple of times there. Has Life Cocoon available. Trill is just focused on maximizing his damage and almost going down to positional mistakes there. Life Cocoon preemptively on the stun. Nice play, but they might swap on Sam. Ring of Frost is coming down. It's going to get knocked up by Zagorn as Zagorn and Zozo are running away from the Rogue, trying to avoid this Kidney Shot and Cheap Shot combo. If we can see a flare down
Nice sleep.
here. Actually, it has no vanishes. He can't Cheap Shot. Trill actually can't double stun. Ray of Frost. Do they have a stop? Fully channeled Ray of Frost. Zagorn just heals through it. Here comes the stun lock. They need a KO, a one-hit KO on Trill. Can they actually dunk him? He evasions at 50%. Now Zozo needs to run. Zagorn and Zozo running at the pillar together. Tag teaming. Gouge. Big engagement. Polymorph. Leg sweep. Zozo line of sighting. Sam gets caught in a binding shot. A huge blast of damage. Does he trade? He blocks. They are getting nice punish here on the side of Z-rated, but slowly burning through their options. Full trap. Big opportunity. Can Zozo get there? Mounts up on the horse to try and speed up towards his target, but he's also getting low as Zagorn gets counterspelled. I think that might be it.
Oh,
He just gets
no.
absolutely shredded in that moment. And Z-rated, they were putting up a fight. They were looking valiant, but the Ray of Frost are just too deadly. Sam was left open to insane DPS.
Yeah, he had Lay on Hands and Blessing of Spell Warding, but I think he just got caught. I don't know if he got interrupted or he was reluctant to trinket or what, but that definitely felt like Z-Rated had options in that game. I like the fact that the sleepwalks were coming in consistently and makes it really scary. Look at this close call in the early stages of the game here on Trill. Zozo did have to trade out his Divine Shield, which I don't even mind. I mean, normally as the ret, you feel like Divine Shield is probably your most defensive cooldown personally, but that gives you options for Spell Warding and Lay on Hands on your teammates. So you always have those cooldowns that you can rely on. But here in these final moments, I do wonder what exactly happened. He gets Kidney Shot, and he just trinketed too late. Just greedy, needed to trinket a little bit early, get the Lay on Hands off. Ray of Frost caught him off guard, but Z-Rated, I feel like if they managed to survive that setup, they weren't in a terrible spot.
I mean, they were I don't know. Not that terrible of a spot. Preservation Evoker is just trying to pre-verdant, embrace immune crowd control, fly through the air, immune crowd control, and keep up this Ret Paladin through Ray of Frost, 100 O's. And he just gets all the interrupts put into him, and he's trying to heal, and he's Like, it's just nothing is going in his favor. And we have another rescue. We need to make a montage of these dead body rescues.
Wait, Sam actually didn't do any damage there, by the way. Like, he literally got kicked on Glacial and was just casting on Poly. So I think that kill was mostly Trill and Sea-Doo. I thought he was like channeling a Ray of Frost and that's why it exploded, but nope. I would be curious to see actually what happened in the deathlog. Yeah, it was mostly Trill there. Dispatch, little bit of Shatters, rushing Wind Kick. Yeah. All right, there it is. I guess Sam did contribute a little bit with some Shatters, but yeah, Zozo unfortunately going down with a bunch of his cooldowns.
All right, we're on a Runes of Lordaeron. Dire Wolves, I can imagine, are going to lock in the same composition here. The Frost Mage is just really good into the Hunters over Fire. And the Outlaw Rogue is just providing them so much sustain. It feels less scripted as well. You just have overwhelming pressure. So Dire Wolves changing comp here, I think, would be odd. Z-Rated, I think, is the only one that might make a consideration for Mistweaver Monk as their healer over Preservation, but he just seems running the clock here. He's letting them sit in their anguish of defeat and having to relive those final moments where you're just like, man, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do this? So they're taking their sweet time. They actually are changing. They're going subtlety. They're going subtlety on Runes of Lordaeron. This does leave, this is what we saw Hansel's team playing, but they didn't have the Mistweaver. I feel like the Mistweaver to port traps is a lot better than the Priest, and I think Sam playing Blink Stun also, it makes it a lot better, and it just gives them cross stuns. Whereas the Outlaw Rogue, we saw the issue with Outlaw is that your Vanish is a very long cooldown, and as soon as it's not available, you can basically only Kidney Shot. So it's no more cheap shots for a very long time. And you can't double stun. But with the Subtlety Rogue, it's just infinite stuns. The Bakery of Stuns is just constantly pumping out new ones. So... yeah. Oh wait, is it... so it's locked in as Outlaw, not Subtlety?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay. Never mind, okay. I was trying to switch it up there a little bit, but apparently the icon there is not going to be for Subtlety. It's going to be Outlaw. Z-Rated, big moment. Zagorn's doing it. I don't blame him, man. He made it this far with a Ret Paladin. Just play the Monk, man. No one's going to judge you. No one's going to judge you for going off the...
Why would anyone judge? He's playing with a Ret and a Hunter, not a Rogue and a Mage.
I mean, maybe he's doing it because, like, it's just his comfort pick, and he wants to go with that and see if it works out. And then if it doesn't, because I feel like his Monk play was good yesterday from the one game that we saw for it.
Yeah, he looked great.
I think Monk Red Hunter is definitely the play. Let's
just be honest. Like, we've been watching the games all weekend. It seems like Monks just beat every other healer. Like, that's what I'm seeing. I don't know what you're seeing, but the Monk definitely looks good. I mean, there's moments on the Preservoker where it looks convincing. He's using his acidity and scales. He's getting the sleepwalks. There's opportunities there, but Monk just, it brings so much defense, but also offense. The Zen Sphere is so important for damage right now. It feels like you're missing out on just a ton of damage if you don't have that.
Yeah, we're seeing like Tricks of the Trade damage modifiers, Zen Sphere damage modifiers. I think the fact that their cooldowns are very, like, they're available frequently, and they're just almost like guaranteed you're not going to die moments, right? Other healers don't have that. And then the Sheilun's gifts being instant on top of that. So it's like, even if you manage to find holes in the cooldowns, they're still not exposing their school by just using instant Sheiluns. And then you have offense as well. They have Incap and Paralyze and Leg Sweeps. They have 3 different DRs of CC on top of that. So it's tough to compete. And obviously damage from a lot of these classes is very high, so keeping up with it is very rough. Even mana seems to be really
mana good, is also, it's like
there's no real opening here for one of the other healing specializations. So if you don't have a Monk, he might be.
You're in tough. It's tough right now.
Yeah, it's just gonna be tough. So Zagorn's gonna step in on Mistweaver, try and make it happen for his team. They're still the only Ret Paladin left in the competition. Can they manage to do this? They need to get 3 wins. They will then advance against Gators back in the lower semis for a chance to go to the grand finals. It's the first cup in North America for Midnight AWC Season 1. They are accumulating points to qualify to the finals, and that finals will have qualification opportunities directly to BlizzCon, the live LAN event with a $300,000 prize. So this is just the first step in that road, but you want to get as many points as you can on that road to feel comfortable through the turbulent waves, and the gates are open.
I think gates are open. Both teams charging towards the middle. We'll see what Zagorn is going to be able to do. Gets sapped early on, so it looks like they are going to open up onto Zozo, popping many cooldowns very early on here in the match. Looks like Trill is trying to get aggressive on the Ret Paladin. He was the one that fell in the last game. Zozo seems to be okay as they make a push here onto Samayam. However, it did feel like, as he rated, the most pressure they got in the match was actually going after Trill, so I wonder if they'll try that strategy once again.
I think it depends on if Sam's playing Blink Stun. They'll probably go him and test it, and if he is, then they'll probably swap. But right now, they're just going Sam. Zozo takes a huge hit of damage. He's top damage at the moment, but Trill is right on his heels. Zagorn's going to use Life Cocoon. They might switch to Hunter. It looks like Trill is attacking JWaz there in the middle of the map at the moment. JWaz disengages over for a freezing trap. He uses Concussive Shot to snare the target. Sea-Doo might port while stunned. He's not able to get it. The polymorphs on JWaz were so good right there. They stop him from throwing it. Now Sea-Doo's Chi Torpedoing away from the freezing trap, and he misses, and Zozo's in trouble. Divine Shield is already blown through at this point. They switch back onto JWaz, but Trill takes a huge crit. Zozo is taking advantage of that immunity in Divine Shield to get some huge burst. They actually broke the Life Cocoon, and they're still crushing at the moment, but they need to get through 2 ice blocks with no Divine Shield. Zozo on the run, just getting shredded. Zagorn repositioning, but he gets caught by Sea-Doo into the Paralyze, into the Hammer of Justice turnaround. Maybe they can get a trap here. They really need it, but Sea-Doo just ports away from the freezing trap, and JWaz can't get it. That Mistweaver match was so difficult. Ram Frost Smoke Bomb, big play. Sea-Doo is there with a Russian Wind Kick as well, but Zagorn uses the Revival to immune that attack in the Smoke Bomb. A very good exchange on Zagorn's part. Oh, Song of Chi-Ji. Zozo dodges that cloud, moving in on the Mage. Ring of Frost tried to fake him, didn't do it. Blinking into the middle. No, he did fake him. He's going to go for polymorphs. He's got barriers. He's got absorbs. They're coming back onto the Ret Paladin. Zagorn gets counterspelled. Big opportunity. Ray of Frost. Oh my god, he's at 1%. Lay on hands and Cocoon at the same time. They're trying to heat things up on Sam. They do at least get an ice block. They are still putting up a fight.
Make a swap on Sea-Doo as well. Can they get more cooldowns out of the way? The Elixir comes in. Beautifully done. Dragon's Breath might defuse the situation. It looks like Sea-Doo will be able to hold on. Great power play there by Z-Rated, but it costs him a lot of cooldowns, and Zozo could easily fall. Trinket here from Zagorn will be one of the last things that he can trade. He has 0 cooldowns left, but they're going for the win here onto Sam. Sea-Doo blocks it with the Life Cocoon, and now Zozo is on the run once again, realizing he's in trouble. He does have the blessing of Spell Warding, but he pops the Divine Protection. I think he might be able to survive this with that double blind. Let's see if he can hold on a little longer.
All right, the Ray gets kicked with the counter shot. Sea-Doo in a stun, no trinket. Zozo moving in with the Wake of Ashes. He uses the spell warding to stay on target, but Trill doesn't care. It's all physical damage from the Rogue. He's killing him through the spell warding. It's now faded. Samayam can add damage in with those Flurry Shatter combos on the Ice Lance. Big pressure coming in on Zozo here in game number 2. They need 13, but no! Sam gets crit out of nowhere. Sam gets absolutely clocked. Z-Rated put a point on the board with nothing left, and Trill is still playing for it in the 2 versus 3. Can they actually do it? No trinket on Zagorn. Zozo is low. Trill trying to be the MVP once again. Cheap shot with no trinket. Sanctuary comes through for the Life Cocoon, and that should be it. Double leg sweep comes in. Trill doesn't want to give it up, but I think with that Life Cocoon, it should be more than curtains for them, and they were so close to the win. And like I said, every mage has pretty much died without blocking at this point. Like, you can make a grocery list of it with how many mages have died.
Grocery list?
Yeah, without ice blocking. It's that long, you know? Like, it's not just like one name. It's a lot of mages here just going down. We need the down goes emoji right now in the chat.
Yeah, we get it. I died without using ice block. I understand, but yeah, it's just like, that's one of those moments. We're going to see it in the replay. I think Sam was like, you're focused on offense. You're like, hey, we're about to win. Zozo's no cooldowns. We get the full CC. You know, he's blinking and aggressive. And then the next thing you know, he's just flopping. So, but they're still going for this 2 versus 3. I mean, Sea-Doo, can he hold on? He's so low on health. I mean, it's extremely unlikely that they can win, but they're going to continue to make the push. Sea-Doo tops off his team. They're going for it. And Zozo has a Divine Shield coming up in about 16 seconds here, so they can hold on a little bit longer. They get the blind onto Sea-Doo. paralyze on Zagorn. If they can pull this off, I mean, that would be absolutely insane. I don't think it's going to happen. Life Cocoon is rotating back up. Zagorn has so much mana. It shouldn't work. Trill now having to use the Cloak of Shadows. He gets stunned up. C2 paralyzed, and Trill will fall. A great effort there by Direwolves, but a Z-rated is going to walk away, stealing a win and tying up the series.
All right, one to one here, but still really close. Like Zozo had basically nothing. As long as Sam doesn't just get a little bit too far ahead of himself there, they're almost winning in the 2v3, right, for like the next minute straight. So if Sam could just hold on a little bit longer here, I think they would have had that. So if you're Z-rated, you're certainly counting your lucky stars right now that Sam got a little bit too excited on the push there and in anticipation of winning the game, ended up throwing the game with no ice block.
How does
Just
this
look at
happen?
How low health Zozo is. Like he's
Sam blinks
dying.
in.
He's at the pillar. Sam is thinking he's got this in the bag. But
Oh
the
my
Hunter
god,
just
like he
absolutely destroyed him.
exploded. What even was that? What was that?
I mean, we're
actually,
gonna get
though?
the damage log, right? I think we're gonna get the damage.
Who did that?
log. I want to say it was the Hunter because I see all of his pets red and enraged. I see the Stampede on the ground. There's
He
probably like
melted,
a Hammer
though.
of Light too. A Hammer of Light crit on top of all the Hunter buttons.
I want
That's
to
what
know
I'm imagining here.
who's
So,
responsible for this mage death. Because look at Sam.
He's at the bottom of the screen. He's full health, full health, full health, full health. Gets silenced. Full health.
Dude, they don't even-
80%.
C2's
Full health. 80%.
C2's not even CC'd.
Zozo judges him. I swear the Hunter sold
Huh?
him. I've never seen a Hunter do that.
What? See,
I've
wasn't
never
even
seen a Hunter do
CC'd.
that.
Like, they didn't even trap. It's just like, they just killed him. Okay. You like that? A little bit of revenge there for the Red Hunters against all these mages. But I definitely want to see the
feeling pretty
deathlog, yeah.
Need deathlog now here because I'm pretty sure JWoww's just soloed him. It's one Judge or Hammer of Wrath from Zozo. Like
Bestial
here,
Wrath? Oh, yeah,
Bestial Wrath, Stampede.
Wow.
and one Hammer. I think.
Dude, what? All right, let's see it.
Like I said, you blink, you lose, bro. That's why I don't blink. People
The
ask like, why do you
boars,
stare all
dude.
the time. Yeah, it was 500,000 damage.
The boars, man. They're coming in. They are not. Oh my
This is
gosh.
some angry boars from all of those classic WoW days. The boars are back for revenge.
The raptors.
There's also
and
Hammer
boars.
of Light Judge, and Execution Sentence. I mean, it was both of them.
Yeah, but JWoww's
like-
did twice as much. 2 times.
The High Lord's Judgment coming in here. All right, Ret Paladin gets a win. Can Ret Paladin do it? Can it go the distance? If you're a Ret fan, Z-Rated is your team in North America. They need your energy here as they have locked in. Direwolves, they have also locked in. There are going to be no composition changes, just a larger map being selected here from the side of Z-Rated. Likely trying to limit the rogue's availability to switch around, maybe make it easier for JWowws to land traps so they can bait C2 away from his port a bit easier here. Also, maybe they need to consider just using the paralyze instead. I just feel like when they go with no, there's one with no crowd control, but it feels really awkward where there's that time where C2's just porting the trap and the Hunter's spending so much time trying to get CC. I wonder if the Hunter should just do damage or the Monk should just paralyze.
Do damage, yeah. Just do that again. Whatever that was, do that again. 100 ohm in
Maybe
2
even
seconds.
run Diamond Ice Trap or something and just like trap the rogue on his stuns. Like just totally take him out of the game and then focus on just damage because they can win with just a 2-second CC, it feels like, if they don't die. What is that set? It looks like an Egyptian set.
Looks cool, huh? That is from the, I forget what it's called, the Shadowlands Final Zone.
Oh,
Is that a
it's got the
Zareth
Vanguard
Mortis?
set.
Zareth? Is that what it's called? Zareth Mortis?
It's from Zareth Mortis?
Yep. I think that's right.
Go back and look at that. And Zozo's got the Vanguard's transmog.
Zareth Mortis
This
is
is,
slept on. It has some really cool sets, I think.
This is not a set. This is an interesting one from Zagorn. The Ulduar shoulders.
All right.
Mythic Raid from Dimensius Scythe there. Jumping in. It's game number 3. We're all tied up. A little bit of a blunder on Sam's part, but at the same time, there's a lot of damage. All right, Runes of Lordaeron
quite
and
a
a
bit.
Hunter. Pretty, El Clasico matchup with a BM Hunter and a Mage not blocking.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen that before a couple times. All right, Z-Rated versus Direwolves. Lower bracket elimination game between these two teams. The winner is going to move forward and play against Gators back. So quite the prize here for both these teams, but definitely looking to stay alive. There's only 3 cups like we mentioned, so earning as many points as possible. Super important. And obviously Z-Rated right now, definitely the underdogs in this matchup. In a
Ooh, they're
sea
going
of
Hunter.
Rogue Mage. Looks like they will go after JWoww's a little bit more in the match, but I don't know. I like the strategy of going after the red. I'd be surprised if this works as well.
Stampede in on Sam, but he's got the Ring of Frost hitting the pets. Zozo's charging in. He's clotheslined by a leg sweep. Both targets are low. Trill is tearing Jawaz to pieces right now. If Sam even gets a point of damage on him, he might just fall over. They stun Trill behind the pillar with the trap, but they can't connect any damage. Sam is blinking in aggressively, gets a double Dragon's Breath, looking for a Polymorph. He finds it on Zagorn. Zozo is now getting swapped to. He's going to pop his Divine Protection. Is it going to be enough? He's getting low. Zagorn doesn't feel comfortable. He pops the Life Cocoon. Zozo should survive with that shield on him. They swap on Jawaz in a Smoke Bomb. They get his Trinket. We're seeing cooldown after cooldown. Direwolf's trying to get on a power play. Jawaz is moving in with that Bestial Wrath. Pet's jumping away. Stun. Is Sea-Doo in range of the port? He just ports the stun. This is where I think a Paralyze on Sea-Doo is absolutely necessary. They go for a Diminishing Return. Hodge to try and get the trap. They can't snipe it. Sea-Doo just moves away. And now there's no crowd control on Sea-Doo. He should be able to power heal through this. Kidney Shot, no Trinket. Can they finish? Sam looks for a Polymorph. Zagorn ports. He's interrupted, but he's in the middle of the map. He might regret it. Sam takes a huge hit. Sea-Doo trades Life Cocoon. Z-Rated are still in this here, but every Ray of Frost is deadly.
Yep, no doubt about it. Jawaz, of course, is not going to be able to use the Feign Death, too, if he's in a stun, so preemptively trading out that Survival Instinct. Zozo still has pretty much all his defensive cooldowns to try to keep him alive. This Ray of Frost onto Jawaz. Not doing too much. He just used it into the Survival Instincts. Counterspell on Zagorn. Kidney Shot on Jawaz. This game could be over. There are saves available. Lay on Hands will land, but they're just going through double Song of Chi-Ji there. By Seed at the same time. Sam is low. Sam! Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, literally anything. Yeah, he would have died there. Like a little breeze, the game was over. Sam barely holding on with that ice block at the last second, but man, Z-Rated, they're probably sweating. They wish they got that win.
Sea-Doo ports the trap. He dispels the stun off Sam. Kidney Shot on Zagorn. No Trinket. Sanctuary came off cooldown just in the nick of time. He should be able to stabilize Jawaz and get back on this mage. He's struggling, though. Trill's damage is massive. Sam and Trill just leading the meters
overlap
by a huge margin.
Huge overlap.
They overlap defensively. They're panicking. They're starting to choke, but there's no Ray of Frost for 40 seconds. They should be playing aggressively here. They need to get crowd control on Sea-Doo. They're just not finding it. They go for a Diminishing Return. They just explode him! They just explode him! He is gone! He is gone! He disappeared! He's
Good night!
He's gone! He's gone! He's deleted! He's dead! Like, delete your character, Sam. It's that deleted. Just delete your character. You need to make a new mage.
That was almost
that
twice.
One just got deleted.
He almost got deleted twice.
404, Sam not found.
Wow. Nope. That's two games. Just the damage is coming in too fast. And I can tell, I mean, in the chat, if you're a Ret Paladin fan, you're a Hunter fan, or you just don't like mages, I mean, they are very excited right now. Z-Rated trying to pull off the impossible. And they're making a good case for it. I mean, it's a big map. That was Direwolf's map pick. That was their comp pick. And Z-Rated was able to pull off the win.
Never count them out, man. Just one big hit. Ret Hunter, the staple, the classic. This Hunter and Ret Paladin trying to make a dream run in a mage world.
Yep.
The underdogs trying to blast them out of here with no blocks. They're like, you know, mages are really tanky. They have a lot of cooldowns. But if you kill them fast enough, they can't press them. That is their strategy. Kill the mage before they can react. He gets them a block this early on, almost died. And then later on, just absolutely destroyed him.
What even? I mean, is this a hammer? Dude, what is happening? Was that the Hunter again? Was that Boars?
I think it was Divine Hammer from the Ret. I see the spinning hammers. Whenever you see the like spinning hammers around the Ret Paladin, you know he's doing a lot of damage. So I see those spinning hammers in the final moment.
They call it the lawnmower build, right?
Right here, yeah, he's doing the lawnmower. He's There's just Blade Storm for Ret Paladins, basically. And then right here, Zozo's hammers start spinning around his character. So if you know that Sam's about to die, the tell is right here. Hammer starts spinning around Zozo, and you know you're in trouble.
That hammer, yeah. I do wonder, who do you think did more damage there, the Hunter or the Ret in those final moments? I feel like it was the Ret this time. Hunter the first time?
I think it was Ret, but maybe the Boars, dude. The Boars are angry, man.
It's hard to tell, too.
They're revenge for that South Park episode where all the Boars were slain. Like they're back and they're angry, and they are looking to do damage. And
that damage is so spiky, though. Like, Sam exploded. Like, just out of nowhere. Like, look at his health.
What just happened to this guy, dude? Okay, I mean, is it time to bring Mez in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see here. It was Zozo. It was a pretty even. Look at this board. Board charge, triple kill command, hammer of wrath. The shield of vengeance exploded too. Like, that's dude. Look at this. He went 94 to dead in 1.3 seconds in one global. Just evaporated.
Okay. Okay. Well, apparently, Z-Rated might have an opportunity here to make a Cinderella run in the lower bracket. The only Ret Paladin left in the tournament. Can they do it? Our Direwolves going to choke here. It's match point for them. They will be eliminated in 4th place. They've decided to go to another large map on Maldraxxus Coliseum, and they are running the clock as far as what composition it is that they want to look to play. Is there something that could make Sam more sturdy? Is there something that could end the game faster? Should he maybe go subtlety and look for setups? I mean, we saw Hansel's team was dismantled by Z-Rated yesterday, so that might not be the perfect answer. It could be a Windwalker, but I feel like Windwalkers don't generally like Ret Paladins, given how long of a cooldown their stun is, so... Is it a Mez angle? Do they bring him in, Lord Mez, in the final hour? We haven't seen a lot of Death Knights pushing through here. I mean, maybe like a Frost DK Windwalker or something. I don't know. I'm throwing stuff at the wall right now because I just feel like being a mage into this looks actually terrifying. So, is that actually subtlety this time?
I don't know. We'll find out. It might be subtlety.
In there.
Could be Outlaw once again. It does feel like Direwolves is kind of winning until Sam explodes. It's like Z-Rated's win condition.
Winning. What?
Yeah. But that's horrifying for Sam. Like, he has to be on point. Like, honestly, if he Shadow Melded, he might have lived there. If he Ice Blocked, of course he would have lived. But Shadow Meld might have been enough also. Just to immune some of the damage. But that was just so... When that can happen, it's just such a scary situation to be in, you know?
All right, well, we've had pretty much every story this tournament. We've had the Mage Locks dragging us to the depths of dampening. We've had Ret Paladins and Hunters evaporating mages in milliseconds. And we've seen it adapt from Outlaw Rogue. Is Outlaw Rogue the meta spec? Is it Subtlety Rogue the meta spec? Is it Windwalker Rogue is the meta spec? Is it a Feral Druid? Is it an Ellie Shaman? We don't know. And then at the end of the day, I feel like a lot of the teams that have lost is just off the back of making some big mistakes here. So... Our Direwolves going to be able to clean this up here for their final opportunity to stay in the tournament and go up against Gators back should they come back in this. So they have to win 2 maps, and every single game is just the chance to disappear, the chance to be disintegrated by the Ret Paladin Hunter Burst, and even the Rushing Wind Kick as well from the Windwalker during those windows of time can add a tremendous amount of damage here. So I want to root for Z-Rated a little bit just because they're the underdogs of the Ret Pally, but then that means you win the prediction and you're the only one that went that direction, and then that means you're going to pass me, and I can't have that happen. So I feel like I need to keep leaning into the Direwolves. Come on, Sam. I believe in you. You can press the ice block.
Is that all it comes down to for you, Super T? Is like you don't want to believe in the power, the underdog, the power of teamwork, the power of friendship. You want to just win, you know, the prediction, really?
I just want to win, of course.
Okay, fair enough.
It's about winning, man, okay?
Yeah.
This isn't about friendship. We're in a tournament. This is about winning.
Of course, we are completely impartial to the results and unbiased as commentators here. Z-Rated versus Direwolves. Very close series. Even though, I mean, Z-Rated has managed to pull off some miracle wins. Like, I don't want to say it's lucky, because it's not lucky. It's like consistent. There's some consistency there with what they're doing, but they're definitely catching Direwolves off guard. And I feel like if Sam is maybe a little bit more on point, maybe they could win. It definitely still feels like he is going sub, so that's one thing to know. He did go subtlety once again.
All right, he's gonna have way more lockdown, but he actually gets popped out of stealth. That is not a great way to start things here on the subtlety rogue. They do get a polymorph. Sam compensates, but they kick the glacial spike, so Sam can't use Ray here. They get a Song of Chi-Ji onto Jwaz, setting up for pressure. They're going after Zozo. They could swap the Zagorn too. The Sanctuary breaks up the stun lock, though.
Nothing with that.
Charging in, double blind, big pressure on Sam. Here come the Spinny Boys. In just a second here from Zozo, but Sam is line of sighting. He is just playing the pillar. Sam is trying to do his best to not just disappear. There's the spinning hammers. Zozo is laying in with some hammers of wrath, but he's in a dragon's breath, and Sam is all hands on deck defense.
Nice kick.
Pulling away from the hunter, pulling away from the ret, but the counter shot, like you say, does stop the ray, and now Zozo is on defense, hiding at the pillar with Zagorn, waiting for that kidney shot, and then making a push here. Sacrifice on Jwaz, trying to get aggressive. Binding shot, where's the port from Sea-Doo? He ports away from the trap. He didn't use the freezing trap, though, so Jwaz will maybe have a second chance here to go for it. Maybe they're just going to paralyze him. Trill is just kind of slowly marching behind the team, waiting for the engagement. Hammer, they get the trap off the DR stun, but Sam, look at him. He's so far out of the game. He is just like, nope, Not today.
Yeah, they are just kiting the Ret Paladins. Zozo just cannot get there whatsoever. They're spell stealing off the Blessing of Freedom, and it's just such a nightmare for Zozo. Life Cocoon will connect there, but Sam now finally caught in the middle of the map, gets counter shot. Zozo and JWaz are all over him, and remember, his health can go 100 to 0 in just 1 second if they do have their cooldowns available. We're looking for JWaz to get that Bestial Wrath off. Big damage incoming potentially here, but Sam is just line of sight. I wanted to see them go after Trill. If Sam is playing this defensive, just kill Trill. I mean, he can go down too. He's got evasion, he's got Cloak of Shadows, but once those are gone, they're going after Trill now, which I think is really important. They can't just allow Sam to play like this. Ram Frost, Lay on Hands comes in there, I do believe, for Zozo, and that will keep him alive, but I definitely want to see Z-Rated keeping Trill honest here.
Oh, triple blind, setting up the team. Is there leg sweep? No, leg sweep not available. Kidney shot on the Hunter. Zozo just trying to stay on target here and chase down Sam. He's got the freedom. Sea-Doo jumping next to him as well. They're met by a double Dragon's Breath. Zagorn is staying back by the pillar, so he doesn't get polymorphed for free right here off to the right. Sea-Doo gets a song, hits 2. Zozo looks like he's okay. Zagorn's got great positioning. If Sam is playing like this, he can just play really far back and avoid the counterspell. Huge setup on Trill. It will force Sea-Doo to trinket. It's match point. They just got Sea-Doo's trinket. That is a vital point of defense that has been broken on Dire Wolves. And now Z-Rated continue to push. Leg sweep. Huge damage. Sam, is he going to die? He's got alter time. He gets topped off. He's behind the pillar. Invis. They could swap Sea-Doo. Damage is going on to multiple players. Kidney shot on Zozo. Here comes the Ray, the smoke bomb. Where's the bubble? Zozo bubbles. Just the nick of time. Now they swap on JWaz. He pre-walled. Good anticipation there from JWaz with that green icon glowing. It reduces damage, and he will survive that swap. Now they're trying to just get back on Sam, but I feel like it's Trill is the kill. The stun on Trill and then the stun on Sea-Doo at the same time. When are they going to pull the trigger here? Glacial Spike attempt. It was on J. There's the stun. Now they're swapping Sea-Doo with no trinket. Trill is there to peel.
They might.
Oh, and he's getting a kill at the same time. They get Life Cocoon from Zagorn. Bestial Wrath is up. Huge damage on Sam, and we just watched him disappear in the blink of an eye. He blinks back to the pillar with Sea-Doo. Line of sighting, avoiding the Hunter, getting in a defensive position. Trill has nothing. They could swap to him. I think they should at this time, but Trill's pulling away. We see both teams playing in a neutral position, getting ready for the next attack, not wanting to risk too much. But the longer they wait, Sea-Doo will get Life Cocoon. He gets a binding shot. JWaz can't get the trap. He's in a sheep.
Ray of
He's
Frost
in position, and here it comes. Zozo in trouble. Has spell warding. He's not trading. He managed to get a Word of Glory. He blinds Trill behind the pillar. It looks like he'll be okay. And now Zozo is trying to attack, but he's Frost Nova'd. He can't move at the moment. JWaz is doing what he can in the middle, but there's no control. They're going Sea-Doo. Full stun. Big swap on the healer. Is he going to choke?
Nice
Ports back behind the pillar. Into a paralyze. Are they going to swap on Rogue? No, the cheap shots have arrived, but the Sanctuary hits good from Zozo preemptively here. And it looks like he should be able to survive this assault. Sea-Doo still has Life Cocoon. But they've had some scary moments. He's got to be careful. Spell warding from Zozo. Trill in a stun. JWaz, they're swapping to him. No trinket. They're trying to get on target, but Trill is just able to peel. I think the Subtlety Rogue stuns are adding a lot of value to the Direwolves here.
Yeah, full stuns on Zozo once again. Life Cocoon will trade. JWaz gets a full trap. Who are they going after? Is it going to be Trill? Is it going to be Sam? Sam's already on the run. JWaz in hot pursuit, but he gets gouged up. Good peels here by Trill. They're swapping on Sea-Doo. He's not near his port. Can they take him down? He does manage to get the Life Cocoon. Doesn't trade the trinket, though, so I think that's totally respectable trade there by Sea-Doo. Greeds it out, holds onto the trinket, trades out the Life Cocoon, and now can still use his trinket to save his team. Zozo, though, under fire right now. Divine Protection might not be enough. Zagorn, can he keep him alive? It's looking dangerous here. Oh, Sea-Doo's there for Touch of Death. Can he get the Touch of Death? Zozo's on the run, using the freedom. Might be able to hold on, but the stuns are almost inevitable here for Trill. They will happen eventually. Full stun now onto Sea-Doo. Sam I am might explode! No way! It goes down to 5% health, gets the ice block, but a good counter pressure there by Z-Rated.
It's Shadow Blades. Trill is trying to win this game here. Sam still has one more block, but he is on hypothermia. If they can keep this burst going, Zozo is line of sighting. They have to buy 17 seconds. It's 17 seconds until the Life Cocoon and the Revival. They Blinding Light to buy time on the clock. They Binding Shot trap. They're going for the win. He's on hypo. He alters. Is it going to be enough to survive? Sam is getting blasted on match point. Direwolves face elimination, and Sam goes for the Ray at 10% health and closes it, tying it up 2-2 and taking it to a game 5.
I mean, Zagorn, you can see he has Restoral and he has Life Cocoon, so I do wonder what CC he was in. That was a close call, because if he used either one of those, they would have survived. And Sam, I mean, that was just so close on him. Direwolves, like you said, they're going to tie up this series at 28% dampening. Close call after close call, but Sam played this one really safe. Like, he he was not playing their game anymore where he's pushing for crowd control. Let's see here what happened to Zagorn as well. Oh, this is a little bit earlier on, I do think. Zozo super low, able to kite away with the Blessing of Freedom, and Zagorn is there to keep him alive. And this is where they get the counter pressure onto Sam I Am. Hammer of Justice onto Sidu, and Sam almost gets one shot once again. Extremely close call. He's not going to mess around. But now we can see Zagorn. He's got Restore, he's got Life Cocoon. How does this one end? They get the full blind into a Ray of Frost, and just, oh no, he needed a second, just a second. They would have both cooldowns. Direwolves taking advantage of a really tight timing there.
It's just constantly like that, isn't it? It was Relza in Europe with 1 second away from his Will of Forsaken, I think it was, and now it's... They were trying to buy it too. They used the blinding light defensively. They were trying to stall and buy time for that window, and the clock ran out. And Sam knew that clock was ticking close. That's why he went for the Ray at 10% health. And you know, he's on match point. If Sam dies right here, it's over. And he goes for the Ray. Look how low health he is. He goes for the win. He just trusts that Sidu will save him. He just trusts. Even though he's exploded like 2 games in a row, he just trusts that he's gonna save him. Goes for the win. Commits it, takes it. Now we're in game number 5. However, it's probably going to be a small map. And Sam, with the way that he played this game, he won't be able to do that.
Where are we going?
Is there something better than Hook Point is all I'm trying to think.
What would be better? Dalaran? Dalaran and Hook Point, I think, are the only good options.
I think Dalaran's nice because it's not a good blink map.
If you were to blink, you could run around the outside of the circle, but I feel like something like Ring of Peace could really shut that down. Where you just boop them back into the fight. I don't know. I kind of like Hook Point. You don't like Hook Point?
No, I said I think Hook Point or Dalaran.
Okay.
I think either one I wouldn't be...
You're not going to be mad about it?
Upset about. You know, if they pick like Empyrean Domain, I would be like, what?
And I don't think that'll happen. But these are really intense games, to be honest with you. Look at most of the damage coming from that Ray of Destruction, Sam I Am. Able to fully channel that on the Rep Paladin. It's a very satisfying ability to press right now. You're like, if someone doesn't stop it, yeah, if it's not stopped, you basically just delete someone off the face of the earth.
It's making me miss Full Moon. Like, why does Ray get to do that and Full Moon doesn't? I don't drop moons on people again, man. I want to be like spirit bombing people. You get Kamehameha, I want spirit bomb.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. You know.
All right, here we go. Same map or Hook Point, small map, same comps. They locked in fast this time. They wasted no time with this. They're like, we know what we need to do. Let's get her done.
Do we like the sub rogue more
today, though? I think it's nice for slowing the game down because the outlaw rogue eventually runs out of stuns. As soon as the outlaw rogue doesn't have vanishes, it feels like the hunter and red just start steamrolling. Whereas subtlety, they have to respect it because they know they can get stunned. So I think it's like subtlety is typically the aggressive spec, but I think it's actually better defensively.
Yeah.
In this instance.
It's also really nice if you can stun up the Ret on his Blessing of Freedom and kind of do a go when he has freedom. Then he doesn't have it to actually get aggressive, you know. And as a mage, you can kite a Ret. You can get away from a Ret if he doesn't have the Blessing of Freedom. It's those freedom moments that are the scariest. If you get stunned on all of them, then it becomes difficult to actually have that uptime. Except on this map. This map, I do think Z-Rated will have uptime on this map. This should be much more difficult for Direwolves. I think Direwolves are going to have to come up with some sort of aggressive play, try to catch them off guard, and pull off a win early on.
I think it's a hunter angle.
Okay.
I think maybe it's like an open red swap hunter when he comes out from camouflage type of deal, but it's game number 5. Every series has been going the distance. We still have 2 more series left in North America to deem our first champion of Cup number 1. Who will be advancing here as the Direwolves strike back, but they do not have the lenience of a large map to play defensive. They're going to take the defense line on the right side of the screen. Jwaz drops down a flare. Sam dodges it. They get a sap. This is a great start for Trill. Is he going to pull the trigger on Zozo? A Song of Chi-Ji being casted. They open on the monk. They're racing the healer, but Zagorn can just portal. The hunter stun on the rogue, but Zozo runs into the song that Sidu precasted. That opens Jwaz up to a swap. He's going to use the Feign Death, reposition, go for a Scorpion Sting Silence. Here comes the Bestial Wrath. He's pushing in on Sam. Jwaz is getting aggressive, but a smoke bomb is launched onto Zozo. He's going to get bounced away here by the Ring of Peace, but Ray of Frost is being channeled now as well. And it looks like Zozo is going to survive, even despite that initial exchange with the smoke bomb. They're sitting through the polymorph. They're setting up damage on Trill. This game can end at any moment here. This Red Hunter do so much damage. Trill is continuing after the Ret Paladin. Jaywaz is continuing after the mage. Another Song of Chi-Ji to hit the BM Hunter pet. Sidu has changed his playstyle. He's using Song of Chi-Ji. He's using Leg Sweep here to hit the pets and get AoE crowd control. And now he's launching a massive swell of damage. And immediately Zagorn trinkets. They swap off that onto the Hunter. Looking for an exposed target. But a full trap is secured. And Sam in trouble on the run behind the pillar. Zagorn's punching him. He does manage to alter back to his team and recover in this position. But the pets are enraged. It's still the Bestial Wrath. Trill is getting cleaved. Sidu commits the life cocoon. Trill is engaging. Kidney shot found. Triple crowd control. Jaywaz pre-walls, but Zozo's the target. And it looks like he used a big cooldown right there to be able to heal through that, but he manages to hold on. Maybe not. Paralyzed. Could be the Divine Shield here in game number 5. And Zozo trades it. He doesn't want to risk it, but a huge swell of damage on Trill as he almost dies in response. They switch back onto Jaywaz, but I feel like Direwolves, they have control of this game right now. This is the most confident that they've looked.
Yeah, Subtlety Rogue definitely feels better in this matchup. You just have the threat of always stunning targets. They can bounce around a little bit more. Pressure Jaywaz, pressure Zozo, and it's looking good. I also feel like Sam is playing this really well defensively. Sidu gets caught into a trap. Sam right now caught into a stun. They're bursting him down. He's getting low, and
he's just blocking.
He's afraid. He's afraid. Like
he died in 1.4 seconds. So
that's
a
PTSD ice block. I'm not gonna lie. Like you don't want to blow up. So
was it all of Zozo's damage? I still see Avenging Wrath here, but Zozo's in cheap shots, Zagorn in cheap shots. They're setting up, they're launching, but the triple leg sweep from Zagorn here into a freezing trap. Beautifully executed. They're swapping on Trill. He's got evasion available. He's not trading. He's at 50% health, playing a risky gamble. He will now use evasion on the Wake of Ashes. Zozo's trying to find a way through it. He uses the Void Embellishment as well for an absorb here. Trill wants to stay aggressive. He wants to get the stun. He wants to secure the win here. He sees an opening on Zozo. He's ready to go. Maybe he's going on Jaywaz. No trinket. They sheep him to set up for the kidney shot. Do they have Smoke Bomb here too? It doesn't look like it. But Jaywaz is taking no damage because Sam blinked away. Sam couldn't attack. And now Jaywaz is on Stundiar. He's pushing in to try and close this game. He stuns Sidu. Sidu ports from the trap. Jaywaz holds on to the trap. Maybe they can get it off a diminishing return Hammer of Justice here. Jaywaz is Nova'd though. He's throwing it. He's going to miss it, I think. Oh, he landed it on Sidu from downtown, but he broke it here with the Stampede, unfortunately. And Sam is on the run. Zozo gets a double blind. Ring of Frost, though, hitting the pets. I feel like they're doing such a good job with Song of Chi-Ji and Ring of Frost on these Hunter pets. They're controlling the pets way more frequently and limiting Jaywaz's pressure. Nice Sanctuary on the leg sweep from Zozo. Here comes a kidney shot swap on Jaywaz. Zozo is line of sighting. Polymorph on his healer. He's running for his life, but all of the Direwolves are dogpiling on top of him and ready to pounce. And Zagorn's finally out of the polymorph, but here comes the Smoke Bomb. He rolls in, but he rolls a little too far. He's got Life Cocoon. They trade Spell Warding instead. I think that's fair, as the Ray of Frost was the massive amount of damage there. It was all magic.
Zagorn gets kicked.
It's so much damage. That counterspell into a cheap shot. No Sanctuary available. Match point. Game 5. He gets cheap shot on his trinket. Trill with the clutch and takes it 3-2.
Oh my goodness gracious. Direwolves, they started playing that extremely well defensive. I think Trill too, stepping up on the Subtlety Rogue, creating a lot of solo pressure there in those final moments. It was a beautiful counterspell. Even though we saw Zozo manage to get off the Blessing of Spell Warding, he still had to run on it. The duration of that ability, I think, has been lowered, so it's not as safe to just charge out in the middle of the map. And Direwolves is able to punish in a big way, follow up the momentum. Trill gets the cheap shots, and they're able to take down Z-rated without them having access to their cooldowns.
They just gave them full respect. And they had that strategy with the Song of Chi-Ji's on pets, Ring of Frost on pets, swapping over to the Subtlety Rogue for control and burst and more opportunities.
Oh my gosh.
This is just the Direwolves giving respect to Z-rated. Maybe they underestimated them a little bit for a couple of rounds, and Z-rated were able to capitalize, but after they shifted their strategy, shifted their gears here, they looked a lot more solid, a lot more impressive as a roster. So we talk about it with the Direwolves, is Jekyll and Hyde, like, is this going to be their day, or is this going to be the tilt fest where they're just losing everything? And that game looked very good. It looked very awesome, and I think it's setting up a lot of anticipation for the next series against the Gators back. With those cheap shots from Trill, bro. He had Life Cocoon. He just wanted to press it. He's like, I can save you. I just want to press my Life Cocoon, man. But I'm cheap shot. I can't do it, man.
You almost need like a macro for a Trinket Life Cocoon, I feel like. You need something you can just spam while you're stunned, so that doesn't happen. But that does kind of set us up. I mean, first of all, the Z-rated, I mean, salute to them. They brought in the Rep Paladin, they brought in the Hunter, they had a deep run, they made top 4. Congratulations to them, but that does set us up for a lot of Mage Monk mirrors. Like, and it's going to be the best Mage Monk winning this one today.
Does that disappoint you, or are you excited for that then?
No, I think it's exciting. Just like the European finals, you know, you go into the mirror matchups. It's like may the best team win. best mage, the best rogue, the best windwalker, the best mistweaver, who can pull it together in those moments. And I'm a little bit curious because it's been very back and forth on like windwalker monk versus outlaw maybe versus subtlety. Like I am curious how this plays out because all these teams have all those melee specializations available.
Yeah, they certainly do. We can look at the teams that are still remaining here in the North American bracket. Welcome to the JUNG. They beat Gators back in the semifinals, and they've been waiting for an opponent for a couple of series now, and it's Gators back versus Direwolves, as these guys mentioned, coming up next. And I have a feeling the rest of the day definitely going to be more nail biter series like that. Also, I just want to gloat a little. I think I was the only one. That's never happened. It hasn't happened yet this weekend. Only one with a perfect predict, I think. Maybe?
Congratulations.
I'm proud of you.
That's all I wanted. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just needed some validation, just a little bit.
I was wrong again, but it's okay.
You know, you root with your heart. I think I respect you for that.
I is secretly just gloating. That's just like
sarcasm.
Let me have my
moment right now.
Let me have my moment, Sid. Okay, I was the bottom of the leaderboard earlier today. I was tied with Venricky technically, but lower because of the perfect predictions. Okay, Supertease. Leave me alone. All right, well, incredible series, and I think I'm definitely curious as to where the predictions leaderboard ends up. But we have got, like I said, Gators back versus Direwolves coming up next, and incredibly excited for that one. Hope you guys are as well. But in the meantime, we are going to get a game in. You guys ready for this?
Picture this. Let's go.
Picture this.
I think we got this.
You were really good at this last time, Ben. You kind of carried us. You weren't on the actual desk, but.
Well, I heard you guys. I sat down and I heard phone a friend. I was like, wait, okay, I'm here.
I'm that friend. That's me.
Yeah.
That's me.
I'm ready to go. Hopefully we can get this done.
I think so. All right, let's hear it.
Okay, so it does. We have some. Oh, okay.
Cake.
And
it's 7 of them.
Looks like strawberry
some hard
cake.
math right there. That was some quick math.
Well, I was trying to read what it said. It said it could be arena map, a team name, a composition, a specialization, I think. So
yeah, it's
lots that it could.
All over.
Cake.
Mana
Is it slice? It could be a slice too.
Does the number of icons determine like the number of how am I spacing out what that term
syllables?
is called? Yes, like
maybe
the rhythm of the word.
Yeah, like phonetically.
How am I spacing out what that term
syllables?
is called? Yes, like
maybe
the rhythm of the word.
Yeah, like phonetically.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they've done that.
What word is that long?
I don't know.
I think it'll start making more sense as we see more of these clues.
Yeah,
so a slice of strawberry cake.
Yeah, it's a cake. It's a slice.
Oh my, BORGIR.
Is it Burger King?
Nah. What are those foods? That looks like a pizza. Is that a pizza or it looks like a pizza? Is that a pizza or a stew? It looks like a stew.
Yeah, it's soup or something, right?
It looks like
refreshments.
a stew. It looks like a burger. Slice.
Got 4 more also.
Is it just all food? I'm hungry, man. You can't do this right before a break. Do a game and then just list only food.
It's not nice.
This isn't fair.
Okay, so there's some food. It's something about cooking, maybe? It's cooking, baking.
A demon.
I'm confused now.
I don't.
What are they trying to tell us? Those foods are demonic?
Maybe.
What?
I'm still very lost. Could it be like a player that's
Devourer or demon hunter, because you devour the food?
Ooh, well then what is this emoji? Like shocked? Shocked face? Maybe like an Ellie shaman? I don't know.
It's not devourer demon hunter. That would have been like.
I feel like if it was devour demon hunter, they could have just put a bunch of
It has
like,
horns,
purple
like the guy with
orbs
horns.
I'm so lost.
What is this?
The more
cheeky tongue
emojis
face.
we get, the more confused I get, right? Ugh.
Cake, slice, pot, burger, demon, surprised, tongue face.
Is it
What
just
is that?
Lone Tar? I don't know. That was my initial guess, but I don't know what any of the other ones have to do with Lone Tar. I feel like there'd be a dog in there or something if it was.
Is it a comp? Like a 3v3 comp?
Is this the top 6 in Europe or something? Like, it's a special.
Spec.
Devour a Demon Hunter.
Then what are the swords for? Like the warglaives?
Yeah, I mean...
I have no clue. My brain is melted.
Okay.
I was right.
You were right.
I was actually right.
There's a lack of purple in the Devour Demon Hunter.
There's no purple.
But
But they did the horns, and they
What?
did a bunch of food, and then...
The multiple
I guess it's
food.
supposed to be the emojis. The guy's mouth is open. He's not surprised. He's like Kirby eating the food, and then he's
Yeah.
happy that he ate the food.
I think you're right on the devouring the food. That was a good guess.
Okay, let's go. I like it. Do we have
I
round
want
2
to make
or
one
what?
of these. I think we should flip
This
the
is a
script one
team
of these
game, right?
days.
If I win,
and-
we win. All right? You guys are
Yeah.
acting like I win, but it's a we win, okay?
I'm not
Well,
mad
thank you
about
for
it. I'm glad
carrying
you
us.
figured it out. Yeah. Does your back hurt, Sid?
A little bit.
No, he's strong. He deadlifts.
All right. Well, let us know if you guys.
A little bit.
No, he's strong. He deadlifts.
All right. Well, let us know if you guys got that one correctly in chat. But we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we have got more exciting gameplay up next. Stick around, and we will be right back.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got yet another exciting North American series for you guys, and this one's kind of a little bit of a bigger one. The stakes are higher. Winner of this one determines who moves on to the grand finals. It is Gators back versus Direwolves, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a very exciting game. I feel like Direwolves, they're really looking to prove themselves this tournament, you know? Like, a lot of people have kind of counted them out, but obviously they are phenomenal players, and this tournament has really showcased that. And I feel like it's extra beneficial for them because what seems to be the meta is the specs that I think they're best at. Like, Trill gets the specs that I think they're best at. Like, Trill gets to play Rogue and Windwalker, Sam gets to play Mage, C2 gets to play Monk, and they're looking like they're firing on all cylinders. On the flip side, Gators back just lost in that upper bracket. I was talking about how they're looking unbeatable, and welcome to the Jung is able to take them down with a Windwalker Monk, and this is still something that is like, it's an ever-developing story for me right now. Like, who's supposed to win the mirror? We know there's going to be a Mage, we know there's going to be a Mistweaver, but what melee are these teams going to run, and who is going to pull out ahead? I don't know if there's like a clear favorite right now, but I'm just interested to see what these teams lead with.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Both of these teams having already played earlier today. Of course, Direwolves did just come off of that series just now. Zico, in your mind, what do you think Gators back was doing during that series?
They were probably just going over what went wrong in their previous series, what they should play again, because they kind of know now the competition, like Van kind of mentioned. It's going to be Outlaw Rogue, Fire Mage, or it's going to be that Windwalker Monk. So they're probably just thinking about, okay, how do we want to approach this? What do we want to play? Yeah, just mentally prepping. But I do feel like they are lacking a little bit of momentum after what just happened, you know, in that upper bracket. But sometimes that can also be a good thing. When you lose like that, it makes you hungry. Okay, we should have won that. That one thing went wrong for us. Let's get back. Let's get back as soon as possible. You know.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we've already got chat predictions well on their way. Looks like they're a bit split down the middle, at least in terms of points. Zika, have you been? I know you're kind of a points guy with the chat predictions. Were you doing that when you weren't on the casting desk?
It's a good question because it depends, right? When the poll looks like this, you have enough. Okay, no, not anymore. Like here, I wouldn't necessarily not try to influence the situation here. I would just kind of let it play out. But when I feel like the poll is really close, I could try to just full send as many points as possible to the team that I'm not voting for, right? So either I'm winning on the desk or
here.
I'm winning in the chat. Yeah.
Okay.
So you could you can kind of double dip that way.
That was smart. How many points do you have?
That's a good question. That's between me and my point. You don't ask a man like his salary, how many points he has. Yeah.
My bad.
How many do I have?
apologize. That was really rude of me.
I'm gonna put some. I'm gonna
okay.
put some points on this one.
I only have 11,000. I just checked because I do kind of want to. I should pay more
11,000.
attention to the actual. Yeah, I think I don't know. I should press the collect button probably more often. But all right, Ven, what is your prediction for the series? Or does Zico want to go first? Or do you guys want to go at the same time? We still haven't done that.
I already know what Zico's gonna predict. Let me predict his prediction.
Okay,
predict my
do it,
prediction.
Ven. Go ahead.
Zico's gonna say 3-1 for Gators back.
Nope.
3-1.
I don't believe you.
No.
Okay,
Actually,
then make
no.
your prediction. Okay, what are you gonna do? 3-2? I know you're gonna go with Gators back. I already know it.
I know you're going to go with Gators back, and you're trying to make me not go with Gators back. But I wasn't going to go with Gators back because I feel like lately I've been winning a lot, and I'm going to keep doing that. So I'm going with the Direwolves 3-2 Nailbiter Semi-Am diff.
Okay. Semi-Am diffing. Is that going to be enough? Let's see. Should we reveal Supati's and Chan's prediction on this series? I think I'm having a hard time with this one as well. I feel like okay. I'm gonna go. Oh my god. Direwolves 3-2.
I'm going with Gators back 3-0.
Gators back 3-0. All right.
Yeah.
Am I the only person? What
I think I
forget what you
actually-
said, Zico.
I think I
said
just
the same as
performed.
you, I
I got some psychological warfare against Zico there. I do feel like that.
No, I was going with that no matter what.
Yeah,
I was going with that no
sure.
matter what.
All right.
I was.
One of these days, you guys need to predict.
Ben, I
at the
played
same
rock,
time.
paper,
Or
scissors
all three of
against
us
you.
should.
I know your strats, okay? I used your strat.
Because I'm casting together for too long. All right. Well, it sounds like the queue has popped and we are getting into the game. It is Gators back versus Dire Wolves. A lot of arena experience, a lot of AWC experience in this matchup. Their backs are against the wall, both facing elimination, both want to get into that grand final spot against Welcome to the Jung. Game number 1 starting now.
All right, we got a bit of a surprise here. Am I seeing things? That's Calvish on a Frost Mage right now. Is that what's going on?
Yep.
I don't know. I think they might have... I don't know. Were they expecting Trill to be on a Windwalker? I'm not sure, but we'll see. Samayam gets sapped. What do you think of this, Sven? Fire Mage versus Frost Mage. You're a very outspoken guy when it comes to being a Frost Mage into a Fire Mage.
I wouldn't say that, an outspoken guy. I think you
Passion's a topic for you.
I think Gators back anticipated the Windwalker because Direwolves just watched Welcome to the Jung win with a Windwalker. I think Gators back just assumed that's exactly what Direwolves is going to do, but they're actually not. They're going into a Gnome Outlaw mirror match here. I feel like the Fire Mage should win this one. Like, in theory, you should be able to shut down the Ray of Frost a little bit more. Calvish obviously really good at both of these specializations. And the nice thing for Calvish is he's going to have 2 ice blocks, so a little bit more defense, but Samayam, of course, should have a little bit more impactful, unstoppable damage.
Yeah, and Samayam is letting it rip right now with that unstoppable damage, doing a decent amount, but it's going to be actually Sidu having to use that life cocoon, but he pre-did it there right before the CC chain. Calvish fake has to interrupt, gets a full sheep on the Sidu. Dazed actually in trouble here. Nice little swap coming through from the Wolves, and I kind of like this. They see that Dazed is playing it. Oh my god! Samayam need to be careful here, but at the same time, Calvish also taking a lot of damage. Can they get the follow-up? They don't. Samayam blinks out, but also gets the counterspell used there, so I like that they're swapping to Daze because he is a gnome, but at the same time, a lot of pressure here on both of these mages. Still, though, nobody using that first ice block.
Yeah, still very back and forth here between these two teams. Calvish getting low, has no cheat death! Almost goes down. These mages are insane, bro. They're crazy. What are they doing? That was just way too close for comfort. And that's another thing about the Frost Mages. You do not have cheat death. Samayam gets interrupted. And look at damage right now. Calvish actually ahead right now over Samayam, so that's nice. Still has the insurance policy of 1 more ice block. And not only that, his 3rd ice block is slowly coming off of cooldown. So in terms of the ice block race, Calvish could win this one out, but pressure is just way higher for Direwolves right now. Samayam, the Fire Mage, looking good. Life Cocoon will trade for both teams, but look at Trill. Trill's low, and I feel like Gators back. They're trying to put more pressure onto the enemy rogue. Kidney shot now onto Daze. Calvish is getting low. He's having a really difficult time getting away, and Direwolves are looking good. I feel like if Direwolves wins this, it would be a massive upset here in this matchup. Ray of Frost channeling out onto Trill. Smoke bomb comes down. They're going for it all in, and they do it. They managed to snipe him. Beautifully done there. The smoke bomb to cover the Ray of Frost. Gators back, sneaks away with the win.
That was such a nice blind pick here by Direwolves, but I feel like they threw it a little bit by sitting that CC chain. Cubsy made a nice play. He got a double Song of Chi onto Sidu and Trill, and at the same time, Sam had a full poly. I feel like even going aggressive there with the Will of the Forsaken for Sidu and kind of keeping the momentum going, keeping the pressure on their side would have been a better play instead of trying to hold it. Yeah, I feel like they just lost all their momentum, and then they had a perfect setup out of that as well, without any kind of emergency like panic buttons. You can see it. It was right after here, so Sam popped his combust, I think, around here, and they got, yeah, right here. He pops his combust, did a bunch of damage, blinked after Calvish, and then there's the double. You see Sidu sitting on that Song of GG there, while Cubsy's in a sheep, while he had that Will of the Second, and then Sidu trinkets out, but it's just too late. At that point, the damage is already done. The setup is clean. Beautiful catch there with the smoke bomb. But I feel like it was a pretty close game up until that point.
It was, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Honestly, it felt... But that's the thing, though. Gators back. They managed to just sneak away with the win. I'm really surprised. I don't think this is the matchup that they wanted, to be honest with you. Like, I would be surprised to see the Frost Mage once again. I do kind of like the idea of a Frost Mage and a Windwalker Monk, though. You have a lot more snares to deal with. Calvish, he edges the bomb, too. Like, he goes... Like, that's crazy. He's in the bomb, and he's out of the bomb. Like, this guy's just pulling off crazy plays.
Schrodinger's bomb. Is he inside of it? Is he outside of it?
I think just waiting for Sam to blink in and CS him. But can you imagine? He blinks into CS him and there's just nobody home. He's just outside of the bomb.
Yeah.
It's like,
I think actually, did he even have CS? I think he was CS at the time. I think Sam was CS, yeah, on a poly, so he couldn't even blink in there.
yeah.
So yeah, a bit of a tricky one. Also, really nice when you CS that arcane, you can't use the mass invis, which you can use to stop that ray as well. And yeah, this is what we're gonna see. But talk to me about the frost thing. Do you think we're gonna see the Gators? Yeah, I was okay. Never mind. I was just about to ask you. Do you think we're gonna see them lock in blind frost again? Because I feel like this is Direwolves. Like, what do? You just lock in the same thing, right?
Yeah,
Just lock in the same thing and play better.
I think most teams feel like the Frost Mage has an advantage in this mirror, but it's hard to say because I also Outlaw is really new. So, you know what I mean? It's really hard to know exactly which one's better. Calvish is also playing Panda. You know, shout out to Gelu, the original Panda Mage. But he's playing the Panda, so he has that Pandera and Racial, the Quaking Palm for a little bit of extra crowd control. To crowd control Trill when he's getting aggressive, which I really like. So if Trill is having a bit too much uptime, not only can he use the Dragon's Breath as kind of an emergency peel, he can also use the Quaking Palm. And then, yeah, all he needs to do is find those Ray of Frost. You find the Ray of Frost. He also has a lot of versatility. He's playing a ton of Mastery, which really surprises me. Mastery is like a decent damage stat, but when you know you're the target the entire game, that throws me off a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like normally we would go with more Versa. Why do you think he goes for Mastery? Just for more damage?
It's the only reason you would ever play it is you think it does more damage, but I would have to see. I mean, I know Mastery is a great stat for like PvE, so maybe just trying to throw in that extra damage. I mean, he's going to be throwing in a lot of instants, so maybe it makes your Ice Lances and your Ray of Frost a little bit more lethal, but yeah, the youthful stats. Calvish, of course, a master of Mage right now, so...
Yeah, very youthful with the stats, but he has some Versa main sockets there. He had some Mastery Versa, and then he had some Versa Haste, so... He's a little bit all over the place there. Let's see Trill on his bald gnome. I respect that. Yeah, it looks real good. I'm a big fan of the bald gnome.
I feel like you and I have made characters like that before.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we had our characters on the TR when we played Double Mage. We played that when we ran the bakery. In the days where the bakery was open. Obviously, the economy doesn't allow for that anymore with the greater Pyroblasts nerfs, but. We had a good run with that.
Good times, yeah. But the Gnome Outlaw. I mean, if you asked me a week ago what was going to be played on the tournament realm, I wouldn't have expected this, but here we are. Trill obviously putting out tons of damage. Unfortunately for him in that last game, it was actually Daze that managed to sneak away with the win, and that Ray of Frost is just so incredibly lethal. And Chanimal talked about it earlier. It's like Frost Mage in the past has been all about that build-up, right? Like, you have to build up your Frost Bolts, you have to pull your procs, you have to build up Icicles. Now, as a Frost Mage, you just press Ray of Frost. Like, you know, there is some build up on your other spells, but for the most part, when you press Ray of Frost, somebody's going to die. So there's always that lethal moment.
I love when Frost Mage is like that. You have a decent amount of consistent damage. You know, you got Glacial Spike, you got your Frozen Orb, and you have that big one-hit button. But we are in game number 2, Gators back versus Dire Wolves. And the winner will face Welcome to the Jung. And noticing a big animal theme here in North America. We got Gators, we got Dire Wolves, and we got the entire jungle here still left in this tournament. Sidu now immediately taking a tremendous amount of damage there, but beautiful teleport away from the combat back into midfield there. Makes him survive that easily. Now they're going after Calvish here on the side of the Wolves. Full blind connects there onto Cubsy. Can't heal him for just a second to get a full sheep onto Cubsy, but he sneaks in the life cocoon there, getting that huge shield onto Calvish and allowing him to survive the setup. Now Calvish, dropping very low still, but Cubsy not in any crowd control, so Calvish should be able to survive this. Tamayam gets counterspelled as well, and now it is Gators looking to get aggressive. Counterspell onto Ray of Frost. He's locked on Frost. He might just die right now. Oh my goodness, that was huge plays coming in, but Cubsy saves the day.
Ooh, panic moment there for Gators back. Luckily, they didn't have to trade too many cooldowns in that exchange. The double song of GG will come in. Calvish down to 50% once again, and he's really struggling to find the pressure and momentum in this match. Dire Wolves doing quite a good job as Trill and Samayam. Their damage is sky high. I do wonder if maybe they need to make more swaps onto Trill. It seems like Sam I Am is handling the situation quite well. Dazed now, taking a hit of damage as Direwolves just seems to be leading in the pressure. At the same time, though, Sam is getting low. What is Sea-Doo going to do? He's got no Trinket, full stun on Dazed, and they're going all in. Trinket, Cloak of Shadows. Dazed could die, though. Cubsy really struggling to keep him alive. I love the fact that they did that swap on Dazed. Calvish is just playing so incredibly defensive at the pillar, but they still managed to punish in a big way.
Yeah, big opportunities here, potentially onto Dazed, but a quick, big welcome to you guys joining us from the Hearthstone Masters Tour. Welcome. This is the Arena World Championship. We are in the lower bracket right now, and this is an elimination series between the Gators and the Dire Wolves. You can see a full kidney shot here onto Dazed. He's got no trinket, but he does manage to survive. So he's going to be okay for the next about 20 seconds or so. Ray of Frost, though, big punish onto Sam I Am. Ooh, manages to blink out of range there to interrupt that Ray of Frost, which probably would have killed him in this position, but Sea-Doo's still struggling to heal him back up. Cheap shot onto Sea-Doo. Can't heal him right now. Can they get any follow-up? They get a full polymorph onto Sea-Doo as well. Sam I Am, he's going to proc for sure. Nice alter time there to go back, but at the same time, Trill is taking a lot of damage. Sam surely has to block here. Sea-Doo saves the day there with the Life Cocoon on Trill, and Sam I Am with the Ice Block there. So they do manage to recover on the Wolves, but things are not looking good.
That was a crazy push there. They managed to almost kill Sam. They swap to Trill. They get the Cocoon. They go back to Sam. They get the Ice Block. A great push there from Gators back, keeping them in the game. Cubsy's mana and Sea-Doo's mana is not looking good. They're pre-healing a lot in this game, so burning through that resource very quickly. Here comes the combustion, a huge hit of damage available for Sam I Am. He gets interrupted into a gouge. Good control from Gators back. Really just trying to slow down the team of the Direwolves and limit this offensive push that they have. But now all of a sudden, Daze is getting aggressive. Daze is getting swapped to a pre-life cocoon there by Cubsy. Does not want to have to heal through the damage, but maybe a little bit too preemptive as Calvish is in trouble now.
Yeah, they need to get this Ice Block from Calvish, and they finally do get that Ice Block. Calvish cancels it very early here as Sea-Doo was in a kidney shot. Sam I Am with a beautiful polymorph on Calvish to stop Calvish from getting that follow-up CC. Trill with a beautiful kick there as well. They are shutting down Calvish on all his crowd control attempts, but it's going to be Cubsy actually who pushes in for the paralysis. Sam I Am in big trouble. He blinks out of the Ray. Nice Shadow Meld right there to interrupt the Ray of Frost, and now Calvish is in big trouble. Sam I Am with huge damage available soon. Can he survive though? He still has the Cauterize in his back pocket. It's going to proc, and he will get dropped. Gators back now on match point here against the Direwolves, heating up for that rematch against Welcome to the Jung, who are just sitting in the grand finals waiting.
I don't know how convinced I am of the Frost Mage still. Like, they're winning, but I don't know. Like, how do you feel? It feels like, I don't know. Calvish is doing a really good job, like, kind of rotating through his schools of magic, right? So he's getting kicked on Frost, going for Arcane. He gets kicked on Arcane, and then he's going for the Ray. Sam I Am Shadow Melds it, and he Rays again. So he's literally pooling his Rays and not afraid to use both of them back to back in those moments. This is that crazy situation where both Trill and Sam both had absolute panic. But that is another thing about the Frost Mage is you can build up enough freezing on a target, and those shatters end up doing a lot of damage. So I wouldn't actually mind seeing Calvish's damage breakdown too. Seeing where all the damage is coming from. Likely a lot of shatter, but yeah, it's interesting to see that he can kind of keep up on damage as that Frost Mage.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather be the Fire Mage in this position, but it's not looking too easy here. I feel like they just are getting more setups on the side of the Gators. They're just landing more crowd control onto Sea-Doo, making his life a little bit more difficult, and yeah, they just fell behind. The one nice thing about the Frost Mage is, of course, that you have that second Ice Block, but in this match they only forced that first Ice Block from Calvish anyway, so it didn't really end up mattering too much, the fact that he had another one. But yeah, it's all about these Rays, and if they can't stop them, if they can't play around them, it's very difficult for Sam and company to survive.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious, what are the Direwolves going to do? Do they maybe swap to Windwalker Monk and then just kind of... I mean, I think Calvish wants to play into the Windwalker Monk, but at the same time, when you're playing that mage and you don't have a cheap death effect, Windwalker Monks can be very lethal. Or are they going to stick with the same thing? Because there was moments in the game where they had tremendous pressure on Calvish. You know, he's down to 10% health, just 1 or 2 damage globals away from actually falling down. There it is. Yeah, it's a lot of shatter, a lot of flurry, a lot of frozen orb.
Yeah.
Ray Frost is quite low, but that's where the lethality comes in, you know?
Yeah, Rare Frost is it's not gonna be high on the overall damage, but that is gonna be kind of the killing blow a lot of the time for the Frost Mage. So that makes sense, that breakdown. We can see here on the last couple of globals what actually ended up happening there. So mostly Outlaw just getting good uptime there onto the Frost Mage. I feel like the one thing about the Frost Mage though is that you have a little bit easier time to actually get some distance from the Outlaw, but I feel like the Dire Wolves are setting up for a sub-rogue. I don't know if I feel like that's what they've been playing, but I'm not sure if that's what we're actually gonna see. Maybe we just get to see the Windwalker Monk from Trill. They have options, but we'll see what they actually decide to do. But real quick, once again, a warm welcome to everyone from the Play Hearthstone stream. Thank you guys for the raid. We are in the AWC Championship Sunday, and this is cup number 1. So we got 3 cups. After the 3 cups, all the teams are collecting points during these 3 cups. And after those 3 cups are done, the top point earners will play in a tournament, which will essentially qualify them to BlizzCon, where we have a huge tournament lined up with Europe, NA, and also a team from China. So they're going to be competing there for $300,000. So this is a very important match here for all the teams that are still left in the tournament to get as many points as possible, because you don't know what's going to happen next week. Maybe you meet your rival early. Maybe you get knocked out early. Maybe you don't get that many points. Maybe your healer is sick and he's a bit slow with the reactions. Maybe your mage does an ice block. We don't know.
Yeah, who knows? These circumstances can never be accounted for, you know? So you just always have to show up and do your best. But it looks like we are going to hook point. Like we said, Dire Wolves, what are they going to do? Are they making a change? Are they just discussing strategy? Maybe they bring in the Windwalker Monk on the small map. But Gator's back. I think this is a curveball, because a lot of these teams, I do feel like they practice with the Fire Mage mirrors. It is going to be the Fire Mage of Sam I Am once again versus Calvish on Frost. And it's been looking good so far for Calvish. Playing some very interesting, not necessarily talents, but some interesting secondary stats with the bonus mastery, just for that extra damage on that Shatter. And it's been paying off.
It's definitely been paying off. I mean, he's doing a tremendous amount of damage. And they're getting it done. So just need one more win, and I really wonder what they are afraid of locking in blind. Do you think that they just don't want to lock in on the blind the Fire Mage because they're afraid that Trill will just go on his Windwalker Monk? Has Trill even been practicing the Windwalker Monk?
I honestly think that Calvish might just think Frost is better, or that he's better at Frost and he just has more control of the game with it. Like, I don't even think there's any mind games going on here. I think Calvish, if he wins this, will actually just play Frost against Welcome to the Jung as well.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe he will actually just play Frost in that next matchup as well. And well, wait, let me see my knowledge here. So this is the fake Thunder Fury that Outlaw Rogues can use. That's the Warglaive of Azeroth. And that's the, I want to say the AQ set that the Rogues have. And then he's got Cursed Vision of Sargeras as the helm. And is that Relentless Tabard?
I don't know. Definitely from Wrath, though.
Mug is on fire, at least.
You like that one? All right. Trill.
Yeah, a lot better than anything they're wearing on the Wolves.
Fair enough. Hey, come on. Trill looks good. He just got a haircut.
Trill looks good.
He just got a haircut.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're sticking to that Frost Mage, keeping it chilly. But we'll see immediately here. An opener onto Trill, actually. Nice paralysis onto Sea-Doo, but he's going to be able to break out of that crowd control and keep the heals going. Ooh, he gets a leg sweep onto Calvish and Dazed. Calvish already forced to use his blink, so Trill is going to have good uptime here onto the mage. But Calvish doing a good job with his positioning here. He's dragging Trill away from Sea-Doo and just attacking him to try to force him off of him. And now Sea-Doo in a kidney shot. They're not able to find that polymorph out of the kidney shot. Nice counterspell there to interrupt Calvish. Samayam is popping off with the combustion. They force the ice block nice and early here. Huge defensive cooldown there. And Samayam, he gets the life cocoon, which is a much shorter cooldown than the ice block. So this is a big win for Dire Wolves in this opener.
Yeah, now Trill taking a little bit of damage. He kicks the Frost. Calvish going for a polymorph. He's always just planning his next move, but he is in danger right now. And Cubsy is forced to make the trade. He uses his trinket. He uses life cocoon. And now Calvish and Gators back is going to have to try to find some sort of pressure here. It's been good so far. C2 has no trinket, though, so there are some opportunities. Sam, if he has to go into Ice Block, he's not going to have another for quite some time, whereas Calvish on that Frost, he has 2 charges of that vital defensive cooldown. Can he find a Ray of Frost? He's doing his best to try to fake cast and interrupt right now. Looks like they're going after Cubsy here with a kidney shot into a combustion, but I don't know if I like that. I feel like Cubsy's going to be A-okay. He can just portal away. Calvish, though, gets interrupted. They have the leftover damage for him. They could get this second Ice Block. He's on the run. Daze doing what he can to peel up Trill as well as Sam, try to create some pressure. Cubsy going for an Incapacitate into a Song of GG, and now Sam is just getting blasted. A huge Ray of Frost. It forces the Life Cocoon.
It's so interesting from Calvish. He uses the first Ray of Frost to fake cast the kick of Trill, and he gets the precognition, which gives him immunity to the next kick, and then he sends the second Ray of Frost. But Calvish forced, oh no! Defensive overlap, that is huge right there. They use the Will of the Forsaken and Life Cocoon from Cubsy and the second Ice Block, so they have no more defensives. At the same time, Samayam is in big trouble as well. They steal the barrier there from Samayam, that shield, and it looks like Samayam is going to be able to survive for now. Getting some polymorphs onto Daze, slowing down the incoming damage, but they've done it successfully here. They've gotten the cooldowns from Cubsy and Calvish. They have a huge opening here, about 40-second window, where they can actually kill Calvish without a response, and they're going for it right now. Can they take him down? The Panda Racial onto Samayam to slow down his damage there, just crowd controlling him for a second with that, and it looks like Calvish is going to be able to line of sight that combustion. That was a lethal moment, but still not over yet. Huge damage. They got a kidney shot onto Daze. They got a Dragon's Breath onto Cubsy. Cubsy's going to trinket out. He has Life Cocoon available, and it looks like he's going to be holding on to it. Just that revival is going to be enough defense. Beautiful interrupt there as well on the Ray of Frost onto Samayam. So Samayam should be able to survive this. Sidu had the Life Cocoon, but he used it onto Trill. Still has the revival in his back pocket.
Yeah, Calvish has his third Ice Block rotating back up, and that's another one of the benefits of Frost is use your first Ice Block, and then that third one is rotating back up as that cooldown will recharge. Full blind now into Cubsy. Calvish is isolated. He is all alone. Direwolves, though, they're just not in line of sight. They can't find the damage. Calvish is getting completely swarmed right now. He blinks into the middle of the map, displaces back, and it looks like he will be able to survive. He's so low. Life Cocoon is going to trade. They hold on to the Ice Block. Nicely done there by Gators back. The greed pays off.
Yeah, Calvish did a really good job defensively there. Blinking out with the alter time, taking a couple of hits, then blinking back to the pillar, resetting his HP with that alter time, then using the greater invis, and then finally the hits connect, but he still has to use the Ice Block. Really, really big push of damage here coming through, mostly from Trill, I believe, in that position, because Samayam still didn't use his combustion. Ray of Frost onto Sam. Do they have an interrupt? It doesn't look like it. Sam is taking so much damage. You can't let that Ray of Frost go uninterrupted. Dazed in a kidney shot. They're going after Dazed here a little bit, but I kind of don't like that. Calvish has no Ice Block. Cubsy, basically no mana. I guess they're just trying to tax his mana. Samayam has that combustion rotating back up in 15 seconds. If they can make it to that moment, they could just take him down, but Trill at the same time is taking a lot of pressure here. And Calvish is very happy playing it out like this. He's got no defensive, so he doesn't mind just chilling at the pillar and just having it become like a rogue game here. But now they're pushing in. Can they make something happen onto Calvish? Sidu's in a paralyzed. Samayam gets dispelled on his alter time. No, he does go back there, but still huge damage now over onto Calvish. The Life Cocoon is going to connect. The Ray of Frost is hitting Sam, but they interrupt it, and still Sam finally gets the Life Cocoon as well in response.
Yeah, very back and forth between these two teams. 40 seconds on that Life Cocoon. They make a swap onto Sidu, putting a little bit of pressure out onto him as Trill is in hot pursuit. The Quaking Palm now onto Trill. Keep in mind, Gators back. They're up 2-0 in the series so far. Direwolves are looking to stay alive. This is an elimination game. If Direwolves lose this, they are out. Samayam getting smoked. Sidu's low. All three members of Direwolves are being absolutely destroyed right now. Gouge now onto Sidu. Trill could easily fall. He's trying to make an offensive play here, but he just cannot find his target. Calvish is blinking and displacing all across the entire map. Ice Nova now onto Trill as he continues his pursuit here onto Calvish, but Calvish has just a few short seconds left on that Ice Block. A defensive blind coming in. Daze realizing he needs to buy a little bit of time for Calvish to get that Ice Block back. I really like that. Potentially going for a polymorph here onto Samayam. Ray of Frost, and that is it. Beautiful plays by Calvish. He interrupts Samayam on Arcane, goes for the Ray on that stun, and they get the win. Calvish, I mean, there's a few close calls, but when the pressure's on, this guy just plays phenomenal.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here from the Gators. They had no mana left. I really thought that this was looking like Direwolves' game that they're actually going to win here. Maybe start getting some momentum, but it is impossible against the Gators when they're playing like this. Such a nice performance there as well. The defensive blind there, I really like that because the win condition kind of shifts from crowd controlling the healer and bursting somebody down and to just bursting somebody down because of that dampening. You have that healing debuff when the game goes on for a long period of time. You can see it at the top there, the 28% red thing in the top there. That is the healing reduction, and you can see there they get the nice leg sweep there onto Sedu's trinket as well, and it's just in a blink of a second they're able to burst him down.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
And most importantly, Zico wasn't right with his prediction, which of course.
True.
See, this is why you don't predict. This is why you don't predict with your heart, guys. This is why you don't do it.
Yeah, you become me, and you just lose every time. You know, it's brutal.
Flip flop back and forth. Series
I swear, we need to
series.
reset the leaderboard next week. Like Cup 2.
Wait,
needs to
what?
be fresh. Yes.
Wait, what? I worked hard for this leaderboard. Why are we resetting it?
I think I might be. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we need to have like a overall. We need to have like, you know, where we like this is our little tournament, you know, with the leaderboards, and it resets every cup, and you get a point for winning that one, but then it resets, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't I win last season as well?
I don't know. Probably not.
I think for the majority of the season you were towards the top, but I don't know if that's how it ended. I don't know. I'll have to look at it.
Yeah. Everyone's having trouble with their memories all of a sudden. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go find a clip for you. Don't worry, bud. But I think it might be becoming a bad luck charm for Direwolves because when I predict against them, they win. When I predict for them, they lose. And I'm really sorry, Direwolves. But that is going to be a 3-0, and that means that we have our final series for North America. It's gonna be Welcome to the Jung versus Gators back, so it is gonna be that rematch that we were hoping for. Here is the course of the day, of the weekend really, for North America. As we can see, that series 3-0. Fortunately, Direwolves are gonna be ending the weekend in 3rd place, and then Welcome to the Jung Gators back remain Venricky in the North American region.
Yeah. I mean, this is the finals. We've seen season after season, cup after cup, and it was Welcome to the Jung. I mean, to be honest with you, they surprised me a little bit that they beat Gators back in the semifinals. So making it into the finals like this, I don't know. I don't even know who's going to win. Gators back obviously bringing in some extra flair with that frost. Is that going to be enough to actually pull off the win? Calvish is looking good, but I don't know. I still feel like Fire might be advantaged in this matchup.
Definitely could be. Do you have any thoughts on that, Zico, yourself?
I'm literally sitting here debating the exact same thing. I'm like, well, if we see the Windwalker, I kind of like the Frost Mage, but if we don't see the Windwalker, is it going to work? Yeah. I feel like it depends. I think it's going to become one of those kind of blind pick shenanigans where if you are against the Windwalker, you want the Frost Mage, but if you're against a Rogue, then you don't. And Welcome to the Jung, probably just going to run the Windwalker. So I think we're going to see it. If it's going to work, that's a different story.
So to recap, you think that whoever wins the blind pick wins the series, Zico?
No, I think...
Right?
Yeah, well... I think the blind pick is going to be very important, but I don't think it's going to necessarily decide the entire thing. But I think it's going to give us a big kind of insight to how the rest of the series could go. But they could always still switch it up in other ways.
Yeah. All right. It's also best of 7, so they do have a little bit more wiggle room than the best of 5 series that we're used to seeing. But why don't we, speaking of predictions, take a look at the leaderboard during...
No!
Yes, here it is. Oh no, taking away prediction.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
We're at the same place we were at the beginning of the day, though, Ben. You and me, down at the bottom.
No, you're at the bottom. I have one more perfect prediction than you, okay? So.
All right. Chat also following closely behind Zico. We've got the coin solidly in the middle there, and Super's just kind of coasting along in the middle like a middle child.
89% accuracy.
89%. Yeah, it's hard, man. Sometimes unexpected things happen, but we are 50% perfect prediction rate? That's crazy. Isn't that a crazy stat?
You know what's
Like
a more crazy
you guys
stat?
are struggling just to guess the right team, and meanwhile I'm like, my mini game is the same predictions you guys are getting right. I need to get right with perfects.
I think it's interesting that Ven only
That's
has
how I
2
make it
less
challenging for
perfect
myself.
predictions than you, and he's all the way at the bottom with me.
But Ven has always been spot on with his perfect predictions.
Yeah.
He's always
You're
really good at
right,
those.
or really,
thank
really
you.
wrong.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think we're getting into like the difficult parts to predict because I think there's been some safe predictions, but not any longer. Like this is like I do think it's anyone's game. So this is where Zico can really shine. We'll have to wait and see.
No, don't give that man.
I got it right last time.
He doesn't need it anymore. Oh man! All right, we're gonna let the teams take a little bit of a break here before we get into the next series. It is the grand finals for North America Cup 1. This is our first of 3 tries to get as high in the standings in their region as they possibly can. So it's a big game for both of these teams, no matter which way you look at it. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, grand finals for North America coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We crowned our EU champion for Cup number 1 earlier today. It was Echo, and now we have got North America coming up. 2 teams remain. Only one will be crowned the champion of Cup 1 for NA Super Tees. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Gators back. Also, it is a replay series that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, it's a rematch, so what have the teams learned from each other? What type of intel and information have they gotten is really the question now. I think Gators back, their adaptation is the Frost Mage that we saw from Calvish in those specific matchups, whereas, you know, when we just saw 2 series ago, or maybe 3 series ago at this point, it's been a lot of series today, Calvish was playing Fire, but he was kind of getting annihilated a lot of the time by this Windwalker monk. So, and literally every clip is him just, his HP bar just disappearing in 2 seconds. So as the Frost Mage, you get a lot more durability, and you get snares, which can be a decent counter into the Windwalker. Not a 100% guarantee counter with things like Ride the Wind PvP talent, but it should be at least a little bit better than the Fire Mage, I think, which is looking so shaky in all of these defeats that we see. It wasn't like it was completely lopsided, though. Obviously, the Gators back had been able to put a point on the board here so far in the series. Daze was able to get a lot of pressure. They were able to capitalize on some mistakes as well throughout this series. So I don't think it's like the worst option ever, but I do think it's a little bit maybe more playmaky as well as Frost with the Ray of Frost. You can maybe bait kicks with Polymorph and then use Ray of Frost. But I'm interested to see if Welcome to the Jung anticipate that and then have something that's completely different. Maybe they don't run a Windwalker if they anticipate the Frost Mage.
Yeah, certainly a lot could happen here in this series. I mean, we saw a rematch in the grand finals for EU, and that was certainly a nail biter, and I feel like it's going to be no different here in North America, Zico. But I feel like I'm gonna ask you to do something, Zico. I feel like the mages have been kind of sweating a little bit today. They've had a long day. Do you want to give them like a little battle speech, hype them up a little bit, mage to mage?
On the spot impromptu war speech.
Yeah, let's hear it.
We have fought since the dawn of time for our position at the top. The warlocks have come for us time and time again. Ellie Shamans, kicks, crowd control, stuns. They tried to keep us down. But today we march forward because today we are surrounded by pirates. We have the melees to escort us across the sea to the land of victory. Forward, my brothers.
Amazing. I feel like, no, that was so good. I hope production was playing some battle music. I feel like I'm ready to go to war, and I don't even play that class. That was amazing. All right, you heard him. We've got a lot of mages today, and they are going into battle for sure. And we're looking at the chat predictions. Welcome to the Jung, 67%. Don't say it. Gators back, 33% Super Tees. Now I'm curious. Let's hear the predictions. You got
I think
series. Oh, he did. No,
I don't know what
you
it
did
is.
it right the first time. I shouldn't have said anything.
And I'm not
sorry.
that much of a.
That's the MDI crew. They've been doing that. We're better
I'm a
than
millennial.
that.
I didn't know. I guessed that it was right, and then I did it both ways to cover my bases. I couldn't remember, but
it's a new version of that. I like it.
It's like the cat
That's
one.
good.
It's like the cat pawing one. It's the. I don't know here,
So many
man. This is so
basketballs.
hard. I've gotten.
I know.
I'm tied with the
Sorry.
coin. I have no hope of catching Zico. All I can do is hope that I can end up above Aya and Venruki, I feel like. So I need to go either with them every single time or risk it and go against them. What am I thinking that Venruki and Aya would do right now? They're going to be underdog picks. I'm sure they're going to be underdog picks, and they probably think Gators are the underdogs, but they're literally the reigning champions. I don't think either team in this situation is an underdog, so maybe they don't. I'm going Welcome to the Jung. I'm saying it's 4-2 for Welcome to the Jung.
Zico, how do you respond?
Well, I think it's intriguing, right? Because I'm starting to see a trend here. The last time these two teams faced off, everyone was going for the Gators except me. I went to Welcome to the Jung.
And now you're going to flip.
Now I'm seeing everyone going towards the Gators. And I almost want to just go I almost want to go in favor of the Gators because everyone else is going in favor of the Jung. So I'm gonna go with Welcome to the Jung as well. It's a 4-2. It's a 4-2.
Okay.
We didn't
I
even
just want
copy you
to, like,
that time.
build
We
up
didn't
the
even
suspense.
copy you that time.
No, but like I feel like I know what's gonna happen here. Okay, I feel like we're gonna see Calvish lock in the Frost Mage, and they're about to find out why Fire Mage is better.
Oof. Okay, this is tough. I don't know Chan's prediction, but I feel like I want to go with Gators back, but I just feel like Welcome to the Jung and Echo, they're both so good at like sending a team down to the lower bracket, or even if they lose, like they just figure it out, and they're in such a good position right now. They're so good at the rematches, and I just feel like it's gonna be Welcome to the Jung. I feel like it's gonna be a nail biter though. I'm gonna go for 3. I think we're gonna go all the way to a game 7. So 4-3. Ooh, and Chan going against the green. 3-4. Gators back.
He's rooting for Cubsy.
Okay.
That's a Cubsy pick right there.
Yeah, probably. All right. Let's see. We're going into the grand finals of Cup number 1, the first Cup of Midnight. This has been a long-standing rivalry here in the North American region. These teams have gone back and forth so many times. They have faced each other numerous times, and here they are doing it once again.
And there he is, Calvish Frost Mage.
Yep. This is kind of what we expected. Days on the Outlaw Road, Cubsy on the Mistweaver, Calvish on the Frost Mage. So this is a game that's going to kind of answer me if Welcome to the Jung needs to adapt, or if Gators back need to adapt. Because right now, in my mind, I feel like Windwalker Fire Mage should beat Outlaw Rogue Frost. But I could be wrong about that. We'll have to wait and see. They're going after Drake, which could be a liability in the matchup, but early Life Cocoon coming out there from Jung Bahai to reduce that damage. And they're swapping to Nick now with no Life Cocoon available. Nice alter time there by Nick, but they get a full step out of the blind onto Jung Bahai. Nick still not out of the woods just yet. Jung Bahai finally coming out of crowd control, has the Restorer, has different things to answer with, and he should be able to keep his team alive. He's just going aggressive behind the pillar here. He doesn't even care about healing Nick at this point. He's just going in, getting a double leg sweep there from Cubsy, and big pressure here on both sides. And so far, slightly advantage to Gators, I would say.
I really wonder if Jung Bahai was ready for this matchup. The way that he traded his Life Cocoon, he just kind of threw it out for the first exchange. It's not the same as the Combustion, right? So maybe they're hoping to like shake up Jung Bahai in the matchup and hoping that he'll make some mistakes in the trades and not anticipate the double ray of frost charges that the Frost Mage gets. But Drake in a swap here. Life Cocoon once again committed by Jung Bahai. He just sends it. He's just like, you know what? I got this. I'm going to get another one. We're just going to use this. And now they're swapping on Nick. Can they connect a ray is the question. Calvish is too far away. Blinking away from Drake here. Glacial Spike attempt. He has to deal with so many interrupts. He alters back to Cubsy's side. Jung Bahai is punching him. Nick dips low while he was doing that. Calvish is looking for Polymorphs. Gets kicked. I think he wanted to get kicked on Poly. Now he can go for a ray. And Nick might blink and get a Dragon's Breath on it, but Drake is there. They're swapping to Drake with the ray Smoke Bomb. They get his trinket immediately, and they use Ring of Peace to disrupt the ray. Now here comes the Combustion, but Nick gets counterspell. Was he kicked on fire there? He's gouged. It's not going to matter. His Combustion is getting controlled very effectively here. Jung Bahai's Life Cocoon in 33 seconds. Combustion connecting towards the tail end. A couple Pyroblasts. Cubsy's going to trade the Life Cocoon. They use the Panda ratio, the Quaking Palm from the Frost Mage on the Windwalker's Zenith there. That's just like a guaranteed way to stop that cooldown. An interesting adaptation. Nick takes a huge amount of damage right here from Dazed. So they're going to use Paralyze on Dazed to hold the Rogue at bay. Now Jung Bahai is getting aggressive with Drake. He knows that Calvish is baiting him behind the pillar for a Polymorph, but now Jung Bahai is the one who gets baited, and he has to trinket out of the Polymorph.
Beautiful, beautiful plays here from Gators. I got to be honest, the way they're playing this matchup is so nice, actually. Nick might be forced into his first ice block here as well, but Jung Bahai with the Celestial Conduit is going to keep him alive. I really like what they're doing. They just go onto Nick in between the stun DRs on Drake. As soon as Drake gets enough uptime here onto Calvish, then they swap to him. So you can see here Drake getting a lot of uptime here onto Calvish. That's going to be the first ice block there immediately, and that was the Zenith and the Combustion there. But you can expect now a swap onto Drake here, potentially from the Gators. They like to do this, getting these leg sweeps actually onto Daze, slowing things down for a second, but it's going to be Calvish once again. He needs help right now from his Outlaw Rogue, but Daze is not able to connect there, and there it is. Full blind onto Jung behind. They're going after Drake. This could be it. No trinket on anybody. Can they take him down? He has touch of karma. Can he access it? Oh my goodness, that was so close. He manages to get the karma off. That was so close to being an outright KO. The Gators are playing absolutely amazingly, but welcome to the Jung survive.
Dragon's Breath behind the pillar. Calvish blinks to the middle of the map. Polymorph on Dazed. Cubsy not able to dispel for a second. Now removing it. Dazed going for the roll of bones, trying to roll that jackpot. Get maximum buffs for a push right here. He's got Kidney Shot. Another swap on Drake. No Ray of Frost available, though, so unlikely to see too much pressure here. Jung Bahai doesn't care. He's just using Life Cocoon on it anyways. I feel like he didn't need to. Now they're switching back onto Nick. That low armor target getting shredded by the Blade Rush, the new set bonus for the Outlaw Rogue. amplifies the effect of that spell by a lot. I think I saw one that hit for 130,000 earlier on. So Blade Rush is actually very threatening. It was typically like an energy regen mobility spell. Now it's your one-shot KO. Calvish is getting bursted here. Cubsy's running low on mana. Only 18% dampening here. It's neck and neck. Can they get the setup on Drake? Here comes a Ray. Nick is in perfect position to get a double Dragon's Breath. They don't connect any damage whatsoever, so Calvish is forced to retreat. Drake is in hot pursuit. Ports over to him, gets the leg sweep. Calvish gets punished for blinking. He gets stunned. He has to trinket. He might have to block as well. He blinks again, trying to get to safety, but Cubsy's stuck in the middle of the map in a polymorph. Now into a Frost Nova. He barriers. He Dragon's Breath. He's trying to stall. Tosses out the Frozen Orb. Trying to get some distance, but the Windwalker's just staying on top of him. We see a cheap shot finally, assisting. Big burst incoming on Nick. That's going to get the trinket and the life cocoon from Jung Bahai. And I actually think they should swap on Jung Bahai. He's in the middle of the map, and I feel like he's throwing his cooldowns a lot for his allies. That could be an opening. And now, in the meantime, though, an attack on Calvish, and they overlap. They panic. Big opening here for Welcome to the Jung. I think Gators back, they need to make a swap. I think swapping healer could be the play here if they can actually pull it off.
They're just going to kidnap him for CC. Calvish gets interrupted on the polymorph. No, he might actually be able to find it now. Doesn't look like it. Nick gets interrupted there by the Panda racial as well. Both teams looking for crowd control. Cubsy is in a paralysis. Can they find any more follow-up? Nick is going to be the one in trouble. Alters, blinks behind the pillar, and then Alters back. He's still trying to connect. And oh my god, that is huge damage. But Nick is going to proc, but not use the ice block. He still has that in his back pocket. Calvish has another ice block rotated back up as well. Things are definitely heating up right now. Both teams with 10% mana left on each healer. After that is going to be no more healing coming out, and Nick might just have to use the ice block right now, and he is going to press the cooldown right there. Calvish at the same time also forced into that ice block. Whoever gets the next CC is probably going to win the game. It's going to be Jung Bahai in a full kidney shot. They're swapping the days. They might just take him down right now. Touch of death range. Beautiful Dragon's Breath on the evasion. You can't dodge when you're in that Dragon's Breath, and they connect the damage plus the touch of death because of it. Really, really nice offensive play there. Welcome to the Jung. Managed to pull through. They managed to do it, but the Gators, man, they played it so well. This is going to be a Game 7 finals, man.
I just feel like he had evasion the whole time. He used it so late. He had it that whole time, and it was Fist of Fury flying at him, and he just didn't want to do it, and then he did it, and then he got DB'd on it, and then he was in touch of death range at that point. It is a close game between these teams. I mean, we literally saw Nick ice block in this replay, and then 2 seconds later, Calvish have to ice block on the replay, and the ice block is the most powerful defensive. So when the mage turns into this ice cube, they've used their most powerful defensive. They go immune to all damage, but they can't move, and then they swapped. He had evasion this whole time. He just popped it a little bit too late on the swap here, and Cubsy was almost it was coming down to the wire. I mean, it's been a long day for some of these teams, right? Like, they've been having to play game after game after game, and I feel like the likelihood for mistake is just going to increase from this point in time. So I just want to see it again. Did Days just not even consider that he would be a target here? His evasion comes up in 4, 3, 2, 1. He's kind of, I mean,
he probably just didn't notice that he had it back up.
Yeah, it literally just came up.
And that Dragon's Breath is so nice too, because it's on the healer for CC, but it's also on Dazed when he has his evasion. So it just doubles the value right there. So nicely aimed there by Nick, but yeah, a little bit of a misplay. But that's the thing also, you know, Gators back, they've been playing the whole day. First they played against Welcome to the Jung, then they played in the lower bracket, now they're playing against Welcome to the Jung again. Like, their mental has been marinating for this entire time. Meanwhile, Welcome to the Jung, they've just been chilling, they've just been watching the games, they've just been feeling good, knowing they're in the finals already, you know, and just getting ready. So I think that the fatigue might be settling in as well for the Gators, you know, after having a long day of just spamming games, and things like that can happen.
I'm going to say something crazy. No, I don't think it would work. I wonder, like, what would a Windwalker hate to see? Like, what can a Windwalker not kill? I think maybe there's nothing in the game a Windwalker can't kill. Because I just feel like Dazed will solo Nick eventually. So, like, if you just have a third that's just not a target, I just feel like the Outlaw Rogue would win that, but I don't. Maybe there isn't anything. Maybe Windwalker just slaughters literally anything.
Prot Warrior.
Yeah, Prot Warrior Pirate. So, blades and shields here. I doubt that a Prot would come out of either team here. Enigma Crucible, large map. Not going to be too big of a deal, I think, for either side here. Likely, except actually not true. I think it can benefit the Windwalker. We saw the small maps benefiting the Windwalker with the port positioning. We got Nick coming in here on the Fire Mage, heating things up with that Sunseeker hero talent tree, summoning in those Phoenixes and just blasting huge damage as a result. So really important combination of hero talents. He's also running the Mass Invisibility PvP talent with Mass Invisibility, so it gets a significantly lower cooldown, and he can just make his partners invisible basically quite frequently, and they can disrupt crowd control chains. You might prevent a kill moment with that, so it's a really important utility spell at the moment. If you're a mage and you're not utilizing it, that is one thing to take away from this tournament, because it comes in very clutch for teams at the moment. But we're about to jump into game 2. It's a 7-game series here in the grand finals of North America's Cup number 1. Well, welcome to the JUNG. Secure their throne and take away the crown from Gator's back.
Let's see if they can do it. Welcome to the JUNG, looking hungry, and we're going to lock in the exact same thing here. Calvish on the Frost Mage. I really like what they did with those swaps to Drake, and I'm curious to see, because I didn't actually see, did Drake switch off the Gnome? No, he's still playing that Gnome. I actually kind of don't like the Gnome pick. I feel like it is a little bit disrespectful, you know? Like, I mean, I play Gnome myself, you know? I love Gnomes, but I feel like in a tournament finals, I probably wouldn't be picking it. Yeah, I don't know. Drake, obviously, a lot more successful in that regard than I am, and he knows a little bit better the limits. But yeah, I feel like the Gnome being swapped to as a Gnome, just sitting those full kidneys, is real scary. So I want to see the Gators do the exact same thing that they did last game. They did that smoke bomb play on Drake. They got his trinket. Then they got a nice CC chain on Jung Bahai, and they got his trinket as well. And after that, they have that window where they can potentially 100-0 him with a Ray of Frost. Jung Bahai just getting
he's just running in the middle. He's like, come on, guys, start the game. He's just like, what are you doing? Just start the game, man. It's been a long day. He's just going in on top of Cubsy. Secures the paralyze. Nobody comes out of stealth. Drake gets sapped. Jung Bahai's mad about that. He's like, just start the match, bro. Let's go. And we are going to be going here. Instantly, the Blazing Barrier from Nick. I thought it was the Life Cocoon for a second. I thought he just pressed it right away. But we can see Nick pulling towards the pillar. Calvish is getting control of Drake, setting up for the kidney shot. Nick is wrapping around the corner. Jung Bahai sitting through the blind. Drake is critically low. Life Cocoon will stabilize. Drake gets aggressive, pushing in on Calvish. Jung Bahai's there to support him with the spells as well, activating the Crackle, getting that sphere, going for the Celestial Conduit now, and now he's on top of Cubsy for a paralyze, really trying to race down Calvish in game number 2. Cubsy denies it. Life Cocoon activates. Drake is trying to crush through it. Calvish is trying to fake interrupts, going for a polymorph now. Don't think he was able to find a fake. He's going to blink behind the pillar, go for an Ice Nova, but he gets disable rooted, so he's not going to get too much distance. Drake puts his port down on the enemy pillar as well, so that way he can really push in. Double leg sweep into the poly. Are they going to set up a swap here is now the question. I don't think so. Drake into a polymorph. Nick's still the target. Daze is rooted at the moment. Dude, Drake is just going all across the map here. Tiger's Lust out of the Nova. Connects immediately onto him, but he gets Quaking Palmed by the Panda Mage. He still has to block. I mean, I don't think this is looking very good for Calvish right now, unless Daze can get something going.
Jung Bahai is out of crowd control. I don't think Daze can get something going in this position. Maybe if they can get some CC here, but Drake, there's the Ray of Frost. Immediate dispel on the Dragon's Breath onto Drake, into a kick on the Ray of Frost. So Calvish not going to be able to utilize that just yet. And he doesn't have 2 charges, so that is going to weather the storm. That was a extremely early Life Cocoon there onto Drake. Jung Bahai, I feel like, just threw that away because he just wanted to be efficient with mana almost. That was a very early play, but see if it comes back to haunt him a little bit later. Here comes the combust, and Calvish going to blink behind the pillar and just tank Drake. But at the same time, they're swapping to Drake here. No, they're going to kick Calvish there. Nice counterspell there coming out from Nick. Still getting aggressive with the leftovers of that combustion, pushing out the Life Cocoon.
Setting up on Nick here, but there's been no control in Jung Bahai just yet. A double leg sweep actually engaged, but Cubsy preemptively Life Cocoons it. Nick takes a huge hit. Life Cocoon available for Jung Bahai in 2 more seconds. They shred through the barriers. Calvish pops his barrier. Cubsy repositioning with Calvish defensively, trying to find their opportunity and find their moment, but Welcome to the JUNG are just not presenting anything. They still have all their medallions, so there's no opening as far as crowd control. They're going to set up on Drake here. Just send Burst. Nice, he baits the kick and goes for Ray. Immediate trade by Jung Bahai, realizing that Ray of Frost is the game-winning moment, so Life Cocoon will block it. They switch their damage over onto Nick now, but here comes Zenith Look at that damage. Oh my god, Calvish is getting cut down. If Drake gets there, a couple more globals, he'll be in a second block. Fists of Fury are flying through. He's rooted in place. He goes for Dragon's Breath on the Fist. That's good to disrupt it. Now Nick is popping Combust. They chain the Zenith into the Combust. Calvish line of sights with Cubsy here at the pillar. Nick blinks in to try and close. They're still line of sighting him, poking them with snares and flurries and ice lances, but they're stacked for Drake for a double leg sweep. Calvish blinks into the wall. He can't kite. He has a ray available, so if he can bait a kick here, he might be able to go for the kill, but he's just taking so much damage. It's another Zenith. Cubsy's going to trade Life Cocoon. Calvish isn't a target anymore. Unless, I mean, Drake might just keep punching it anyways. Nick is getting low, though. Dazed is finally getting some momentum. There's still no openings for the smoke bomb just yet. We see Jung Bahai rolling in, getting aggressive. Cubsy rolls away. Ring of Peace bounces him. Cubsy's just trying to max range the paralyzed, but looks like he can't as Drake sneaks around the corner. Calvish blinks through with an alter time. He can reset at any point here. He's line of sighting the spell steal. It's going to soak a lot of damage on this fist. Double blinks away, knowing that he can alter. Or did this alter just end here? He's caught in a leg sweep. They're trying to race him. Can they drop him? Ring of Peace bounces Cubsy around the corner. It's a lot of it. He just has to block. There was not even any crowd control. He just has to block. He goes for the YOLO Ray. Jung Bahai blocks even that. He's not falling for any tricks here from Calvish and Daze. He goes for another Ray. The double in a row. Unexpected, but not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Jung Bahai is definitely on the ball right now, making sure that none of these rays are sneaking through, getting them the kills. And you can see Calvish now had to get the Life Cocoon. Big damage coming in here. Drake with the Zenith active. Huge damage on the Calvish. He's caught up in the leg sweep. He might just go down right now. Hypothermia, 1%. Ice block. My goodness, that was so close. They're going for the smoke bomb play, though. Big swap onto Drake. Can it take him down? With Calvish sitting in an ice block, I find that extremely unlikely. Touch of Karma gets used by Drake. I think he actually might have used it over onto Calvish as well. No, he did use it onto Daze, but here comes the leg sweep onto Calvish. They got nothing for this one. I think it's just over here. If they can just manage to take him down, they purged all the time there as well. Cubsy not in any crowd control, doing what he does best, just healing. Greater invis there from Calvish, just buying himself a second of time, but still taking a lot of damage. Beautiful Ring of Peace, and that is going to be it. Welcome to the Jung, climbing up here in the grand finals, 2-0. That was a nice Ring of Peace from Jung Bahai, bouncing the mage back into the combustion of Nick.
And this is what I was talking about earlier in another series on this map, is that small pillar, when you're hiding around it, it can backfire. It's kind of like the Empyrean Domain pillars. It can backfire. You can get sniped on that here, and we'll see that in the replay in the final moments. I feel like Jung Bahai has just adapted to this meta. He understands the strengths of the Mistweaver. He knows how to rotate through the cooldowns. He's just making the commitment, making sure his team is stable, and that enables Drake to just stay on target for the entire match. He's backing him up effectively, and because of that, they have them against the wall right now. I don't think this Frost Mage is going to work. This game did not look good at all. I mean, look at the cooldown situation. I mean, mana maybe, but I mean, you're also tied on that. So like the one thing that's looking good for you is a tie, and then everything else is looking bad. I just don't see this working. I just don't see it working. I don't really know at this point, like what do you do as Gators back? Like, what class can you substitute in? Because you got WizK on the bench, but I feel like a Shadow Priest would die probably just as fast. So
there's no way.
You can't do
Shadow
that.
Priest into Windwalker.
Maybe Boomkin? Boomkin Rogue?
I'm not a huge fan.
Like, I don't mind fighting Windwalkers when I play my Boomkin. I actually, like, it's one of the preferred specs for me. You can incap roar the fist, you can kite, and it's actually very easy to kite them. I
don't know, Quirky's team did not look
Did they
too
play
happy.
against Windwalker Mage?
Yeah, they did in the open bracket. They got absolutely clapped. It did not, I mean, actually, the comp looks kind of decent with the sub-rogue. Yeah, they did play with sub-rogue. Maybe it's good with Outlaw, actually. I'm not sure. I think the obvious choice here is to go Fire Mage on the side of the Gators. It's time to go Fire. The Frost play, they're playing it good, but even with Drake disrespecting on a Gnome, they can't kill him, and they're not winning the mage race, so.
Maybe they need sub to kill the Windwalker.
I don't like sub because you only get one target. It becomes very one-dimensional what you're going to do. It's really hard to take down the Mistweaver because he can port out from the stuns. Like, you stun the Mistweaver, you go on him, he just ports away, and then he ports back to the open field, and then that's it. Like, that was your go on the Mistweaver.
This feels troll to
me. On the Windwalker, sure, you have good ghosts, but you can't really go on the mage. He's just going to blink every stun. So it just becomes... the Windwalker becomes your only target, basically.
Why would they pick Hook Point? I feel like that's the double monk map with all the ports. Why would they pick that?
Yeah.
Unless they're doing something really weird. And I said that last time, and then nothing weird happened. I'm just creating anticipation here. Like, why would they do that? Unless they're doing something weird. Oh, they're not doing anything weird. This just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And unless they want to go for the mirror, I mean, maybe. Drake is just looking so good though on the Windwalker. I wonder if Direwolves are like kicking themselves at all. You know, like why didn't they just play Trill on Windwalker this whole time? Like it looks so strong. For Welcome to the Jung, but they were like dead set sold on that Outlaw Rogue, and it's just been back and forth as to which specialization is in that dominant position. So this is a moment for Gators back. Is it desperation? Are they about to lose their throne, about to lose their crown? Because that last game, aggressively, they were getting nowhere. And defensively, they're just running for their lives and getting bounced around on trampolines. And they're doing something wild. They're doing something crazy. I'm trying to think, like, man, like, it just feels like the mage just dies. Like, he's not very useful. You don't like it. That face is telling me you don't like it. Do you not like the double pirate?
No, I'm just surprised. How can I not like the double pirate? We got double pirates on the hook point.
Two of the
they
best
even have
rogues.
home field advantage.
So
I like this a lot.
It's so
And if they win with this is the best part, Sid. I am a biased mage, right? And it's always like, oh yeah, mage is the OP. Mage is the reason why rogue mage works. Like you can play mage Windwalker, you can play mage rogue, you can play mage anything, and it's good. We even saw mage feral over in Europe. But this, all the rogue propaganda will finally. I can't say anything. If double outlaw wins and mage couldn't, then all of a sudden, yeah, I like it for that reason. But I also like it because. Who do you kill? If you're Welcome to the Jung, who's your target?
You double kill the rogues. You get double leg sweep on cooldown and you kill both of them.
Don't have a kill target, man.
I think you can kill an outlaw rogue. I think you can. No polymorphs, no peels, no threat of combust. I think you can kill one of the. I don't think this is like Shadowlands where the outlaw rogues are just like immortal. I don't think it's gonna be like that. I just don't. This is gonna be a crazy
I don't
game.
know. I feel like these rogues are gonna have about 2 trillion versatility. They're gonna be like double orcs, just full tank mode. Their names are even Calvish Dazed and Dazed Calvish. Like it's like you don't even know which one of them. Like maybe you're like, oh, let's go on Dazed. He's a little bit weaker on Rogue than Calvish, or let's go on Calvish. You don't know which one is which.
They're both the best, like some of the best rogues in NA, which is going to be interesting to see with 2 of the best rogues in NA on the same team. Are they going to split damage? Like they just send their kidney shots into Mistweaver and Windwalker at the same time? Are they going to go after the mage together? I mean, one outlaw rogue is
tunnel mage.
I mean, maybe. I don't know how this plays out. I haven't seen double pirate, so it's literally the grand finals. North America, your title is on the line. Your position as the #1 team in North America is on the line, and you send in double pirate against Welcome to the Jung. And I think it makes sense. I think it does, because I'm just trying to think, like, the outlaw rogue is winning the game. It's the mage is the liability. Like, what can you substitute the mage for that is at least slightly less of a liability? Not even a huge less, just slightly less of a liability. I'm like, can't be Shadow Priest. I don't think it can be Boomkin, but like maybe a tank. It probably could be a tank if you wanted to. If you really wanted to, you probably could run like a prop paladin or something. But I don't think they're going to do
that.
Maybe
Og Evoker.
I think. I don't know, but I don't think they have it. But it's just about figuring out what can you pair with the outlaw rogue that isn't susceptible to the Windwalker burst. And so there's
another outlaw rogue.
Let's run another outlaw rogue. What if they ran a subtlety rogue and an outlaw rogue? So now they have
because then they get a target. They get a target then.
You think the subtlety rogue is that much squishier than the outlaw rogue?
I think the subtlety rogue requires you to pre-vanish a lot and kind of pre-dodge a lot of the setups. Outlaw rogue, you're just out there, you know. You're just free. You're just chilling. It's just a bruiser. It's like a hit and run versus a bruiser. And now this is in my mind, this is how the game is going to play. We're going to have 2 rogues tunneling Nick from start to finish. That's going to be the game. They're just going to sit on him the whole game. And anytime there's too much pressure happening from the side of Welcome to the Jung, Drake is getting kidneyed. That's what I think.
Okay. All right. I mean, I can see that being a line. I can also see them just kidneying Drake on his cooldowns every time. Just gouge kidney, vanish, chip shot him. Just anytime he tries to do something, just send one of the rogue CCs at him. I think that could be a viable option here. Unfortunately, though, hook point. I don't like hook point. I just feel like that's still benefiting the monks. I think they could have gone to like a better small map. than Hook Point here, but
Dalaran?
maybe Dalaran, maybe even Tiger's Peak. I don't know. It needs to be a map with not good pillars, so probably runes. But I can't believe it. We're in North American Grand Finals, and I'm watching double Outlaw Rogue and Cubsy backing him up on the Mistweaver mug, trying to find an answer for this Windwalker Fire Mage that just looks so good now from Welcome to the Zhang. Really throwing a curveball here. So two of the best rogues in North America coming together. One of them playing Gnome, one of them playing Night Elf. An interesting combination there. Calvish is moving in. They should be able to get a sap here. Why are they not going
Drake
for it?
Drake went to Orc. He's like, yeah, I'm not playing Gnome into this.
Yeah, 100% you go Orc. You're going to get stunned the entire game. Nick is a Void Elf. That's interesting. I mean, he can just blink the stuns anyways, but he's going to get a little bit of a damage amp. Oh, the pushback on his spells, too, from the double rogue, maybe? There's no sap. I can't believe they don't sap. They get popped out of stealth. One of them does. They're going to immediately swap to the mage. Let's see how much damage they can do. Are they about to be cooking? Let them cook, or is it let them die? Because, like, I'm kind of worried about them getting bursted. They blind Drake. So, they gouge Drake. They're just putting every CC on Drake. Yeah. Please do that. Please, just every CC you have rotationally. One blind for every Zenith.
Yeah, and look at Nick. He's having a lot of fun right now on the Fire Mage, just getting absolutely clobbered here by the two pirates. And as long as they don't stack for the leg sweep, look at Nick, man. He can't do anything to this. He's taking so much damage. Blinks away for safety, and they just kidney shot Drake while Nick has that life cocoon. He's going to be taking some damage, though, but he is soaking it up pretty well. Jung Bahai out of crowd control. There's a full paralysis. Here comes the Zenith. What they're going to do to Drake. They need to blind him. They need to stun him. They need to do something. Where's the kidney shot? Where's something on Drake? Drake is getting too much uptime here. He's having too much fun. What can they do here? He's actually just getting full uptime, but at the same time, look at Nick, man. Nick is just dying as well. But so is Dazed. Huge swell of damage here. They're going after Drake. Bit of a fiesta right now. Everyone's just attacking everyone, but it looks like Zhang Bahai is going to be able to stabilize his team, and Cubs is falling behind on mana. Dazed in a full leg sweep. Calvish as well, going after Dazed. Dazed is going to be able to survive that one. Now Nick is in big trouble here. Can they connect onto Nick? The Ring of Peace is blocking them for a second. Kidney shot on the Zhang Bahai. They're going after Drake, it looks like. Drake actually taking a lot of damage here in a full kidney. They have a smoke bomb. They don't have the smoke bomb. They're going to go back onto Nick now.
Yeah, back on to Nick. I really just want them to crowd control every Zenith. How would you win if you're Drake? Just every single blind, and if you trinket, you're going to get stunned and die in a smoke bomb. That's what I want to see, but the double leg sweep with the paralyzed Dazed is in trouble. He's not responding. Cubsy will, as he trades out the trinket and life cocoon, but he's burning mana quite quickly. There's the blind. They use it finally here. It's been 2 minutes. They could have had 2, and they do get a block with it. And now Calvish has blind coming up in 22 seconds, so this isn't looking terrible for them. Now, maybe they can swap on Cubsy with no trinket is the only thing I'm considering here. Maybe the rogues are too tanky. Maybe they get a double DB ring on the rogues and then set up with a paralyzed leg sweep onto the healer. That could be an opportunity, but this is a matchup I'm sure they've never played, so they're going to be navigating this for the first time. Drake, Fist of Fury, parrying the rogue attacks here on this swap. Jung Bahai gets a leg sweep. Going after Dazed. Cloak of Shadows immediately on the combust. There's the defensive blind. So one rogue is blinding the Windwalker, the other rogue is blinding the Mistweaver. And they do negate the combustion for a few moments, but here comes the Celestial Conduit from Cubsy as well to recover the team. Now paralyzed on Jung Bahai. Who's the target? Looks like Drake. Double leg sweep. He trinkets immediately. Karma's almost dies. Dazed is he's just dead. He just got absolutely erased by the Zenith of Drake right there. Died in his smoke bomb. It wasn't the mage hitting him, though. It was the Windwalker hitting him. I just feel like they disrespected Dazed, or Drake. I legitimately think that could have worked if they put every CC into Drake, and maybe Cubsy can paralyze Jung Bahai. But every rogue like CC is into Drake.
It did not even look that bad, but I feel like the blind right before they died here, I did not like that blind whatsoever. They blinded him. It wasn't Zenith. It wasn't anything. They just blinded him like I don't know. It almost looked like a panic blind. And then Drake just full sent it. Like you could see.
Drake targeted me, dude. Blind him.
Yeah, and I mean Drake just trinkets out, gets a double sweep, and boom. I also don't like that they went too much on Drake. They got Nick's ice block. They could have kept pressuring him and just blinded Drake defensively. I feel like, yeah. I mean, I like that they lock it in. To be honest, I do like that they lock that in, but. I feel like
just imagine if you're Drake just on DR.
Respect the Zenith more. Respect Zenith more.
I think you can like random kidney shot Drake and then use gouge blind on his cooldowns every time, and he just will not play the game for the whole game. And I feel like the mage will literally just die to damage. Just one paralyzed and just a little bit of damage, and I swear he would have died here, but. They keep it calm, cool, and collected. They're not caught off guard by the double pirates. They find a window, they find an opportunity, and They make them walk the plank here in game number 3, advancing to match point, and they're looking good. They came back for the crown, man. They came back. They're looking good. They're able to adapt to the meta. I had questions about that earlier on, you know, like welcome to the JUNG. They're the best team once they figure out what the meta is and they're able to master it, but do they have enough time in the first cup when things are still being discovered? And it seems like they do, forcing Gators back off of their main comp, forcing them off Rogue Mage. No, you know, how many people can get forced off of Rogue Mage? I think it's quite an accomplishment in and itself. But here the double pirates falling short, and now Gators back. Do they start questioning themselves? Do they try and run it back as a double rogue and just change the strategy? I can imagine as Calvish, maybe you're just tired of playing mage in this matchup a little bit with how much you have to run away, and this is just like the best thing that they could come up with on the spot. I actually did like it too. I just think every gouge, every kidney, every blind onto the Windwalker monk, and then Cubsy CC's the healer, and you just attack the mage. And I swear, if I was a Windwalker monk, if I had hair, I'd be ripping it out.
Yeah, I feel like I don't think on this map we're gonna see it again.
No.
There is no shot we're seeing it again on this map, right? It makes no sense.
You send double rogue, send double mage. You won't.
What?
You won't.
I don't know. Maybe that'd actually be really funny if they did. But I
Nick and Calvish,
feel like
double
the
mage,
double
send
mage. I feel like the double mage would not be the play. I don't think. Does Dazed even play mage? I'm not sure.
Oh, you know, you're right. I mean, Whiskey, maybe? No, it's not gonna happen.
Whiskey? It's not
gonna happen.
We finally see him, and it's not even on Shadow Priest.
Poor Whiskey, man.
They're doing it.
Mirror.
I mean, they have been reluctant to locking this in. And I think the biggest reason why they are refusing to lock this in until they absolutely have to is just the Drake factor, right? Like, Drake has been kind of a master of melee, right? Like, for the longest time, we've seen him on everything. Warrior, Rogue, Windwalker, you name it. Ret's Paladin, like, literally every single melee in the game. Feral Druid last season. But in my mind, in his blood, in his heart, Drake is a Windwalker monk. That's what he started at. That is like, you know...
This is his home turf,
That's
man.
his
This
true
is
love.
Welcome to the JUNG when they were Kawhi and they won like 5 championships in a row. It was his Fire Mage Windwalker. Like, this is their bread and butter. This is their comp. Yep. This is their turf. So the Gators back are stepping into their domain right now and trying to go head to head. Is it going to work for them? We saw it work out for Waz. Waz stepped up onto the Windwalker against Blizzo and absolutely crushed it. I think that this will probably be a very fast game, judging how it went in North America or in Europe. It's interesting how the final game potentially is now the same matchup as it was in Europe. So are these mages going to be able to deal with the pressure here? A lot on the line. There's only 3 cups to qualify for the finals, so you want to be getting as high of a seeding as possible for that, so that you can advance forward and have a higher likelihood of getting into BlizzCon later this year. So very important. And I think also just for like personal morale, you know, you want to go in strong and be like, yeah, we're still the reigning team in North America at this point. So it's a morale thing, it's a points thing, it's a very important series here. One more game. Can the Gators back win 4 games in a row? 4 games in a row against Welcome to the JUNG. Like, this is quite a challenge. This would be an achievement, I think. An achievement should unlock if you manage to win 4 games in a row against Welcome to the JUNG in this position. You're dampened, you're fatigued, you're desperate, you're throwing out double outlaw, and it's not working. You lost, and you lost to them in the series before. This is going to be the most brutal walk back, I think, of all time. And if they manage to pull it off, it'll be the most legendary walk back of all time from Gators back.
What would the name of the achievement be?
My brain is too fried to do that on the spot, man. I'm like you. I can't come up with a war speech out of nowhere. What is the achievement for a 4-0 when you're dampened beyond belief, when you have no soul left in your body, when your spirit is broken? They're just husks in the arena.
The achievement is called Tarzan, because you walked, like, you got welcomed to the JUNG, you know, like you got welcomed by the gorillas. I don't know. Anyway, we got final game here. Loser, if Gators back loses, they are eliminated in second place. Welcome to the JUNG will be the reigning kings. everything to play for right now. Dazed finally tagged in on the Windwalker. Big leg sweep here on the Drake. Oh my god, he gets almost popped there. Has to trade out the Trinket, has to trade out the Touch of Karma. Early aggression from the Gators. And they are showing signs of life, but Calvish gets caught up as well. He blinks away though, manages to survive for now. They don't have any crowd control from the looks of things onto Cubsy, and he will get the life cocoon.
All right, Jung Bahai is in the conduit here on that mix-up. Ring of Frost casted, interrupted. Calvish, low health, getting blasted by Drake in that position. Cubsy into a paralyzed. Calvish looking for another polymorph. Stuck in place. Nick is trying to avoid Dazed and trying to pull Cubsy off the pillar by wrapping around this pillar. Jung Bahai moves in for the crackle, getting the sphere up. Nick is in position. Combustion will be available. 10 seconds. And ticking away. Drake has Zenith, though, and he can lead that into the combust here at any moment. When is Drake going to pull the trigger on this? All eyes on him, because he's the one that will erase this Mage Calvish on match point if he's not careful. They set up with the Dragon's Breath leg sweep. Huge pressure on Drake. Jung Bahai trinkets and connects the life cocoon. And now they're heating things up. They swap back on Nick. He barriers it. And it looks like they should both be stable. They're setting up on Calvish. He blinks out of the leg sweep. Drake in hot pursuit, looking to chase him down. Look at that damage. He's getting crunched on match point. It's a cauterized proc. It's a Trinket in panic. It's devastating for the Gators back.
Yeah, but they kind of have them in checkmate right now. Drake with no Trinket, Jung Bahai with no Trinket. Can they set it up onto Drake? Can they take him down? They don't have the combustion, but at the same time, Calvish might have to use his ice block here. Defensive paralysis onto Drake there. Manages to keep Calvish alive. Manages to stop him from ice blocking, but Calvish gets interrupted there on the polymorph. Dragon's Breath defensively onto Drake. Ring of Frost gets casted. Nick looking for blood right now. What was that pre-karma by Drake right now? Very aggressively. Calvish is actually going to ice block there, but Drake has got no karma. He's got no Trinket for 15 seconds. Calvish has the combustion in 5 seconds. There's about a 10-second window where they can 100-0 him. Jung Bahai tries to pre-immune crowd control, but there's the paralyzed. Can they get it? Can they get to Drake? He pre-ports again. He's kiting, and Drake is going to be able to survive potentially. They got him now with the leg sweep, but the life cocoon is there. They read it beautifully, but they're going after Jung Bahai. It's taking a lot of damage there as well, but the revival is coming through, and now things are looking bad for the Gators. That was their one-shot opportunity. Calvish has got nothing, Sid.
I think it's just goodbye, man. Gators back are in the jaws of defeat, ironically, at this point. The cocoon comes through. Dazed pre-karmas, anticipating a stun as well. Zenith is up if Drake can get there. He's making his way over. He breaks the Nova. He's getting on target. Stacks him for a double leg sweep. Jung Bahai is there to back him up, but he gets paralyzed on his way in. Ring of Peace bounces him into a Ring of Frost. Nice. Clutch play between Nick and Jung Bahai right there, and Calvish is in so much trouble. He's desperate. He's just casting whatever he can to try and stay alive. He's on match point, facing elimination. Nick getting pressured. Dazed is trying to carry, but now he's into the polymorph, and Calvish is once again on the run. No Trinket for Cubsy. Nothing for Calvish. He's already double blinked. Cubsy wraps around the corner. They are desperate. They are cowering behind this pillar, hoping that Drake will just be relenting here and move away, but he's not. Fist of Fury around the Ring of Peace. Ice Wall comes down, but he's just locked himself in the room with Drake, and I don't know if he wants to do that. Ring of Frost is down for Drake. He moves with the Ring of Peace. Somehow, someway, he stays alive. Combustion is up for Nick. Combustion is up for Calvish. It's a race to the finish. Jung Bahai blocks it. They swap on Jung Bahai. Can they actually drop him? Can they do it with nothing left at this point? Jung Bahai looks stable. Calvish looks stable. Maybe Jung Bahai can go down. It's a huge swap. He's clutching it out with the Shaylun gift spam. Not opening his School of Magic whatsoever. He's back at the pillar. Conduit now, leading the charge, breaking the cocoon, absolutely crushing it on match point, and Drake is there to deliver the win. Calvish desperately blinks away with Alter Time. He's ready to reverse back. I don't think he got spell stolen on it. He's just kiting around the pillar with that Tiger's Lust. He blinks away from the Fist of Fury. He's getting absolutely destroyed. He Dragon's Breath the Fist. He goes for the poly. He's trying to pull off a miracle. He's setting up damage onto Nick. Potentially an opportunity to get an ice block. Just a bit more damage. I don't know if they have it. Jung Bahai's out of crowd control. Cubsy's doing what he can. Nick is still getting pressured. Barrier comes up. They're pushing in. Calvish is continuing to run. He's actually done it. He just needs 6 seconds. 5 more seconds for Calvish. 4 more seconds for Calvish. He trades out the Void. They crush the Void. 1 second. He's got block. He's going to have to press it. Nick has to block. Calvish is pulling off the biggest upset right now to stay alive to his ice block. He has Combust. They actually can do this still.
Yeah, it's very doable. They might just take down Nick right now. Big plays coming out. Double leg sweep. He's going to connect here. Just swapping to Drake as well, cleaving him up a little bit in that position. Calvish has the ice block advantage now over Nick, but Calvish might have to use it right here, and he will unfortunately have to press that ice block. Both healers tapped on mana. The next combust is going to be in favor of Calvish. Actually, it's going to be up at the same time for both of these mages, but Zenith is coming up for Dazed a little bit before Drake. Dazed is going to have to be tagged in on the Windwalker. He's going to have to carry the game. Can he do it? Nick is dropping low. 50% HP here. Both healers are struggling. Jung Bahai channeling out the soothing mist, trying to keep him alive. Drake is getting cleaved as well in the backline. I gotta say, Calvish has played a phenomenal game of defense so far, kiting Drake around beautifully, but he might be running out of time right now. Drake is all over him. Can he manage to survive? Double leg sweep connects. The triple leg sweep in response from Drake. Calvish trinkets out, drops the Ring of Frost. Can they manage to survive a little bit longer? Ice wall. Oh my god, that ice wall was so nice. Calvish just buying a little bit of time, just isolating him, and Drake gets caught up with the Ring of Frost on the other side. Here comes the combustion now onto Nick, but it's gonna be Calvish who is gonna be have to running away at this point once again. Double life cocoon is blocking it. Anyone can fall. There is the leg sweep. Here comes the damage. Daze needs to do something, but it's gonna be Calvish once again on the run. Jung Bahai is in crowd control, and it's not gonna be enough. It is gonna be the touch of death from Drake. Welcome to the Jung is going to be Cup 1 champions.
They pound their chests in victory. Welcome to the Jung. Have taken back their crown here 4-0 in a dominant fashion. A clean sweep. Nothing left of Gators back. The clock has ticked. It's the final hour, and there are no more second chances. They'll have to go to the second cup to try and get their points in the future, but Welcome to the Jung can sit high on their throne after this one. And Calvish, he played his heart out, man. His team had nothing. It's match point. He could have just thrown in the towel at any point and said, you know what, there's no shot for us, I'm giving up, but he didn't.
Look at his
wall. He played it out. He walled Drake away. Look how fast Drake kills this wall. 1-2, punch dead. Just instantly breaks the wall. Hulk smashes the wall. It just moves through, and he's trying to kite. He Novas Drake. He gets paralyzed. He just can't go anywhere. He just gets paralyzed. Ignite Tick pops him into touch of death range, and he's absolutely cooked. They tried to pull it off on Jung Bahai. They got intercepted with those doubles. There were so many triples from leg sweeps at the end of the game. Like, I think Drake got one, and then Jung Bahai got one right after. It was just triple into triple, and they were just all panic in the disco, stacked up to try and make something happen here, and they fall short. They have to reconsider their options for next week. Like, what are they going to prepare? The Outlaw, they really were relying on that Outlaw Rogue, and it seems like the Windwalker just able to outdo it. So maybe the matchup evolves and they can find a way with the Outlaw. But as it stands right now, Windwalker, Fire Mage, Mistweaver, a force to be reckoned with between both regions.
Maybe Waz was right when he said he thinks Windwalker is better in this matchup. Because it did come down to Windwalkers on both regions, even when teams had the Outlaw Rogue available. Even Waz himself had to switch over to the Windwalker in the end, over in Europe. And welcome to the Jung. Quick to adapt here to the meta. It's good to see Drake back on home turf, but like you mentioned, Sid, I mean, everyone on Gators is definitely phenomenal players, but I was so impressed. Like, as a mage main, I am so impressed with how Calvish played that. Even though he died, even though he lost, he played his heart out. I don't think there's much he could have done differently. So he should definitely be happy with his performance in that game number 4. And still, second place, cup number 1. It's looking good for qualification. Looking good for Direwolves as well. Had a surprising weekend.
Yeah, that actually was going to kind of be my question leading into that exactly, Zico. Was there any teams in particular that impressed you or surprised you? But it sounds like it was Direwolves.
Direwolves and Z-Rated, both of them surprised me a lot.
Yes.
Z-Rated, man, these guys, like, they were a little bit, I feel like if they had practiced the Mistweaver a little bit more, they were a little bit more comfortable with it. They pulled it out a little bit earlier. This could have been, a really nice tournament for them. I mean, it still was, but it could have been like a grand finals finish for them. But they still had a really, really close call there against Direwolves, almost winning. And still finishing in 4th. I think they should be happy with that. And yeah, Direwolves too. Both of them starting out in the lower bracket, looking a little sketchy on Friday and Saturday, but managing to come in strong.
They certainly did. Here are our final standings after cup number 1. Welcome to the Jung in first, Gators back second, third for Direwolves, and like Zico was mentioning, Z-Rated following closely behind, so definitely be keeping an eye out on that team. I feel like it always happens in both regions, honestly. That 3rd, 4th, 5th position is always so competitive, just as competitive as 1st through 3rd. But if you missed earlier today, Super Tees, we also had those games in EU. We had Echo win Cup number 1, and I feel like that region is also looking just as strong, just as exciting to watch them go through their matchups.
Well, yeah, I mean, even like the teams in the tail end on the 7th place, like Specialty had some, issues. They weren't even able to compete. And then Laptop Gamers and Streamer Zone had such entertaining games. Last Dance had such entertaining games as well. I feel like, one good weekend, maybe they can climb up here. There's obviously another week of practice that could come into play to find some potential strategies there as well. And then stop Nerf Mistweaver getting in that top 3, right? Like DOBOB is usually the main rival, and stop Nerf Mistweaver kind of yoinked that spot away from them this week.
Yeah, was really excited to watch both regions. Zico, in your mind, was there one that you thought was like slightly more exciting than the other, or was it just hype all day?
I mean, I was excited. We had
Pick a
double
favorite.
rogue.
Pick a favorite.
We had double rogue.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So the NA finals was kind of a stomp, which unfortunate. But in Echo, I would say, or in EU, sorry, I would say Burger King. Man, these guys showing up, almost getting the win. It really felt like in BlizzCon in 2019. Both of these teams going head to head. I was always counting out Burger King. Like, Echo just looks too good. Like, they're not going to win. And then they find some way to win and just make it a super competitive series. But yeah, in terms of entertaining games, I would say also the double rogue.
Yeah, it's not often we get like mirror classes in on the same composition. I don't think we've ever seen rogue, right? We've seen monk,
Shadowlands,
we've seen
Trill's
demon
team.
hunter.
Yeah,
it's always Trill's team. Double
I was
Demon
gonna say because they
Hunter,
also did
Rogue.
double demon hunter. Yeah.
It's always Trill, dude.
Man, I'm trying to think if we've ever seen. Did we see double lock once? Way back? Maybe I'm making that up.
yeah, I think we did.
Probably.
I think we have, but it was way back.
Yeah.
Double mage, I think we've seen. I played some double rogue, with my boy PS Hero sometimes, but I don't think we've seen double rogue in AWC before, so that was fun.
Always fun to see, for sure. But let us know what your favorite part of the day is. But that is going to wrap up Cup number 1. Congratulations, of course, once again to Echo, as well as welcome to the Jung. And we hope to see you guys next week, same time, same place, starting on Friday. Follow us on WoW Esports on Twitter as well for constant updates on all things WoW Esports. We'll be here, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also live streaming on YouTube. We'll see you guys next weekend. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your week. Bye-bye.